Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Sasuke, I'm at point B. Sakura, I'm at point C. Naruto, I'm at point A. Believe it. Too slow Naruto. Okay, squad 7. A black beast leapt from a tree into the bushes below, using the surrounding forest greenery as an effective shield. The target has moved. Follow it. 3 ninja can be seen from their hiding places. One with raven black hair, another with bubblegum pink, and the last with knucklehead blonde. Over there, the blonde whispered through his earpiece. What's your distance from the target? Came the silver-haired Jonin's voice. 5 meters. Naruto replied, I'm ready, just give the signal. I'm ready too, voiced the confident Sasuke. So am I. Sakura finished. Okay. Now, Kakashi ordered. The 3 genin sprung from their hiding places at the beast. I got him, Naruto shouted out as he wrestled with the cat. This only startled the poor creature as Naruto became its new scratching post with Sakura smiling all the while. Can you verify ribbon on right ear? Kakashi's voice echoed from the 3 sets of headphones. Affirmative, we got a positive ID. Sasuke replied, having almost nothing to do with the capture. Right. Lost pet Tora, captured. Mission accomplished. Can't we get a better mission than this? I hate cats. Naruto yelled down the frequency as his fellow ninja grabbed their heads in pain. Naruto, we can all hear you loud and clear, stop yelling. Sakura's shrill voice now bellowed back down the earpieces. HMPH, pathetic. A now bored Sasuke sighed and began the short journey back into the village through the trees. Sasuke, wait up, Sakura called out and hurried after him. Hey, a little help first Sakura. Get off me cat. Naruto shouted, having enough of the feline, grabbing it by the scruff of its neck as it finally calmed down. Quickly rising to his feet to get a better grip on the animal, Naruto rose with the captured kitty in hands. With a flash, smoke erupted a few feet from Naruto. He almost dropped the cat. Almost. It seems you have a way with pets, eh? Naruto, Kakashi gloated as he emerged from the smoke with one of his famous eye smiles. Damn it Kakashi-sensei, why can't we have a better mission than this? A B rank, or a C rank at least. Now Naruto, there is no use complaining to me. Again, we get our orders and missions from the Hokage and we must complete them for the good of the village. The pair had now begun walking back toward the village. Yeah, but I'm way stronger now, I even caught this damn cat before Sasuke got near it. Naruto stroked the cat's fur lightly without loosening his grip on the animal. Speed doesn't determine the power of a ninja Naruto, you should know this by now. All aspects must be taken into account. Any chunin could beat you without a second thought. Now that hurt Naruto's pride. HMPH, Mizuki sure had fun losing to me, he whispered to himself. Kakashi caught that but decided to say nothing as the two made their way to the Hokage's office in silence. Oh, my poor little Tora. Mama was so worried about your naughty little fuzzy face. Team 7's captive was in the process of becoming a pancake against its owner's face. Haha, stupid cat, that kitty deserves to be squashed. Naruto laughed as he watched the client suffocating it. No wonder he ran away. Sakura pitied the cat but her job was over anyway. Sit back and let Naruto and Sasuke handle it. That's easy street for her. Now then, for Squad 7's next mission we have several available tasks. The 3rd Hokage called to Squad 7 over the screams of the poor cat. Among them, babysitting the chief counselor's 3-year-old, helping his wife to do the shopping, digging up potatoes at. No, Naruto interrupted, crossing his arms like an X with a strange buzzing sound heard from somewhere. I want to go on a real mission. Something challenging and exciting. Not this little kid stuff. Come on old man. He's got a point. Sasuke considered as he agreed with the dead last for once. He's such a pain. Sakura sighed internally. Oh, I knew this was coming. Kakashi thought as Iruka suddenly took charge. How dare you? You're just a brand new genin with no experience. Like everyone else, you start with simple missions to develop your skills and prove yourself. Are you serious? Babysitting is not a mission, it's just a stupid. Gah. As a punch to the back of his head shut him up, courtesy of Kakashi. Will you put a lid on it? His now bored voice sensei spoke. Naruto, the 3rd began as Naruto sat up and rubbed the back of his head. It seems you do not understand the tasks you have been given. Listen, many different kinds of requests come into our village every day. From babysitting to assassinations. These requests are carefully reported. You always lecture me like you're my grandfather or something, but I'm not the little brat that used to pull pranks all the time. I'm a ninja now and I want a ninja mission. HMPH Naruto shouted and turned his back to the Hokage. I'm gonna hear about this later. Kakashi sighed again. The Hokage chuckled. Naruto wants us to know he's not a brat, he's a former brat, and he wants a mission. So be it. Was all Naruto could say. Since you are so determined, I'm going to give you a C-ranked mission. You'll be bodyguards on a journey. Really? Yes. Who? Are we guarding a princess? Or some big counselor? Don't be so impatient. I will bring him in now. The Hokage scolded. Send in our visitor. Squad 7 turned towards the door as it opened, revealing a very drunk old man with a bottle of sake in his hand. What the? A bunch of little snot-nosed kids. The old man took one final swig and hit the ground. Why, what the hell, who's this old geezer? Naruto shouted out, now poking the body. It seems our client has had a little too much to drink. Kakashi, if you would escort our client back to his hotel, Team 7 can begin in the morning. The third side. Ill-fair old man. You said we'd get a C rank today. Naruto, now furious he was denied his prize he fought for. Your mission will still be here in the morning, Naruto. You can't complete it without the client after all. I suggest you all go home and rest for tomorrow. With that, the Hokage rose from his seat and left the Chunin remaining to sort through the remaining missions. The third's head suddenly appeared back at the doorway. If you'd like, Naruto, I could set up some D ranks for you instead. He chuckled as he heard Naruto go off like a bomb, returning to his office for some private reading. Geez, Naruto, did you have to make such a fuss? Sakura scolded him. It got us a better mission, didn't it? Or would you like to be carrying groceries for other people your whole life? Naruto snapped right back. Naruto's face hit the floor again as Sakura stood proudly over him. You're such an idiot. She shouted at him as ran back to Sasuke's side. Kakashi had already gone ahead and taken the client, now identified as Tazuna, home. So it was just the genin and they each had their own plans. Leave me alone, Sakura. I'm going to go train. Sasuke grumbled, and with Sakura right on his tail much to his dismay, he headed back to Squad 7's training grounds. Oh, why does Sakura have to hit me all the time? Naruto stood up and sighed, his voice-enhancing mask now gone with no one around. Why can't she just? He trailed off, with a slight tear peeking from his eye. All of a sudden, he became completely motionless. Nature chakra licked at his body, but he was blissfully unaware. His body then set itself to automatic and began home with an expressionless look on his face. Where the hell am I? Am I? He shouted as his voice echoed in the dark sewer around him. Duh, what is this stuff? Lifting one foot out of the water and examining it closely, the slime then slowly dribbled off his sandal and back into the muck before Naruto decided he didn't want to know. Wise choice. A voice roared from somewhere in the sewer. Naruto jumped at this and surprisingly didn't appear afraid. Like a dog barking at the night, he shouted. Who the hell is that? Come closer to discover more. The voice called out again, with Naruto slowly taking steps down the corridor, towards what he guessed was the source of the voice. That's it, closer and closer. He heard again. Picking up the pace, Naruto headed into the unknown until he saw only darkness no more. So this is my vessel. The voice called out from behind giant metal bars held back by nothing but a slip of paper with the kanji for seal written on it. So, we finally meet face to face, eh? Kyuubi. Naruto smiled a somewhat evil smirk. This, of course, only made the fox prouder, with giant, shining, side-like teeth arranged in a similar smirk. What big teeth you have, Kyuubi. Naruto grinned. All the better to devour your flesh with. It roared back, its face now in the light close to the bars, revealing the ragged orange fur tarnished in places with the same goop that appeared on the floor. Why did you bring me here? Naruto asked. All evidence of grinning left his face, now donning a look more serious. What's with the business all of a sudden? I was having fun. Kyuubi smirked back with the same grin Naruto just lost. I know all about you now. You've killed thousands of people, millions maybe. Naruto began with the Kyuubi only nodding with a kind of more or less look. I also know that if I die, you die. What's to stop me finally ridding the world from your evil? HMPH, kid's smarter than I gave him credit for. The fox thought. Well, you're the reason I'm hated in this town. You're the only reason I'm still here. And you ... Seething with rage, Naruto shouted as loud as he could. You took away my family. Now with tears in his eyes, he looked at the fox again with all the hatred he had saved up over the years. No one will ever love me. You took away my chance at having a happy life. A metal bar suddenly appeared in Naruto's hands. Tears, now very much threatening to break loose, shook violently as he swung the bar repeatedly at Kyuubi's cage. Every time he landed a hit, he repeated the same word louder each time. Why? Collapsing due to fatigue and emotion, Naruto sunk to his knees and dropped the bar, both hidden by the murky liquid below. Why did you have to come to Konoha? Why did you have to take away all those lives? He said, now deathly quiet in contrast to his previous outburst. The old fox looked at Naruto and for the second time in its long lifespan, shed a tear. It didn't growl or hurl obscenities at the boy. It just lay there, head draped across its paws like a scolded dog, feeling sorry for the one person he should hate. After a long, pregnant pause, I didn't mean to. The fox spoke. Naruto raised his tear-stained face to meet the Kyuubi's closed eyes. Life is a fragile thing, is it not? It spoke again. Naruto only nodded his head slowly. The great Kyuubi let out a long sigh before opening his eyes again. I have lived many of your human lifetimes, yet I still have not found a place to call home. Kyuubi was getting more vocal now as Naruto patiently listened. There are no other Kyuubi, just me, alone for hundreds of years. I know the pain of loneliness better than even you, kid. I am the only Kyuubi, there are no others. I do not know why I am here or what to do in life with no one else out there for me. Naruto actually felt sorry for the Kyuubi. True, it had only faced 12.5 years of hate and suffering, but the Kyuubi had endured hundreds. I thought you appear when people get too cocky and evil, isn't that what you do in life? Naruto asked, as was the legend of the Kyuubi. No, my dear kid. This world is a delicate balance. I merely help it by reducing the amount of evil. Kyuubi sighed, remembering all the dictators and loyal subjects to them he had slaughtered. Really? No tricks? Naruto asked, now very curious. Fox's honor. The Kyuubi chuckled as he sat up again. Unlike me, kid, you can be seen as a force of good in the world. You can know, love, and honor yourself and become ninja you truly want to be. Naruto scoffed. Tsh, like that'll ever happen now. I have you to keep in line. How anyone could love me. This world is full of surprises, kid. Some are good, some are bad. You never know until you look for them, though. The fox then pressed its paw against the cage door and took a deep breath. What do you fight for, kid? It suddenly asked. Well, I guess I fight to be acknowledged, so I can protect people like Iruka-sensei and Sakura. Good answer. The fox thought and chuckled. Very well, how about a deal then? He grinned again. A normal person would have already denied the fox and taken off running. What kind of deal? Naruto asked suspiciously. I want to see the world again. I want to see the sights you do. It began. I will give you full access to the power I have here and teach you things Jonin could only dream of. In return, all I ask is a mental link between our minds. I do not want to be shut off from the world anymore. Naruto seemed rather confused with this. So let me get this straight. You're willing to give me lots of power in return for a window into my life. That is all I ask. And that you change your clothes. The Kyuubi smiled. Not the foxy grin similarly always plastered on Naruto's face, but a warm smile. Hey, it's not like I haven't tried. You asked for it though. You can see for yourself. Naruto replied to the fox, and pressed his own tiny hand against a bar on the cage, opposite of the Kyuubi's own. A white light linked the center of Naruto's head and Kyuubi's head before engulfing the room. Naruto left his mindscape only to not awaken, in his bedroom, asleep till the next day. The tale of Naruto has now begun. The sound of birds chirping drifted through the window, letting people know that morning had arrived. Despite having a mission that day, a certain blonde just rolled over, using his sheets to block the sun. Wait for it, wait for it. The voice in Naruto's head mumbled behind grins as Naruto's brain finally returned to the land of the living a second before. Gah. He shot up in his bed, scrambled to get out. I can't believe I overslept. Why am I still in my clothes? You were so worn out from our little chat you didn't wake up. Came the Kyuubi's now ever-present voice. You? So it wasn't all a dream? We really did make that deal, huh? Naruto thought to the Kyuubi. Yes, and don't forget about your end. I give you access to my power and knowledge in return for this link and that you wear something other than that ghastly orange. Oh yeah, hee. Unfortunately for you, you get to see my wardrobe now. What do you mean? The fox replied, quite confused. How could your wardrobe be any worse than what you're wearing? Naruto hurried to his closet, a look of absolute joy on his face as he flung open the door to the tiny space and opened his eyes as wide as he could to give the fox the full picture. Gah, my eyes. The fox reared back into the darkness of his cage. Naruto howled with laughter, rolling around on the floor. Inside Naruto's closet was 10 different sets of the same jumpsuit Naruto wore every day. Man fox, I wish I could see your face, haha, priceless. Oh, you think so, kid? The fox, now furious, stepped forward and put its paw against the cage. Time for your first lesson. Naruto had just zipped up his next jumpsuit when a massive wave of pain slammed into him. He clutched his head as the pain focused around his face. He yelled out and jumped back onto his bed, burying his head under his pillow. The pain left as fast as it came as Naruto opened his eyes again. Picking himself up, he thought something nasty to the fox. No need for that sort of language, kid. You should be thanking me on bended knee. The fox smirked, now relaxing back in the corner of his cage. Why, you turned my head into your personal plaything just for looking at the only thing I'm allowed to buy. Naruto yelled at the giant fox in his mind. Only thing. Why don't you just take something you want? They can't do anything with me around. Tsh, yeah right. You're the reason I get banned from nearly every store I walk into. Well, since you'll be leaving the village soon, you should find a shop that has some decent clothes for you. Plus, I didn't do anything to your head, just your senses. What about my senses? Naruto was now out of the door and hurrying to the front gate. I'll explain once I see something worth using them for. Kyuubi yawned and curled up in a ball before drifting off into a peaceful slumber. Tsh, damn fur ball. Naruto said as he focused on reality, spying Sasuke, Sakura, and their client giving him an odd look. What an idiot. Sasuke just muttered as he returned to leaning back on the gate. Hey guys, where's Kakashi? Naruto asked Sakura, giving her his famous foxy grin. Where do you think? Probably reading his stupid book on the other side of Konoha. Sakura answered. Man, Kakashi-sensei has never been on time. When we finally get a good mission, he decides to be late for that as well. You shouldn't talk that way about your teacher. Tezuna, one hand on his head in an attempt to stem the hangover he had, joined the conversation. But it's true. Kakashi-sensei is always late. He probably won't show up for another hour or two. Some leaves shifted unnaturally. Naruto's ears twitched. He turned his head to a tree just outside of the gate. Kakashi-sensei. That you? Naruto shouted out. The three spectators just resumed the weird look they gave him before. It was wiped from their faces as Kakashi just dropped from the tree, closing his orange book in the process. Well spotted, Naruto. The silver-haired Jonin complimented. You were there the whole time. Sakura yelled. No, I showed up around the same time Naruto did. I decided to test your ability so since others. Naruto here is the only one who passed. Sakura and Sasuke were taken aback. This run actually has some talent. Tezuna smiled. No way, how could he tell he was there from all the way over here? Sasuke fumed. That's impossible. There's no way he sensed him and Sasuke didn't. Sakura was shocked. You knew he was there the whole time though, didn't you, Sasuke? You just wanted me to sense him for myself. With hearts in her eyes, Sakura drifted off into her own fantasy world. Sasuke just scowled. Can we get on with the mission already? Now this was a surprise, Kakashi mused. Now Sasuke was the impatient one and Naruto was the calm one. The others decided to ignore this sudden outburst and make final checks over their stuff. Naruto took one step past the gates before smiling and looking up at the sky. My first step outside of the village. Yeah, I can't wait, he thought. What? Naruto heard a low growl at the back of his mind. Up already, eh? Furball. Seeing as you even think loudly, yes. Kyuubi grunted and stretched. Everyone ready? Came Kakashi's voice. Everyone nodded, then let's go. They all set out from the village. Kakashi began to explain the different regions while Naruto zoned out. Leaving already? I was hoping for a longer fox nap. Don't you mean cat nap? Naruto asked. Don't ever put me in the same category as them. A fox nap is completely different. Kyuubi shouted. Okay, if you say so. So are you gonna tell me what you did to my hearing? Couldn't you tell? You managed to find that Jonin teacher of yours easily when both of your teammates had no idea. You're making no sense. Just tell me everything you did, then I can get back to this mission. The fox just sighed. I'll put it simply for your human brain to understand. You can hear a pin drop at 100 feet. Your sense of smell is rivaled only by my own and your eyes. The Kyuubi stopped suddenly. He spotted something out of place up ahead. Let's say we take them out for a test spin. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Push some chakra to your eyes and take a look under that tree. Do I have to mold it first? Naruto asked, remembering one of the few lessons he understood from the academy. Not for this. It's more like a switch you're turning on. The Kyuubi explained. Naruto complied and tried focusing his chakra into his eyes. Every time he took a step closer he lost focus and the chakra receded. Stop walking, idiot. The fox shouted, annoyed at his container's lack of focus or lack of control. Both were bad as each other at this point. Naruto stopped about 25 feet from the tree and focused hard. The chakra pooled at the back of his eyes. He blinked and his once crystal blue eyes became blood-red slitted ones. What the? Naruto looked at the puddle under the tree. There was a large source of chakra around and in the puddle. The others had walked ahead before turning back to the blonde. Naruto, hurry up, Sakura called out. In a second, Naruto walked up to the puddle and jumped into the center of it. In an instant, a smoke screen appeared around Naruto as two figures emerged from the haze, jumping back a few feet. One landed on his feet, the other on one knee, clutching his head. That hurt you, Brett? The injured one shouted before the duo charged at him. Naruto jumped out of the way and landed several feet off. The two kept running. They were heading toward Kakashi and the client. Naruto ran after them, but he was too late. They both had a massive chain of shuriken emerge from their wrists, linking the two and wrapped it round Kakashi. One down, the other said, and they yanked the chain, splitting Kakashi in two. All three genin were too stunned to move. Their Jonin sensei had just been killed on the spot. Now for our objective. The injured one spoke before they made a charge for Tezuna. A flash of blue and Sasuke was in the air. He threw a shuriken at their chain, pinning it to a tree, followed up with a kunai to reinforce it. I can't get loose. The right-handed chain user grunted as Sasuke landed on each of their gauntlets. They quickly looked at the young genin before he kicked both of them in the jaw. With a clunk, they both released their gauntlets from the chain ends, regained their footing and flew towards Tezuna. I've got to stop them. I've got to stop them. Sakura shouted at herself, stay behind me. She cried and jumped in front of Tezuna. Now kid. A foot slammed into one of the figures, destroying his face mask under his foot as he shot into the other figure before tumbling away. Naruto landed in front of Sakura perfectly with a hard look on his face. Naruto, Sakura whispered, more to herself than anyone else before Naruto ran over to where the demon brothers now lay, both taken out with that last attack. Whoa, what the hell was that? Naruto thought. Your new reflexes, kit. Like him. The fox grinned in his mind. A slight feeling of pride graced the fox's body before he brushed it away. You tuned them up too. Nice. Naruto smirked, inside and outside his mind. Good job, Naruto. A voice came from the trees as Kakashi dropped down for the second time that day. Kakashi-sensei, you're okay. Sakura shouted out and ran to meet him. Sasuke was too shocked by Naruto to move. Slowly, he turned his head to see the spot Kakashi died on to see tree stump slices scattered over the ground. Replacement Justu, he thought. Tezuna was still scared and cautiously approached the group. Is it safe now? He asked. Thanks to Sasuke and Naruto, yes, Kakashi replied, tying a very tight knot as he finished securing the demon brothers to a tree. By the way, Mr. Tezuna. Yeah, what? We need to talk. An hour later and the group was back on the road, the bridge build explaining his predicament and the reason for his deception. With a team vote, the group decided to continue on. This fog's so thick, you can't see anything, Sakura called out. Team 7 and their client were now on the boat to the land of waves. The team had decided to continue with the mission much to Kakashi's dismay due to a convincing speech from Naruto. Naruto just sat at the front of the boat, getting used to his new nose, sniffing every 100 feet or so, trying to smell land through the fog. Now you've got the hang of it, kid. Kyuubi grinned as Naruto smelt damp earth a few 100 feet ahead. Yes, finally. So what's next, huh? Huh? Naruto asked eagerly. Nothing, kid. You have to master these abilities before I teach you anything else. Oh, what? Come on. No, the Kyuubi roared. Do as I say or I will feast upon your flesh. To a normal person, this would require a change of underwear. You dare threaten me? Do you want me to sleep with my eyes open in my closet from now on? Naruto shouted right back with a hint of humor in his voice. No. The Kyuubi shuddered at the memories. Then teach me something new. No. And with that, the Kyuubi kicked Naruto out of his own mind. What the hell? He shouted as everyone gave him another confused stare. Naruto looked around, discovering he was the last on the boat except for the driver. Oh, sorry, hee. He put his hand behind his head and gave his foxy grin as he disembarked. Okay, take me to my home, and I mean get me there in one piece. Tazuna barked as the group set off. Kakashi was deep in thought as they traveled through the small coastal town and into the forest. How did that idiot get so good in so little time? Sasuke thought, angrily. He could barely keep up with Dog Boy at the academy and now he can match my speed. I'm not gonna lose to him. With that, the last Uchiha focused his senses on the surrounding area. If there was another ambush, he was going to discover it first. An awkward shift in the bushes. Over there, Sasuke hurled a kunai into the bushes. Everyone just gave him a confused look when no immediate results revealed themselves. Not a sound was heard from the bushes. No grunt of pain nor the thump of a body. Stop trying to scare me, you black-haired brat. Tazuna suddenly yelled out. Kakashi and Naruto's ears suddenly picked up another sound. There, another kunai found its way into the bushes. Sakura just looked at Sasuke with stars in her eyes. Sasuke, you're so brave, she squealed. Kakashi made his way through the bushes to investigate and found a panic-stricken white bunny. Sasuke saw what he hurled his kunai at and just scowled. Stupid rodent, he muttered. Owa, don't be so downhearted, Sasuke. Sakura made an attempt to hug him to console his embarrassment. Kakashi was deep in thought again while staring at the rabbit. Glancing at the trees, he thought, so you're already here. Look out, came two separate calls, one from Kakashi and the other, surprisingly, from Naruto. Did he hear it too? Kakashi thought in record time as everyone hit the deck. A giant sword cleaved the air above their heads and embedded itself high in a nearby tree. It looked like an oversized butcher's knife with a semicircle on the blade edge missing and a full smaller circle towards the end of the blade in the middle. A figure landed on the handle of the sword, his gaze sweeping over the group. He wore matching brown and white cameo arm and leg warmers with lined, blue pants. His face was masked with bandages, covering his mouth, and short black hair outlined his Kirigekure headband. Well, if it isn't Zabuza Momochi, rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist. Rouge ninja, Naruto muttered. Kakashi reached up to his headband. If he's our opponent, I'll need this. Kakashi of the Sharingan. Did I get that right? Zabuza's cold voice descended. It's too bad, but you'll have to hand over the old man. Kakashi and Zabuza locked eyes. Sharingan. What's that? Naruto thought. A powerful Dijutsu. It was the last thing I saw before. Stop talking to me and focus on your enemy. Kyuubi's voice boomed back in Naruto's mind. Got it. Naruto didn't bother to argue. This was serious if Kakashi was using his trump card, whatever it was. Now quick, get in formation. Protect the bridge builder and stay out of this fight. Kakashi ordered. I taught you teamwork, now it's time to use it. Kakashi lifted his headband back to its proper place, revealing his scar and opening his eye, showing a red and white eye with black pupil and 3 black tamo circling it. Well, it looks like I get to see the Sharingan in action. This is an honor. Zabuza spoke atop his perch. The Sharingan, a rare power. It resides in the eye. Sasuke began. Don't explain its mechanics to an enemy, Sasuke, you idiot. Naruto shouted across Kakashi. Without warning, a thick mist descended around the battlefield. I don't care what jutsu you have. I need to eliminate the old man. Zabuza began. As soon as he threatened Tazuna, Squad 7 formed up a defense around him. So, I'll have to eliminate you first, Kakashi. With a flash, Zabuza and his sword were gone. Naruto channeled chakra to his eyes as they became red slits once more. Over there, on the water, he shouted out. Zabuza was just standing on the water, one hand above his head, focusing. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. He cried and disappeared in the further thickened mist. He'll come after me first. He's a master of the silent killing technique. Kakashi explained. As the name suggests, it happens in an instant without a sound or warning of any kind. It happens so fast you pass from this life without realizing what has happened. The Sharingan cannot fully neutralize it, so don't lower your guard. But if we fail, we only lose our lives. How can you say that? Sakura reprimanded him. The mist's thickness increased further. The land of waves is surrounded by ocean. The swirling mists are ever present. Tazuna told them. The mist became so thick Kakashi faded from view when being not even 5 feet in front of them. Sensei, Sakura cried out. 8 points. Zabuza's voice surrounded them. Watch your back, kid, the Kyuubi warned. Naruto heard him but continued focusing chakra to his eyes. The more he pushed in, the clearer the mist became. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, artery, kidneys, heart. Now, which will be my kill point? Everyone stiffened their stances. The mist suddenly cleared in a small area. Kakashi had flared his chakra to blow away some of the haze. Sasuke started sweating. Naruto noticed and saw him raise his kunai around his stomach. What is he doing? He thought. Sasuke, calm down. I'll protect you with my life, all of you. I will not allow my comrades to die. Trust me, Kakashi said, giving them one of his famous eye smiles. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. I wouldn't be so sure, came an eerie voice. Suddenly, Zabuza was between the genin and Tazuna. It's over, Zabuza calmly said before swinging his sword round. A fear-stricken Tazuna couldn't move. Don't move, Kakashi said, his Sharingan focusing directly on Zabuza and jumping towards him, kunai raised. Small drops of condensation dripped off Naruto's kunai as the Zabuza water clone gasped for air it could not keep before losing all chakra and becoming a small puddle on the ground. Naruto. Kakashi was stunned to say the least. The other two had jumped away from the client at the first sign of danger to them. Naruto, however, swiftly took out the enemy in the second's warning he gave them. Sensei, behind you, Naruto shouted as another Zabuza emerged from the mist and swung his cleaver at Kakashi. Kakashi couldn't escape. He was already mid-jump at the now puddled Zabuza, who was no longer a threat. The mist ninja's sword cut him clean in half like a knife through water. With a small splash, where Kakashi was, there was now only water. The water clone jutsu, Zabuza thought, can't be. Don't move. A voice behind Zabuza spoke coolly as a kunai was raised to his neck. Now it's over. You're finished. Smart move, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, not moving an inch since he'd sliced the water clone Zabuza's neck open. Sakura and Sasuke, who jumped back, were now staring in awe at the three. Zabuza began chuckling. Finished? You really don't get it, do you? Your technique is just a crass imitation. I'll never be defeated by a copycat ninja like you. Zabuza grinned under his mask. You are full of surprises, though. You copied my jutsu when you made your little speech. Nice try, but not that easy to fool. The Zabuza prisoner burst into water as Kakashi's blade pieced its body, whilst yet another Zabuza behind Kakashi swung his sword with frightening speed at the Jonin's head. Kakashi quickly ducked as the sword dug into the ground. Zabuza reversed his grip and aimed a kick directly at Kakashi. It never landed as Naruto's leg intercepted Zabuza's, brining as to a stop, giving Kakashi those vital seconds to retreat. What the? Zabuza started before a strong right hand introduced itself to Zabuza's face, sending him and his sword spiraling away. Zabuza turned the momentum into a flip and landed, cat-like, on his feet in a crouch. So, you want to play brat? He shouted, his pride hurt as he, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, took a sucker punch from a genin that actually hurt. Fine, see if you can keep up with this. Zabuza sped towards Naruto. Naruto could see the attack coming and made the block, but even his newly acquired reflexes couldn't keep up with a trained Jonin. The hilt of Zabuza's sword hit him square in the stomach. He doubled over in pain before being knocked into the air, courtesy of a sharp uppercut by the mist ninja. He landed on his back next to Sakura with a thud. Naruto, are you okay? She asked him quickly, helping him sit up again. How do you like that runt? Zabuza smirked. He turned back to Kakashi only to find him finishing hand seals. Lightning style, lightning hound jutsu, Kakashi called out as a dog composed completely of lightning-charged Zabuza. Jumping back, Zabuza performed his own hand signs. Water style, great waterfall jutsu. Backing up to the water's edge, a huge amount of water shot itself at the hound, covering and short-circuiting the jutsu. The torrent didn't stop though. It shot through the clearing and straight towards the team and their client. Acting fast, Naruto grabbed Sakura and jumped into the trees while Kakashi took care of Tazuna. The water quickly let up as the group jumped back down. Seems one of you little student didn't make it, Kakashi. Zabuza taunted as the group glared at him. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A voice shouted as a figure jumped out of the tree nearest Zabuza as a big ball of fire descended upon him, engulfing the swordsman. Sasuke smirked. The fire quickly cleared as he released the technique, panting a little. There was nothing left. No grass or rocks or body. Sasuke winced as he landed, looking around for the ninja. Too slow, kid. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Sasuke turned back to the river only for a large water dragon with yellow menacing eyes to crash into him, sending him skidding away back towards his team. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto shouted out. 9 exact clones of Naruto appeared, complete with red slitted eyes, and charged at Zabuza. Naruto, wait. Kakashi shouted, but the Naruto continued, throwing kunai and shuriken between them at Zabuza. HMPH, pathetic. Zabuza mocked with a sigh as he used the blunt of his blade to block in weapons that came close. Damn it, we're gonna have to pull out the big guns. One Naruto yelled as the others just nodded their heads. 5 Naruto withdrew Fuma shuriken from their backpacks before the remaining 4 charged Zabuza again. Each Naruto approached the bladed ninja from a different direction. They all made their attempts to beat down Zabuza and fell prey to his blade. The Naruto closest to the shore remained intact, however. Zabuza made his way to the boy when several black objects were hurled at him. Zabuza quickly turned to face the shuriken. He caught one in his left hand and jumped over the next one. The third clipped his right arm, but not badly, while the fourth missed completely. Only 4. Zabuza quickly thought. He quickly scanned all the Naruto in front of him to see all 5 empty-handed but with massive grins on their faces. A light chuckle was heard as he turned his head mid-jump to see the Naruto from before releasing the final shuriken directly at him from 10 feet away. Thinking quickly, Zabuza hurled his caught shuriken at the new one, canceling them both out before back-flipping to land halfway between the single Naruto. and the remaining 4 wasn't there. Zabuza couldn't finish that thought as a small burst of smoke appeared at his feet as a small rock transformed into Naruto, bringing a rising uppercut to his face, sending him over the treetops. It's not over yet. Zabuza snarled through the branches as he crashed back through the foliage. Kakashi rose to meet the 7 Swordsman member and swiftly elbowed him in the gut, sending him back down to earth, creating a small Zabuza-shaped crater and raising a small dust cloud. Kakashi landed next to the Naruto that sent Zabuza flying as the rest disappeared in a puff of smoke each. As the dust settled, it revealed a barely conscious Zabuza trying to struggle to his feet. You think you've won? Huh, it's not over until. Suddenly he fell silent and limp, collapsing back into the crater as 2 Senbon planted themselves in his neck, his eyes still wide with shock. The Konoha group gasped as they saw the culprit of the thrown Senbon standing in a nearby tree. The figure just giggled. "What's so funny?" Sasuke shouted at the newcomer who had made him miss his chance to finish off the missing nin. "All it took was 2 Senbon and he's gone for good. Yet you decided to waste all that energy and chakra." The figure spoke. "Thank you though, I have been tracking Zabuza for a long time, waiting for this chance to finally take him down." Kakashi cautiously walked over to Zabuza and measured his pulse. "Nothing. By your mask, I see that you're a tracker ninja from the village hidden in the mist." Kakashi addressed the figure. "Impressive, you're well informed." The tracker spoke again. From his size, voice and grace, he must be the same age as Naruto, yet he's an elite assassin. Kakashi thought as a soft wind blew across the clearing. He's not ordinary kid, but what is he? The tracker jumped down to Zabuza's side and checked him over. Now some more of the mist had cleared, the tracker could be seen more clearly. He was dressed in a strange green top with yellow trimming, a pair of dark orange pants and arm warmers with matching sash around the waist. His mask was bone white with 2 eye slits with a flame pattern that looked like it was licking the bottom and the hidden mist village symbol carved into the forehead area. The tracker then proceeded to lift Zabuza onto his back before speaking again. "Your struggle is over for now, I must deal with the remains. There are many secrets in this body, they must not be allowed to get into the wrong hands. Please excuse me, farewell." With a one-handed sign, the 2 disappeared in a swirl of mist and leaves. The group just looked at the spot where the 2 were before snapping back to reality. Kakashi was the first and pulled his headband back down over his Sharingan. "We haven't completed our mission yet. We still have to get the bridge builder to his bridge," Kakashi announced. Sorry I caused all this trouble for you, but, you can rest at my house when we get to the village." "Alright, let's get a move on." Kakashi started before kneeling down and taking several deep breaths. "Kakashi-sensei, are you alright?" Sakura cried out, hurrying to his side. "You're not hurt, are you, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto joined in while Tazuna stood silently looking a little worried with the ever-brooding Sasuke, not moving an inch. "Do not worry, kid, he has pushed his body hard with that Sharingan of his and he's just tired." The fox's voice returned to Naruto. "Really? Why?" Naruto thought curiously. Kyuubi could only facepalm. "Do I have to spell everything out for you, kid? You're doing the same at this moment, continuously pushing chakra to your eyes to give yourself an advantage. You gain enhanced sight while your sensei gains the Sharingan's powers. Judging by his last name, he shouldn't have the Sharingan at all." Kyuubi explained. I'm still pushing chakra to my eyes." Naruto withdrew the chakra from his eyes and blinked. They were back to their old crystal blue. "I must say I'm a little impressed, kid. Before the fight you could barely walk and channel chakra, now you're fighting full on with it and don't even notice yourself doing it." The Kyuubi grinned. "Cool. So will you teach me something new now, huh?" Naruto asked, much to the great beast's annoyance. "Patience, kid. If you haven't noticed, you yourself are wearing a bit thin on the fatigue scale right now. That blow to the stomach really knocked you down a notch. Rest for now and I will teach you tomorrow," he replied, and with that, the fox curled up at the back of his cage and began to snore. "TSH, no way anyone falls asleep that fast. Stupid fox," Naruto thought. By the time Naruto was fully focused on the real world again, he noticed he was breathing almost as heavily as Kakashi-sensei. After taking a short break, the group set off once again for the Land of Waves. With only a few miles left to go, the group reached the town by late afternoon, immediately heading to Tazuna's house. As soon as the group entered the doorway, Tazuna received a frying pan to the face. "Took you long enough, Dad," a black-haired woman shouted, stepping into view. "Tsunami, my dear, we got a little sidetracked by some enemy ninja, but nothing these fine ones couldn't handle." He smiled at his daughter. "Is the spare room clean? We have to get this one to lay down for a while," pointing to Kakashi. "Yes, the room's clean, Dad. Just take him up and I'll start dinner." Tsunami made her way back into the kitchen, taking her frying pan with her. "Try to stay out of her way for now, you lot," Tazuna whispered to the team. "When she gets mad, she starts throwing things. Heavy things." He finished with a shudder. Sasuke and Naruto quickly hurried up the stairs with Kakashi's arms round their shoulders and found the spare room. Removing their sensei's bedroll from his pack, the 2 boys slipped him into it and walked for the door. "I'm really proud of the way you boys handled yourselves today," Kakashi called out to them. They both turned to face their sensei. "Was nothing." Sasuke brushed it off, leaving the room. "Thanks, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto grinned before heading out the door and closing it quietly behind him. On his way back downstairs, Naruto heard a soft whimpering from one of the rooms. Doubling back, he peered through the slightly ajar door to see a young boy kneeling on top of his dresser looking out to the sea, crying whilst looking at something Naruto couldn't quite make out. He was about to go comfort the boy when he decided it was best to leave the boy and ask the other residents of the house if they knew anything about this. After all, no one wants a stranger bursting into their room asking them why they're crying. The rest of the night passed quickly for Team 7. Dinner was prepared and eaten in the rooms prepared for them to sleep in, and after dinner, everyone decided to get an early night and talk in the morning. Naruto fell asleep that night with a feeling of pride. He was proud that Kakashi-sensei finally acknowledged his abilities as a ninja, even if he did get a little help from the Kyuubi. Waves licked the docks as the sun rose the morning after the encounter with Zabuza. Kakashi, still in his bedroll dressed in his Jonin uniform, was going over the battle again and again in his head. Something just doesn't seem right, he thought as his door creaked open, revealing Tsunami. Waking up, huh? Are you all right? She asked, laying a small plate of food and drink of water by him. I've been better, I'm just a little tired is all, he replied, sitting up and grabbing the glass, taking a sip. Well, just rest until you get your strength back, Tsunami said, smiling at the silver-haired Jonin as he lay back down. Tsunami made to leave just as the rest of Team 7 and Tazuna made their way into the room. Morning, Kakashi-sensei. Feeling better? A slightly concerned Naruto asked. Much better, thank you Naruto, just a bit stiff still, Kakashi replied, flexing his neck muscles giving a soft click. Listen sensei, your Sharingan is amazing and everything, but if it puts that much strain on you maybe it's not worth it, Sakura told him, not knowing just how often his Sharingan saved his and others' lives. Well, you lot did manage to take out one of the most powerful ninja assassins, so we should be safe for a while. Tazuna sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. What about the boy that took him away? Sakura asked. He's from the elite tracking unit from the village hidden in the mist. Those masks are only worn by the most elite shinobi. Kakashi began. Everyone listened in, all except Naruto, who had an annoying case of bored Kyuubi to deal with. Wow, this is boring, the great-tailed demon complained to his jailer. Where's the channel changer? What else is on? He chuckled, looking around his cage looking for a control. Oh haha, very funny fox, Naruto thought, zoning out of the real world. When are you gonna teach me something new, huh? It's tomorrow already. Naruto smiled. He wasn't truly an idiot, he just liked messing with the fox. There's nothing more fun than winding up an all-powerful entity by pretending not to understand a single word he says. It's only just morning. The fox roared, God, you're like a child, wanting a new toy as soon as he's finished with the old one. Well, you did say I'd mastered the eyes. I bet I can see through a genjutsu at 100 yards. Naruto thought proudly. Compared to my 10,000 yards, yours is comparable to me when I was a few days old. Kyuubi smirked. Naruto was gobsmacked. Both entities did care for the other somewhat, but when one is stuck inside the other, in all sense of the term bonded at the hip, you can't help but try to annoy one another. Especially when both barely had anyone to talk to for 12 years. TSH, like I care. Naruto crossed his arms, acting hurt. You've had hundreds of years to get better, I've had 2 days. Well, many more days and maybe you'll be as good as me. In 100 years or so, Kyuubi said, letting out a roar of laughter at Naruto's shocked face. Naruto was filled with determination and let the fox know. Just you wait. I'll master your powers and become even more powerful than you. I won't stop until I learn all of your powers and master them better than you ever will. The fox expected this but was taken aback a little at the fierce determination written all over Naruto's serious face. Kid's finally got the fire in his belly going again. Now I just need him to focus it, the fox thought proudly. Well, what are you waiting for? Kyuubi grinned and kicked Naruto back into reality. ... and obliterate every trace of their existence. That's their specialty, Kakashi finished as Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened. Naruto just remained oblivious to this information. Elsewhere, a certain masked ninja was helping another treat his injuries. The mist has cleared. The now unmasked ANBU member said, next time. Will you be alright? Next time, I'll see right through his Sharingan. If Zabuza is gone, why do I feel this way? As soon as Kakashi finished explaining ANBU Black Ops to his students, memories faded and from when he himself was ANBU. Something's wrong, it's like I've missed something. Kakashi-sensei, are you feeling okay? Sakura asked with a worried look on her face. Oh, yes. To finish what I was saying, Tracker Ninja deal with the body immediately, on the spot, so there's no room for error. Kakashi continued. Is that really important? Sakura asked, confused. Something decided to click in Naruto's mind at that instant. Zabuza's still alive. He shouted out. Sakura, Tazuna and Tsunami gasped. Why, you can't be serious. Sakura shouted at Naruto. No, really. That masked guy hit him with 2 tiny needles and took him away. He could be a good actor and pretend to be dead or something. Naruto explained his theory. While not entirely true, he wasn't entirely wrong. Close Naruto, and I'm afraid with all the evidence I have considered, it seems to me that Zabuza could still be alive and kicking. Kakashi sighed. Sasuke's eyes widened at the possibility of having a rematch with the assassin. Kakashi's words had confirmed his own suspicions. Kakashi-sensei, you checked him yourself, you said his heart stopped. Sakura began to panic. She couldn't bear to face the bloodlust of that terrible Jonin again. His heart did stop, but that was just a temporary state to simulate death. Well, kid. Looks like we've got ourselves a rematch. The fox chuckled back in Naruto's head. HMPH, I thought you were going back to sleep or summon, since you won't train me. Naruto thought rather rudely at the fox. The circumstances have changed as you figured out yourself. It seems I'll have to give you your next lesson early. From these two factors, we can conclude that the hunter wasn't trying to destroy Zabuza, he was trying to save him. Come on, you're overthinking this, aren't you? Sakura argued. Encountering suspicion, the ninja prepares quickly. Hesitation leads to disaster. Every shinobi knows this saying. Kakashi told her. Sensei, you said, prepare quickly, but how can we do that when you're in bed like this? Sakura asked. Kakashi simply chuckled. I can still train you. Hold on. A little last-minute training won't make us strong enough to fight Zabuza. You could barely defeat him even with your Sharingan. She objected. Inside Sakura's mind, thoughts brewed that she didn't have the nerve to say. These took a form of their own, a duplicate of Sakura herself, called Inner Sakura. What? Are you trying to get us killed? Cha! This mental form of Sakura shouted in her mind. Sakura, why were we able to stop Zabuza? Because you all helped. You've grown. Kakashi complimented them. Naruto. You've grown the most. So you noticed, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled, showing off his biceps. You're all idiots. A shout from the doorway echoed as a small figure walked in. It's a kid from yesterday, Naruto thought, remembering what he saw through the boy's door. The boy just ran over to his grandfather. Hinari, that was very rude. These ninja helped your grandpa and brought him here safely. Tsunami scolded with a stern look on her face. It's okay, I'm rude to them too. Tezuna smiled. Cha, who does that kid think he is, insulting us like that? Especially Sasuke. Inner Sakura shouted out again. Can't you see these people are going to die? Gado's men will come and kill them. Inari cried out again, hoping he could prevent the loss of more lives. A dark chuckle rose in response. Everyone turned to see the source. It was Sasuke. So, Gado and his men are gonna come. Perfect. Sasuke rose from his spot on the floor and left the room. Sasuke, was all Sakura could say. The remaining squad 7 members were stunned at the Uchiha's abrupt departure. Sasuke stepped off the dock and looked back at the house, a smirk plastered on his face as he entered the forest nearby. About an hour later, after everyone else had eaten lunch, Naruto, Sakura and Kakashi, who was currently walking on a single makeshift crutch, headed into the forest. Kakashi led the two while Naruto walked next to Sakura. What do you think Kakashi-sensei is going to teach us? Naruto asked her. I don't know, do I, Naruto? Just be patient and keep an eye out for Sasuke. She yelled back. Geez, what's your problem, Sakura? I was only making conversation. The rest of the walk was spent in silence, with Sakura looking around every few minutes, hoping to catch a glimpse of Sasuke. They arrived in a clearing to see splinters on the ground. The trees around the area were full of slash marks, kunai and shuriken. Sakura and Naruto were shocked. What happened here? Naruto asked, not really expecting an answer, running around the clearing. Kakashi just hobbled over to one of the trees and examined it. Sakura just stood in shock, her mind racing through possible scenarios where Sasuke had left to. That was until Naruto snapped her out of it. Kakashi-sensei, I've found Sasuke. Both Kakashi and Sakura's necks nearly snapped at the force their heads turned. Ah, Sasuke, Sakura cried out, hurrying over to where Naruto was with Kakashi following slowly behind her. The last Uchiha was propped up against a tree, his head leaning forward with several cuts and rips over his clothes. Sakura shook his shoulders lightly. Sasuke, please wake up. Get off me, Sakura. Sakura jumped back, Sasuke's head and eyes rose to meet her own. You're so annoying, he said and lowered his head again. Kakashi finally made it over to the tree inside at his student's body. Sasuke was back in the same position Naruto found him in, only this time, faint snores could be heard from him. Looks like he pushed himself too hard, Kakashi told them. Well, seeing as he's done his own training, I'll have to teach him this later. Kakashi put his hands in the ram hand seal and a small wave of dust lifted off the floor. Naruto and Sakura both looked up at Kakashi as he walked up to a nearby tree. Reaching up with his left foot and placing it on the bark of the tree, Kakashi began steadily walking up the tree, apparently defying gravity. Naruto and Sakura could only stare as even in his fatigued state, Kakashi could still hang upside down on a tree branch with only his feet to keep him there. Surprised. With the power of chakra, this is possible and can be a huge advantage in both battle and spying. Kakashi smiled. Wow, Kakashi-sensei, how do you do it? Naruto asked, almost jumping in joy. Just focus your chakra towards the soles of your feet. Then use it to connect to the tree. This will improve your chakra control. Learning how to draw chakra to any body part and maintaining the flow of chakra will enable you to master any jutsu. The red eye speaks with wisdom. The fox's voice was back. Any tips you can give me, Fox? Naruto thought. Like you taught that young kid, there are no shortcuts. Naruto seemed a bit downhearted at this, however. Naruto bounced right back. Now that our chakra is no longer fighting each other, you should find you have much better control over it. Now that you mention it, my shadow clones did seem a bit easier to make when we fought Zabuza. Naruto pondered. Listen, kid, the sooner you learn this, the sooner I can give you my next lesson. The Kyuubi smirked, leaning back in its cage. Until then, all I need is some popcorn and a drink, cause this is gonna be a funny show. "Oh yeah, I'll show you, you stupid fox." With that, Naruto awoke to see Kakashi throw 2 kunai into the earth in front of him and Sakura. Use the kunai to mark the tree at the highest point you can climb. Then try and beat that point. Try running to build some momentum. Ready, go. Naruto and Sakura both performed the ram hand signs and 2 small waves of dust were pushed away from their feet. Naruto sprinted at the tallest tree he could see. "This'll be a cinch," he shouted, proudly. He lifted his foot and it stuck to the bark. Yes, he thought as he slowed down a little, continuously trying his hardest to keep the chakra flowing. He lifted his foot to take the next step and the other came loose. Taking a swipe at the tree, he marked his position before he realized how high he'd climbed. Naruto began to fall and his hands shot out to the right, latching to a branch. He panicked and scrambled to get both of his hands on the branch. Phew, that was a close one. He sighed and pulled himself up with his hands. Settling on the branch, he looked over to see how Sakura was doing. Catching a glimpse of Pink, he looked above him. Sakura was sitting proudly just below the leaves of her tree, kunai embedded in the bark of the tree, sticking her tongue out at Naruto. It seems Naruto's chakra control has vastly improved. It must be all the shadow clones he makes, Kakashi thought. As for Sakura, seems as though she's the better of the two. I wonder how good Sasuke's control is though. Sakura looked below Naruto when she spotted something shiny on the ground. She just burst out laughing. "What's so funny?" Naruto asked, tilting his head, confused. "You can't even hold onto a kunai. How do you expect to become a good ninja if you can't even do that right?" She laughed. Naruto peered over his legs at the ground. Point down in the grass was his kunai. "Damn it, how am I gonna whoa?" Ugh. Naruto leant forward too much and fell off his branch, watching the earth come rushing to meet him. He closed his eyes and braced himself for the pain. He heard a soft thunk but never felt any pain. Slowly he opened his eyes and saw the ground an inch from his nose. "What the? How am I?" He began and looked at his feet. Both were on tiptoes planted to the tree. No sooner did he realize this than he hit the floor. Oof. Kakashi was now right side up again, was surprised at Naruto's actions. Inside his head, a mighty roar of laughter could be heard ringing through the sewers. Such a small area so soon. Kakashi thought, "All right Naruto, enough laying around. Try again." A short distance away, hidden behind a tree, a small figure dressed in green overalls, blue sandals and a white and blue hat watched the 2 genin run up and down the trees. "What a waste of time," he muttered before walking off. The door opened to reveal 2 broad henchmen and their leader, the infamous Gato. He was a short businessman with matching attire, black circle shades and crazy dirty blonde hair. He strode up to Zabuza's bed and glared down at the hired shinobi. "All right, let's hear what you have to say about this fiasco, and don't play possum, I know you can talk." His hand reached out to remove the bandages around his mouth. A hand shot out and crushed the other's wrist. Gato yelped in pain. "Keep your filthy hands off of him," Zabuza's ANBU guard warned. "Haku," Zabuza said. The instant he warned her, she let go of his wrist. Gato quickly hurried behind his 2 bodyguards. "One chance. That's it. If you fail this time, I'll cut you off and there'll be no one left to cover for you," he yelled before quickly escorting himself out. Haku, "Yes, Zabuza. I have a bad feeling in my gut. That's just the herbs doing their work." Haku giggled. Underneath Zabuza's mask, he smiled. "No, aside from that, when we go to finish off Kakashi and his brats, if something goes wrong you leave me and run. But nothing. You will do as I order and I order you to run if I should fall." Haku had a look of dismay on her face. "Understood, Zabuza." Their training had been going on a while now. Naruto and Sakura were both worn out and had multiple scratches where they had fallen. Sasuke had woken up a short while after they had started and Kakashi had given him the rundown. Sakura currently held the title of highest run. She was only a few steps off the treetop. Unfortunately, that's when her chakra pool had run dry. She couldn't make it halfway up without falling now. She kept at it though, trying to extend her chakra pool so she could catch up with the other 2. Naruto was next, falling only 3 feet short of Sakura's height. He had the chakra and the control, he just wanted to let his Sakura be the first to make it to the top. Kyuubi had of course reprimanded him for this. To make up for it, he told Naruto to now climb the tree with his hands only, which meant doing a handstand. Sasuke was rested and ready, though his chakra control was even worse than Naruto's and only made it halfway up. Luckily for the others, he was too tired to brood from his earlier workout. "All right everyone, that's enough. It's getting late so we'd better head back," Kakashi announced. Sakura just flopped onto the floor. Sasuke and Naruto however landed neatly after finishing their final run. Slowly, they all began to troop back to the house. Once they reached the end of the forest, Sakura rested her back against a tree. "Hey, you okay Sakura?" Naruto asked, concerned. "I'm okay Naruto, I'm just a little tired is all," she replied. Pushing herself off the tree, she took another step and collapsed to her knees. Naruto gave her a sympathetic look. He walked round to her front and bent down. "Here, I'll give you a lift back," he muttered. Sakura wasn't one to deny help when she really needed it and climbed onto Naruto. He gripped under her knees and began walking back while she wrapped her arms round his head. Naruto walked into the house and made a beeline for Sakura's room, dodging Tsunami who was setting the table for them. He hurried upstairs and lay her down atop her sleeping bag. She had fallen asleep on the way back. Naruto smiled at her as he folded the covers over up to her neck and left the room. On his way through the kitchen, he grabbed his plate of food and made for the door. And just where do you think you're going? A stern voice called behind him. He froze. Like a deer caught in headlights, he slowly turned to face Tsunami armed with a spatula. I was gonna train. I just need a snack to recover. He gave her his fox-like grin. Tsunami was not impressed. You are going to stay here and eat with the rest of us like a good ninja, she ordered as Naruto opened the door. So you think I'm a good ninja? Thanks, then like a good ninja, I'll escape with my objective. He smirked and there was a puff of smoke as Naruto stood there. This Naruto had no plate of food however and just burst into smoke. Replacement mixed with shadow clones, Kakashi muttered, entering the kitchen just as the little display ended. A short distance from the house, Naruto just let out a long laugh and head back to the clearing in the forest, eating his dinner all the while. Naruto heard a large yawn in the back of his mind and he felt his prisoner waking up. He left his plate on a stump and walked into the middle of the clearing and sat down. All right, Fox, I can run up and down the tree without falling, on both my hands and feet too, now teach me. He thought. Good evening to you too, the fox said sarcastically, so you can do it on your hands and feet. Now just your tongue. No way, I've been waiting all day. Just teach me whatever you have planned. He's gonna regret that, the fox thought as he burned some information into Naruto's head. Gah, what the hell, what did you do now? He thought, clutching his head as the familiar pain ebbed away. You're going to learn a very useful jutsu tonight, the fox began. Unfortunately, as soon as Naruto heard the words learn and jutsu in the same sentence, it set him off. All right, woohoo, he shouted out, jumping up and down. Calm down. Naruto froze. I know you're not this big of an idiot, so stop acting like one around me. We are together until you die and I am not putting up with that stupid farce all the time. Naruto just smirked. When did you figure it out? I took you up on your offer and saw for myself. When I linked our minds, it also gave me access to all your memories and previous thoughts. That's how I knew you had spoken to the Hokage son, Kyuubi explained. TSH, find anything interesting? Naruto asked, knowing exactly what the fox had seen, having lived through it himself. Enough, was all he answered. Enough to know that you aren't the idiot you pretend to be, and I for one am not going to put up with it. So what are the hand signs for? I thought you, being a fox, couldn't use them, Naruto asked, talking about the signs that Kyuubi had burned into his memory. I do not need such trivial things to unleash my power. You, however, do. At least for now. It's called the Kyuubi's Claw. When used correctly, it can cut through any substance known to Kyuubi. Me. He grinned. Cool, but you know I'm going to have to rename it. People won't be happy with the name, Naruto reasoned. The fox recalled painful memories of the boy, who did not understand why the villagers called him Fox. A sneaky way to avoid the third's law, I see. Kyuubi thought. Why not rename it Fox's Claw? He asked. Why would I call it that? Naruto retorted. Perform the hand signs and channel the chakra into your right hand and you'll see. Kyuubi grinned. Naruto did as he was told and gasped at the results. Whoa, nice. He smirked. Back at the house there was a loud crash coming from the forest. Kakashi put Sakura's food by her head and looked out the window. He could just make out the top of a tree and it was collapsing. What the hell is he doing? Kakashi wondered. Naruto just did not have that sort of power to take out a tree unless he spent all this time hacking the same spot with a kunai. Kakashi couldn't sense any danger either, nor any trace of Naruto's prisoner's chakra. 3 more trees fell that night and Naruto did not return. Kakashi resolved to look for him as soon as he finished breakfast, finally rid of that damn crutch as his chakra returned. Tsunami served breakfast bright and early. When all but Inari were present, Naruto walked in through the door without a care in the world, plate in hand. Morning everyone. He smiled as he put his plate in the sink not a moment too soon. Wham! He tasted wood as his head hit the floor. Sakura was seething with rage. How dare you make us worry all night, Naruto? She yelled. Ah, Sakura. I was just training, no big deal. He waved his hands in front of his face, trying to prevent another punch as he jumped back to his feet. No big deal. Why you? That's enough, you too. They both turned to see Tsunami with her hands on her hips, a look of annoyance on her face. Sit down and eat your breakfast, then spar. She yelled at them, faster than a blink of an eye. The two were in their places at the table. Wow, she's scary when she's mad, Kakashi whispered to Tazuna. You think this is bad? You should see the time I tried to bring a girl home, A frying pan flew between the two adults like a kunai at its target. A shadowy-eyed Tsunami was holding another one. What was that, Dad? She said in sickly sweet voice. Only Tsunami was left at the table as both ninja and grandfather alike had inhaled their food and gotten out of the house as fast as possible. Inari chose this moment to walk into the room. Morning, Mum, what's for He took one look at her face and even he knew the wrath of Tsunami was something to be feared and disappeared in a flash too, deciding to skip breakfast today. Today, Tazuna was working on the bridge. Sakura was on guard. Kakashi was somewhere and Naruto and Sasuke were allowed to return to the forest to train some more. They split up to train today. Naruto fled deeper into the forest as Sasuke just returned to his tree climbing, determined to reach the top before dinner. After about 10 minutes worth of warm-ups, Sasuke ran towards the tree. He sprinted towards the top and passed yesterday's last marker. A large crash echoed throughout the forest, breaking his concentration. Sasuke couldn't help it. He lost his balance and flow of chakra before crashing back down to earth without marking his position. What was that? He thought. That came from the direction Naruto went. Foregoing his training, Sasuke hurried in the direction of the crash in Naruto, not out of concern for Blonde, but so he could see what kind of power made a sound like that. He heard heavy breathing nearby and whirled around looking for it. Catching a glimpse of orange, he ran over to it. Naruto was standing over a broken tree. It had fallen due to the power of his latest attack. Seems I've got at least a grip on it now, Naruto said as Sasuke walked up to him. What happened here, Dobe? Sasuke asked, looking over at the mutilated tree. My latest jutsu, one that'll beat the pants off of anyone. He shouted out, his mask of idiocy back in place. With no one and nothing else around, Sasuke concluded that Naruto must have been the one to destroy the tree. Show me, he simply asked. TSH, yay right, like I'm gonna show you my new strongest attack. Naruto laughed and began to walk off. I said show me, Sasuke shouted and aimed a punch at Naruto's back. Reacting quickly, Naruto sidestepped the punch and jumped into a tree. Only if you catch me, he chuckled. Sasuke grinned, thinking how easy it would be before at least 50 Naruto clones surrounded him. Catch us if you can. They all shouted and jumped off into different parts of the forest. Damn you, Sasuke muttered and jumped after the nearest one. A few minutes later, Naruto left the forest smiling. That should take him a while. He chuckled and paused for a second. That's 4 he's caught. Regaining the memories of the latest caught shadow clone as he head towards the village. Even before Naruto entered the town he could tell things were bad. Buildings had chunks missing, some places looked like they could collapse at any moment. There were even big patches of black, burned boards where houses once stood. Must be Gato's doing, Naruto mumbled as he passed many sections with burned down houses. Making it into town, Naruto found the atmosphere to be a bit livelier, even if only a little. This also meant the amount of beggars increased as well. Despite having the fiercest tailed beast in his belly, Naruto felt heartbroken at the amount of kids he saw scrounging in bins, robbing from shops and dressed in rags. He swore to himself that he would help this land however he can. Finding what he was looking for, Naruto entered a small shop entitled Kuroma's Clothes. The shop was dusty and run down, but fine clothes stood proudly on display, gathering dust like the cash register. An old man looked up from the counter as he heard Naruto enter, his white beard and bald head reflecting a few rays of the sun. Good afternoon, sir. Can I help you with anything? He asked. Naruto assumed his name was Kuromo. Yay? Naruto slowly asked, still taking a look around the place. I would like some much darker clothes than this. Something with a kind of black and dark orange motif if you have it. The owner glanced up and down Naruto. Are you a ninja, young sir? Yes, why? Is something wrong? No, the elderly man replied. In fact, I think I have just the thing for you. He scuttled off into the back room of the shop. Naruto patiently waited, looking around at the clothes. Something hit the floor in the back room and Naruto heard the old man curse. He chuckled to himself as the man re-emerged carrying a wide, thin box. Is this the kind of thing you are looking for? He asked, taking the dusty lid off. Inside sat a long-sleeved black jacket with dark orange stripes down the arms. Pants that fit perfectly with more dark orange stripes on the inside of the black pant legs. The outfit was complete with new blue sandals. It's perfect, Naruto shouted, almost deafening the poor old man. How much? Only 3,000 ryo. The old man told Naruto with hope in his eyes. Even without his enhanced vision, Naruto could see how desperate the man was to sell something. Old man, how long has this town been like this? Naruto asked. The shopkeeper lowered his head and sat back behind his desk. It seems like forever now. The ruthless businessman Gato has drained this country of everything. Money, resources, hope. Naruto thought if he was going to start helping the country, what better time than now? How much did you say this was? Naruto asked again. 3,000 ryo. Please say you'll buy it. Here, this is all I got. Naruto opened up his Gama-chan wallet and emptied its contents onto the desktop. I want you to go out and buy up all the food you can, minus what I owe you for the outfit, and help everyone who's hungry. The shopkeeper's eyes widened as he shifted through the notes and coins, finding well over 10,000 ryo. Hey, are you serious? The shopkeeper's eyes were glistening, filled with the same hope he'd seen in Tezuna's eyes when he talked about the bridge. Naruto just nodded. I place my trust in you, sir. I'm going to take down Gato with my team. The old man's going to finish his bridge and you're going to help feed everyone you can. Naruto picked up the dusty box and opened the door. Make sure my trust in you is not misplaced. He called back with a little killer intent in his voice and left the store. As Naruto's footsteps grew fainter, the old man just looked down at the pile of notes and coins left on his storefront. With a smile, he gathered the cash into his empty pouch and looked for his overcoat. Naruto arrived back at the house as Tsunami slammed the door out of the kitchen, running upstairs while calling after Inari. Naruto entered to find his lukewarm dinner still on his plate and Tezuna with tears in his eyes. The rest of Team 7 had gathered round the old man and he was telling his tale about why Inari was the way he was now. Sasuke shot Naruto a scathing glare at being outwitted earlier but was too tired to make a scene, resolving to just listen to the old man's story for now. Half an hour later, as Naruto finished his meal, Tezuna finished his tale. We lost our will. Naruto was looking hard at the table and his empty plate, thinking about everything that he had seen and heard. He rose from the table, picked up his package, and headed for his room. "Naruto, where are you going?" Sakura called out, a little worried for him. He hadn't said a word through Tezuna's entire story. Naruto said only one word: training, before he left the room and went upstairs. As he passed Inari's room, he heard the young boy still whimpering while his mother tried to comfort him as much as she could. He left the box by his bedroll and jumped out of the window into the night. The sun rose next morning bright and early as usual. Haku reveled in the morning sun creeping through the branches in the forest. She'd just started collecting the special herbs to speed up Zabuza's recovery when he stumbled upon a small orange figure. Haku recognized him from the battle between Sharing and Kakashi's team and Zabuza. She reached out to grab Naruto's throat. The kid just rolled over when a beam of sunlight hit his face Haku was previously blocking. Poor Haku was now conflicted: remove an obstacle for Zabuza or leave the boy alive to threaten them once more. "Wake up, you'll catch cold if you stay out here." Haku nudged Naruto's shoulder. Naruto slowly stirred awake and opened his eyes. First thing he saw was an out-of-focus pink blob. "Sakura, that you?" he asked, holding his hand in the way of the light, using the other to wipe his eyes. He finally regained normal vision and saw the Haku's smiling face staring back at his own. She was dressed in a bright pink dress complete with dark pink swirls. "Morning, sleepyhead." "Morning, already. Man, how long was I training?" he asked himself. "Well, you fell asleep out here, so quite a while I expect." Haku answered for him, flashing a warm smile. "What you got there?" Naruto asked, looking into the basket. "Herbs, I need them to help my friend get better." Haku replied. You want some help?" Naruto blushed. "Why, thank you, that would be lovely." Naruto began helping Haku gather enough herbs for her basket to fill it to the brim. "So, you're a ninja, are you? I gather from your headband you're from the Leaf Village." "Sure am." Naruto yanked a fistful of herbs from the ground too hard and fell backward. Haku giggled at the sight of Naruto acting like a turtle on its back. "Yay, I'm from the Leaf. This is actually my first time outside the village." "Really? Well, you must be training hard to live up to all the other ninja." Haku smiled again. "Sure am. I just made up a new jutsu that's the strongest ever," Naruto said proudly. "Really? Why would you need such powerful techniques?" Haku asked. "So I can become Hokage one day. I'm going to change the way my village works, then maybe I can help places like these out better," Naruto stated proudly. "Then everyone will respect me." "What about family? Are you doing this to make your parents proud? Or to make that someone precious to you so you can protect them?" Naruto looked a little downhearted at this. I don't have any family. I've been on my own ever since I can remember." "He's like me then," Haku thought as her mind drifted back to how she first met Zabuza. "What about you? Who's this friend you're taking care of?" Naruto asked, bringing Haku back to reality. "Me. He saved my life. It's only right I do my best to protect him like he has to me. He is my only precious person," Haku replied. "When you fight to protect someone, you become truly strong." Naruto thought back to Tezuna's story, what Kakashi said before the battle with Zabuza, and finally when he fought to protect Iruka-sensei when Mizuki attacked. He'd taken out a Chunin with a single jutsu that day. Albeit he did a lot of taijutsu, but still. "Yeah, I know what you mean." Naruto smiled. "Keep training like this and you'll become much stronger," Haku said as she rose to her feet, taking her basket and began walking away. "We'll meet again sometime. Oh, and by the way, I'm a boy." Naruto just watched Haku walk away. He then stood up and made his way back to the house before muttering. "They right." Sasuke was in the forest, looking for the dobe who just didn't know when to quit. "What an idiot," he thought. Sasuke looked up ahead and saw a guy dressed in pink pass him. Something tried to make itself known at the back of his mind. Sasuke just ignored it, however. If it was something important, he would remember it later. The two passed in silence. "Naruto, where are you?" Sakura called out as she and Kakashi walked through the forest, also looking for the blonde genin. "Over here, Sakura," Naruto's voice called out from somewhere up ahead. Sakura and Kakashi arrived a little further from their usual training spot to find Naruto standing on the topmost branch of a tree. He threw his kunai back at Kakashi's feet. "I finally mastered it." "Kakashi, sensei," Naruto shouted down at his two team members before falling unconscious, appearing to have reached the end of his endurance and losing balance on his branch. "On Naruto," Sakura called out as Naruto fell faster and faster. Kakashi was about to jump when Naruto stopped falling. He had one hand planted on the tree and woke up. "You guys really fell for it, haha." Naruto laughed as he saw the look on their faces. "Naruto, we were worried about you," Sakura threatened as inner Sakura fumed in her mind. "I'm gonna kill that little dork." "Cha," she shouted. "Why do I think this is going to end badly?" Kakashi thought as Naruto walked back down the tree. Sakura lashed out at him, but he simply sidestepped it. Sakura was confused for a moment, then threw another punch at his face. Naruto's hand caught hers. "Stop doing that, Sakura. It's getting really old, really fast," he said, letting go of her hand as she just stood there, stunned. "Naruto, have you seen Sasuke?" Kakashi asked, glancing around the clearing. "No, I haven't. Why?" "Awa, did Sasuke miss me?" He laughed as Sasuke entered the clearing. "Like that would ever happen, dobe," he brooded as he made his way up to Kakashi. "Well, looks like the gang's all here." He smiled, ready for more training. Night fell. Zabuza felt his strength returning to him. Haku pondered on the morning's conversation with a certain blonde, and Sasuke had finally reached the top of the tree with Sakura's help. Our favorite blonde was drilling through some unique taijutsu moves he wouldn't allow Kakashi to see. Team 7 entered the kitchen exhausted. Both Sakura and Sasuke collapsed into their chairs while Naruto was still fighting with Kakashi. I just want to check if you're doing it correctly, Naruto, Kakashi reasoned. I know what I'm doing, sensei, I just want an ace up my sleeve. Naruto argued back. That's a Kakashi-sensei and I'm not changing my mind. Kakashi decided to pull a Sasuke and just eat his dinner quietly. You lot look like hell, what have you been up to? Tazuna asked politely. We've been training to get stronger. All of us can reach the top of the trees with our chakra. Sakura beamed, suddenly full of energy now some food was in front of her. That reminds me, Naruto, Sasuke, you two will be guarding Tazuna tomorrow on the bridge. Kakashi told them. Good, good, Tazuna replied, finished off his own meal and letting out a large sigh of satisfaction. In a few days, the bridge will be finished. Tazuna stated. You've done well, Dad. But try to stay careful. Tsunami asked as she cleared the plates. I have been meaning to ask, but haven't had the chance till now. Why did you decide to stay and protect me? Even after you found out I lied to bring you here. Those who stray from the path of justice have no courage, but under the wing of a strong leader, cowardice cannot survive. That was a quote from the first Hokage, Kakashi said, appearing to finish pulling up his mask as all eyes turned to him. Inari began thinking about the quote and glanced at a tired Naruto who decided the table made a good pillow. Memories came back again of his late father. If you care about something, protect it with both arms. The words drifted back to Inari's mind as he remembered the picture of his dad upstairs. Tears flowed freely down his face. But why? He muttered. Everyone glanced up at him. Inari slammed his hands down on the table and yelled out. All this training is a waste of time. Gado's got a whole army. They'll beat you down and destroy you. These cool things you all say, they don't mean anything. No matter what you say, the strong always win and the weak always lose. Inari was cut off by a soft chuckle. Instantly, Sakura turned towards Sasuke, but he wasn't making a peep. It was Naruto who was chuckling and getting louder all the while. Well, it's a good thing we're stronger then, isn't it? He spoke. You're lying. There's no way you could beat an army. You're just gonna get yourself killed. Inari yelled out. You don't know what this country's been through. You always make jokes and laugh, but you have no idea of the suffering we've endured. Enough, Naruto yelled, slamming his hands down on the table. Inari's tears suddenly stopped. Don't know what you've suffered. I know more about it than you ever will. If you're so tired of being pushed around all the time and weak, work to make yourself stronger. Inari just stood there, silent tears flowing back down his face. Naruto rose from the table and put his hands in his pockets. What a coward, he muttered before he left. Everyone in the room heard this and were too shocked to say anything. Naruto just stood at his window, looking out at the unfinished bridge in the distance. Down below, he heard a door slide open and Kakashi's voice ring into the night air. Can I talk to you? He asked the small figure that was Inari curled up in a ball. Naruto just let out a sigh and turned his back on the view, resting his elbows on the window frame still. There was a knock at his door. Come in, he called out. A depressed-looking Sakura opened the door. Oh, hey Sakura, what's up? Naruto asked as she stepped into the room. Hi, Naruto, she started slowly. I just wanted to apologize for earlier, when I tried to hit you. It's okay, it's no big deal, Sakura. Naruto smiled as he heard Kakashi's words drift up from below. He didn't know either of his parents, and he didn't have a single friend in the village. Sakura also heard these words and looked at Naruto with a little sympathy in her eyes. Naruto pretended not to hear and carried on their conversation. Is that all, Sakura? He asked, his typical grin plastered on his face. Is it true though? Is what true? Naruto replied, pretending he didn't know what he was talking about. That you've never known your parents. She drifted off. Naruto just let out another long sigh before replying. Yeah, but I don't feel bad for it. I can't miss them if never even knew about them. He replied, his happy mask still in place if only just. Kakashi's words came back through the open window. He wants to be respected, that's his dream, and he'll put his life on the line for that in a heartbeat. Another pang of guilt hit Sakura's heart and another crack in Naruto's mask appeared as his mouth twitched. Naruto, she whispered as he closed his eyes, willing the tears to not break free. Before he knew it, Sakura enveloped him in a hug. He felt confused at first but leant his head on her shoulder as he softly whimpered. I'm sorry, Naruto, for everything. It was a bright, sunny morning in Wave Country. There was barely a cloud in the sky and today looked like a good day to get that little bit closer to finishing the bridge. Take care of Naruto for us. Sakura waved back to Tsunami as Squad 7 and Tazuna head towards the bridge. As they walked, Sakura thought back to the night before, to the things she heard drifting through the window when holding Naruto. Sakura let out a small sigh as she remembered holding him close while he cried. Naruto hadn't let out a single tear, but he was as close to crying as Sakura had ever seen him. Screams and yells echoed into the mist as, one by one, men fell as abuses blade skills. Not dead, just unconscious. After all, Gado did have to have people to extort after this. A small brown bird landed on Naruto's window and chirped its morning song. Naruto stirred at the noise before opening his eyes slowly. Wow, I feel drained, he thought. Yay, releasing your emotions will do that to ya. The fox stirred in his mind. Naruto just grunted and rolled over. It took a few seconds for his brain to fully boot up. "Gah!" he yelled out, startling himself as well as the fox. What's going on? Why? The fox jumped to his feet. Unfortunately, his cage was not built for him to jump in. His head struck the ceiling before letting out a roar of pain. "I'm late. I can't believe they forgot to wake me up," Naruto shouted as he scrambled to get his new outfit on. "Calm down, Naruto." The motherly voice of Tsunami slid through the doorway as he passed her and Inari in the lounge. "Your sensei told us to let you rest." Naruto still hurried as he hopped on one foot, putting his last sandal on. "Rest? I'm fine, just need to wake up more is all." Naruto slapped his face a few times before heading off through the door. "See ya." He took off like a rocket into the trees, hoping he could catch up to the team before they reached the bridge. A weird noise came from below. "Oh, man, perfect timing." Naruto yelled sarcastically and hopped down to the ground. Team 7 and Tazuna had reached the end of the bridge only to find all the workers out cold or groaning in pain scattered across the ground. Tazuna quickly rushed over to one of the men, propping his head up. "What happened here?" he asked the man sternly with worry heavy in his voice. It was a monster," the man croaked out before falling into unconsciousness. A thick mist descended around the bridge. Hidden mist jutsu. They all thought as small sounds they made became amplified in the silence it brought. Sasuke was shaking. Sakura couldn't see his face, but she redoubled her efforts, trying to sense Zabuza or any attack he threw in the mist. "Long time no see, Kakashi." Zabuza's voice rang out through the mist. "I see you're still with those brats, and look, one's ready to wet himself." A sinister chuckle reverberated around them moments before several Zabuza clones surrounded the group. "I'm shaking from excitement." Sasuke smirked. "Do it, Sasuke," Kakashi ordered. In a flash of movement, all of the Zabuza clones were reduced to water. "Seems like the brat learned something. Too bad he still can't keep up with Haku." Zabuza laughed as the hunter ninja from before stepped up behind Zabuza, blocking the escape route back down the bridge. "Seems like I was right, he is working with Zabuza," Kakashi said. "Take off your mask, you phony, and show us what you really look like." Sakura yelled as the hunter ninja just remained motionless. "I'll take him," Sasuke said, confidently taking a step forward. "He tricked us and now he's gonna pay for it." Sakura stayed quiet and edged towards Tazuna, making her role clear to the other three. Impressive. Water clones are only 1/10 the strength of the original and he bested them all," Haku stated. Zabuza chuckled. "But we have the advantage. Go." Haku disappeared in a flash. "What?" Sasuke gasped as he readied himself for an attack. The sound of metal on metal rang out as Haku and Sasuke clashed blades, kunai versus senbon. The door and frame caved in as multiple slashes destroyed them. "Are you Tazuna's daughter?" one of the two men asked, sheathing his sword. Tsunami could only look at them with shock on her face. Inari heard the crash from downstairs and hurried to investigate. Rounding the corner into the kitchen, he saw the table upturned and his mum backing away from the two thugs. "Mom," he shouted out as the thugs turned to face him. "Run, Inari. Get away from here," she yelled out at him as he stood frozen in fear. "Should we take him too?" the thug with the eye patch asked the other. "We only need one hostage." The shorter one, with marks like tears from his eyes, replied cruelly. "Should I kill him then?" Eye patch asked, drawing his blade. "Wait," Tsunami shouted. "If you kill that child, I will bite off my tongue and kill myself." The two were slightly stunned at her threat. "You want a hostage, right?" "Heh. Thank your mom, kid," the shorter one mocked. "Damn, I was hoping to slice something to pieces." Eye patch laughed. The two thugs then grabbed Tsunami and hoisted her to her feet. Inari dropped to the ground and hugged his knees. "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm a weak kid so I can't protect you. I don't want to die but I'm afraid." "What a coward." Naruto's voice drifted back to Inari as he remembered all the things the others had told him. Naruto, Kakashi, Tsunami and Kaiza, his dad. Will I also be able to become strong?" "Dad, looking at that pretty skin makes me want to cut it." Eye patch smirked his tears and he had completed their mission. "Wait," a voice behind them called out. "Inari," Tsunami shouted. "It's that kid again." "Get away from my mom," he yelled, charging at them with all his might. "Cut him." "Sure," the two henchmen muttered together. "Inari," Tsunami called out, wishing with all he might that he would turn and leave her. Two swords were joined and slashed through the air at Inari. 3 pieces of wood hit the ground in his place. "What?" the eye patch thug thought as they heard a triumphant voice behind them. "Sorry for being late, Inari." Naruto smiled at the boy, lowering him down to the ground. But the hero always arrives at the last second. Replacement jutsu. The thugs turned to face Naruto, dressed in his new outfit that gave only amplified the dark look he was giving them. "You tried to kill my mission. You'll pay for that," he yelled out, raining shuriken upon them. Backing up, the two struggled to block all the shuriken, some catching them in the knee, others slicing skin, and one made its way between Eye Patch's legs, firmly planted there. Eye Patch went down with a high-pitched squeal as his partner looked on helplessly. A kunai dug into his arm, causing him to drop his sword. Naruto rushed up to him and kicked it away before wheeling round on his other foot and roundhoused the guy in the face, knocking him into the water out cold. Naruto walked up to Eye Patch, who was still clutching his extremities. He grabbed him by the collar and lifted him to his height, which wasn't that much. "Where's Gato?" he yelled in the guy's face. "You're too late, kid." By the time you reach the bridge, all your friends will be dead. This earned him a swift punch to the face. Shut up and tell me what I want to know. Naruto throttled him again. Probably on his way to the bridge to finish off Zabuza and his annoying brat. He smirked. Naruto was at a loss. Why would an employer kill one of his own men? What are you talking about? Naruto asked, now calmer, trying to make sense of the situation. The demon's brat nearly broke his arm. Gato's not gonna stand for. Eye Patch finally passed out from the pain. Tsunami and Inari were locked in a fierce hug. Don't ever do something like that again. Tsunami cried, holding onto Inari as tightly as she could. I'm sorry, Mom. I just didn't want you to get hurt. Inari chalked out over his own sobs. You two better get inside, Naruto called out, using a clone to drag the thug from the water back to the small dock and tie both up. Naruto, why did you come back? How did you know that? Inari started before Naruto interrupted. Using my awesome ninja skills, I managed to find these guys' tracks even while jumping through the trees. I thought they were suspicious due to the slash marks on the trees and everything, so I came to check you were safe. Naruto gave them his signature foxy grin. Besides, I made it just in time to see how strong and brave you've gotten. He laughed, patting Inari on the head. Inari just looked dumbstruck and looked down, tears beginning to form in his eyes. Thanks, Naruto. He yelled out as Naruto covered his ears. Inari, I need these things. You trying to make me deaf or summon? Naruto yelled back. The two just smirked at each other and laughed. Naruto glanced back over to the thugs. I think that's everything taken care of here. I'm going to go help my friends. He said, take care of things here, Inari. You can count on me, Naruto. Before Inari's eyes, Naruto burst into a puff of smoke. I don't want to have to kill you. But you won't stand down, will you? Haku asked as Sasuke and she continued their blade battle, each trying to outmatch the other in strength. To a loser like you, forget it. He smirked. Haku sighed, her mask appearing downcast. Very well, I'll have to take you down then, she said calmly. Haku began forming one-handed seals as Kakashi looked on in shock. One-handed seals? That's impossible, he thought. Hidden jutsu, 1,000 needles of death. Haku finished. The water around Sasuke and Haku rose before hardening into 1,000 ice senbon needles. What the? Sasuke started as Haku released her stance and jumped back, out of the way of the incoming needles. Focus my chakra. To the legs. The tinkle of ice shattering was heard on a massive scale as each senbon crashed into the ground or each other. He's gone, Haku thought quickly before a single shuriken landed in front of her. Jumping back, several more landed before her each time she landed. Too slow, a voice hissed from behind her. Wheeling around, Haku saw Sasuke's kunai aim right for her throat. Reacting fast, Haku brought her arm up to block the blow before realizing the true intent of the attack and ducking as the kunai cut through the air his head was a second ago. A swift kick sent Haku rolling back to Zabuza as Sasuke ended his attack perfectly. Looks like I'm faster. Sasuke smirked, standing upright. You shouldn't underestimate my team, Zabuza. Kakashi called out. Sasuke is the Hidden Leaf's #1 rookie. Sakura is the bright one. As for Naruto, he's the #1 unpredictable ninja in the village. Both Sakura and Sasuke felt proud their teacher recognized their abilities. Dark chuckling could be heard coming from Zabuza before it turned into full-on laughing. It seems we've underestimated them, Haku. At this rate, we won't finish till noon. We can't have that, Haku replied, rising to her feet and putting both hands in a seal Kakashi hadn't seen before. Water rose around Sasuke again, but this time became thicker and taller, almost like hidden jutsu, demonic ice mirrors. Haku then calmly walked into the closest mirror before appearing on all 21. Kakashi realized too late that his student was trapped. Damn it, he charged before Zabuza appeared in front of him. Your opponent is me, he said, blocking his path. Sasuke's yell erupted from the ice mirror's prison as a hail of senbon ravaged his body. Sasuke, Kakashi yelled out, try to pass me and I'll kill these two. Zabuza nodded in Sakura and Tezuna's direction. Sasuke, Sakura cried out as the senbon still tore at his body. I'm sorry, Mr. Tezuna. I'm going to leave you for a second, she told him quietly while he just grunted in response. Sakura pulled a kunai from her pouch and jumped to where she had a clear shot of her teammate. Sasuke, catch, she called out as she hurled the kunai between the ice. It stopped in midair as Haku leant out of her ice mirror to catch it. She just glanced at the kunai and looked directly at Sakura. Haku pulled his wrist back to flick the kunai when a fist connected with his cheek. This knocked Haku clean out of the mirror as Naruto landed with a shining grin on his face. Naruto, Sakura squealed with joy, now back in front of Tezuna. It's you, Haku stammered, returning to her feet, staring Naruto down with a large crack appearing on her mask. You wouldn't be willing to quit while we're ahead, would you? Naruto asked, grinning with one arm back behind his head. Naruto, like that's going to, Sakura began. It was at this time that the group discovered Naruto's new look. Kakashi actually raised an eyebrow. No one had ever seen Naruto in anything but orange, unless you caught him in his nightwear. Like my new look, Kakashi-sensei. I think it makes me look like a proper ninja, Naruto called out, not taking his eyes off Haku for a second. Now's not the time, Naruto, we have a mission to complete. Kakashi shouted back in his usual, droll voice now that Sasuke had been saved. You're so mean, Kakashi-sensei. Hey Sakura, what do you think? he asked, flexing his bicep. Sakura was speechless and just looked away, blushing lightly. This boy, he really does live up to his title. Haku thought. If you removed her mask you would see a blush also covering her cheeks. Too bad he must be removed. Haku disappeared and reappeared in front of Naruto. Damn, he thought loudly as he was kicked in the gut, sending him into the ice mirror ring, landing on top of Sasuke's body. Naruto, Kakashi yelled as Haku once again melted into the ice mirrors. Get off me, murmured a tired Sasuke, giving Naruto a shove off his leg. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto asked, jumping up lifting Sasuke to his feet. I'm fine, nothing I can. Can't handle. He panted, removing several senbon from joint areas. Did you figure out how to beat him yet? Naruto asked, watching as the mirrors were filled with clones of Haku. If I did, would I still be in here? Sasuke yelled. He's right though. If we can't figure out a way out of these ice mirrors then we're finished. He thought. Wait, ice mirrors. Naruto, cover me. Sasuke ordered as Naruto instantly formed 8 clones of himself, surrounding both Sasuke and himself. Sasuke punched through the one blocking his vision. What the hell was that for Sasuke? Naruto yelled as the clone's short memories returned to him. Sasuke shrugged off Naruto's yells as he performed the hand signs for Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. He yelled out and blew a huge ball of fire at one of the mirrors, engulfing it in flames. Whoa, all the Naruto muttered as they stood there stunned. Sasuke let up on the fireball to reveal the ice mirror still intact. Only the outer frost had been melted, leaving the rest clear and flat. Such a low-level jutsu can't possibly destroy these mirrors, Haku stated, emotionless before restarting his technique, raining senbon down on both boys, destroying all of Naruto's clones. That's it, Naruto shouted, his now red, slitted eyes piercing through the slight mist, shadow clone jutsu. Over 30 Naruto poofed into existence and jumped at the mirrors. Some on their own, others double-teamed. All were useless. Another barrage of senbon quickly saw them off while the real Naruto and Sasuke stuck back to back in the center. Trying to follow or catch me is impossible. You should just give up. Haku said, this jutsu uses the mirror's reflection to transport me. From my point of view, you're moving in slow motion. A bloodline, Kakashi murmured before raising his headband. I'll just need to even the playing field. The Sharingan again. Don't you have any other tricks, Kakashi? Zabuza chuckled. Bloodline or not, I still have to fulfill my dream and become Hokage. Naruto shouted triumphantly. Dreams, Haku muttered before thinking back to the first meeting with Zabuza. Give it a rest, everyone knows about your dream. A voice in Naruto's head stirred. Hyubai, why the hell are you just waking up now? Naruto shouted in his mind. Do you have to be so loud? I'm up because it's the middle of a battle and all that's on your stomach's mind is food. Yay, well it's still the middle of a battle so either help out or keep quiet. Zabuza leapt at Kakashi, blade raised while Kakashi's Sharingan helped him dodge and strike Zabuza across the chest. That's some right hook Kakashi. Zabuza croaked out, almost winded. Sakura tightened her grip on her kunai as the two Jonin began their battle. Even if you best me, you won't best Haku. Even your great Sharingan can't copy his jutsu and you'll fall just like your brats will. Zabuza swung his leg round into a kick. Kakashi blocked, pushing him back a few feet. I've taught him everything I know. He kicked again, Kakashi jumping up as Zabuza unsheathed his sword, bringing it down overhead to slice Kakashi in two. Water hit the ground as Kakashi reappeared behind Zabuza. Just try not to get hit. He'll run out of chakra eventually, Sasuke ordered, raising his kunai with Naruto mimicking. Another volley of senbon flew towards the two as they did. They ducked, dodged, and blocked as many senbon as they could while others found unprotected points and struck hard. Naruto was running on pure instinct and reflexes. Even with his new eyes, he couldn't keep up with Haku's speed. Sasuke, however, kept catching glimpses of the masked ninja, trying to learn the attack pattern. I'm sorry, it's time to finish this. Haku's voice drifted from one of the many mirrors. Come on Sasuke, you can do this. Concentrate. Now, Sasuke urged himself to move and yanked Naruto out of the flight path of several senbon. Thanks Sasuke, I thought I was a goner there. He grinned. No problem. Sasuke turned to look at Naruto, an incomplete Sharingan whirling in his eyes. Dope. He has a Sharingan too. Naruto half-assed himself as it was obvious he did. Stand back Naruto. I'll finish him off. Sasuke smirked as he stepped forward, back into the center of the mirrors. I don't have time to play with you anymore, my chakra is at its limit. Haku stated. As I said, it's time to finish this. She then shot up, into the topmost mirror blocking access or exit from the sky, hurling senbon down. Sasuke was faster, he blocked many senbon but all he could do was defend. Haku had him pinned down. My turn, Naruto shouted, forming hand signs. Keep him distracted Sasuke, I'll get us out of here. Hidden Jutsu, Fox's Claw. A large amount of chakra gathered at Naruto's right palm before extending along the back of his hands, along his fingers and beyond. The chakra became visible as blood-red claws extending from Naruto's wrist. Naruto smirked and charged at the ice mirror leading to where Kakashi and Zabuza's battle was taking place. Kakashi and Zabuza both felt the raw power from this technique as diagonal cuts appeared in an ice mirror before each layer sliding away as Naruto burst through. No way, that's impossible, both Haku and Zabuza thought. Sasuke, this way, Naruto called out. Haku's moment of hesitation was all Sasuke needed to escape and followed Naruto out of the opening he created. Naruto, claw still shining bright red, ran around the mirrors, giving a powerful slash to each one before they cracked and smashed on the ground. Haku was dodging but running out of places to hide. The entire bottom layer of mirrors was gone and the top were being taken out too. Naruto smashed his 20th mirror before jumping straight up over the last one, which acted as the ceiling of the dome for the most part of their battle. This is it, Haku thought as she braced herself to be impaled through the chest with that menacing claw. The loud crunching of ice on concrete was heard as Naruto released his technique and had punched clean through the final mirror, causing his fist to drive Haku into the ground. Panting heavily, Naruto stood up over his opponent and called out to Sasuke. "Sasuke, help Kakashi-sensei. I've got this one." Sasuke complied but was cursing himself on the inside for not being able to copy that jutsu. "Damn it, I missed my chance. I know my Sharingan can copy jutsu, but why couldn't I take the Doge's most powerful?" he thought as he ran over to aid Kakashi while Sakura was cheering for both her teammates. Naruto knelt down and took out some wire from his back pocket, restraining Haku's hands and feet, making note to tie the fingers up as well as the wrists. "Go ahead," a soft voice came from below him. "Huh," was all he replied. "Finish me off. I am of no use anymore. My life's purpose is at an end," Haku told Naruto as his mask cracked completely, shattering beneath him. "No," he stated, not having seen who Haku really was, "you also have someone precious you want to protect." Haku gasped. Did he really know who he was all along? "That day in the forest, you told me that when you fight to protect someone you become truly strong." Haku shifted his body weight to turn and face Naruto, who had a hard look on his face. "Me and you both fight to protect people precious to us, and I won't take you from them or let them be taken from you," he stated, his hard looks changing into kinder, smoother ones as he looked deep into his eyes. "I promise." Haku blushed at this, but it quickly left as Naruto lifted him to his feet and held a kunai to Haku's neck. "Zabuza," he called out. The mist ninja turned after blocking an attack from Kakashi to see Haku hostage mere inches from death. One slip of a kunai and his life was gone. "Either listen to my offer or your partner dies," Naruto shouted again. Zabuza looked fiercely at Naruto. Bloodlust was pouring from him and all was directed at Naruto. Sasuke could feel it radiating and backed off, standing just between and to the right of Zabuza and Naruto to intercept any counterattack. "Like you have the guts, kid," Zabuza shouted back. "Kyuubi, do you mind?" Naruto thought. Finally, playtime. The Kyuubi shrieked with happiness as its bloodlust flowed through Naruto at Zabuza. "This bloodlust, I've never felt anything so pure, so evil," Zabuza thought as he withdrew his own. "Speak, kid, do you want to die?" Naruto asked simply. Zabuza scoffed at the ridiculous question. "Of course not. That's why I have to take the bridge builder out," he yelled back. "You have two options, Zabuza. 1, you lay down your weapon and we will take you into custody. Or 2, you continue to fight and not only will you die, but Haku here will die in the best case scenario for you. Even if you kill all of us," Naruto said. "What do you mean, brat?" Zabuza shouted, confused. "Even if he killed all of them, both he and Haku would die. Gato and his army of thugs are on their way here to kill you as soon as you finish your job." "Heh, you're bluffing. Gato wouldn't do something as stupid as that." Zabuza chuckled. "Would he?" Naruto asked and nodded at something behind Zabuza. Toward the end of the bridge, several hundred thugs had gathered with the greedy little businessman in front of the mob, hands resting on his cane with his left heavily bandaged. "That yellow-haired brat got it right, Zabuza, you worthless ninja shit." Gato smirked. "I had no intention of paying you. In fact, I was going to hand you over to the Mist Ninja. I'm sure they would have been happy to see you. As for your little friend, I'm sure the boys could have thought up a suitable punishment for him." Zabuza felt his blood boiling by itself. After today, if he lived, he would have to go on the run again if he wanted to be free. "Since we are no longer enemies, I would be honored to fight by your side, Haku, to protect those precious to us." Naruto murmured in his ear, holding the kunai to the knot keeping the hand bindings in place. "You would let us go free after we are finished?" Haku asked, another slight blush appearing from the proximity of Naruto's lips to her ear. "Yes," Naruto replied. "Very well." The knot in the arm and leg bindings were cut in an instant as Haku stood beside Naruto in the middle of the bridge, daring the thugs to attack them. Both Zabuza and Kakashi were both surprised at this action. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Naruto yelled out as the two-man line he and Haku had formed became a 100-man line, 99 Naruto and 1 Haku. The thugs looked a bit shaky as Gato took a step back. "One condition." Haku spoke. "Name it," Naruto replied. "Gato's mine." "Naruto, don't do anything, Raz." Kakashi didn't speak fast enough. A cry of charge was heard as the Naruto army charged at the thugs. Gato retreated into the crowd and made his way back as Naruto after Naruto were hot on his heels. Zabuza looked at Kakashi as he facepalmed, muttering something about hyperactive blondes. "Kakashi, the kid's got the right idea." He nodded his head towards the now small riot. "You want to join in? I think I'll sit this one out." Kakashi smiled, covering his Sharingan back over. Zabuza hoisted his sword back over his shoulder, muttering, "Suit yourself," and rushed into the battle, jumping over several Naruto battles before taking on several thugs at once. "Kakashi-sensei, will Naruto be okay? He's fighting with the enemy against all those thugs," Sakura asked, regaining her role in the battle. Knowing Naruto, everything will go some way we won't expect," Kakashi replied. Gato had now emerged from the crowd and hit the end of the bridge. His boat was just down below. If he could just make it. "Stop right there," a voice called behind him. Knowing the voice, he turned round to face the very unhappy blonde. "You should know better than to piss off a woman," he said before a green and orange blur shot up from the crowd. A fierce look was plastered over Haku's face as several senbon found their way into Gato's arms, legs, and feet, rendering him motionless. Haku landed in front of Naruto as a quick flash of metal passed in front of Gato's face before his head separated from his body, tumbling into the water below. Haku remained in the same finishing position for several moments before crumbling to her knees. Naruto spawned some shadow clones to keep guard as he kicked Gato's body off the edge of the bridge before sitting down beside her, taking her head onto his shoulder and holding her tight, the same way Sakura did to him not 24 hours ago. All the remaining thugs had been taken out by Naruto's last few clones and Zabuza, who got the last kill before the blondes disappeared in a puff of smoke. Zabuza looked around for Haku and saw her nestled into Naruto's chest with a large bloody stain at the edge of the bridge. "First kill," he muttered before sitting down on the side of the bridge. Kakashi decided to find out what was going on between the three of them. Instead of risking his neck with an angry Zabuza, he sent a shadow clone to investigate. It made its way up to Zabuza before speaking. "All right, Zabuza, you have no more employer and no more reason to fight us. Are you going to come quietly?" Zabuza looked up. "That's not going to happen." The voice wasn't Zabuza's cold, harsh one but one of Naruto's shadow clones. "In exchange for Haku's help, I promised her that they would go free. I never go back on my word, Kakashi-sensei, even if I have to fight you to make it happen." Both Zabuza and Kakashi's eyes widened at this piece of information. "Naruto, you know the rules about missing ninja," Kakashi reprimanded before Naruto cut in again. "But they aren't bad ninja. Sure, they fought against us, but that was so they could survive. Being constantly on the run from real tracker ninjas would make anyone bargain for a way out." Naruto explained. "I may be the demon hidden in the mist, Kakashi, but I am not heartless. I know when something is done for the right and wrong reasons. Your student here talked some sense into me the only way I would listen before Gato showed up. Good thing he did too, else me and Haku might be sleeping with the fishes. Fine, do as you wish, but know that sooner or later they will catch up to you, and they won't be as kind as us Konoha ninja," Kakashi said before exploding in a puff of smoke. Zabuza, Haku, and Naruto just remained silent for a while as Haku let out a small sob every now and then. "Geez, I didn't cry at all when I made my first kill. What are you, a woman or something, Haku?" Zabuza called out in a mocking yet teasing tone. "Zabuza, you know that's true," Naruto retorted for Haku. "Hey, Haku's a girl, you know that." Naruto laughed back before he went deathly silent. "Don't you?" Haku had been very scrawny as a child after her parents' deaths from looking for food in bins and barely getting enough sustenance. When Zabuza had found her, her voice hurt so much from thirst she sounded more like a guy. Zabuza had assumed this was her normal voice and accepted the fact that she sounded a little like a girl afterward. As Haku stayed with Zabuza, she'd noticed he treated her like a guy. Hell, he'd even given her the male version of the birds and the bees talk. That was weird. Haku didn't want to insult Zabuza by telling him he'd been wrong all this time, so she'd taken to holding back her chest with bandages. As for the other female stuff, it wasn't worth thinking about at this point. All this suddenly dawned on Zabuza as he sat there, totally unsure of the world around him now. The awkward silence hung in the air before Naruto noticed a light snoring on his chest. Haku had fallen asleep. "Hey, she seems to feel quite safe with you, boy," Zabuza chuckled, accepting the new Haku faster than Naruto thought he would. "Appears so. What will you two do now?" he asked, lifting Haku and laying her in Zabuza's arms. "First, we're going to collect our pay for killing Gato by raiding his hideout. Then continue running, I guess," he replied, a little downhearted at the last part. "Well, if you're ever near the Leaf Village, look me up. I'll gladly spar with you next time, Haku too." He smiled before taking off down the bridge as villagers began coming to clear up the mess. Zabuza looked down at Haku's sleeping form up and glanced back at Naruto. "We just might take you up on that offer, kid," he muttered before jumping away as the villagers reached the unconscious and dead thugs. Time passed quickly over the next week for Team 7. Workers returned to the bridge, and on Naruto's days to guard Tezuna from any more threats, his shadow clones made excellent support workers. All three Genin could now run from the bottom of the tree to the top and down again without faltering. After a further week of training and guarding, the bridge was finally finished and Team 7 were leaving, their mission complete. Half the town, including Tsunami, Tezuna, and Inari, had turned up to see the ninja off. "Thanks to you guys, we managed to complete the bridge," Tezuna announced. "I think it was the right thing to do," said Naruto as he grinned back to the crowd. "It is our duty as ninja to assist those in need," Kakashi stated. "Don't worry about paying us now. We'll send you a bill." I smiled. Tezuna chuckled. "It's not going to be the same around here without you guys. Promise you'll come back and visit?" Inari asked. "Only if you promise to keep getting stronger, you little squirt." Naruto held out his fist. "Promise." Inari grinned and bumped fists with him. Kakashi looked over the group and decided they were all ready to head back. "Well, we'd best be off. Team 7, move." "Wait." People turned and parted as an old man hurried as fast as he could through the crowd, a brown package tied with string clutched in one hand. It's you, the guy from the clothes shop. Naruto was surprised. He knew the man had done as he'd asked and spent the money helping everyone who needed it. The man slowed down and walked up to Naruto. Here, he presented Naruto with the package. A little thank you from the people here at Wave. It's not much, but we are thankful for your assistance. Thanks, old man. Naruto smiled and put it in his pack. The old man stepped back into the crowd as Kakashi tried once again to leave the country. Team 7, let's go. Bye everyone, we'll come back soon. Sakura waved back to the people. Sasuke was as silent as ever as they crossed the finished bridge. Oh yay, we haven't named the bridge yet. A villager thought out loud. I have the perfect name for the bridge. Tazuna began, grinned at the sight of the savior of Wave Country, the great Naruto Bridge. Two dark figures watched from afar as Team 7 made their way across the bridge. That boy has much potential, don't you think, Haku? Yes, he knows true strength and he'll only get stronger, Zabuza. Team 7 reached the end of the bridge and disappeared amongst the trees. We better be going, Haku, ladies first. Zabuza chuckled. Don't make fun, Zabuza. This lady can still take you down if you get too cocky. Haku replied, a dark look in her eye. I know. Zabuza leaped back into the forest. Haku took one last look at the end of the bridge where Team 7 disappeared. Till next time, Naruto. Naruto sneezed. Someone must be thinking of you, Naruto. Kakashi smiled. While I am the hero of Wave, obviously someone is thinking of me. I wonder if she's pretty. Naruto pondered. Don't get ahead of yourself, Dobe. We all helped. Besides, what girl would want you? Sasuke smirked. Naruto gave Sasuke a cold look. Sasuke cut it out. Naruto turned to see Sakura as the source of the scolding. All three boys looked surprised. If it wasn't for Naruto's new jutsu, you might not have made it out of those mirrors. Sasuke gaped at Sakura as though she was crazy before he returned to brooding. Thanks, Sakura. Naruto stuttered. Sakura just gave him a kind smile before they turned and walked on. Well, that was weird, Kakashi stated, following his students. It was nearly noon and the group had just passed the battle site of their first run-in with Zabuza when they decided to take a break. So Naruto, what did that old man give you? Sakura asked, taking a bite out of one of her rice balls. Oh yay. Naruto remembered, taking the brown package out of his pack and pulled the strings till the packaging fell away. Inside there was 5 more of his new outfits, minus the sandals, in a small envelope. Sakura took this opportunity to check Naruto's new look out, another small blush forming on her face. Naruto smiled, picked up and opened the envelope. Inside was a letter from the shopkeeper and a picture of what looked like Wave Country in its prime. He began reading the letter. Dear Naruto, once again, we can't thank you enough for the help you have given Wave. As a thanks for all your hard work, here is a small token of my gratitude. The picture was taken 2 months before Gato arrived, when Wave still had business. Hopefully, with the completion of the bridge, you will have helped Wave begin to return to its former glory. Yours, Kuromo. Naruto smiled at the letter and passed it to Sakura as he admired the picture. HMPH, still be a dope to me whatever you wear. Sasuke muttered, finishing his own lunch and pulling his pack back on. Finish up, Naruto, we still have half a day's walk left. Kakashi's droll voice came from above them. The group packed up and begun the final stretch home. The gates appeared on the horizon as they drew closer to Konoha. Finally, home. Naruto pumped his fist in the air and ran ahead. Race you back, he called out before the dust he kicked up consumed his form. That Naruto, always full of energy, Kakashi thought as they walked on. Naruto Uzumaki, reporting back from a mission. Naruto shouted at the sleeping Chunin. Whoa. He promptly fell off his chair. You alright, man? Naruto looked over counter. A demonic aura began coming from the Chunin. Naruto, can't you tell I was sleeping? He yelled back at Naruto. Naruto just flashed his foxy grin and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, Kotsu, but still, you shouldn't be sleeping on the job in the first place. What happened? I heard shouting. Another Chunin ran up to the guard hut. Hey, Izumo, I just caught Kotsu sleeping on the job is all. Naruto grinned. I wasn't sleeping, I was resting my eyes. Kotsu defended. Yeah, right. You admitted it a minute ago. Where's your team anyway, Naruto? Izumo asked. Oh, they're behind me. I just wanted to grab some ramen before we have to see the old man. Izumo and Kotsu chuckled. Go ahead, Naruto, we'll tell your team where you are. Thanks, guys. With that, Naruto ran off again towards his favorite eatery. 1 bowl of miso ramen, please. A large boy called out. And 1 beef for me. A bored voice asked as they sat down at Ikaraku's, laying down a few notes. Coming right up. A cheerful IM responded as she and her dad began cooking. You haven't seen Naruto, have you? Chuchai asked while stirring the noodles. No, he's still out on his C-rank mission. The bored boy replied, leaning on his arm. He's been gone a while, I'm starting to lose profits. Chuchai chuckled. Did you really miss me that much, old man? A loud voice shouted from behind him. Naruto, good to see you back. Chuchai smiled as Naruto plopped onto a stool next to the bored Nara boy. Hey Shikamaru, hey Choji, how have you guys been? Naruto asked, taking out his wallet. 1 miso ramen, please. Naruto cut himself off. He'd forgotten he donated all his money to help the people of Wave. Chuchai saw his empty froggy. Don't worry, Naruto, this one's on the house for the success of your first C-rank mission. Actually, it was more like a B rank or a rank. Naruto grinned back, hoping to get more ramen out of it. Why? What happened, Naruto? Choji asked. Well, our client needed protection from an evil gangster called Gato. He'd hired a missing ninja by the name of Zabuza Mamachi, who had this massive sword. Shikamaru's eyes widened at this piece of information. One of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He asked, shocked. Yay, he even knew that hidden mist jutsu. Naruto began retelling his adventure, telling them that Zabuza escaped instead of Naruto agreeing to let them go while they ate their ramen. Just when the boys had finished. Enjoying yourself, Naruto? Another bored voice sent chills down his spine. Hey Kakashi-sensei. Man, you're really slow. Naruto chuckled as he hopped off his stool. Thanks for the ramen, old man. See you around, guys. Naruto and Kakashi began walking the path to the Hokage Tower where Sasuke and Sakura were waiting for them. It was indeed a rank mission and the team had been paid accordingly. Naruto was planning on going shopping while Sasuke and Sakura just went home. Gather your energy for tomorrow, kid. You won't be able to move after your training. The rough growl of Kyuubi came from the back of his head. More training. Awesome. Naruto thought as headed to the shops. What are you gonna teach me this time, Fox? Geez, does surprise mean nothing to you? Be patient, brat. Oh, come on. It's not like I won't find out later, or do you want another look in my closet? Naruto chuckled. Anything but the closet. The fox yelled. Fine, I'll teach you everything I know about weapons. First things first, get yourself something better than a kunai. Yo, Naruto. A voice snapped him out of his conversation with the fox. Oh, Kiba, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. Tenten's shop has got a sale on. You should go check it out and resupply. Tenten. Yay, that weapons girl a year ahead of us. She owns a whole shop full of weapons. Kiba explained. Akamaru chipped in with a small yip. Sounds good, thanks Kiba. Naruto said and hurried on. Well, that was convenient. The Kyuubi thought, settling back down in Naruto's mind. Small chimes rang as the door hit them when Naruto entered the shop. Good afternoon, how may I? A girl dressed in a pink top, blue pants and bunned, brown hair started before seeing who her customer was. Naruto was still in his new outfit. It was not like his old jumpsuit. It hugged his body more, showing off his muscles. Hi, Tenten, isn't it? Naruto smiled, catching her eyeing him up. Yes, that's me. Were you looking for something? She asked, hiding a small blush as she checked a few kunai. Kiba told me you had a sale on. Oh, yes, it's on everything you see here. She smiled, looking at some of the more precious and expensive things. Naruto decided to look around for a bit till he came to a glistening short sword. The fox growled his approval of the blade in his mind. How much is this one? Naruto asked as he admired the blade. It's 15,000 ryo, but I don't think I should let you spend that much though, Naruto. It's no problem. Me and my team just got back from a rank mission. And a rank? Genin shouldn't be put on a rank missions, Tenten stated. Well, it was a C rank, but we ran into Zabuza. Naruto smiled, again proud of his defeat and befriending of the missing nin and his assistant. Zabuza Mamachi, Tenten asked, clearly knowing the famous swordsman. How did you survive? He's one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Did you get his blade? Oh, can I see it? Tenten began playing 20 questions with Naruto as he causally brushed them off. Yay, it looks like a huge butcher's knife with a circle cut out in the middle and half a circle cut out on the blade side. Naruto explained. The decapitating carving knife. Tenten finished. Is that what it's called? It just looked like a butcher's knife to me. Naruto chuckled. Wow, so what happened? Is he dead? Did your team get it? Tenten asked. Naruto thought for a moment it was best to tell her the same story he'd told the others, that Zabuza had escaped. Damn, you got me all excited, Naruto. Tenten sulked playfully while she sheathed the sword on display and told it up on the register. You never know, either of us could run into him again. Naruto chuckled, taking his sword. One can only hope so, she replied dreamily. So that'll be 14,000 ryo, please. I thought it was 15. Naruto asked, confused. I gave you a little discount for the information. Tenten winked. Do you even know how to wield one of those? Naruto looked like he was having a little difficulty strapping it on. I'll get the hang of it, he replied before clicking the strap into place over his right shoulder and the sword clattering to the floor. Damn it, Tenten sighed. Look, come round sometime and I'll give you some training when you decide to learn properly. You'll at least make for some good target practice for my own skills. Fine. If I have trouble, I'll come to you for help, promise. He grinned, slotting the sword back into its sheath. Naruto handed the cash over as he left the store, waving back to Tenten. Why did you tell me to get this one? Naruto thought to the fox. Short swords are best for a ninja. They are easily carried, easily hidden, and can be drawn faster than you can move. Kyuubi growled to him. What about your knowledge about weapons? You're a fox, you have claws. Insolent fool. You think after years of roaming the lands I couldn't, I don't know, change my form and move among you humans? The fox yelled in anger. You can do the transformation jutsu. Naruto asked. Of course I can, unlike someone I know who has trouble with making a simple clone. Kyuubi smirked. That was a low blow. Naruto thought back, mocking hurt. HMPH, serves you right for underestimating me. The fox trailed off as Naruto arrived at the corner before the grocery store. Naruto put his hands together, performing the dog, boar and tiger seals and focusing his chakra. Transform. He muttered as his image became that of Iruka's. HMPH, seems like you finally managed to do even that in the end. The fox grunted in approval before curling up to sleep. Lazy fox, Naruto thought as he entered the shop. He emerged 20 minutes later with a few bags of shopping that would last him a week. He walked to the end of the street before ending the transformation. Shino had watched him leave the store. He considered the actions before heading home. Naruto made it back to his apartment before nightfall. He dragged his shopping upstairs, making it to his floor. He arrived at his front door only to see the words, "Leave Demon," painted over the door and wall in dark red paint. Naruto just sighed and opened the door, dropping his shopping and backpack on the sofa and putting what needed cooling away in the fridge or freezer. It was barely 8 o'clock before Naruto slumped into bed, removing his new sword. Unusually tired from the day's journey and shopping. "Rise and shine, sleepyhead," the Kyuubi yelled like a badly timed alarm clock. What is it? Why? Naruto yelled, instantly sitting upright. "Time to train, kid." Kyuubi smirked in his mind. Naruto, barely opening his eyes, glanced at the alarm clock. "It's 4 in the morning." Naruto complained before laying down to sleep. "I don't have a snooze button, get up now." Kyuubi roared and Naruto wearily got out of bed. Fine, just give me a minute," Naruto muttered. A little revenge was in order. Doors slid open. "Gah, burn it with fire," the fox shouted out as Naruto, once again, subjected him to see the sea of orange that was Naruto's closet. "Revenge for getting me up this early, fox. Now why do I have to get up this early?" Naruto thought as he took care of business. Early to sleep, early to rise, and all that human mumbo-jumbo. The fox chuckled. Yay, Naruto thought before grabbing a fresh outfit from his pack, his sword, and headed out the door. He turned to lock the door only to discover the paint was gone. Drips of water still ran down the wall where the paint was thickest. Naruto shrugged it off as someone just not wanting to get caught removing their handiwork and left the building. He arrived at Team 7's training ground half an hour later. The sun still hadn't risen yet as Naruto began his warm-up stretches near the 3 familiar training posts. "All right, Fox, we're here, now hurry up so I can go back to bed." "That's no way to talk to your mentor." The fox smirked. Naruto sat down and crossed his legs and with his back resting on the middle stump as he appeared within his mindscape. "A light, kid, brace yourself," the fox warned as his knowledge of Kenjutsu flowed into Naruto's mind. "Well, are you gonna do it or what?" Naruto asked as the fox looked at him confused. "I have, though why aren't you on the ground clutching your head in pain the way I like to see you?" Naruto scanned his memory and found he could recall all the information he had on Kenjutsu he knew wasn't there before. "I dunno, maybe I'm just used to it," Naruto said. "It's not like anything's changed." The fox thought as he remembered Naruto wasn't in his mindscape previously. "It appears the only difference is you being here. Well, at least now I won't get any more of those headaches." "Damn, why did I tell you that?" The fox scolded himself. Naruto laughed as he left his mindscape. He rose, removed his jacket and drew his blade. It was about 2 feet in length. The handguard was steel-painted gold while the handle was a dark brown leather grip. Thinking back on a sword formation, he tried to copy the style he saw on the inside. The only problem was him failing miserably. The fox was roaring with laughter in his head as he dropped his sword yet again. "I know how to do it now, but what am I doing wrong?" Naruto asked as he stuck his sword in the ground. "Can't you figure it out? It's the same as regular jutsu. It's a combination of body and mind energy. You have the knowledge, but your body doesn't know how to move correctly." He laughed again. "Damn it, how could I not remember that?" Naruto scuffed the ground in frustration. "If I were you, I'd take up those lessons that sexy ninja offered to you." Pervy fox, Naruto thought angrily as he accepted that he would need help. The total morning was not a waste though. He decided that now he was up, he may as well practice his other techniques. He spent the morning training his chakra control when summoning shadow clones, trying to use the least amount possible for a large number of clones. About 100 of the clones he created were not dispelled every few seconds from lack of sustainable chakra. Those that didn't dispel, he had practiced the fox's claw jutsu until they disappeared. By lunch, Naruto could summon around 1,000 clones with little effort and could nearly use the fox's claw in both hands at once. It took more concentration than he thought to maintain 2 hands at once. Looking up at the sun, he thought it was about time for lunch. Wiping his brow as he dispelled the clones, he put his jacket back on, over his black shirt, and making his way into town. A small white-eyed Hyuga stepped out from behind a tree, a blush featuring heavily on her face. Naruto. After stopping at Ikaraku's for lunch, Naruto made his way back to Tenten's store. The chimes rang out again as Naruto entered. "Hey Naruto, come to admit you need training." Tenten joked as she spotted him. "Yes, actually," Naruto replied sheepishly. "I can see all the forms in my head but I can't perform them right." "Done your research, eh?" She giggled. "Come on, I'll show you where I learned how to wield a sword." She walked halfway up the stairs before gesturing him to follow. "Go on kid, you know you want to." The fox chuckled as Naruto followed Tenten upstairs anyway. "Give it a rest, would ya?" He thought back. Tenten led him into a room next to the staircase. It easily covered most of the upper floor. Inside the room were several wooden training dummies full of dents from hard training, targets propped all around in random places, and what Naruto assumed was a board breaker which had a very thick piece of iron on it. Tenten removed a scroll from her side and unsealed a short sword within. It was similar to Naruto's except it had a small pink heart in the center of the hand guard. "When I'm through with you, you'll be able to do this." She smirked and brought her short sword down through the block of iron, slicing it in two. "Whoa, cool," Naruto exclaimed, excited to begin. Now to start, you'll need this. Tenten gestured, holding out a small, bamboo training stick. This is a bakken, a training sword. Why? What do I need this for? I already have a sword, Naruto asked, reaching for his own blade. With her hands on her hips, Tenten gave him a stern glare. I won't have you putting holes in my walls because you don't know how to move properly. Not to mention you're going to fall plenty while we get your stances and movement correct. Watch. Tenten quickly grabbed a duplicate training blade before gracefully weaving through some movements and stances before ending with a strong strike at the air. Try that, she challenged, gesturing toward the open floor to Naruto. It only took him a few steps before his heel painfully connected with his ankle and Naruto tumbled to the floor off balance. With the patience of one who'd been through the same experience before, Tenten reached down and helped her new apprentice to his feet. Trust Tenten-sensei. She smiled. I've done this before and thought I knew it all too. Hard work and repetition is the only way your body will catch up to your mind. She finished, tapping Naruto on the head. Okay, Tenten-sensei, I get it. Naruto smirked, properly put in his place but still eager to learn what she could teach. Great. Now, the first stance I want you to learn is. Naruto had spent the remaining portion of the day practicing his footwork and positioning upstairs while Tenten flitted between the shop and her protege. Getting a workout whilst working was exhausting. Night began to fall as Tenten closed up shop while Naruto looked like he could collapse down the stairs. Tenten giggled at Naruto's expression as he slowly wandered his way to the door, his legs feeling like jelly. Thanks again for the training, Tenten-sensei. When should I come round next? Naruto asked politely as he opened the door. Well, it's not long till the Chunin exam, so I'm going to be pretty busy. Tenten started as Naruto looked a little crestfallen. But I'm sure I can make some time for you, she replied sweetly. Naruto flashed her his best foxy grin. So tomorrow? He asked, hopefully. Sure, just don't expect me to be up early, Tenten said and gave him a little push on his chest, shifting him out onto the street. You go get some rest too, before locking the door and turning the open sign to closed. Naruto walked home with a spring in his step that night, eager to continue his Kenjutsu lessons. Elsewhere, red eyes pierced the darkness as the Uchiha continued his Taijutsu training, banging sounds heard every second. I must get stronger, echoed in a loop in his mind. The hoot of a nearby owl was heard as the moon rose and Sasuke's grunts only increased as his hands became bloodier. He finally collapsed, out of breath and out of energy, wrapped around what remained of a splintered log and falling asleep. Dreams of a young Uchiha and Uzumaki plagued Sakura's mind as she dreamt the night away, mumbles of their names emerging from her mouth every now and then. Time passed quickly for the genin in Konoha. Naruto worked hard to physically train his sword skills. Sasuke kept his training secret for the most part while Sakura realized she was now the dead last in the group and decided to do something about it. About 2 weeks later and Team 7 had finished another boring D-rank mission. How come we still have to do these stupid missions, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto seethed. Kakashi just sighed, looking up from his ever-present Ika-Ika paradise. That C turn to rank was an exception. You still don't have the teamwork or rank required to go out on C-rank mission. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, we've all trained really hard, I know we can do better. Naruto pleaded as both Sakura and Sasuke agreed with him, if only in their minds. A hawk flew overhead, squawking, and Kakashi glanced at it. Well, I've got to go give my mission report, he said quickly before disappearing in a puff of smoke. A small box-shaped rock shuffled its way closer to the group. Oh man, Kakashi-sensei never gives us a challenge, Naruto complained and sat down on the box, smirking. Sasuke just scoffed and began to walk away. Where are you going, Sasuke? Sakura turned to him as he muttered back. Training. Sakura just gave his back a sympathetic look before she groaned, missing out on more time with Sasuke due to his secret training. However hard she looked, she could never find him. A loud thump was heard as she turned to see an overturned, badly painted rock, Naruto sitting up rubbing his backside and 3 academy students, each with the same green goggles Naruto used to wear on their foreheads. Naruto just grinned at them. Konohamaru led the group with his long blue scarf flowing behind him as usual. Udon, the other boy, wearing glasses and had a bored expression on his face while Mogi, the only girl of the trio, had her bright orange hair up in twin ponytails, giving Naruto a look of admiration. So you found us, eh boss? Konohamaru called out, pointing a finger at Naruto. He just chuckled. You weren't hard to spot. Come on, Naruto, you said you'd show us your awesome new sword moves today. Mogi spoke up, glancing from Naruto to his sword and back again. Naruto actually knows how to use that thing. Sakura thought. Oh yay, I did, didn't I? Naruto recalled. Go on, I'll meet you at Team 7's training ground. The 3 academy students ran ahead around the fence while Naruto turned to face Sakura. You want to come too, Sakura? He asked politely. Sakura did want to see how good Naruto was, but she also wanted to go find Sasuke. A cry pierced the air coming from the direction that Konohamaru core. Ren, ninja instincts kicking in, both Naruto and Sakura hurried to investigate. They found Konohamaru held by the scarf a few feet in the air by a black-clothed ninja with a wrapped, person-shaped object on his back and purple face paint. The girl with a large black fan on her back stood next to him, her blonde hair in 4 ponytails, lavender top and shorts tied with a red sash and mesh underneath. Hey, let him go, Naruto shouted, running up to a scared Udon and Mogi. Drop him, Kankuro, he's just a kid. The blonde scolded as the boy named Kankuro just chuckled. Don't worry, Temari, I'm only gonna pay this brat back for running into me. He raised a fist to punch Konohamaru. Naruto quickly formed a single shadow clone. Kankuro's fist shot forward, smashing the blonde boy in the face before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Both Kankuro and Temari stared in confusion as Naruto held a shocked Konohamaru. Don't ever lay a finger on him again or you'll regret it, Naruto whispered rather darkly, loud enough for everyone to hear. Sakura was awestruck. She felt her old fangirl instincts itch to kick in. Temari just flashed Naruto a small smile. Kid's got talent, she thought. The boy dressed in black just smirked at Naruto before sensing some killer intent heading his way. Stop it, Kankuro. You're an embarrassment to our village, came a monotonous yet dark voice from a nearby tree. A small red-haired boy no older than Naruto hung underneath a branch on the tree. You're pathetic, being tricked by a leaf genin. Listen, Gaara, they started it and Kankuro began explaining hurriedly before the one named Gaara cut him off. Shut up, or I'll kill you, Gaara muttered, letting a little more killer intent leak out. I barely saw him move myself. This one may prove fun to kill, Gaara thought as he disappeared in a flurry of sand, reappearing in front of his two teammates. Let's go, he muttered to the other two before turning to walk away. Wait, Naruto called out as the redhead turned. What's your name, kid? Gaara of the desert. Yours, Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konoha, Naruto declared proudly. Temari chuckled at this and Kankuro just scoffed. Nice to know, Gaara replied before turning again. What are they even doing here? Sakura whispered to Naruto as he glared at the trio walking away. Tenten told me the Chunin exams are coming up, they must be here for those, Naruto replied as the trio rounded the corner, out of sight. Chunin exams? You think Kakashi will let us enter them? Sakura asked. Sakura, the Chunin exams require strong skills and teamwork to make it through even one of the stages. Naruto began ominously, of course he'll let us enter, we're awesome. He finished with a wide grin on his face. Boss, you can let me down now, Konohamaru squeaked. Naruto looked down to see he was still holding the young boy in his arms. Naruto jumped and dropped Konohamaru on the floor, landing on his butt. Don't scare me like that. Naruto and the group shrugged off the meeting with the Sand Trio and spent the afternoon in Team 7's training field. Naruto demonstrated his sword skills before he played ninja with the young trio. Sakura sat on a rock and laughed as she watched her friend run around through the trees. She even joined in towards the end. Soon it was time for the kids to go home as Naruto and Sakura decided to head back too. Enjoy yourself, Sakura, Naruto asked as they walked back through town. It was surprisingly fun, Naruto, thanks. She smiled before running up to her front door. I'll see you tomorrow, she called back as the door clicked shut. Naruto smiled to himself as he walked back down the street towards his home. He felt a familiar chakra signature on the roof of a building. Utilizing his speed and tree climbing abilities, Naruto rushed up the side of the building to see Kakashi, leaning back against the door leading into the building. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing up here? Were you following us? Naruto asked a serious-looking Kakashi before noticing his lack of orange book. Your skills have vastly improved since you were in the academy, Naruto, Kakashi spoke, reaching into his pouch and pulling out a slip of paper. Naruto looked confused before taking it, reading the contents over in his head. This application form will allow you to take the Chunin exams. I believe you are ready. Naruto stared at the paper, not really believing it to be true. What about Sasuke and Sakura? He asked. Doesn't the whole team have to take part? I have already given Sasuke and Sakura little tests of their own and they proved worthy of entering. If you all accept, be at the academy, room 301 tomorrow afternoon by 4 or else you can't take part, Kakashi told him before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto just looked at the sheet again before letting out a loud cheer of joy. Keep it down out there, a voice called out from somewhere as more jeers joined the first. Not wanting to get caught, Naruto quickly hurried back to his apartment and entered via the window. Seems you're getting more powerful by the day, kid. The fox stirred. Even your sensei thinks so. You said it, Fox. I'm gonna be one step closer to becoming Hokage, believe it, Naruto thought as he rushed around his apartment, getting everything ready for tomorrow. A leaf ninja with round glasses and silver hair stepped out from the shadows after overhearing Kakashi and Naruto's little conversation. These exams are going to be interesting, he hissed before disappearing back into the shadows. 4 o'clock couldn't come fast enough for Naruto. His morning routine consisted of sleeping, ramen and some last-minute, light training before heading to meet his team at the academy. The yard was full of teams warming up or checking over their equipment. Hey, Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto called out. They both turned to see Naruto walking towards them, his trademark grin plastered on his face. HMPH, I see you decided not to bathe yourself in orange today, dope. Sasuke's dreary voice breezed by as Naruto walked past them. Sakura and Sasuke gave him a confused look before he turned back to them. You coming or what? I can't wait to get started. Sakura just giggled and Sasuke sighed as they followed him into the building. Inside they found a small crowd gathered around the door to the exam room. What's going on? Naruto asked himself. We're not going to know, are we? Sakura scolded lightly. Sasuke didn't want to wait and pushed himself to the front of the crowd. Naruto and Sakura just looked at each other before following after him. Two Leaf Genin were standing in front of room 301, preventing anyone from entering, including a green-suited Genin. Pathetic, if you can't get past us, what makes you think you're cut out for this exam? The Genin with the 3 bandages on his face smirked. Yay, we're doing you a favor keeping you out of here. The one with the mask similar to Kakashi laughed. Just let us through, we have as much right to do this as you do. A feminine voice called out. Naruto looked around and spotted Tenten helping her green and orange-clad teammate to his feet. The fashion reject wore a dark green jumpsuit and orange leg warmers, a similar color to Naruto's old outfit. Tenten tried to walk between the bullies but received a fast smack to the face from the bandaged one. Naruto's anger flared at this as his eyes changed. Suddenly, the Genin that struck was doubled over in pain. Naruto had planted his fist deep into his gut. Don't ever touch my friend again, he muttered darkly. Everyone was stunned at the speed and power Naruto had put into that punch. Naruto turned, his eyes back to normal before helping Tenten to her feet and leaving the crowd. Sasuke was giving Naruto a hard glare, he'd never seen him move so fast. Naruto helped Tenten to a bench before setting her down. You okay, Tenten? He asked as his team and the green-suited Leaf Ninja from before made their way over. Yay, I'm fine thanks Naruto, she replied, blushing lightly. Sakura gave Tenten a slightly jealous frown. Tenten, what that fellow ninja did was most unyouthful. The orange and green fashion disaster yelled, giving his teammate a sympathetic look. Calm down Lee, Tenten whispered harshly. Neji told us not to draw attention to ourselves. You've already ruined that plan. A cold voice came from behind Lee. They turned to see Neji with a stern look on his face, his light gray eyes frowning in anger. Sorry Neji, Tenten muttered, looking on at the floor as Lee remained silent. Neji's gaze drifted to Naruto. You seem to cause quite a stir yourself. What's your name? He asked. Naruto met Neji's piercing gaze and replied. Uzumaki, Naruto. You're this Neji Hyuga that Tenten's told me so much about. Correct. Tenten, Lee, we're going, Neji ordered as he walked away towards the stairs. Tenten, Sakura and Lee looked confused. Neji, where are you going? Isn't the exam room? Tenten began. Actually, you should take a closer look, Naruto whispered in her ear. Tenten glanced at the number above the door the 2 Genin were still guarding. It read 301 but something wasn't right with it. Jinjutsu, Naruto whispered again, loud enough for only the 4 around him to hear. It's probably to weed out the weaker ninja, it's lucky you have a Hyuga on your team though. Sasuke scowled. He was going to show the bullies up by revealing their plot. He'd never thought to eliminate the competition at this stage. I see it, Sakura realized as she saw through the Jinjutsu. This is only the 2nd floor. Yay, the more competition we get rid of now, the less we have later. Sasuke smirked, keeping his confident attitude present. What are we waiting for then? To the exam. Lee cheered just quiet enough to keep attention off them as they headed upstairs. Sasuke led the group as Naruto walked with Tenten and Lee walked next to Sakura. You look beautiful today, Sakura. Lee smiled, his teeth giving a strong white ping. Thanks. Sakura gave him a weird look. He has some of the biggest eyebrows I've ever seen. What a Freya. Sakura's train of thought left her as Inner came out to play. You disgust me. Inner yelled at Sakura. What? It's true. She thought back. Naruto wore a bright orange jumpsuit and runs around shouting how he's going to be Hokage. You still like him though. Inner yelled again. But, Sakura began thinking back. No buts, give this guy a chance, you barely know him. Inner shouted before receding back into Sakura's mind. Sakura felt bad about judging Lee like she had Naruto before and just quietly continued with the group, listening to Naruto and Tenten who were chatting merrily about weapons and techniques they knew and shared. The group made it to the real room 301 and entered. Sasuke pushed both the doors open to reveal very fierce-looking genin from all different nations talking. Whoa, big turnout, Naruto muttered glancing around the room. He saw at least 100 people in the room, maybe more, all from different hidden villages. Naruto was trying to identify each of the headbands when, Sasuke, I haven't seen you in ages. A certain blonde's voice shrieked as she jumped onto Sasuke and stuck there. Sakura turned to see an excited Ino clutching onto her teammate. Ino met Sakura's gaze. Jealous forehead, she asked, trying to provoke a response out of Sakura. Sakura just looked at Ino and shrugged. Just wait for it, she muttered. Wait for what? Get off me, Sasuke shouted, rolling his shoulders back, knocking Ino onto the floor. Sakura giggled to herself. Oof, Sasuke, what was that for? I was only saying hi, Ino defended while a hand offered itself to her. Get up, or we'll look bad in front of the other villages, came Shikamaru's bored voice. Ino took his hand and pulled herself up off the wooden floor as Choji trailed in behind Shikamaru, his ever-present bags of chips in his arms. Hey Naruto, good to see you, Choji called out as he spotted him. Ino looked to where Choji was facing and saw Naruto's new look for the first time. That's Naruto, she gasped. Wow, Shikamaru was right, you really have changed Naruto. Hee, thanks Ino. Naruto smiled. Ino started eyeing the new Naruto up and down before another voice joined the conversation. Yahoo! Found you, Kiba shouted. Akamaru perched on top of his hood, walking over to the gang. Looks like everyone made it for the Chunin exams. Hello everyone, Hinata's voice said shyly, almost hidden behind Kiba with Shino on the other side. Kiba, Shino, Hinata, you guys are here too. Naruto smirked as things got a little more interesting. Hinata blushed as he noticed her as Shino just gave Naruto his usual nod. Yep, our sensei trained us so hard, bet we could beat all of you. Kiba yelled proudly, with Akamaru agreeing with a little bark. I'd like to see you try dog breath. Naruto yelled back as the two tried to stare each other down. What did I say about drawing attention to yourselves? Neji's voice rang out behind everyone as Hinata cringed. Everyone is looking at us now. So what? They should get a good look at the guy that's going to beat them. Naruto smirked as several mutters, whispers and laughs were heard throughout the room. What idiots, Sasuke muttered himself as he stuck his hands in his pockets. You're so funny, Naruto, Hinata whispered, poking her fingers together. Naruto's ears picked up on Hinata's words. He smiled to himself. You guys should really keep it down. A sly voice called out. Konoha 12 turned to see a leaf ninja a few years older than them with short gray hair and a small ponytail and circular glasses walk up to them. You're really drawing attention to yourself. Any more noise and people might just snap. Naruto and Ko glanced around and saw over 200 eyes glaring at them. I'd watch out for the mist ninja near you, they aren't known for their patience. The boy smirked. Then again, you remind me of how I was when I was your age. Who are you? Sasuke spoke up, eyeing the boy oddly. Isn't it customary to give your own name first? No matter, I am Kabuto Yakashi. I, of course, know who all of you are. Kabuto smirked again, glancing at each of the genin. Naruto felt a cold shiver down his back. I don't like this one. The fox stirred within Naruto's mind. Huh, why not? He seems okay, I guess. In that creepy way. Naruto thought back. Just be careful what you do around him, something isn't right. The fox warned as it stretched in his cage. Naruto mentally nodded as Kabuto pulled out a deck of cards. I think I'll help you guys out. Give you a bit of an edge, one might say. Sasuke's eyes widened at this and walked over along with the others. I made them myself, Kabuto smiled, holding up a blank card. Only my chakra can reveal the secrets they hold. Kabuto twirled the card on the ground and pushed his chakra into it. Instantly, information on the Chunin exams appeared in the form of a map of the world with bars for the amount of applicants from that region. Seems there are 153 people taking part in this year's exams, Shikamaru said with his customary drawl as soon as the information map appeared. Correct, Kabuto said, most of those are from here in Konoha. What about people? Do you have any information on the genin here? Sasuke asked. Of course. Why? Is there someone you wish to check out? Kabuto asked. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke stated, much to the surprise of the people around him. Naruto was especially confused as well as proud. He'd made Sasuke realize he was every bit as good as he was. Your own teammate. Very well. Kabuto obeyed, picking out a card with a flick of his wrist and pushing some chakra into it. Naruto Uzumaki, same age as you, 9D rank missions and won a rank. Kabuto began as the group's eyes then turned on Team 7. Sensei is Kakashi Haddock, Sakura Haruno and yourself are his teammates. It seems he has gained some expertise in Kenjutsu as well as an increase in Ninjutsu and Taijutsu. Naruto just smirked at the praise as the other guys in the group saw Naruto in a new light. You really know Kenjutsu? Kiba asked, followed with another short yip from Akamaru. Yay, Tenten taught me everything I know, I owe her a lot. Naruto grinned as Tenten blushed a little. Another note here says you defeated one Zabuza Mamachi. Kabuto said, stunned himself. It wasn't just me, Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei helped out a lot too. Sakura felt a little dejected, even though the truth hurt. She had done nothing but stand in front of Tazuna the entire mission. That's one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Shino stated bluntly. What happened to him? Sakura and Sasuke opened their mouths to tell them before Naruto quickly cut in. He escaped, with the help of this hunter ninja who was good with Senbon. A hunter ninja, Ino questioned. While she wasn't really a hunter ninja, she was a fake. Naruto's sweat dropped, putting his arm behind his head. Ninja were beginning to listen into the conversation. Zabuza, huh? He was quite famous, wasn't he? Yeah, he tried to assassinate the Mizukage. Wow, and this little brat beat him. A monotone voice spoke within the crowd. He really will be fun to kill. Gaara spoke as his brother looked taken aback. This guy just gets more interesting by the second. Temari smiled in the blonde's direction. The only 3-sound ninja in the room glanced up at this bit of information. The female with the weird scarf muttered to the other two. Should we report this? No, leave it be for now, we'll test their real strength soon. The one with fur on his back and bandages covering all but his left eye muttered. A few moments and mutterings later as everyone was itching to begin, a large plume of smoke erupted at the front of the class. Alright you worthless genin, eyes forward and shut the hell up. A gruff voice shouted from the smoke. Many of the genin jumped as others yelled in surprise. A massive man in a long black cloak and leaf bandana covering his head appeared along with at least 30 scary-looking chunin behind him. The man in the black coat had several scars along his face and had a look that screamed, mess with me and I break you. Alright everyone, my name is Ibiki Morino. I am your first examiner. He smirked, while the chunin began to seat themselves around the edge of the room. I hope you all have friends in other nations. Everyone line up and take a number. Your number will coordinate with your seating arrangement. I won't tolerate any babies who don't want to sit next to a stranger. Slowly people walked to the front and received their numbers. Naruto walked up to the chunin handing the numbers out and got his, 35. Just great, he thought sarcastically, that would put him near the front. Several murmurs filled the room as people sat down in their places. Naruto glanced around as he saw his friends take their places. Sakura was near the middle, Sasuke toward the back. One of the Konoha 12 managed to snag a seat next to him. Lee sat down in place number 36. "Greetings, Naruto. I must thank you again for defending my teammate." Lee gave him the shiny teeth thumbs up. No problem, Lee. So what do you think this test will be?" Naruto nervously smiled back. "I do not know, but I am sure our flames of youth will be able to conquer any challenge they throw at us." Now Lee was just too embarrassing. "This is a written exam and you will be given 1 hour to complete it," Ibiki called out to the room. Naruto's eyes widened significantly at this information. He put his head in his hands as Lee gave him a sympathetic look. He had not known Naruto long but had heard of his pranks and endeavors. Any mistake he made spread like wildfire through the town. Naruto failing the exam time after time was one such example. Ibiki explained the rules to everyone while the fox spoke up. "You do have one advantage in this test." "What would that be, furball?" Naruto thought. "Me and my knowledge, brat." The fox snarled at Naruto's rudeness. "The third rule is that if anyone is caught cheating, they will lose 2 points from the initial 10. Anyone who gets caught 5 times or doesn't answer enough questions correctly will fail with their 2 teammates. Ibiki finished darkly. Naruto could almost feel 2 specific pairs of eyes burning a hole in the back of his head. "You have 1 hour. Begin," Ibiki called out as the final paper was delivered to testee number 158 and pencils began furiously scribbling. Naruto looked down at his paper. There was no way he could answer any of these questions. "You are 100 miles from your destination and the sun is exactly 90 degrees high from your position. You spend 3 hours traveling west at 10 meters a step every 6 seconds. What angle from 90 degrees is the sun now at and how far are you from your destination?" What the hell? How can anyone answer this? Naruto thought loudly in his head. "Fox, yay, can you help me with this?" Naruto got no response. There was no snarling face at the cage door anymore, just the outline of a great beast hidden in the dark corner of the cage. "Some help you are," Naruto thought angrily as he stared blankly at his test. All over the room, people had already picked up on the idea of the test and had begun using their techniques to cheat. Hakamaru was barking quietly on Kiba's head. Neji's Byakugan was blazing as well as Sasuke's Sharingan. Naruto clutched his head in confusion as he racked his brain, trying to figure out a single answer. He looked over at Lee for help. Lee glanced up at the ceiling and tightened his headband. Naruto glanced up, trying to be as sneaky as he could, and caught a glimpse of several mirrors attached to the ceiling with several wires controlling their movements. Naruto looked behind him and saw the wires being held by Tenten. Eureka! So that was it. He had to cheat and not get caught. New ideas flew through Naruto's mind as he tried to devise a way to cheat with his skills. A brilliant idea suddenly hit him. He quickly scanned his test paper and memorized the questions from easiest to hardest, he thought. "Excuse me." Naruto's hand shot up. One of the Chunin examiners walked over to him. It was Kotsu. "What is it, Naruto?" He whispered. I have to go to the bathroom." Naruto mumbled. "Can't you hold it?" Kotsu replied, clearly annoyed. "No, I forgot to go before the exam and I'm bursting." He began fidgeting in his seat, trying to be convincing. Kotsu sighed and took out a pair of handcuffs. Naruto nudged past people and put them on at the end of the row as Kotsu led him out of the room with disapproving eyes glaring at him from several ninja. Kotsu and Naruto wandered down the hall and made it to the bathroom, where Naruto was given a little privacy to do business, courtesy of a small wall separating the urinals and the entrance. When Naruto was sure his Chunin guide couldn't see him, he performed his favorite hand sign. Another Naruto popped into existence, pressed tightly against the wall as the tiny amount of smoke cleared, a byproduct of his better chakra control. Naruto impressed himself, looking the clone over until he realized the clone had the same handcuffs as he did on. "Damn it," he cursed. "Hurry up, would ya? You don't want to miss any more time, do you?" Kotsu asked as Naruto zipped up his pants and walked around the side. "Finished." He smirked, flashing his foxy grin to act as Naruto as possible. Yay, just get going, will ya?" Kotsu sighed, leading Naruto back out of the door and back to the examination room. A second, Naruto waited 5 minutes before checking the coast was clear, before hurrying down the other way, through an open window and into the city. Naruto had 30 minutes left before the test was over and began thinking about the 10th question. He glanced at it but figured that they would explain it when there was only 15 minutes left like the scary guy said he would, so he didn't worry about that. "I wonder if they'll ask us to demonstrate jutsu or something, like we did in the school exam." Naruto pondered while the fox still gave no reply, deciding to hide for now until Naruto forgot about his uselessness in this exam. The next 10 minutes passed slowly as several teams left after their cheating efforts being spotted when Naruto sat up straight. The memories of his clone came flowing back to him. Naruto began scribbling as he recalled all the information the clone had looked up in a copy of advanced equations and calculations in the library. He also remembered from his clone that sneaking around and reading were much harder with handcuffs. It was also a bit odd that he'd found such a useful book in the Jonin section. That big idiot from the Sand Trio probably copied him, asking to go to the bathroom as well and returning soon after. A soft buzzing was heard over Naruto's shoulder as an insect passed him by. Probably one of Shino's. Naruto thought. "Okay, time for the last question," Ibiki announced. "There are a few more rules to this question, so listen up." The door slid open as Kankuro returned from the bathroom. "How nice of you to join us, you have fun playing dolls." Ibiki smirked as Kankuro winced, fearing his discovery and expulsion from the test. Just sit down. Ibiki turned back to the room. As I was saying, there will be some special rules for this question. First, you can choose whether or not to take this question. Several people looked confused. Choose. What happens if we choose not to take it? Temari called out, rising to her feet. You will fail, along with your teammates. Ibiki smirked. Of course we'll take it then. What fool wouldn't? A waterfall ninja called out. You haven't heard the other rule yet. Ibiki chuckled darkly, making some genin back down. Answer the 10th question incorrectly and you will lose the right to ever take the Chunin exams again. That can't be right. Kiba yelled. There are people who have taken the exam before. Ibiki just chuckled. They were lucky they didn't have me as an examiner before. Fortunately, I'm a nice guy and I'll offer those who don't want to take the question a chance to leave now and try again next year. Several hands were raised as numbers 67, 48, and 113 left almost immediately with their teammates. People began to lose confidence as several more joined the fleeing few. Naruto was shaking. Sakura glanced over to her teammate. For Naruto, first a written test then the possibility to lose his shot at Hokage. She thought as she saw Naruto's arms clasp his sides, still shaking. An echoing laughter erupted in the room. Its source was the shaking blonde genin. Ahaha, wow, some people really can't cut it. Naruto laughed, almost falling from his seat, clutching his sides as they threatened to slip. Ibiki looked unimpressed. HMPH, you think you got what it takes, you little brat. You got it. You're looking at the future Hokage. Naruto yelled, I never back down, even if I have to risk it all. The room went deadly silent as Naruto finished his little speech. People were inspired by his courage and those that looked nervous before had regained their confidence. Heh, well done kid. Ibiki thought. You sure? You'll never become Hokage if you make one small error. Trying to play Naruto for a fool. Naruto just sat back in his chair and folded his arms in defiance. Ibiki glanced around the room. 66 genin left, a little less than last time. Ibiki smirked. Congratulations, you all passed the first test. Several genin were confused while the news hit others fast as they cheered, fists raised into the air in success. Sakura was one of the confused people. What about the 10th question? She called out. I guess you could say that was the 10th question. To choose to take it or not. Ibiki smiled back, a warm smile unlike his previous scary-faced ones. What were the first 9 questions for then? Temari shouted, outraged at being deceived. Couldn't you tell? They were to test your information-gathering ability. Getting caught gathering information simulates getting caught on a mission. If you're careless or discovered, you're a goner. Ibiki said smugly. These questions were too hard for a genin, maybe even for some chunin, which is why you had to come to the conclusion that cheating had to be the answer. Several leaf ninja rose from their spots and walked to the edges of the room. We planted several chunin who knew the answers to the questions to give you a fighting chance. When you go out on a mission you know next to nothing about, your first objective is to gather more information. More information means a bigger chance of success for the mission. Ibiki started, taking off his bandana. Fail, and you might end up wishing you were dead. Several screw holes, burn marks and scars decorated Ibiki's head as he showed his dome to the class. Information must also be accurate. If it isn't, it could cost you or your teammates their lives. He finished, returning his bandana to its former position. You have all passed the first part of the Chunin exam, good luck in the next par. Ibiki began before the window on the left smashed to pieces as a black ball of something whizzed through the air in front of him. 2 kunai shot out towards the ceiling as the ball unwrapped and a purple, pineapple-haired woman stood in front of the now unwrapped banner reading, Second Test Proctor, Anko Mitarashi. Jumped the gun as usual. Ibiki thought behind the banner. All right boys and girls, I'll be your next proctor, Anko Mitarashi. Yeah, the woman called out, raising a hand in the air and pointing to the ceiling. Everyone gave her a stunned look while Naruto looked at the spot she was pointing to. You're early, again, Ibiki muttered to her, peeking out from behind the curtain as Anko laughed nervously in embarrassment. 22 teams. Not bad Biki, but I can more than half that amount with my test. The mesh-clad Jonin announced, giving some nervous looks on their faces. Naruto took this time to examine the nutcase. She wore a long brown overcoat with a mesh shirt and tights underneath, topping it off with her orange skirt and armor-plated sandals. This is gonna be fun, she muttered with a sly smirk. Meet me in the morning, I'll let your sensei know where to find me. Dismissed. Some genin hurried away from the room as fast as they could while others slowly made their way out. Naruto caught up with his teammates in the hall. Sasuke, Sakura, how did you guys do? He asked. We made it through, didn't we Dobe? Can't you guess? Sasuke replied sarcastically. Naruto glared at Sasuke. I meant how did you cheat? How do you think? Sasuke smirked, his sharing and flashing up before receding back. I managed to complete the whole thing without cheating. Sakura smiled proudly. Whoa, I never knew you were that smart Sakura. Naruto replied, amazed. What about you Naruto? She asked him politely as the trio made it out into the fresh air once again. When I went to the bathroom I had a shadow clone hide then sneak out and into the library. He grinned, resting his arms behind his head. Sakura looked confused. Sasuke took this opportunity to sneak away from the Dobe and the fangirl to work on more important things. How does that work? She asked. Well, when a shadow clone dies I get all of its memories. Naruto smiled, proud at his achievement. Really? No wonder you managed to pick Ukenjutsu so fast. Actually, that was all me. Tenten-sensei forbid me from using shadow clones. She can be a harsh teacher at times. He laughed as the two wound up at Ikaraku. You want to get some ramen, Sakura? Naruto asked nervously, showing his biggest grin yet. Why not? But you're paying. Sakura giggled as the two entered the eatery. Pounds and grunts were heard as Bakken met training dummy. It was past 11 and the sweat shone of Naruto's brow as he swung the wooden sword at the dummy again. He was in Team 7's training field, destroying one of the training dummies Tenten had lent him to practice on. Just a few more hits. Come on, Naruto, he muttered between swings. He continuously circled the dummy whilst laying blow upon blow on the poor wooden thing, changing direction unpredictably. He finally tired himself out and put his all into the last swing. Splinters went everywhere as the dummy's head broke off and rolled along the floor as Naruto collapsed against what was left of it, panting heavily. A dark figure had been watching Naruto for some time now, examining him from the trees, picking up any information he could on his subject. Naruto grabbed his bottle of water and downed the last of it in one big gulp, predictably getting most of it on his top. The figure watched for a few more moments as Naruto slowly made his way to his feet again. Gathering up his gear, Naruto began heading back when he turned suddenly and looked directly at the figure in the trees, his red eyes glaring at them. Barely a few seconds passed before the figure disappeared as a small amount of sand drifted through the branches into the air. Just try it, Naruto muttered to himself and whomever might be listening in. Safe to say he didn't sense the figure at all on his way home. Silence greeted the genin as they stood around the chain-linked fence, staring into the darkest forest they'd ever seen. A black figure descended from a tree just inside the compound. Anko landed and stood proudly in front of them. Glad you could all make it. Welcome to hell, my test, the forest of death. You'll be lucky if you make it out of here alive, let alone intact. She smirked. The teams that passed the first test gazed at the looming forest. They could barely see past the few giant, dark trees. A grass ninja chuckled lightly before looking up at the forest with his slitted eyes. All right, people, line up and grab one of these. Anko called out, holding up a small stack of papers. Naruto looked annoyed. More paperwork. I thought we'd finished all that with the guy in the coat. Naruto yelled, annoyed at the sight of paper again. These aren't tests, idiot. You need to sign these to participate in this test. Anko replied with an annoyed tone. Why, we already gave in our consent forms. Ino's voice called out from the crowd. Anko giggled darkly. This is called the Forest of Death for a reason. People die in this test. Her eyes narrowed. If you don't sign these consent forms, I have responsibility of you. She ended with a Naruto-like smile, carefree. Some genin shivered as she began passing out the papers. This is the ultimate survival test, Anko declared. In the center of this arena is your destination. Seems easy enough, Sakura thought. To enter the tower and pass, however, you need 2 scrolls, heaven and earth. Anko smirked. When you start this test, half of you will get the heaven and the other half, earth. How you get the other is up to you. That will at least half the amount of people, Sakura thought. You have a total of 5 days to find and take another team's scroll. Anko began. 5 days. What about dinner? Choji called out. He couldn't live without food, well, more so than others. This forest is full of food. You have your pick of bugs, fruit, and if you're lucky, fish. Just make sure you don't eat any of the poisonous things. Choji was horror-struck. Now, as for what you'll be disqualified for, 1. Not making it to the tower with both scrolls. 2. Losing a teammate either by separation or death if you make it to the tower. 3. No one can quit in the middle. You are here for 5 days. If you can't survive that long, you'll die. The final rule is that no matter what, you must not look inside the scrolls. Anko finished. Why? What would happen? Naruto asked. Those unlucky few will find out for themselves. Shunin are expected to deliver secret messages. This is to test how trustworthy you are. Anko replied. Now hand your signed forms in at the desk and we'll begin. Slowly, genin began to turn their forms in after signing them. They entered a small hut with a curtain for a wall with wood on the other 3 sides. That's so we can't tell who gets what or who's carrying it, Naruto thought as he instantly signed his forms. He turned to see Sakura and Sasuke struggling with the decision. What's wrong? I thought you were ready for this, Naruto teased. I am dope, I'm just trying to find the weakest teams, he replied, covering his own hesitance. Naruto smiled. Sasuke was scared and he wasn't. That felt good. What about you, Sakura? Naruto asked. The pink-haired ninja just kept staring at her sheets. Hey, Sakura, are you okay? Naruto asked again, shaking her shoulder slightly. As soon as he touched her, she jumped back, kunai raised. Whoa, Sakura, what's up? Naruto had never seen her this on edge. Sakura looked Naruto in his eyes and calmed down, reholstering her kunai. Sorry, Naruto, I was just thinking, she replied quietly, looking down at the ground. You trying to think if we'll survive or not? Sasuke asked from his spot on the ground. Yay. She spoke softly again. A loud voice snapped her out of it. Don't worry, Sakura. You have me on your team. There's no way we can lose. Naruto grinned before glancing at Sasuke. He might be of some use too, I guess. To say Sasuke was irked was an understatement. I'm stronger than you now, Dobe. I could finish this test all by myself. He shot back. Oh yay, Naruto replied. Yay, Sasuke smirked himself. Good, you really might be of some use then. Naruto smiled cheekily, putting his hands behind his head again as Sasuke furiously signed his forms. Sakura giggled at the two boys' display as it reignited her confidence and signed her own forms as the trio made their way over to the tent. They re-emerged, their heaven scroll hidden in Sasuke's pack, walking to entrance 12 that lead into the forest. Scattered thoughts ran through everyone's heads in the excitement, the calm before the storm. Anko's booming voice then came over a PA system around the edge of the forest, breaking said silence. The second test of the Chunin exams begins. Now, the gates sprung open as the teams sprinted into the forest to begin planning and battling. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura took to the tall treetops as fast as they could. There they had a longer range of vision and less likely to be attacked from above. Team 7 traveled in triangle formation. Naruto at the front and Sasuke and Sakura at the rear left and right respectively. Naruto, what's our plan? Sakura asked after a good 20 minutes of travel. This stunned both Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura was asking for orders from the dead last. Naruto landed on a branch and turned back to Sakura, who landed next to him with Sasuke on the other side. Why are you asking the dope for plans? He couldn't plan how to catch that noble's cat, let alone enemy ninja. Sasuke brooded, crossing his arms and turning his back. Well actually I kinda have a plan, Naruto admitted. Sakura wore a determined look while Sasuke's was one of surprise. Go on Naruto, Sakura said. Well, to my knowledge of our abilities. Naruto began as his ears pricked up. Sasuke heard it too as he swept Sakura off her feet while he and Naruto jumped away as a hail of senbon hit the branch they were on. Ew, so close. An eerie voice called out from the leaves when Team 7 landed on the ground. Sasuke released Sakura as Naruto drew his sword and Sakura, her kunai. My, they sure look scrappy. A different male voice called out. Yes, but they look weak. Just as well, they probably are. Came a third voice, female this time. Who's there? Sasuke shouted to the forest, only getting chuckles in return. Isn't he a little eager to die? The female voice called out again. Leaves shifted as 3 rain ninjas stood in front of them. The two males had matching gray gas masks and had covered their hair with their headbands, similar to Sakura with their black hair poking through. They looked like twins. The female of the group stood in the center, with long flowing dark green hair matched her dark eyes. The group wore matching, dark brown uniforms, with the girls being more revealing than her teammates. They looked around to be in their mid-teens, Naruto guessed. Hand over the scroll and we might not kill you. She smirked, holding out her hand. Sasuke scoffed, his sharing and blazing. Like we'd do that. He shouted back. Last chance, kid. If not, I'll have to set these two on you. The girl gestured to her two partners, each ready to weapon, a blue bastard sword for the left and a whip for the right. Naruto put his hands together. Shadow clone jutsu. He yelled out as 100 clones block him and his team from view. The girl just laughed. Take them. She smirked evilly as the twins set to work, destroying clone by clone as the Naruto clones blocked with their swords as often as they could. Every Naruto clone was turned to smoke, revealing Sasuke standing in front of Sakura, flashing through hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. He yelled, shooting several small but powerful fireballs from his mouth. They flew wildly at the rain ninja, but all were either blocked or dodged by them. Sasuke finished the jutsu and smirked. The girl noticed before a shadow loomed over her. She wheeled around and blocked Naruto's downward slash with a small dagger taken from her hip. Blocking wasn't good enough as the amount of power behind Naruto's attack pushed her back and off her feet, rolling next to her two teammates. The twins quickly helped her up as Naruto and Sasuke both pressed forward on the attack, kunai and short sword raised. The girl quickly flashed through her own hand signs as the twins blocked their attacks. Acid Rain Jutsu. She called out. Her two teammates took the hint and jumped away into the trees as she jumped high into the air, breathing out a torrent of water. Naruto and Sasuke both got caught in the rush as the rain melted their clothes before two small puffs of smoke erupted and logs replaced them. The girl landed on a branch before eyeing the pink-haired ninja, staring directly at her. Naruto's sword scratched against a much bigger one as he and one of the twins clashed high in the branches. Just give it up, kid, you're no match for us. The rain ninja laughed as Naruto's sword began getting colder and freezing at the point of contact between them. Not a chance, Naruto replied, forming 6 more clones. The rain ninja shot towards them, slashing 2 clean in half as another 2 jumped up, throwing slashes down at him. He raised his sword and blocked them, pushing back and throwing them off the branch below where they disappeared into smoke. Naruto gave his clone a leg up as he threw him high into the air over the ninja as they went for high and low slashes to end the fight. The rain ninja went for the Naruto on the ground, perceiving him to be the real one. Kill the real, you kill the clone. I got you now, he shouted, thrusting his sword between Naruto's guard. It pierced Naruto's arm and went straight into his heart as he smirked. A small puff of smoke revealed him to be the clone as Naruto's sword sliced clean through his right forearm. Blood splashed out, covering the branch and both parties' clothes. The rain ninja cried out in pain as he saw his arm fall to the ground below as Naruto kicked his legs out from under him. He fell hard, and due to the weight difference on one side, he fell towards the ground below too. Naruto turned and looked up at the sky through the canopy as he heard a sickening crunch. It was now 3-on-2. Sasuke cried out as the whip latched onto his left arm, sending electricity straight through his body. Had enough. The rain ninja laughed maniacally as he increased the flow of electricity. And, never. Sasuke's confident reply came as he grabbed and pulled the whip. The rain ninja resisted as the two began a tug of war, each trying to outmatch the other in strength. Sasuke suddenly sprinted forward. Taking the enemy by surprise, he smashed his right leg into his chest. The ninja released his grip on the whip, flying backwards and hitting the tree before clutching his torso. "You little shit," he choked out as he tried to regain his breath. Sasuke quickly rid his arm of the whip and dropped it to the ground below. The rain ninja caught his breath and flashed through some hand signs. "Water style, water pulse jutsu," he called out as a huge ball of water burst from his mouth, hitting Sasuke square on. It carried him inside till he hit a tree himself. Gasping for breath, Sasuke recomposed himself, looking around hurriedly for his enemy. His sharing and finding nothing. "Behind you," an eerie voice spoke as Sasuke wheeled around. "Lightning style, 1000-volt fist." Sasuke jumped back to dodge the blow, but the fist repeatedly tried to connect with him. Sasuke backed against a tree as the rain ninja prepared his final blow. "Game over." He smirked and threw his fist forward. Sasuke chuckled as he tilted his head to the left, dodging the blow and releasing a bright light from behind his head. The rain ninja was blinded as he pulled his arms up to block his vision. This was a big mistake. Sasuke delivered a strong uppercut to his opponent, sending him flying back, landing heavily on the ground. The flash tag burned itself out as Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like it's just me and you, girlie." The green-haired woman smirked, gazing down at Sakura through the branches. "All the easier for me," Sakura called back, her hands not wavering on her kunai. The green-haired girl jumped down to the ground, flipping her hair back as she landed. "You haven't made a single move since we began. It looks like all you're good at is taking up space," she insulted. Sakura frowned harder at this before throwing her kunai at the woman. She simply sidestepped as it passed her, lodging itself in the tree behind her. "You can't even throw a kunai properly." The girl giggled as Sakura looked taken aback. "Who said I was aiming for you?" She smirked. Reacting without thinking, the girl jumped away as an explosion engulfed the tree, burning it to cinders. "Genjutsu," she thought, glancing back to Sakura. Sakura, however, was gone, leaving the girl alone in the clearing. "All right, where have you gone, Pinky?" she called out, looking around for any trace of her. A rustling of leaves in the bushes left of her told the rain ninja everything. Tightening her grip on the dagger, she jumped straight into the bush, stabbing deep into flesh as blood hit her skin. "Haha, thought you could outsmart me," she shouted as she turned the girl over, revealing one of her teammates' faces on Sakura's body before the illusion faded. She'd killed him. Wheeling around, redoubled her efforts, looking for any hint of color or movement. "You bitch, I'll kill you," she shouted out as a hand grabbed her ankle. She looked down and saw her dead teammate, back in his uniform, whip wrapped around his throat, grabbing at her ankle with a dead look on his face and skin as pale as the moon. She screamed as she kicked his hands away, backing up until she hit something. Turning around, she saw her other teammate, his own sword through his chest as he grabbed her arms, holding her in place as the other one crawled forward to grab her ankles again. "No, no, what are you doing? Let go of me," she screamed, trying to wriggle free any way she could as all three began sinking into the ground, a black vortex swallowing them up. Naruto and Sasuke hurried back to Sakura as fast as they could. They had been divided, but were not conquered. Naruto arrived on the scene to see a Sakura rooting through the pockets of the female ninja. She was out cold. "Sakura, you okay?" he huffed as he approached his teammate. "Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto, nothing I couldn't handle." She smirked as her hand found the thing she was looking for. She said, pulling her hand free of her opponent's pouch and lifting her prize to the sky to reveal a heaven scroll. The scene was so quiet you could hear a senbon drop. Sakura and Naruto began regain movement as Sakura yelled out, "All this for a heaven scroll." Naruto just sweat dropped. If that didn't bring more ninja running, nothing would. "Come on, Sakura, just take it and let's go find Sasuke," Naruto quickly said. A flash of blue later and Sasuke stood next to him. "No need, Dobe," he spoke coolly. "So we still need an earth scroll, yay?" he asked, knowing the answer. "Yeah, we can't stay here though, she'll wake up soon." Sakura shot a look back at the unconscious body of the rain ninja. "Mine too," Sasuke said, jabbing his thumb back where he came from. Naruto just stayed quiet before the two looked at him expecting the same response. He decided he may as well just come out with it. "Mine won't," Sakura gasped as Sasuke's eyes widened. "Naruto, you didn't?" Sakura asked shakily. "No," Naruto replied after a brief pause. "But I didn't stop it either." Sakura looked a little relieved, but still, her teammate had caused the death of another ninja. "So what happened?" Sasuke asked with a little new respect for Naruto. "He lost an arm to my blade and fell," Naruto replied quietly, his arms shaking a little. "I had to search him too. For the scroll, you know." Sakura embraced Naruto. "It's okay, you won, Naruto, at least you're alive," she whispered into his ear. Naruto gave her a half-hearted hug back as he nodded at Sasuke for them to continue. They turned and jumped into the trees. Naruto patted his pouch to make sure his sealing scroll was still there, containing his enemy's blade as a trophy. Time passed slowly in the forest, then it seemed to get longer as the day progressed. It was already past noon, yet Team 7 hadn't seen another team since the past incident. Luckily, this gave them time to recover from their last encounter, both physically and mentally. Sakura glanced at Naruto as they traveled, an emotionless expression on his face. Naruto, she thought as she remembered his story. Sasuke led the trio as they arrived at a small stream. The group took a few moments to rest and refresh before they'd set out again. Naruto took off his sandals and dipped his feet into the water as he lay back on a rock. He closed his ears, keeping his ears open just to relax and reflect. If it's any consolation, it was you or him. The Kyuubi spoke up, trying to comfort his young container. Naruto, however, remained silent, trying to relax and forget about his first kill. He thought back to when he fought Zabuza and Haku. Haku herself had made her first kill when she took out Gato. She had intended to kill him while Naruto had merely led the ninja to his death. Sasuke was checking over his gear as he kept an eye on Naruto. He'd made his first kill before him, yet he didn't show any emotion. Just like Zabuza, Sakura was taking a drink from her container before refilling it in the stream. She quickly checked over her gear, drawing a kunai and holding it to her face, twisting the blade over, examining its razor edge. Every time I've held one of these, I could have used it to kill someone, she thought as she touched the tip to her finger. A tiny drop of blood hit the metal before she pocketed it again. She looked over at Naruto, whose eyes were still closed, deep in thought. If I take my first life, I need to be as strong as Naruto. Naruto's ear suddenly twitched. Someone was close. Choji had already polished off his water supply a few hours into the exam. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered as he led his team through the trees, listening for a water source. Shikamaru heard running water to his left as his team adjusted and headed in the direction of the source. A small stream ran through the forest as the group landed. Choji dived headfirst at the edge of the bank, his head submerged while swallowing huge gulps. Choji, show some manners. You are in the presence of a lady you know. Ino piped up as she massaged her feet. Choji couldn't hear, he still hadn't finished his drink. Neither of his teammates worried, he was always like this. All right Choji, that's enough, Shikamaru said, pulling Choji's scarf back, causing his head to rise from the water. There's plenty left, Shikamaru. What are you worried about? Choji replied, turning around before crossing his legs. I don't want to stay in one place too long. It gives the enemy time to plan as well as set up traps. It's fine, Shikamaru, we'll set off again soon, okay. Ino replied with a smile as she slipped back into her sandals. Shikamaru just patted his back pouch, reassuring himself that both scrolls were in place. Naruto put his sandals back on as Sasuke and Sakura stood waiting for him. He blinked and his eyes became blood red. He quickly looked around, scanning the area around them. He saw nothing. The three ninjas got a running start before they jumped back into the trees. Naruto could feel the chakra signature following them. Whichever way he led his team, the signature would always follow. Deciding enough was enough, Naruto led the signatures to a small clearing, with a few scattered trees for protection. The team stopped in the middle. What's wrong? Sakura asked, confused. Naruto just closed his eyes and opened them, bringing back the fierce red ones he had grown fond of. Someone's following us, he muttered to his team, and he strained his eyes, looking and feeling for any hint of the pursuers. As soon as he tried looking and feeling, the signature had vanished. They weren't anywhere. Sakura took immediate action, searching as hard as Naruto. Her ears tuned to pick up any noise. Sasuke reactivated his Sharingan, taking a battle position and drawing a kunai from his pouch. You better be right, Naruto, he muttered back to his comrade. Normally Naruto would have jumped at Sasuke's sign of respect for him, but he had bigger things to worry about. The earth trembled slightly. The trio looked at each other before jumping backwards as a giant snake emerged from the ground, snapping its jaws shut around the earth they were just standing on. A lone, female grass ninja stood on top of the snake with a straw hat over her long black hair and a thick purple rope around her waist. She giggled darkly. Well, looks like I found my prize. Naruto drew his sword in a reverse grip, preparing his hands for the Shadow Clone's jutsu. Oh no, we can't have you using jutsu. The grass ninja smirked before unleashing a torrent of killer intent at the trio. The three froze in fear. The fox stirred within Naruto, sensing the danger to his vessel. Seeing through Naruto's eyes, he saw just who was causing his warden to lock up. Killer intent radiated out of Naruto, canceling out the grass ninjas while making her quiver a little. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura gasped heavily as the weight was lifted off them. I owe you one. Naruto thought quickly to thank the Kyuubi. You can repay me by killing him. The fox roared back in response. Him, Naruto replied. So, it seems I have stumbled onto the location of a precious possession of Konoha. The grass ninja sneered, throwing her hat aside to the muddy grass below. Sasuke and Sakura were confused as to what she was referring to, Sasuke thinking it was himself while Sakura had no clue. Sasuke, Sakura, be careful, Naruto warned, tightening his grip on his blade. I don't have the time for your childish games, the grass ninja smiled. I'll just take what I want and be on my way. Sasuke tapped his pouch, making sure his heaven scroll was still in place while Naruto could feel his in his kunai pouch. The grass ninja flicked her hand as the snake she was on reared up, opening its mouth. Naruto felt a tug at the back of his neck as his feet left the ground. Sasuke was sprinting as fast as he could up the nearest tree, clutching Naruto's collar. Sakura was ahead of the duo as the snake stuck, clamping its jaw around Naruto and Sasuke's position on the tree. Sakura heard the violent, crunching noise and glanced back, seeing the snake's jaw lodged into the trunk. A sword poked through the side of the snake's mouth as Naruto cut his way through with Sasuke behind him. The snake was still firmly stuck in the tree, its fangs planted deep into the bark. Sakura breathed a small sigh of relief as Naruto and Sasuke caught up, running to the top branches. The grass ninja looked at the trapped snake before shaking her head in disapproval. Naruto peered over the edge of the branch they were on and saw the ninja below transform her lower half, similar to a snake's body, and wound her way up the tree. "Get back," Naruto called to his teammates as they hopped to the other end of the branch as the grass ninja reached their position, her long, slimy tongue hanging out. The snake parallels were getting ridiculous. Sasuke flew through his hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He called out, a large ball of fire engulfing the grass ninja. Naruto charged at the flame, thrusting his sword directly in the center where the grass ninja was last and felt a slight resistance. Sasuke ended the jutsu as soon as Naruto thrust his sword, revealing the girl, impaled on Naruto's blade through her stomach. She began to cry brown tears before the whole body morphed into a muddy brown color. Earth clone, Naruto thought quickly. The snake below was swinging its tail against the tree, trying to pry itself off the bark or take down the tree trying. The branch shook a little every time the snake hit it. A scream cried out behind Sasuke as he and Naruto turned to see the grass ninja holding a hand over Sakura's mouth and a kunai to her neck. "One more move from you and you'll be losing a teammate," she giggled darkly. Sasuke glared at the grass girl, never taking his eyes off her while Naruto redoubled the grip on his blade. Sakura was almost in tears. She had a kunai to her neck and her life could be extinguished at any moment and began to wonder just what she achieved in her short years. "Now, if you'll kindly step forward and give me your scroll, we can end this right now," the girl said. "Let's just do what she says," Naruto said to Sasuke, hesitating to make any moves. Sasuke wrestled with himself inside but slowly removed the scroll from his pouch and, one step at a time, made his way over to the grass ninja before setting it a few feet from her and Sakura. "Damn it, think of something. If I can do something I have to do it now," he thought in a panic as he stood upright. The grass ninja smiled, baring her fangs. "Now for my pry," she began. Shadow possession jutsu success. A voice called from nearby. Naruto whirled around looking for the owner. Team 10 stood on a branch close to his tree, Shikamaru exerting himself through his jutsu with Choji and Ino looking on. Shikamaru carefully manipulated the grass ninja movements, slowly removing her hand from Sakura's mouth and the kunai from her neck. As soon as she was free, Sakura jumped behind her teammates, shaking from fear. "Choji," Shikamaru called as Choji quickly jumped onto the branch. Team 7 was one. "Expansion jutsu," he shouted as his right arm and hand grew to giant proportions. "What trickery is this?" The grass ninja started before Choji's hand grabbed her, squeezing her tight and hurling her below, hitting the snake in the head on the way down and creating a cloud of dust as they hit the floor. The snake, now dislodged from the tree, was missing 3 of its 4 fangs with only the top left remaining. Ino jumped over and put her arm round Sakura who was still shivering. Shikamaru joined the group after releasing his jutsu as the enemy fell. "Seems you guys just can't stay out of trouble, can you?" he muttered, walking over and picking up the heaven scroll that had gotten stuck between a fork in the branch. "It wasn't our fault, she found us," Sasuke retorted. "Aye, if it wasn't for Naruto, we would have been swallowed straight from the start," Sakura spoke up. Ino hugged her a little tighter and glanced up to really admire Naruto. He looked hot holding that sword with his angry, smoldering look. Shikamaru handed the scroll back to Sasuke. "Naruto, really?" he questioned. "Does it matter? We have to leave now," Naruto said, his tone more serious than Shikamaru had ever heard him. "Relax, Naruto," Ino spoke up. "Choji took care of that bitch. She should be out cold for." "He won't be," Naruto cut in. "Hey," Sasuke asked, glancing down at the dust cloud. "Yay, it's not a grass ninja, it's..." Naruto began explaining. A shadow cast over the group. A slimy, red thing traveled either side of the branch, a single fang passing them by. "Shit," Naruto thought as the jaws of the snake snapped shut, swallowing the 6 genin and the branch whole. It was sticky, wet, and it hurt like hell. Team 7 and Team 10 were inside the belly of a giant snake. There was barely enough room to breathe, let alone move around. The snake's digestive juices had already enveloped the genin and stung their skin. Naruto could hear Ino screaming, probably due to the pain and sheer grossness of the experience. A foot hit Naruto's own. He turned his head, straining against the small amount of space he had to see Shikamaru's own with a hard look. "Still, got your sword," he huffed, trying to keep as much air in as possible. Everyone felt the snake slither over a high log as Naruto slipped lower in its stomach. His sword was long gone. He dropped it the moment the snake ate him due to the pressure, and it was most likely further down in its belly. "I got someone better than that though," he thought. The grass genin stood proudly on top of the snake, having captured an Uchiha and 5 other test subjects, 3 being clan members. He chuckled. "Tomorrow's going to be fun," he thought. The snake slid over the small stream before hissing in pain, its lower back scrunching up to try and ease it. "What's going on?" The grass ninja hissed before the snake felt another pang of pain, thrashing around wildly. The grass ninja jumped free and landed on the water as the snake curled itself round several trees, hissing louder. "Stupid serpent," He began before a small part of the underbelly was sliced through with 4 menacing red claws. A bloody Naruto emerged, breathing fresh air like it would run out before he performed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, his clones forming a chain before diving back into the snake for his friends. The grass ninja watched in bewilderment as Naruto brought his friends out of one of his strongest snake's stomach alive. Ino emerged last, gasping for air and clutching onto Naruto for dear life. The genin quickly tried to brush as much of the slime off as they could. Now that was an experience, Shikamaru complained. Naruto dispelled his clones as they turned their attention back to the threat at hand. Guys, we can't win this battle, Naruto whispered to his friends as some of them looked a little unnerved. What? Why not? Sasuke questioned, annoyed at admitting defeat to a single grass ninja. That's Orochimaru's new apprentice, Shikamaru stated coolly. Ino, Sakura and Choji flinched. They'd heard tales about the Sannin but had never seen one, yet an apprentice of the one who defected from the village was standing in front of them. Close Shikamaru. Naruto swallowed. It's Orochimaru himself. Everyone flinched as Orochimaru allowed the conversation to continue, wondering himself how the Demon Fox's jailer had figured it out. There's no way we can fight a Sannin and win, Naruto admitted. Even with the Fox's help, he probably couldn't kill him. SSSS smart decision, Orochimaru called out, his eyes now focused on Naruto's own. What are you thinking, brat? The Fox roared, enraged by his vessel's refusal to kill one he hated so much. Even with all of us, we won't be able to match up to him. He has years of knowledge and jutsu, you told me, so how could we? Naruto trailed off inside his head before a yell came from the real world. Team 10, Formation 4, Shikamaru called out as he flashed through hand signs. Choji reacted immediately, running to the left and jumping over the stream. Naruto, Sasuke, distraction, Shikamaru called out, completing his hand signs. The two reacted immediately. Naruto focused his chakra and summoned 500 clones along their side of the bank while Sasuke flashed through hand signs. Orochimaru smirked, his face still that of the female grass ninjas he'd stolen between exams, keeping an eye on as much of the action as he could. The Naruto clones paired up and threw each other at the snake Sannin. Sasuke jumped high into the air, spouting off several balls of fire, crying out, "Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu." Several of the fireballs collided with the Naruto clones mid-flight, creating a small but effective smoke screen as the orange and black clones that the jutsu missed dived into the smoke. Many flew through the smoke, but as it cleared it revealed Orochimaru held in place by 15 Naruto clones and Shikamaru's shadow, dragging him into the water. Shadow possession success. He called out, "Now Choji, expansion jutsu." Choji called out as he leapt back over the river, behind Orochimaru, his hands growing to epic proportions. The Sannin looked shocked as he struggled to free himself. Choji put his hands together in a huge fist before slamming them down on Orochimaru's head, dispelling the Naruto clones and forcing the Sannin's head to crack against the rocks beneath the shallow stream. Choji landed next to Shikamaru as his shadow returned to him. Naruto, Sasuke, quickly. Shikamaru beckoned as the six jumped away into the trees. Behind them Orochimaru's corpse rose to the top of the water, his clothes and skin melting before turning the water a deep brown shade. The two genin teams jumped as far and fast as they could through the trees, looking for the tower to report their skirmish to the more advanced ninja. A soft hissing sent chills down their collective spines. A hand flew out from a trunk on a tree as Ino landed, grabbing her wrist and locking it behind her back. "Ino," Choji called out before another pair of hands restrained him, pushing his face into the branch, holding his hands behind his back. More hands appeared as the remaining genin avoided them, slashing at them with kunai and landing on a safe branch. The hands became arms and arms became shoulders as several brown Orochimaru clones stepped out of the genjutsu they were hidden under, regaining their color as they did. "It seems you are out of ideas." The same voice they now feared to hear spoke up. Orochimaru stood behind them, sandwiching their branch between his and his clones. "Only 4 left. Now how to dispose of you?" He giggled, his girlish face still in place. Sakura hid behind Naruto. "What do you want?" Shikamaru shouted. In all their years of near friendship, Naruto had never seen the boy look this desperate. The Orochimaru girl giggled again. "Just something I've had my eyes on for a long time," she replied calmly. The air shimmered and wavered, like on a hot day as the 4 remaining genin disappeared. "What?" Orochimaru stood shocked. The 2 clones of himself as well as their captives disappeared too. He then felt pain in his stomach as a kunai lodged itself in it. He looked down and saw a smirking Sasuke try to plant another in his heart with his other hand. The snake Sannin used his strength to block the blow, but Sasuke's momentum brought his left foot into his gut, knocking him off balance. "Now I've got you." Orochimaru laughed as his free hand grabbed Sasuke's shirt and pulled him down with him as the two tumbled off the branch. "Sasuke," Sakura called out as she released her hidden in plain sight genjutsu. Shikamaru and Naruto were too busy finishing off the earth clones of Orochimaru as the pair tumbled below through the canopy of smaller trees. Naruto slashed and dug a kunai into his Orochimaru clone's brain before it returned to its earthly state. Ino was gasped in shock as Naruto jumped past her into the canopy after his teammate, holding a sealing scroll in his hand. "Gah!" Sasuke shouted as he landed on top of Orochimaru before he released his grip and rolled away. Orochimaru's body had landed on some rough rocks but his head missed them. Sasuke looked up as he lay on the grass to see Orochimaru gasp for air as his mouth unhinged and opened wide. A finger, a hand, 2 hands, a head. All these things came out of his mouth as a full copy of Orochimaru stood up covered in a little saliva. "Now it's just us, eh, Sasuke?" He laughed, his real snake-like face revealed. Sasuke tried to gather as much breath as he could, trying to struggle to his feet at the same time proved challenging. Orochimaru's head suddenly extended out from his neck, sinking his fangs into Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke cried out as the weird curse mark of heaven formed on the back of his neck. A dark blue sword swung down through the trees, barely missing Orochimaru's retracting head as it slammed into the ground, Naruto holding the end of it. Sasuke clutched his neck, his eyes losing their Sharingan and closing before he collapsed in pain. Naruto stood over his teammate before Orochimaru smirked. "Too late, brat, he's as good as mine. You're not taking Sasuke," Naruto shouted back, raising the blue bastard sword with some difficulty to face his opponent. "Oh, not now, but he'll soon seek my power," Orochimaru replied as his body began to burn slowly. As his torso disappeared, the pouch containing his scroll disappeared, leaving an earth scroll to drop to the ground. "A small gift for your effort," he chuckled as the flames consumed his head. Naruto felt the chakra signature disappear as soon as the last flame burned out. Letting the sword clatter to the ground, he gasped for breath as he doubled over onto all fours. "Naruto," Sakura called out as she and Team 10 combed the forest below. "He's over here," Ino called out as everyone hurried over to her. Naruto was laying on his back, gasping for breath with his eyes closed. Sasuke's breathing was slow, his hand still clutching his neck. "Naruto, Sasuke," Sakura cried out, running over to her teammates. "Hey, help Sasuke." Naruto breathed out between gasps. Sakura quickly switched her full attention to Sasuke and looked him over for injuries. "Naruto, what happened? Is he gone?" Shikamaru asked, sticking particularly close to his 2 teammates, as though he didn't want to be part from their sides at all. Naruto quickly regained as much breath as he could before rising to his knees. "That freak took a bite out of Sasuke. He did something to him," Naruto replied, glancing over at the last Uchiha. "Then he vanished in fire. We have to get to the tower now and report this to the Hokage," Shikamaru said sternly. His foot kicked something. He looked down to see the scroll Orochimaru had left behind. Shikamaru picked it up. "Dropped it?" he asked, examining it carefully in case it was trapped. Ino helped Naruto to his feet. "He said it was a gift for our efforts," Naruto replied again. Shikamaru, deeming it was safe, chucked it over to Naruto. "You don't want it?" Naruto asked, confused. "We already got ours," Shikamaru replied. "Yay, we took out some Iwa ninja when they tried to get the drop on us," Shoji said proudly before walking over to Sasuke and picking him up, bridal style. Ino spotted the sword and bent down to pick it up. "This yours, Naruto?" she asked, amazed he could wield such a thing. "No, that's from a rain ninja I defeated," Naruto admitted. "I was just using it in place of my short sword. Tenten's gonna be pissed I lost that," he finished, elongating for humor's sake. Anything to take his mind off the recent events. Shikamaru winced. He remembered when he'd broken a new kunai by throwing it incorrectly at a training dummy. The lecture he'd received from her was long and loud. "More power to you, Naruto," Shikamaru consoled him as Naruto resealed the sword. "Ready, Choji?" Choji had Sasuke in a piggyback position, the out-cold Uchiha still out-cold. The ordeal with Orochimaru was over, the group took off, aiming for the tower. Darkness crept in as the 2 teams spotted the tower looming in front of them. "Just a short way to go," Shikamaru called to the group as he led the way. Choji redoubled his grip on Sasuke. The group was now barely 100 yards away from the tower when several black figures jumped out ahead of them, one of them carrying a person wearing a beige coat. "Hey, isn't that?" Shikamaru trailed off as 2 of the figures broke off from the pack and intercepted them. The figures quickly identified the group as Leaf Shinobi as they ran each side of the group. "What's wrong with this one?" the figure on the left asked. Shikamaru opened his mouth to reply, but Naruto beat him to it with one word. "Orochimaru." That was enough to satisfy the ANBU as they escorted them into the tower. The sound team watched from the trees as their mission from their leader was put beyond their reach. "Why did he even assign us if we didn't get a chance to kill him?" the girl asked. "I don't know," the guy with fur on his back replied. "Hey look, another team is coming, may as well reduce the competition." The other team member finished before they ambushed the approaching sand team, leaving their small collection of scrolls safe in the tree. Sasuke was immediately checked out by the medical teams as they arrived in the tower, whisking him away. Probably to a boring hospital, Naruto thought. One of the 2 ANBU who escorted them the final 100 yards returned from the examination room and spoke. "Your team still have a mission to complete," he stated before disappearing in a flash of smoke, presumably to report to the Hokage. The remaining 5 looked at each other oddly before they took out their scrolls, Naruto's 2 Heaven and 1 Earth scroll and Shikamaru's single Heaven and Earth scroll. "What do you suppose we do with them?" "Hand them in," Ino asked. "It might have something to do with that wording on the wall we passed on the way in," Sakura replied. "What writing?" Choji asked, checking his pockets for a snack. Without any further delay, Sakura led the small group back into the first room. Upon one of the walls there was a big paper sheet with what seemed like instructions. If you lack heaven, seek wisdom, be prepared. Gain knowledge and prepare yourself for the missions. If you lack earth, run in the fields, seek advantages. If you have both heaven and earth, you can succeed in even the most dangerous mission. These rules will guide a person's extremes. Naruto read the giant scroll with a little confusion. Don't we already have heaven and earth? We have more than enough heaven. He said, key words, heaven, earth, and guide. Shikamaru spoke, taking the lip of the earth scroll in his hand. I'm sure we're meant to do something with these, and since no one seems to be here, I think we have to. Open them, he finished, yelling the last part as he unraveled the scroll in one swift movement. Ino quickly followed suit and opened her scroll up, revealing nothing but a seal on both scrolls. Naruto and Sakura watched eagerly as smoke began emitting from both scrolls. Shikamaru just sighed and chucked it on the floor in front of him. Ino's heaven scroll soon followed his example. One small explosion of smoke later and Asuma Sarutobi stood before the five, smoking a cigarette as usual. Hey guys, he greeted his team. I must say I'm impressed, only one day to complete the exam. Would have been faster, sensei, if the waterfall team didn't have so many water jutsu. Shikamaru replied sarcastically. A puff of smoke appeared beside them as Iruka appeared from Naruto and Sakura's scrolls before Shikamaru's tone turned serious. Also Orochimaru was a bit of a problem. Asuma's cigarette fell to the floor in his shock. Oh, Orochimaru. Iruka chalked out. Hey, he did something weird to Sasuke, that's why he isn't here. Naruto chipped in. Asuma disappeared before anyone could say any more. The Hokage probably already knows by now. Shikamaru said, A and B you met up with us on our way in. Iruka was speechless. His old students up against Orochimaru and S-Class wanted in. When did? How did? Iruka started, tripping over his words. The two teams took this opportunity to fill him in on the entire situation. Everyone chipped a bit of knowledge until they had a very accurate recollection. There were still 4 more days left in the exam, and by the time the five-some had finished their story, it was past midnight. Asuma had returned and wanted a word in private with his team while Iruka took Naruto and Sakura to the rooms they would be temporarily staying in. You two will be staying in here until the 5 days are up, Iruka told them as he opened the door into the small one-room apartment. It had all the essentials, beds, sink, fridge, and what looked like a dining table with stone chairs in the corner. And here, you gotta be kidding, Sakura complained, spotting the 3 uncomfortable-looking beds separated by a thin wall of stone. Iruka simply sighed. Naruto, however, was more concerned with the life of their teammate than their new living arrangements. Just what the hell was that thing he injected Sasuke with? Naruto pondered as he walked into the room and plopped himself down on the middle bed, laying back with his hands behind his head. A curse mark, a deep voice replied in his head. Curse mark, Naruto thought back. Similar to a Kekkei Genkai save for the fact certain ones can be passed on. The fox spoke up, his rage from the snake Sanin having receded and had calmed down. The fox's knowledge of curse marks flowed into Naruto's mind, helping him understand the logic behind them. The fox didn't know much, but he gave what little he had to offer. With all the information being processed in his mind, Naruto felt instantly tired and closed his eyes, drifting into dreamland. Outside Naruto's mind, Sakura smiled as Naruto fell asleep in his clothing, not bothering to get under the covers or anything. She took to her own bed and, deciding to follow Naruto's lead, dropped off without changing either. The next few days passed quickly for the genin. More and more teams slowly finished the second exam. Hinata's team entered the tower early on the second day as Naruto awoke. On his way to the bathroom, Naruto passed Gaara in the corridor. Neither spoke a word to the other, but each felt rock killer intent rolling off instead, though Naruto's was only in defense. Lee's team finally finished the exam on the 3rd day as they snagged the room next to Team 7's. As predicted, Tenten berated Naruto for losing his sword and gave him a long speech. Even the Kyuubi felt determined not to let Naruto lose another sword. Her annoyed frown switched to a gleeful grin when Naruto gave her the sword he'd taken from the Rain Ninja. I can't use something as heavy as this, besides, I thought you might like it. He smiled as he handed the cold blade over. Tenten just grew starry-eyed at a foreign chakra blade and gave Naruto a big hug. Needless to say, Tenten spent the rest of the day admiring her new weapon and testing it out. Sasuke was released that day. He looked a little paler but acted his normal, cold self. Sakura was worried for him. He was still Sasuke, but something just seemed different, darker. Naruto managed to get another peek at Sasuke's curse mark. It was encircled by several words. He figured it was sealed and couldn't do any more harm, so he told Sakura not to worry. The time had finally come. Time was up and all successful teams had gathered in the main hall with a big statue, depicting a pair of hands performing the hand seal for Ram in reverse, at the end. Many Jonin and Chunin stood in front of the statue with the Hokage in the middle. Congratulations on passing. Anko's voice called out to them over a loudspeaker, filling the hall with her voice. 24 genin still here. This bunch must either be talented or lucky, Anko thought. Naruto took this time to note even she seemed a bit pale. He wondered if Orochimaru got her too. The Hokage will now explain the 3rd test. Anko called out over the loudspeaker. Thank you, Anko. The Hokage smiled politely. Before that, I'd like to inform you all about the true meaning of this exam. There were a few mutterings from the genin, but the Hokage continued. The true meaning for this exam is for it to replace the war between the allied countries. There were a few gasps between the genin as more mumbles broke out. The Hokage raised his hand as they stopped immediately. Before your time, the nations would fight among each other to decide who would rule. In order to prevent this, the Chunin exams came to be. Naruto was about to shout out why they had to know this when the fox parted some wisdom to him. Listen to the old man's words, kid. He spoke softly, slipping into his afternoon nap. Naruto just grunted and returned his attention to the Hokage. Many of your country's leaders and influential people will be coming to watch your battles. They are our clients and they will pick a country for their missions based on their strength. Stronger countries receive more missions, sending a message to other nations, telling them our nation is strong. The strength of a country is the strength of the village. The strength of the village is the strength of its shinobi. A shinobi's true strength is born only through life-risking battle. The Hokage finished. This is not just a test, but a life-risking battle with your dreams and your country's prestige on the line. A few people looked uneasy with this new information, but none backed down. The Hokage stepped back as a Jonin stepped forward. Before we begin the main event, however, there is one more thing you have to do. The Jonin began, coughing after the air left his lungs. Several thoughts ran through Naruto's mind as well as others. My name is... He coughed again. Hey, Gecko, I will be your preliminary referee. Mumbles broke out among some of the genin. Allow me to explain. Hayate announced, this year, we may have made the Chunin exams too easy, hence why so many of you stand before us. As you know, many guests are coming to view the exams and we need the best of you to represent you villages. Naruto smirked. Everyone would be able to see him beat his opponent into the dust. The dead last no longer. Anyone who no longer wishes to compete after hearing this or does not feel up to the challenge may leave as we will begin shortly. What? Now? Kiba shouted out. Yes, Hayate stated simply. Anyone who does. He coughed again. Wish to leave. Can leave individually. Your other teammates can still continue. The room was silent for several moments as teammates glanced at each other. A hand shot in the air. I'm going to quit. Naruto turned to see the owner of the voice and saw the creepy leaf genin he met before the written exam. Kabuto. The ninja behind him began. I dare. Also like to quit too. Another voice came with another hand. Its owner was a tall, blonde waterfall ninja with his left arm and leg bandaged up with a few drops of blood showing through. Very well, the Chunin will escort you out of the forest. Hayate announced with a small cough as two pairs of Chunin stepped forward, leading them out of the hall. As Kabuto was leaving, he glanced back, the sunlight reflecting in his glasses as the sound Jonin standing among the others smirked. Now, if there is no one else who wants to leave, we will begin the preliminaries. Hayate coughed out, taking out a clipboard. Sasuke gripped his neck in pain. Come on, not now, he thought as he gripped his neck, trying to numb the pain. Sasuke, Sakura began before Sasuke glared fiercely at her. Naruto felt the killer intent from Sasuke behind him and nudged him in the ribs, no reaction. Other people seemed to have noticed as all of teammate next to them gave Sasuke weird looks. Kiba, one of confusion, Hinata, one of fear, and Shino a look of warning. Calm yourself, Sasuke, Shino whispered. Sasuke's pain and glare disappeared moments later as his gaze returned to the proctor. At the front, the Hokage, Anko, and Ibiki had noticed this little exchange and had all been informed about Sasuke's predicament. Maybe we should remove him from the exam. Anko offered. That won't do. A voice behind her muttered. Anko turned to see none other than Kakashi Hatake, giving her one of his famous eye smiles. He's an Uchiha, and Uchiha don't quit even when things get bad. But what about the... Anko began. It's already sealed and taken care of. Kakashi cut in, satisfying her incomplete question. That settles it then. The Hokage finished the conversation as the three turned back to Hayate. Since we now have exactly 22 participants left, we will conduct 11 one-on-one matches. The winners will advance to the third round. Hayate explained. First off, there are no rules. The fight continues until one of you dies, gets knocked out, or admits defeat. I will, however, jump in at a time I think a winner has been established. Open it. Anko spoke into her headset. A section of the wall left of the statue slid away to reveal a giant screen. The genin gazed up at it as it flashed through people's names. The flashing slowed and revealed the names of the first two fighters. The first battle will be between Tenten and Sakura Haruno. Hayate announced, everyone else, please leave the floor. Everyone began heading to the walls, climbing the staircases to the observers' edges above. The sand, sound, and waterfall teams heading up the left staircase with the leaf walking up the right. Sakura and Tenten positioned themselves opposite each other, smirking and trying to stare the other down. Go get her, Tenten, you can do it. Ino called from above. What the hell, Ino pig? Sakura called out, why don't you come down here and I'll beat you instead? Ino shrugged off the insult and laughed. Yeah, right, you couldn't beat the prettiest ninja in all of Konoha. Flipping her long blonde hair, Sakura clenched her fist. Her focus so busy trying to burn Ino's hair to ashes that she almost missed Hayate's call. Begin. Sakura turned her attention straight back to Tenten, who had decided to attack right off the bat. Three shuriken were heading directly for her. She twisted her body as they passed her, the last just nicking her shoulder, tearing her top slightly. A puff of smoke could be seen where her opponent once stood as Tenten burst out of it, now wielding a 5-foot pole, using Sakura's unstable dodge to her advantage. Sakura crossed her arms as Tenten's pole slammed into them, forcing her back several feet. Sakura gritted her teeth in pain but remained upright. That was a cheap shot, she shouted. Tenten only smiled and regained her stance. You should have been paying more attention to your enemy instead of giving in to taunts. Sakura's hands flashed through some signs, hidden in plain sight. The air around Sakura shimmered before she disappeared in the waves. Naruto was conflicted, he couldn't decide who to root for. Sakura was his teammate and he liked her, but Tenten had been nicer to him in the short while that they'd trained together than Sakura ever had. The Kyuubi could sense Naruto's inner conflict. He made the smart decision to stay quiet. He glanced over at Lee, who also had a look of concentration on his face. He was in a similar predicament, his teammate versus the girl he liked. Tenten switched back into a defensive stance, glancing around for any sign of her opponent. The air hissed as Sakura's fist introduced itself to Tenten's right cheek. The force lifted Tenten off her feet and onto the floor a few feet away, her pole rolling away towards the statue. The people up in the stands looked on in curiosity. From their point of view, Tenten flew back on her own. Tenten, however, looked up to see a smug Sakura stand where she had a few seconds before. She rose to her feet and grabbed another scroll from her side. You're gonna pay for that. Unsealing a pair of jut and raising them, Sakura smirked and sidestepped, walking around Tenten in a circle. Tenten looked confused before Sakura jumped in for another strike. It never made contact as both ends of the jut hit her in the stomach, severely winding her. Sakura keeled over, clutching her belly as Tenten stood above her. You should have known Genjutsu wears off with pain, she muttered. The people above watched as Sakura reappeared on the floor with Tenten walking towards her pole. Height stepped forward and checked over Sakura. She was gasping for air and clutching her stomach in pain. It didn't look like she could continue. The winner is Tenten, he announced as Tenten resealed her weapons and walked back up to her teammates. Two medical ninja with a stretcher came and took Sakura off the field, though she seemed to have caught most of her breath. Tenten, you fought hard and overcame Sakura's invisibility jutsu, Lee shouted at her as she sat down against the wall. It wasn't hard. She didn't remember that pain snapped someone out of a genjutsu. When she punched me I could see her again, Tenten told him. Naruto walked over and knelt beside her. Thanks for not hurting her too bad, he smiled. What little oxygen Tenten had gathered quickly left her body, dragging all the blood to her face in the process. It was nothing, Naruto, she stammered back. All right, my turn to show forehead how it's done. Naruto looked back to see a pumped-up Ino heading down the stairs. He glanced at the board to see Ino's name along with someone called Kin Suchai. He stood back up and watched as a female sound ninja walked down to meet Ino. This'll be a snap, Ino thought as she examined her opponent. Kin had her sound headband in its proper place with a two-toned, camouflage gray scarf around her neck, restricting her long black hair from moving about too much. It stood between the two girls. Begin. He jumped away as neither combatant moved. Each were waiting for the other to make their move, but neither did. Aren't you gonna attack me or anything? How boring, Kin said, smirking. Yay, like I'd fall for something as obvious as that. You want me to attack too? She trailed off as a pair of senbon were hurled at her arm. She quickly dodged before realizing she'd been about to go into a rant. The senbon implanted themselves into the opposite wall, giving off a soft tinkling sound. That's it, gloves are off now, she shouted as she ran forward. Kin reacted fast, blocking Ino's first punch to her head. Ino used Kin's arm to help hold herself up as she aimed a kick to her side. Kin quickly jumped back. Ino's arm lost its hold as she overbalanced and landed on the floor. There was a deathly silence. No one dared make a sound. Some of the Jonin and Chunin knew to keep quiet during a fight, while others knew of Ino's temper when she got embarrassed. Even Akamaru was smart enough to hide deep in Kiba's jacket. Ino quickly jumped back to her feet, acting like it never happened. You're toast now, she shouted, taking 3 kunai out of her pouch and raising them to eye height. She charged again at Kin, quickly flicking the kunai one by one at different body parts of Kin's. The sound ninja dodged the one for her torso and leg before ducking the one meant for her head. A loud thump was heard as Ino's knee rose to meet the sound ninja's headband. It absorbed some of the force, but still the blow sent her sprawling backwards. That's for trying to make a fool out of me, Ino yelled as Kin picked herself off the floor. Fine, then I guess it's time to end it then, Kin spat back. Ino heard the ringing of bells behind her and turned to look. She saw the senbon Kin had thrown earlier. The sound was persistent, even though there was no wind, and it hurt. Ino clutched her ears in pain as her vision started getting blurry. What did you? She began, but when she turned to glare at Kin she saw lots of blurry Kin doubles. Pathetic, Kin muttered and ran towards Ino with a senbon in each hand held similar to a pencil. Ino lashed out but only hit the air as Kin struck her outstretched arm with the needles, leaving them implanted there. Ino's arm went limp as she gritted her teeth in pain. Kin didn't hesitate. She plucked out several more senbon and pushed them into Ino, making sure to place them on pressure points. By the end of the small scuffle, Ino could barely move her head. Last one, Kin whispered, standing over her prey, casually throwing the last senbon into Ino's neck, sending her into the world of unconsciousness. The audience above looked down at the scene as Height announced Kin the winner and Ino taken off on a stretcher. Wow, Ino got beat pretty bad. Choji said. She was too overconfident. Make sure you don't make the same mistake, Choji, Shikamaru replied. Kin walked back up to the stands to lean against the wall with her teammates as the panels on the wall selected the new pair of contestants. Naruto Uzumaki vs Shiro Lions. Hit read. Naruto let off a whoop of joy. Finally, his time to show everyone how much he'd progressed. Everyone, however, gave him a weird look at his eagerness. Naruto made his way down the staircase and met his opponent. Seems I get to test out the waterfall's finest, Naruto thought, watching his opponent join him in the arena. The waterfall ninja had black hair down to his neck that curved around his face, almost giving his head a perfect spherical shape. His headband was worn around his neck, coupled with a black t-shirt underneath. His gray ninja trousers looked quite worn with his kunai pouch strapped to his right thigh. He looked quite menacing due to the blue overcoat he wore, which was decorated in blood. He felt the tension between the two combatants. They were ready to fight all right. Begin, he shouted and escaped as fast as he could. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto began immediately. 10 puffs of smoke appeared around him. Shadow clones, Shiro questioned. You shouldn't be able to make those. Naruto laughed. Then you just underestimated me. The 10 Naruto quickly charged, drawing kunai and surrounding Shiro. Shiro had his work cut out for him, 11 Naruto against him. Shiro quickly dodged and ducked every slash and stab, taking out one of the clones with a swift punch. Wow, these things really don't live up to the hype. Shiro chuckled. The 10 Naruto all gritted their teeth. I'll show you, he shouted, the pair to Shiro's rear making a lunge for him. Shiro flipped back over the two, kicking them in the spine, dispelling them and escaping the circle of Naruto. My turn, he smirked, flashing through several hand signs. Earth-style, mudslide jutsu, he called out, slamming his hands down on the floor. The ground beneath Naruto shifted. Behind the last Naruto, the ground rose, forming a slope down towards Shiro, tilting to an angle of over 80 degrees with a good 4 feet of thickness. Several Naruto quickly got their footing, pushing chakra into their feet to stay upright while the rest slid towards the waiting Shiro where he kicked and crushed them. That all you got? One of the leftmost Naruto shouted as the 4 others remaining moved in close. The front Naruto reached behind him, taking hold of the other's hands as the others lifted his legs up so he was almost laying down, suspended in the air. Naruto rocket, he shouted as his front clone pulled and the rear pushed, sending him flying at the waterfall ninja. He didn't have time to dodge. Naruto shot straight into his stomach, bursting into smoke but not before he sent him flying backward, rolling along the ground. You're no match for me, Naruto shouted out, his clones giving each other high fives. The waterfall ninja struggled to his feet. He was definitely winded. You'll pay for that, he wheezed before clapping his hands together, Earth-style, avalanche jutsu. The stone slabs beneath Naruto shifted again, passing a 90-degree angle before succumbing to gravity, collapsing and crushing the remaining Naruto. Naruto, Kakashi called out. He knew Naruto could handle himself, but that caught Naruto by surprise. He was worried for the blonde-headed idiot. Naruto felt the rocks landing on him, his clones and arms helping protect his head and chest. He could feel the weight of the rock above him pressing down on his arms. It was too heavy to move with his arms in this position. His eyes fluttered as his breath began to leave him. Can you not do anything by yourself? A mighty roar in his head berated him. I will help you this once, but that is it, the fox shouted. Naruto felt desperate and didn't stop whatever the fox was doing. Shiro could tell he had damn near crushed the little leaf genin, if not squashed him completely. It's over, he muttered. There were several cries and shouts from above, mostly from the leaf, but the black-haired boy ignored them, turning to face Hate. You can call the match no, he began. A rock behind him shifted and banged on the ground. Shiro turned and saw the rocks rise up, small debris and dirt sliding off the dirty blonde genin who was shimmering with an outline of pure red chakra. He stood with his mouth hanging open as he watched the blonde genin stand, his body now covered with dirt and scratches. Hidden strength jutsu, Naruto shouted out. He looked a lot darker now with his body glowing a faint red. His nails and teeth had both grown a little and his eyes were a little darker round the eyelids. Even his hair had a definite darker tinge to it. His jacket and trousers filled out as his muscles increased in size. The people above the scene could feel the sheer power Naruto was exuding. He had that much strength, Tiba shouted in disbelief. Sakura had emerged from the medical wing only to be left stunned in awe. Naruto, she muttered as she clutched the rail to hold herself up. Naruto was breathing heavily. It wasn't from the damage, it was from the adrenaline running through his veins. He felt the fox's own chakra flowing through him and his eyes returning to their red-slitted state. He felt powerful. He felt more powerful than ever. Lord Hokage, what should we do? Ibiki whispered urgently in the old man's ear. Nothing, the Hokage replied. I can feel him from here. Naruto seems to have tapped into his prisoner's chakra, nothing more. Ibiki opened his mouth to reply but obeyed the Hokage's orders, watching as the red glow ebbed. Nearby, the Sound Jonin licked his lips in excitement. Someone else was excited too. Gaara was watching the match intently. The raw power radiating from Naruto excited the beast inside him. Shiro's hands began forming signs again. He didn't want to see the results of this latest jutsu. He blinked and jumped in shock to see Naruto so close, gripping his hands and preventing him from making any hand signs. Now I'll show you, he shouted. He pushed down on Shiro's hands and used both feet to kick him in the chest, sending him sprawling away. Naruto followed after his prey with impressive speed, his right hand's nails glowing red. 4 feet from his prey he stopped, his red claws losing their color. No. It'll kill him, Naruto whispered to himself. Shiro took this chance to back off, jumping to his feet and hopping back towards the statue behind him. Naruto's red claws faded completely as the red glow around his body dimmed too. His hands reaching into his back pouch, drawing multiple shuriken in each, crossing his arms over his chest before hurling them. Shiro reacted, flashing through 3 quick signs. Earth style, rock wall, he shouted, slamming his hands onto the floor again. This time, a slab of stone emerged straight up in front of him, the shuriken bouncing off it. Naruto formed his favorite hand sign before 2 more clones appeared, one either side of him. They each drew 2 kunai and charged the wall, taking the left and right sides as well as jumping over. Shiro heard them coming and flung 2 kunai of his own to the sides, the 2 Naruto receiving them in the head and neck respectively before poofing out of existence. The real Naruto jumped over the wall and flung his kunai at the waterfall ninja's thick sleeves, pinning him to the floor below. Give up or die, he whispered, holding another kunai to his neck. Never, Shiro choked out, trying to free his arms from the floor, but the kunai had buried itself in deep. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Wrong answer. Shiro's head slumped back. Naruto lifted the ring of the kunai away from Shiro's head and walked out from behind the wall. 1 twirl of the kunai with a sharp blow to the head and any opponent would be out cold or dead, depending on the end used. Luckily for Shiro, Naruto used the blunt end. Heiei quickly jumped onto the giant statue's fingertips and looked down at the unconscious form of Shiro below. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki, he announced as medical ninjas quickly freed and carried Shiro away, checking the now growing lump on top of his head. Naruto turned and walked up the stairs. Each step he took he felt weaker, he could feel the extra strength he'd received from the Kyuubi receding, leaving his original muscles deflating. He reached the top and spotted his friends smiling at him. Hinata, Sakura and Tenten were giving him looks of relief while Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji and Lee gave him looks of admiration. Naruto smiled back and walked forward but slowly felt his legs give out from under him. With a thud, Naruto collapsed, face first on the cold stone. Naruto, Shikamaru called out. He, Choji, Lee, Tenten, Sakura and Kiba all rushed to Naruto's side with Guy and Kakashi bringing up the rear. Naruto, what is wrong? Lee asked worriedly as he helped turn Naruto over. Naruto was breathing heavily. Naruto struggled out, rocks are heavy. Kiba reached into his pocket and taking out a small, marble-like object. Here, eat this, he offered, holding it to Naruto's mouth. Naruto accepted the pill and bit down hard, splitting the pill and swallowing it. He was still breathing heavily for a moment before his body began gaining a large amount of energy. His breathing slowed and he felt more alert. He slowly pushed himself into a sitting position as his breath returned to normal. Thanks Kiba, what was that? He asked. Everyone gave a sigh of relief as Naruto rose to his feet. Soldier pill, they give you a boost in stamina and chakra, they should keep you going but you need to see a medic. Good thinking Kiba, Kakashi complimented as he looked Naruto over, checking for any major external injuries. Hinata's worried face was replaced with one of relief. She'd been too stunned to help Naruto. Weak, she thought in her mind. If she wanted to be of any use to Naruto and her friends, she would have to get stronger. Everyone else knew the reason why she failed. It wasn't because of lack of skill or technique, it was confidence which hindered her abilities. The board revealed the next 2 fighters. Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga. Hinata glanced back at the board and squeaked. Neji's light gray eyes examined the board before turning and making his way towards the stairs. Hinata looked up at him as his face bore no emotion at all. Neji walked down the stairs as his cousin slowly followed. Kiba opened his mouth to speak but was cut off when a hand shot out from the side and grasped Hinata's shoulder, startling her. Now I get to see you fight, good luck Hinata, a familiar voice said. Hinata turned to see Naruto's trademark grin and cute whisker marks. Her head filled up with most of the blood from her body but forced herself to stay conscious. Thank you, Naruto, she whispered and walked down the stairs to join Neji on the field. Heiei watched as the shy girl readied herself for the match. Even he could tell she was scared but he had to continue the match until the end. Begin. Before we start the match, I'd like to say something, Hinata, Neji said, his voice rising. You don't make a good shinobi, forfeit now. Hinata looked stunned. You're too kind. You wish for harmony and avoid conflict. You agree with others, never resisting. Hinata looked away, the truth hurt. And you have no confidence in yourself, I always feel your sense of inferiority. That's why I thought it would be best for you to remain a genin. But the Chunin exam can only be taken as a team of 3. You couldn't turn down your teammate's request and unwillingly entered. Neji finished, am I wrong? The crowd turned to Hinata, eagerly waiting her answer. No, I just wanted to change myself, she stammered bravely. Kurenai thought back to when she talked to her father about Hinata's well-being and training. She didn't come away with an explanation she liked. People can't change themselves, Neji shouted, annoyed at her response. Losers are losers, their personality and strength will not change. Now Naruto was annoyed. He was called the dead last and now he knew he had the most powerful tailed beast living in his belly. With his help he had become a stronger person. What made Neji so great he could dictate this drabble to Hinata. Veins around Neji's eyes pulsed as a look of fear hit Hinata's face. You are merely acting strong. There is no way you will surpass me, nor will you ever make the rank of Chunin. Shut the hell up. Naruto shouted from above, stop playing your mind games on her. I believe she's strong and she would only get stronger with training. The few people around Naruto were startled at his sudden outburst, but they did agree with him. Naruto, Hinata whispered under her breath. HMPH, you cannot talk dead last. Neji muttered. The sound of air splitting was heard in Neji's ear. Without moving, a kunai whipped past his ear, missing by centimeters. He turned, knowing the assailant. Leave Naruto alone, Hinata said as firmly as she could without stuttering. Hinata's lavender-tinted eyes changed to match Neji's, veins pulsing next to them. I will not run. I will fight you with everything I have. Her voice grew, becoming a little stronger, and took her fighting stance. That's the spirit, Hinata, Naruto called out, pumping his fist up in excitement. You show him who's boss. Lee hung his head. Bad choice of words, Naruto. Neji twitched at Naruto's last sentence, his eyes narrowed. Fine, don't say I did not warn you, Hinata-sama. He spat before settling into his own stance. Why are they standing the same way? Naruto asked Lee. They stand that way as they both use the same style of taijutsu. Lee began. It is called the Gentle Fist and is the most powerful taijutsu in the Leaf Village. Below, Neji and Hinata charged at each other, their open palms outstretched. They met and with ferocious speed, began trading blows. Hinata would throw and be blocked and vice versa for Neji. Whoa, neither of them can land a hit, Naruto said, amazed. Both Lee and Guy knew the logic behind the blows and had a grim look on their faces. A glancing blow is all that is needed. The Gentle Fist taijutsu attacks your organs by injecting your own chakra into their coils, Lee stated. Naruto looked back at the match and focused his little chakra as he dared into his eyes. He could see the chakra emitted from their hands. It extended out like a needle, as Lee said, during the pinnacle of the blow, though Hinata's did seem smaller and thinner than Neji's. Hinata was wearing out. She didn't have the endurance her cousin did and her blows were slowing. She slid her leg round Neji's and lifted to trip him. Neji's leg lifted, but he didn't fall. He couldn't attack either. Hinata used the momentum to spin before putting her palms together and thrusting at Neji's chest. The blow landed as Neji lost his balance and flew back a few feet. Hinata did it. Naruto cheered. Hinata smiled at the praise, but her heart sank a second later as Neji rose to his feet, brushing the dust off like it was nothing. You think this is over? He asked, disbelievingly. You managed to land one hit as opposed to the many I have already laden you with. Hinata looked shocked. That hit should have winded him at least. Neji calmly walked up to Hinata and grabbed one of her arms. See, he said as he rolled back her sleeve to reveal several precise pink marks all along Hinata's arm. Your chakra hasn't been flowing past your wrists for nearly a minute now. It can't be, Sakura shouted from above. Neji used his left hand to strike Hinata similar to the way she struck him. She collapsed and rolled back a short distance before coughing up a little blood. Hinata, Naruto called out. Just give up. This is a battle you cannot possibly win. Neji offered. Don't go back. On my word. Hinata panted. Naruto's ears weren't deceiving him. That is also my ninja way. She finished, standing back on her feet. She shares my nindo. Naruto mumbled as Sakura and Lee smiled at him. Didn't you know, Naruto? Sakura started. She has that nindo because of you. Lee finished. Neji rushed Hinata, catching her off guard and putting her on defensive. Naruto looked on with a glassy look in his eyes. Really? He mumbled. Why? What did I do? Sakura smiled. She got her nindo because you were being the stubborn knucklehead you always are. Naruto gave her a confused look. Whenever you failed, you never gave up. Hinata saw your strength and wished it was her own. Sakura continued as Hinata took another blow to her left arm. She wanted to be like you, to never give up and keep getting stronger. Naruto turned back to the match. Hinata. Neji's hand slipped under Hinata's guard and both found her stomach, forcing a large amount of chakra into her. Hinata. Kurenai cried out. That was a devastating blow. The force of the blow forced Hinata back, her mind about to slip into unconsciousness. At least, Naruto saw me. Her last thought faded as her consciousness left her. A flash of black and orange whirled through the air and landed behind Hinata, enveloping her in its arms before they fell to the floor. Naruto landed on his back, clutching Hinata. Naruto, Sakura called out. Hey, it had no choice, someone had interfered. Winner, Neji, he announced before he and other Leaf Genin hurried to the fallen Hinata. Someone hurry and get a stretcher, Naruto ordered in a deep voice. Hinata's teammates and sensei were the first to be by her side as Naruto rose to his feet, holding Hinata bridal style. Hinata, can you hear me? Kiba asked frantically while the stretcher and medical ninja hurried over to them. Naruto lay Hinata down on the stretcher. She looked so pale, she must have lost a lot of blood. Help her as fast as you can. Naruto almost shouted at the Medi ninja. Right away. The leader jumped. He and his partner swiftly took Hinata away into the healing bay with Kurenai holding her hand. Naruto turned to look at Neji. How could you do that to your own family? He shouted. Neji replied calmly. She is weak. The weak do not deserve to live. You bastard. Naruto was going to give him what he deserved, a good kick in the teeth. No, Naruto, you'll get thrown out, Sakura said while she, Lee and Choji held him back. Sakura was the voice of reason and Naruto listened, calming down. Fine. He shrugged them off. Mark my words, the first chance I get, I'm smacking that attitude out of you. Neji smirked back at Naruto, saying nothing. He knew exactly how he would fare up against the dead last of the most recent bunch. Naruto turned and walked off, heading toward the medical bay. Hey, it spoke up as Naruto left. Now that all that excitement is over, who's next? Naruto walked through the long corridor, spotting the occasional drop of blood trailing on the floor. He quickened his pace and hurried along till he found a bright white room. Shielding his eyes, he tried to discover where he was until a hand nudged his shoulder. Naruto, you okay? A soft voice spoke. Naruto turned to see Ino wearing a blue patient's robe over her usual gear. Yay, I'm fine, Ino. If anything, I should be asking how you are. You did become a pincushion. Ino gave Naruto an unappreciative look. Thank you for your kind words, she said sarcastically. Naruto glanced around, looking for whichever way they took Hinata. What's up? Ino asked. You didn't see Hinata come through here, did you? No, but if Hinata got injured badly, they probably took her the same place they took me. Down that hall, Ino pointed out to her fellow blonde, first on the left. Thanks, Ino. He smiled and took off at a run. Geez, always in a rush. She smiled before returning to her own room. Naruto skidded to a halt outside the door Ino mentioned before looking inside. He saw Kurenai sitting on the edge of a clean white bed. He didn't see Hinata, however. Naruto entered with a click of the door as Kurenai looked up expectantly at his arrival. Kurenai-sensei, where's Hinata? Kurenai's downcast eyes caught Naruto's empathetic look as she decided to put on a brave face. She's in a special room right now, Naruto. She can't be disturbed right now as the healers are doing all they can for her. It's that bad. Naruto's voice dropped. He had only a few friends. He couldn't bear if he lost one. They have the best medical ninja working on her, Naruto. I'm sure she'll be fine. Kurenai smiled. Naruto wasn't fooled. He used that smile all his life. It was one of worry, fear, and uncertainty. Could you tell me when she's ready to receive visitors? I want to be the first. Naruto smiled back. His smile warmed Kurenai's heart, even if she couldn't tell it was faked. His smile said happy while his eyes shone with despair. Sure, Naruto, she replied, her own smile becoming genuine as Naruto left the room. He wandered back toward the arena, entering, only to encounter a large gust of dust to hit him in the face. Naruto jumped back into the hallway. What the hell was that? He thought. As the dust started to clear, he saw Rock Lee standing in the middle of the floor. Kabuto's teammate with the blacked-out glasses was covered in the bandages from Lee's wrist, lying motionless on the ground. Winner, Rock Lee. He heard Heiei call out as Lee ran back up the staircase to give the super dramatic thumbs up to his sensei and receive a bright white smile complete with ping noise. More medical ninja hurried past Naruto with another stretcher and lifted the unconscious ninja onto it. Naruto got out of their way and hurried up the stairs to his teammates. What'd I miss? He asked Sakura. Lee, he's like super fast. He took off his leg weights and we could barely keep up. Really? Naruto asked. Wow, Lee must have trained for ages. That I did, Naruto, Lee's voice said behind him. Naruto and Sakura turned to see Guy and his clone standing before them with brilliant white smiles each. Lee here has been training his taijutsu hard since he was in the academy. Guy said proudly. Cool, but why didn't you use any jutsu out there, Lee? Sakura asked curiously. Unfortunately, my dear Sakura, I lack the skill to utilize chakra well and create jutsu, nin or gen, Lee said, emotionlessly. Oh, I'm sorry. Sakura apologized. Do not apologize. I have trained my body only for taijutsu. I may lack the skills for anything else, but I am a good ninja, Lee stated proudly. Oh, Lee, Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei. The duo hugged, creating a sunset over a rocky beach. Wow, that's creepy. Sakura's eye twitched. Temari versus Zaku Abumi. The board read as the sand and sound ninja walked down to face each other. Temari removed the giant fan from her back. You ready to feel the pain? She smirked at Zaku. Zaku raised his arms to chest height. Only if you are, he replied in his deep voice. Begin. Heiei called out. Zaku made the first move, running low along the ground, flipping through hand signs. His palms shot out towards Temari. They met metal as Temari moved her fan to block his attack. Big mistake, he muttered. Decapitating air wave. A substantial amount of air burst out of his palms through the long tubes and directly onto Temari's fan. The force alone was enough to shoot Temari back into the wall. The stone cracked as she hit the wall, her fan dropping right beside her. Zaku merely laughed. No one can beat the sound. Temari's hand grabbed her fan and used it to push herself onto her feet. Damn you, she choked out, a little winded. What's the matter? He asked mockingly. You finished already. I'll show you finished. She cried and flicked her fan. It opened all the way, showing 3 purple spots on it. Wind side jutsu, Temari shouted, slicing the fan through the air. Zaku raised his arms to protect his head as the air whipped around him. It didn't help much as the air pressure lifted him off his feet and air slashed and cut him. Zaku was thinking fast. He'd underestimated the girl. The wind was slashing at him viciously. He couldn't perform any hand signs. Dasu knew what he was thinking. Don't you dare, he muttered. Zaku could only hear the wind whistling in his ear. He found the energy to clap his hands together. Extreme decapitating air waves. He shouted out, thrusting his arms forward, letting out a huge amount of air, blasting himself out of the mini-cyclone. He flew back and smashed his head on the wall above the viewing deck, falling into unconsciousness and dropping in front of the Leaf Jonin. The blast he'd conjured head straight for his teammate and the remaining Sand siblings. Kankuro swiftly ducked behind Gaara as his Sand shield automatically protected them from harm. Dasu jumped clear of the railings and landed on the battle floor. Fool, he cursed. He jumped up to the platform to check on Zaku, out cold. The winner, Temari, he announced. Naruto looked over at Temari. She looked like she was about to collapse too. That first hit must have been hard. Both combatants had one-hit kill moves, now that was scary. Medical ninjas hurried themselves past the genin to get to Zaku. He won't be happy when he wakes up, a giant headache and many cuts over his body. One of them muttered as they inspected him. Temari folded her fan up and rested both hands on it, her head bent between them, breathing hard. Kankuro jumped over the railing and landed beside his sister. Hey, you okay? He asked, worried. Hey, she said softly, looking up at her brother as her vision went blurry. I'm fine. She didn't finish as both she and her fan collapsed. Kankuro quickly caught her and lifted her arm over his shoulder. Medic, he called out as medical ninja came to relieve him of his sister. He gave her a quick look over before telling Kankuro she'd only received a mild shock. He quickly healed the lump on the back of her head before her eyes fluttered open. That was over fast. Naruto thought as Zaku passed him on a stretcher, too powerful for his own good. Why do you think I've not taught you any more than you can handle right now? The Kyuubi grumbled to Naruto. The stray debris was quickly cleared from the walls as the board announced the next battle. Shikamaru Nara vs Shino Aburame. Shino glanced at the board. If he was sad or glad Shikamaru was his opponent, he certainly didn't show it. Shikamaru just sighed. Great, now I have to work. I was hoping to go last. He muttered to Choji. Don't worry, you'll do fine. Choji grinned. Thanks, buddy. Shikamaru smiled before following Shino down to the arena below. Many of the Jonin were stirring at this latest bout, the mysterious Aburame clan member versus the Genin genius. Shikamaru and Shino took their places opposite each other, both with their hand in their pockets. Begin. Hey, it shouted, jumping back. Shikamaru watched Shino carefully, checking to see what moves he would make. Shino, on the other hand, barely moved a muscle. Instead, a large amount of insects began collecting themselves in his sleeves. What's he waiting for? Shikamaru wondered as several plans began formulating themselves in his head. Shino moved. He lifted both his arms and raised them above the rim of his pockets, enough to slip his hands out and point them at Shikamaru. Two swarms of insects launched themselves at the Nara, flapping their little wings in effort. The two swarms merged into one as Shikamaru jumped back, trying to escape from them. Shino's hands had returned to their respective pockets. Acting fast, Shikamaru reached into his pouch and withdrew a red outline note with kanji written in the middle for explode. He wrapped it around a kunai and hurled it into the oncoming storm of insects. It buried itself deep into the storm and exploded, sending insects both living and dead scattering. Shikamaru jumped into the smoke screen the explosion had created. Shino was still standing in his starting position, waiting patiently to strike again. A shadow burst from the smoke, approaching Shino's own at a dangerously fast pace. This made Shino react, jumping clear of the shadow till he was sure he was out of its reach. The smoke began to settle to reveal Shikamaru still in his jutsu stance. Many people didn't know who could win this match. No one really knew about Shino, and Shikamaru usually didn't show this level of effort. Shikamaru reached into his pouch again, withdrawing a small ball-like object and kunai when he felt himself nearly lose grip of them. Seems Maikakechu found you, Shino said in his soft voice. Shikamaru's eyes widened and he quickly rolled up his sleeve. Sure enough, several small beetle-like insects were biting his arm. They live off chakra. Pretty soon, you won't have enough left to move. Shikamaru cursed and brushed them off his arm before hurling the kunai between him and Shino. It dug itself into the ground before the ball attached to the end of it began emitting a bright light. The audience above covered their eyes while Shino seemed unfazed, his dark glasses protecting him from the worst of it. Using the cover, Shikamaru set to work, removing several things from his pouch. He had exactly 30 seconds to finish. Shino just remained standing still, waiting for the flash to finish. One of his insects hovered in front of his eyes. Good, was all he said. The light burned itself out and some of the crowd rubbed their eyes to refocus them. Down in the arena, Shino still hadn't moved while Shikamaru was holding several strings behind him. What's going on? Naruto asked. No one seemed to be able to answer him as they were all wondering the same thing. Give up, there is no way you can win, Shino said calmly, analyzing the traps Shikamaru had laid out for him. Call off your bugs or I let go, Shikamaru replied, feeling his chakra dip down further. Whatever move you pull, I have an ace up my sleeve, Shino said, disturbingly. Shikamaru couldn't wait any longer. He released the string in his hands. Several kunai launched themselves toward Shino. That's all, he muttered before sidestepping out of their flight path. 8 kunai flew past him, 3 on each side, 1 above and 1 below. It was only as they passed him that he noticed the steel wire net binding them together. The kunai lodged themselves into the ground, the net capturing their prey. Shino was face up on the floor in a bit of a daze. Shikamaru acted fast, rushing up to the beetle user and slapped his last exploding tag over Shino's forehead. Give up or I detonate it, Shikamaru said fiercely. Shino was trapped. He couldn't make a bug clone to swap with or remove the wire without Shikamaru ending him. His hidden bugs hadn't sucked all the chakra from Shikamaru's legs either. His ace had failed. I concede, he muttered a little downheartedly. Finally, Shikamaru said, relieved as he relaxed his stance and fell back onto the floor. I just want to sleep after this. Winner, Shikamaru. Hey, it announced with a cough. Choji and Kiba helped Shikamaru and Shino respectively, Kiba helping Shino out of the makeshift net and remove the exploding tag off his head while Choji helped Shikamaru back up the steps into the stand. Hey, good match Shikamaru, Naruto complimented. I didn't know you could work that fast. Shikamaru smirked. I don't like having to work, remember. Too much effort. Well done Shikamaru, a soft voice said behind him. It was Shino and Kiba, the former having spoken. I appreciate a good fight, not many can resist my Kakeichu for long. Shikamaru smiled and stuck out his hand. Ditto. Shino looked at his hand before slowly removing his own to shake it once and return to his pocket. Oh no, Sakura muttered. What is it? Naruto asked, looking at her. She pointed to the board as it read the pairing for the next match. Gaara vs. Dasu Kinuta. The red-haired sand ninja made his way down the steps, as did the bandaged sound ninja. It's that creepy guy from before, Naruto exclaimed. He even gave me the chills. Good thing we're not up against him. Hey, Sakura whispered back, watching the two get in position. When this is all over, they'll have to be taking you home in a matchbox. Dasu smirked evilly, radiating a little killer intent. I doubt that. When I crush you there won't be anything left to take away. Gaara replied in his soft harsh voice, returning the killer intent in full with interest. Hey wasted no time getting out of there, starting the match as he fled. Dasu lifted his right metal hand up to his head and drawing a kunai with his other. Let's see you defend against this. He muttered and banged the kunai on his arm, emitting a disturbing sound wave. Gaara heard nothing until a loud ringing in his ears made itself known. NRGH, he grunted as he covered his ears. So much for the sand ninja. Dasu laughed, raising his arm for another attack, walking closer to his prey. Kankuro laughed above the arena. The last brunette waterfall ninja looked at him funny. Kankuro glanced at him and said 3 words. It's already over. Back on the floor, Gaara didn't like the sound he was hearing. He removed his left hand from his ear and his open palm faced Dasu. Gaara growled as Dasu laughed again. Had enough. The sand from Gaara's gourd had been slithering toward his opponent, but now that Gaara was mad, it made no effort to hide itself. The sand rose from the floor around Dasu, latching onto his metal arm as a wave of sand poured out of Gaara's gourd, heading straight for the sound nin. Dasu jumped back, trying to shake the sand off his device as the sand quickly plugged up and disabled it. The sound in Gaara's head stopped and he was furious. Now it's time to erase you, Gaara said fiercely, both hands now raised at Dasu. The sand sped up. Now the entire gourd had dissolved, sending a wave of sand at the sound ninja. Sand coffin, Gaara murmured. No, wait, he cried out as the sand enveloped him, restricting his movement and lifting him up into the air. The crowd watched in amazement as Gaara's sand brought the sound ninja closer to him so that only 10 feet separated them. The crowd watched with bated breath, wondering what Gaara would do with his prisoner. Please let me go. Jiffy couldn't finish as sand filled his mouth to keep the match from ending. There is no escape for the weak, Gaara muttered. Sand burial. He then shouted, balling both of his hands into fists. The sand then completely covered Dasu, enveloping him before contracting very fast into the size of the memorial statue. Several gasps were heard across the hall as the sand slowly flowed back to Gaara, recreating his gourd and filling it. Where's the other one? Sakura stammered, watching the slightly reddened sand fill Gaara's gourd. He's just gone, Lee said. All of the Leaf Genin were completely shocked at the brutality of the sand ninja. The last of the sand filled Gaara's gourd as he turned and walked back up the stairs to his brother. Winner, Gaara. Hey, it muttered before repeating himself louder, remembering his duty. Naruto watched as Gaara returned to his original spot, his arms folded like nothing had happened. Next to them, Sakura was shaking. She'd never seen death before. He put his arm over her shoulder and drew her in for a hug. She silently took deep breaths to calm herself down before excusing herself with a pale look on her face. Only 3 battles left to go, Shikamaru stated as the board selected the next combatants, his mind still dealing with the loss of a fellow ninja. An enemy but a ninja all the same. Shoji Akamichi vs. Ekatai Kiso. The last waterfall ninja made his way calmly to the arena floor. So that's who I'm up against. Shoji laughed. When all this is over, I'm going to Ikaraku to celebrate. Shikamaru sighed. Do you ever stop eating Choji? Shoji just gave him a big grin and made his way down to his opponent. The male waterfall ninja was wearing a long blue overcoat that looked a little funny. It had lumps in places you wouldn't expect a coat to have. His blue headband was firmly tied around his upper right arm, similar to Shikamaru's. His short black hair stood on end and the hard look on his face meant he didn't play around. Shoji prepared himself for whatever this guy was going to throw at him. He wasn't going to be caught off guard. Begin. Hey, it shouted. The waterfall ninja decided to kick off this fight. He reached inside his overcoat and removed a bottle of water. Shoji looked confused for a moment before he removed another bottle with his other hand. Where the label of the company who makes the drink would be, there was a note on each bottle reading seal. What can you do with those? Shoji questioned. This, Ekatai replied, throwing the bottles above his head. The crowd followed the bottles as Ekatai drew a pair of kunai from his back left pouch under his coat and threw them at the bottles. The kunai made a direct hit in the middle of the seal and the bottles burst, showering the field with a lot of water. Ekatai immediately formed seals while Choji was distracted. Water clone jutsu, he muttered as 3 clones rose from the floor. Gah, 4-on-1. Choji jumped back, putting some distance between him and the enemies. The clones followed Choji, drawing 2 kunai each as they ran. Choji thought quickly. Expansion jutsu, he called out as his arm and hand inflated to over 4 times their natural size. He then swiped his hand at the clones, taking the closest 2 out, reducing them to water again while the third jumped over the hand, attacking from above. Choji's hand quickly shrank as his other inflated and held it in front of his body, palm outwards. The clone dug its kunai into Choji's hand, cutting downwards to the bottom. Choji winced in pain and forced his hand to flatten on the floor, squashing the water clone. With all 3 gone, Choji shrunk his hand and looked up to see his opponent finish his hand signs ending on hair. Water style, water bullets, he cried out, shooting 5 small water shapes out of his mouth. Choji quickly jumped to the side, dodging the first 3 but taking the last 2 in the chest and stomach. The force backed him against the wall, water splashing around him as he breathed heavily. Come on Choji, Shikamaru shouted from the stand. Go get him fat ass, Naruto encouraged. Calling Choji fat or anything of the sort was forbidden in the leaf unless you wanted to be flattened. Here however, it just made him mad. First, I'm gonna flatten this guy, then I'm coming for you Naruto. Choji shouted back with impressive volume. You'll have to beat me first. Ekatai provoked, directing Choji's full attention and anger at him. You want a piece of Choji? He shouted back, his eyes narrowing in rage. Expansion jutsu, he shouted, his body enlarging to a round shape. He tucked his arms, legs and head into his clothes as several spouts of chakra blew out of the gaps. Choji began rolling at a fast pace at his opponent. Human boulder, he cried, chub his rule. The water on the floor didn't help as Choji span right at Ekatai before he jumped out the way just in time. Choji tried to turn but skidded along the floor. Looks like that jutsu's useless, Ekatai mocked. He removed another bottle of water from his coat and threw it at Choji. Water style, water bomb jutsu, he shouted, flashing through 5 hand signs as the bottle of water met Choji's rolling form. It exploded, sending a smokescreen of mist everywhere. Choji, Shikamaru shouted, panicking for his best friend. Naruto looked on, his eyes trying to pierce the cloud of water. The mist slowly cleared, revealing Choji implanted in the wall, still in his boulder form. A few seconds later his body shrank back to its normal size. Choji was still standing. Nothing that weak can hurt me in boulder form. Choji grinned. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. You still haven't laid a finger on me. What makes you think you can defeat me now? Ekatai laughed. Choji gritted his teeth. The waterfall ninja did have a point. He thought quickly, the best way to stop his water bottle attacks was to restrict use of his hands. Choji's chubby form charged at Ekatai, splashing the small pool of water with every step he took. Ekatai realized Choji's intentions and struck first, aiming a blow straight at his opponent's head. Choji ducked and slipped under his arm to deliver a rising uppercut to the chin, sending the ninja high into the air. The Akamichi may be slow but they had power to make up for it. Now, expansion jutsu, he shouted, his torso once again returning to its overweight state. Ninja art, Choji special, he shouted out as he bounced on the floor, rising up to the waterfall ninja, grinding into his back. He rolled off of Choji and swiftly grabbed another water bottle from his coat. Oh no you don't, Choji shouted. With a burst of chakra in the opposite direction, Choji shot at the waterfall ninja, connecting with him and landing on top, grinding him into the ground. There was a large explosion underneath Choji that sent him flying back into the air, reverting back to his less chubby state and landing on his feet. The waterfall ninja was out cold, laying on the floor completely soaked. Choji had landed on him with such a force that his remaining bottles had exploded inside his jacket. HMPH never stood a chance. Choji laughed. Winner, Choji. Hey, declared as medical ninja removed Ekatai from the crater Choji created. Now for my next opponent. Choji smirked darkly before turning to give Naruto an evil glare. Naruto. Naruto gulped and quickly used Lee as a shield. Choji charged up the stairs, moving faster than when he'd been fighting. Lee stepped to the side, as did everyone else as Choji charged down the viewing platform, heading straight for Naruto. Run kid, Kyuubi shouted in his head. He instantly complied, jumping over the railing. Come back here Naruto, Choji shouted from behind, shaking his fist at the blonde genin. Naruto just laughed and ran away down the nearest corridor. Amidst Naruto laughing and running, he didn't register Kurenai being in the way. Living up to her Jonin status, she swiftly tripped Naruto and caught him by the back of his collar, bringing him to an instant halt. Naruto, he shouldn't be running around in the medical halls. She reprimanded him. I'm sorry Kurenai-sensei, I was just running from. Naruto began. Hey, wait a minute, why aren't you with Hinata? He yelled out. Kurenai dropped the loud genin on his butt. Don't yell Naruto, people are getting healed here you know. Kurenai gave him a stern look before her features softened again. I was actually coming to get you, she began. Hinata's out of the healing bay but she's not ready for visitors. Naruto's goofy attitude disappeared altogether. Can I still go see her? He asked quietly. Yes, Kurenai said simply, provided you don't go inside. Naruto smiled warmly at her before the duo made their way to Hinata's room. Naruto peered through the window. He could see her petite figure lying in bed. Her indigo hair framed her face as a breathing mask lay over her mouth. Her arms were over the covers with a few wires plugged in under her skin. More cables were coming from under the sheets, all linking up to several, what Naruto presumed, high-tech devices that showed her bodily readings. Naruto could see the slow rise and fall of her chest as the machines recorded her heart rate. Kurenai watched Naruto. She knew Hinata cared deeply for the boy and, whether or not Naruto knew, she could tell he wasn't happy right now. Naruto's hand balled into a fist and sped towards the wall. It stopped, inches before it touched the wall as Kurenai took a step back. "I swear I'm gonna make him pay," Naruto whispered, deathly quiet. "He's gonna wish he never did this to Hinata." He finished, his back still turned from Kurenai, gazing at Hinata. Without another word, Naruto turned and walked back towards the exams, his anger bubbling in his belly. Walking back to the arena, medical ninja, carrying a stretcher, were running towards Naruto. "Out of the way," the front ninja said to Naruto as he stepped aside. The ninjas passed Naruto as he caught a glimpse of the figure on the stretcher. It was the last sound ninja. His face was pale and his arms looked like they'd been pulled from their sockets. The medical ninja hurried on their way as Naruto resumed walking down the hall. "I wonder who did that," he thought. Sakura was the next person to pass him. "Hey Sakura, what are you?" Naruto didn't get a chance to finish as she rushed past him and through the hall. "Weird, everyone seems to be in a hurry now," he pondered, now entering the arena. He quickly walked over to the stairs as Sasuke walked down them. "So you're finally gonna fight, eh?" Naruto teased. "Yay, I'm against that loudmouth idiot. He reminds me of you," Sasuke shot back. Naruto's eyes lowered and twitched in anger. Must not prove him right. He kept repeating in his head, "Hey Naruto, you're just in time for my fight," Kiba shouted as he passed Naruto and Sasuke on the stairs. "Kiba, do you want me to look after Akamaru?" Naruto asked. "Nah, Akamaru sticks with me." Kiba smirked. "Come on Sasuke, or are you scared?" "That wouldn't stand." Sasuke pushed past Naruto, heading for Kiba. "Hey," it stepped between the two before Sasuke started the match early. Kiba laughed as Sasuke tried to push past the proctor as he lowered Akamaru to the floor. Why is he taking Akamaru with him? Naruto thought as he retook his place next to Kakashi. The remaining Genin and some of the Chunin and Jonin were wondering the same thing. The proctor hadn't disallowed it, so people accepted it. Sasuke finally relented and moved into his proper position. The final battle of the preliminaries will now begin. "Hey," it announced, jumping back as the match officially started. Kiba wasted no time getting started and felt his chakra flowing round his body. "Ninja art of beast mimicry, all fours jutsu," Kiba said, resting his hands on the floor and laying low, like a dog ready to attack. Kiba's nails extended into claws while certain teeth grew and sharpened. "Stay back for a sec Akamaru, I want to test his strength." Kiba smirked. Akamaru yipped in response and sat, waiting for his master's next order. Sasuke took up his fighting stance. "Come and get me if you think you're good enough," Sasuke provoked with a confident smirk. Kiba lunged at Sasuke, his right hand extended to slash, faster than Sasuke expected but not fast enough. Sasuke blocked his first attack and used his left leg to block the second. Kiba was now inadvertently holding Sasuke up. "See ya," Sasuke sneered, bringing his right leg up and leaning back to balance on his left arm, kicking Kiba square in the jaw. Kiba skidded back to Akamaru as Sasuke twirled on his right hand to land before standing. "Is that all you got?" Sasuke laughed. Kiba quickly jumped back up, reaching into his back pouch. He withdrew his hand and chucked a small black pill into Akamaru's awaiting mouth and taking another himself. "What did he just take?" Naruto asked Kakashi. "The same thing he gave you earlier, Naruto," Kakashi explained, "a soldier pill. It intensifies your chakra, lowering the cost for jutsu." Naruto turned back to the fight to see a now red-furred Akamaru jump onto Kiba's back. "Beast mimicry, man-beast clones," Kiba cried out as Akamaru changed into an identical copy of Kiba. "Just another flashy clone trick," Sasuke laughed. "You can't even make more like Naruto. Don't underestimate us," both Kiba said in unison, creeping out the crowd. Both Kiba and his clone charged at Sasuke, claws ready, moving faster than the last attack. Sasuke quickly activated his Sharingan and felt a twitch on his neck as both Kiba swiped at him. He quickly ducked the first attack and shifted his right leg back to avoid the second. The Kiba both passed Sasuke and landed not 5 feet behind him. Before Sasuke could turn, they both lunged again, the first slashing across his back and the other scratching his leg. "It's not over," both Kiba said, again in unison as they landed. They both rushed at Sasuke as he regained his footing. "Fang over fang," they cried out, rotating fast and turning into drill-like blurs. Sasuke quickly jumped over their heads, thinking they wouldn't be able to see him dodge. His eyes widened in surprise as both blurs turned and shot directly at him. They struck home when they hit him in the chest, grinding and slashing him before sending him crashing back to the floor, dust scattering into the air. The blurs landed a little distance away and looked back at the homemade smokescreen. "Good work, Akamaru." Kiba smiled at his clone, to which it gave a happy bark. 2 more simultaneous cries were heard across the room. "Sasuke." Naruto glanced over to see none other than Sakura and Ino. Ino was still in her patient's robe while Sakura looked out of breath. Must have told her Sasuke was fighting. Naruto thought, a little jealousy washing over him. Several balls of fire shot out from the dust. One collided with Akamaru, sending him sprawling before another collided, bringing him out of his transformation. Akamaru, Kiba shouted as he dodged the incoming fireballs himself. When they finished, the smoke cleared to reveal a battered Sasuke with a little blood flowing down from his forehead. Akamaru, no. Kiba howled as he picked up the unconscious form of the burned little puppy. Even if Sasuke was fighting Kiba, people weren't happy to see a puppy beaten down so harshly. Even Sakura and Ino weren't cheering. Kiba jumped to the side, laying Akamaru down as the red fur receded from his body before turning back to Sasuke, a fierce look over his face. "No one hurts my dog," Kiba shouted across to Sasuke. Sasuke felt his chakra control slip at the end of his last technique. He needed more power to beat Kiba. It was at that time Sasuke's sealed curse mark began really acting up, sensing his desires. Sasuke clutched his shoulder in pain, unable to stop the oncoming force that was Kiba and Yuzuka. Tunneling Fang, Kiba shouted as he returned to his gray drill state and slamming back into Sasuke. Sasuke cried out in pain as Kiba pushed him back, not letting up on the attack. Regaining control of his arms, he combined his hands over his head and slammed down on what he assumed was Kiba's head. The blur dug down into the ground, leaving Sasuke to fly back and roll over. Kiba released the technique, clutching his head in pain as he rose from the crater. Sasuke stumbled to his feet as blood dripped down his chest where Kiba's attack had left a giant hole in his shirt. Black flame-like marks slowly began spreading over Sasuke's right side, flowing down his arm and reaching his thigh. "Must defeat Kiba," he gasped, his lungs taking a definite blow during that last attack. Kiba's soldier pill wasn't all talk. He could still feel the temporary chakra flow through him, giving him the strength to ignore the lump on his head and charge Sasuke again. Just one more, Sasuke thought as the flames fully enveloped his right side. Naruto couldn't believe what he was seeing, what was happening to Sasuke. 6 hand signs were formed. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke struggled, forming the familiar ring around his mouth and blew with all the chakra he could muster. Kiba tried to slow and dodge as soon as he saw the orange flames leave Sasuke's mouth, but he wasn't fast enough, the flames engulfing his form as he cried out in pain. Kiba, Naruto, and surprisingly Shino cried out. The flames disappeared almost as fast as they appeared, leaving a singed Yuzuka on the floor, part of his hair and coat missing with the edges blackened. Sasuke panted heavily. That was the last of his power. The seal on his neck began to recede. Hey, and 2 medical ninja hurried over to Kiba with another scooping up Akamaru. "Winner, Sasuke." Hey, it called out. Sasuke's vision was blurring, sounds were becoming fainter. His failing body lost its footing and began falling to the floor. A puff of smoke appeared underneath him as Kakashi materialized, carrying his student with both arms. "I'll take him to the healing bay," he told the medical ninja before disappearing in another puff of smoke. Kiba was carried off the field on a stretcher, Akamaru held in the caring arms of a healer. Sakura and Ino looked at each other, both silently asking whether they should follow after Sasuke. With this, the preliminary trials for the 3rd test are over. "Hey," it announced without a cough, "could those who have won their battle please line up here?" he said, pointing a row of undamaged stone just in front of the statue. Tenten, Shikamaru, Choji, Neji, Lee, Kankuro, Kin, Gaara, Temari, and Naruto all made their way down the stairs and towards the front of the room. The Hokage and several Jonin including Anko, Guy, and Asuma were already at the front, waiting for them. The sound Jonin had mysteriously slipped away. The 10 genin lined up along the undamaged slabs. "Despite one person missing, congratulations to you all who managed to overcome your opponents in battle," Hayate announced. "In the final rounds, each of you will put your battle skills on display. To not hold anything back, the 3rd round will begin 1 month from now," the Hokage announced. "Wait, we're not going to do it right here and now?" Naruto asked, confused. "Many clients for missions will be arriving to watch the final test. Time is needed to distribute the summons." The Hokage continued, "Not to mention, you will need time to prepare for each of your battles. Each of you now know the other's skills, so you will need this time to prepare new skills to win your battles. Remember to get some rest as well. All work and no play makes a ninja tired and an easy target. Let's get this over with, I've got to get training." Naruto fussed, bored with the long-winded speech. "Okay then, if you insist, Naruto." "Anko," the Hokage replied, nodding to the special Jonin at the same time. "Each of you will draw a slip of paper from here," Anko called out, holding an orange box. 1 slip each. Starting at the end of the line with Tenten, Anko moved down with each of the genin drawing a single slip of paper. "Now call out your numbers from left to right," Ibiki ordered. Each of the genin called out their number, Naruto getting number 10. When they had finished, Ibiki directed their attention to the board. It brought up the final matches that the genin would be fighting in, showing them in the form of a tournament table. Shikamaru vs. Choji, Neji vs. Kankuro, Gaara vs. Kin, Sasuke vs. Lee, Temari vs. Naruto. Tenten getting a free advance to the 2nd round against the winner of match 5. Different thoughts were running though the genin's heads, some of them good, some bad about who they would be up against. Temari, I got the sand girl. Naruto questioned in his mind. If he won his first match he would be against Tenten in the 2nd. He was silently weeping in his head, cursing his bad luck. "I have a question," Shikamaru stated. The Hokage nodded in response. "If this is like a tournament, then is there only one person who will become a Chunin?" Actually, you all have the possibility of becoming Chunin, the Hokage replied. Several judges, including myself, will be evaluating your skills, and depending on your performance, you will or will not advance to Chunin. The person who wins the tournament might not become a Chunin, while someone who lost in the first round could. More matches means more chances to show off your skills. Shikamaru appeared satisfied with the answer, but cursing the fact he would have to work for a month. Thank you all for your patience, we will adjourn till next month. The Hokage finished. The stone that covered the board slid back into place as the Jonin and Hokage began leaving the room. Hey, wait a minute, Naruto called out. The Hokage turned, as did several Jonin, to see Naruto's confused face. How do we get out of this forest safely? Naruto awoke early the next morning. The forest of death was child's play for the Jonin that helped them get out. That Gaara kid, Naruto shivered, he just walked off back into the forest. The blonde stretched and went through his morning routine, making sure to eat all of his instant ramen for the training plan he'd prepared for himself. Ugh, nothing like ramen to start the day, he gasped, sucking down the last of the noodles before throwing the cup at the already full trash can, which promptly bounced off. He didn't notice the discarded cup as he grabbed his black and orange jacket and escaped through the window. It was another bright, sunny day in Konoha as Naruto arrived at Team 7's training ground. Sasuke isn't here. I wonder if he's still in the hospital. Naruto wondered, his hand wrapped around the hilt of his new sword, one Naruto had personally helped Tenten forge for him. She made him help for 2 reasons, or so she said. One was to put his own sweat and blood into the blade, though not literally. Creating his sword was like creating an extension of himself. It was his and no one else's. Her other reason was because she wanted to test his weapon ability in the final exam after Naruto beats that sand chick. Naruto chuckled at the memory as he draped his jacket over one of the 3 wooden posts and walked over to the nearest unlucky tree. His hand gripped his new sword over his right shoulder, back where it belonged. This short sword was about the same length as his previous one, Naruto's birthstone in the center of the guard, a small, round, white opal. The hilt itself had 2 protruding ends which curled up to face the tip of the blade. The lower section of the hilt overlapped some of the grip, covering Naruto's hand should an enemy's blade try to cut it off. The grip was made of dark brown leather, wrapped around a golden-colored handle which ended with a small fox's head at the end, mid-roar. Naruto was waiting silently, his hand still on his blade as the wind swept through the clearing. A fallen leaf crossed between Naruto and the tree. Naruto's sword sliced through the air, barely making any sound until contact with the tree, leaving a huge scar nearly halfway deep through the tree. The leaf fell to the ground, split in 2 perfectly down the middle. Another tree splintered and crashed to the ground, its middle torn apart by Naruto's new blade. The blonde was panting heavily, fatigued and worn down. Unlike his blade, its only problem was dirt. He grabbed his water canteen and took a long drink before pouring a little on his sword before sitting down and cleaning it on the grass. Just then, he heard a great yawn echo in his mind. Morning, brat, finished already? The fox greeted as he stretched in his cage. Already? It's 2 o'clock and I haven't even had lunch yet. Naruto yelled back at the fox in his mind. Geez, what's eating you? Besides me in the future, of course, the fox chuckled. Naruto scowled. Watch it, fox. I'm not strong enough yet, but you ain't eating me. Just a joke, kid. I thought you liked those. The Kyuubi grumbled. How's the new sword? Naruto sighed, letting all the hot air leave his body before rising to his feet, grabbing his jacket and swiftly donning it, heading towards town. Better. Tenten was right. It feels much better knowing all the ins and outs of it like it's a part of me. The Kyuubi just agreed with a grunt, curling back up for its daily fox nap. Naruto let out another sigh as he walked along, enjoying the warm air and the feeling of the sun on his skin. No matter how good these felt, they couldn't pry his mind away from Hinata. He knew he couldn't do anything at the moment to help her and he felt terrible about it. He glanced up at the Hokage's faces on the great mountain behind the village, remembering his time before becoming a genin, painting their faces. I haven't played a prank in ages, I think I've matured a little. Naruto thought as he passed the local tar shop. He spotted the wagon outside holding a few large barrels of tar still loaded on. That could be useful, he found himself thinking as he tried to resist grabbing a barrel. His resistance was lost as he spotted a similar situation with the decorations shop, only having a bag labeled bright-colored feathers instead. ... Or maybe I haven't matured too much. Naruto's playful side returned. The wheels in Naruto's head turned quickly. Maybe he could distract himself from Hinata after all. The trap was in place. It had only taken a few shadow clones and a transformation jutsu or 2 and he'd gotten what he needed. Naruto lay prone on a roof close to the hot springs. Lots of people like to relax at the hot springs, so he thought this would be the best and fastest place to put his latest prank into motion. He giggled quietly as he watched and waited. He soon heard footsteps. Naruto snuck a peek down below. He could see a rather old man with long white hair, a red vest with 2 yellow circles around his upper torso with a green gi underneath, trying in with his green trousers to match. His outfit was topped off with a small horned headband with the kanji for oil written on it. The figure giggled perversely as he scribbled something in a small pocketbook. Ooh, I can't wait. With all the sexy Kunoichi off missions, there's bound to be something for my boo. The old man began. He was about to emerge from the alleyway when he heard giggling coming from above. He stopped, snapped his book shut and glanced up at the source of the noise. The old man caught a glimpse of yellow hair and a blue leaf headband before it whipped out of sight. "Oi, you," he called out, "what's so funny?" Naruto cursed himself. He couldn't have waited a few seconds longer to let the laughter pour out when his plan actually succeeded. He poked his head out from the top of the rooftop again before rolling down and jumping in front of the man outside the alleyway. "Well, someone told me that old desperate men gather here. So far you're the first, so you must be the most desperate." Naruto laughed, pointing directly at him. "Why, you little," he began, rolling up his sleeves and stepping forward menacingly. "When I get a hold of you, I'm gonna." Naruto was feet away from the guy before his foot caught the ninja wire Naruto had placed. He was too angry to notice before tar and feathers mixed in a mini explosion at the alley exit. The feathers disguised the confusion, but not for long. The rainbow-colored feathers were now either on the floor or on the man. He was now covered head to toe in black sticky tar and feathers. Naruto clutched his sides as he watched the old man cry out in agony, dropping to the floor and writhing around. The man's hand shot out and grabbed a handful of earth before releasing it, as though trying to will away the pain. Naruto quickly hurried to the old man's side. "What's wrong?" "I didn't KN." The man's hand now found Naruto's neck and instantly the writhing stopped. Naruto's eyes pierced through the feathery mess to see the man grinning an evil grin. "Now I got you, you little brat," he whispered. That scared Naruto worse than the yelling as both his hands gripped the old man's, trying to break free. The old man rose to his feet, a few feathers falling from his person as the sticky tar remained stuck. "Now I'm gonna make you pay," he hissed. Naruto's hand stopped gripping the man's as his look of shock turned into a wide grin. "Fat chance," he laughed before disappearing in a puff of smoke. The old man looked around. The orange and black-clad ninja was a shadow clone as the real one stood atop the building his clone had jumped from. "See ya," he called down as he jumped away to the next building, laughter still ringing in the air. Anko walked out of the hot springs entrance and saw Naruto making good his escape and the old man covered in feathers. "Lord Jiraiya, are you okay?" she asked worriedly. The old man, now identified as Jiraiya, wiped what feathers he could from his face before he glanced at the mechanism that caused his current attire. The string was attached to the two buildings low to the ground before turning 90 degrees upwards, attached to the end of a barrel of tar and a bag of feathers. "Blasted kid," he yelled before jumping up to the roof. He was going to make Naruto pay one way or the other. Anko examined the trap more closely. Naruto had put the pins and the wires in the most effective places to make full use of his resources. "Uzumaki Naruto," she muttered before cracking a smile, "reminds me of me." Naruto was full of glee. He ran and jumped along the roofs. Content his prank had worked. "That old man will think twice before heading to the hot springs." Naruto chuckled. "Not likely," came a familiar angry voice behind him. A pair of rainbow arms wrapped around his stomach, holding his arms at his sides. "This time I got ya." Jiraiya smirked, tightening his grip around Naruto. "Can't breathe," Naruto gasped. His mind raced to think up a new escape plan. Naruto brought his feet up against the man's legs, pressing down on them, trying to push back. "Not gonna work, kid." Jiraiya laughed, his grip now making Naruto's spine make the noises he only made when waking up. Naruto's feet found Jiraiya's crotch, however. They didn't kick nor pound. Instead, a large amount of chakra built up at the soles. Naruto remembered his tree-climbing exercise as his feet blasted him and the Sannin apart as the Sannin's hands flew to his crotch. His face and knees hit the floor as he tried to ease the pain he was now feeling as Naruto took this chance to make his getaway, the air quickly returning to his lungs. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," he shouted before hundreds of Naruto burst from the smoke, each fleeing the scene in almost every direction possible. A minute later all flashes of orange and black were gone and Jiraiya struggled to his feet, one hand still trying to somehow fix the damage Naruto inflicted. "All right, kid, this means war," he cried out, the last part reaching the outer rim of the city. 6 Naruto ran along the street, confusing villagers as 2 turned down an alley whilst another ran into a shop. One of the clones reached for the real Naruto as a kunai appeared in his hand. He quickly hurled the kunai at the Hokage Manor as he and the other clone hid in the academy. The real Naruto kunai flew through the air, approaching the Hokage wall before it was plucked from the air by a masked figure. The ANBU landed and threw the kunai safely down at the grass inside the manor grounds. A puff of smoke later and the kunai became Naruto, rubbing his head as the ANBU faced him. "And just what do you think you're doing?" the ANBU asked coldly. Naruto grinned and laughed before returning to his feet. "There's an enemy ninja on my tail. He's right over there, see," Naruto reported, pointing in the general direction he left Jiraiya. "Where?" the ANBU squinted behind his mask. "I can't see any." He turned to face Naruto again only to find an empty space in yellow flashing outlines. Naruto ran up the Hokage stairs. He'd sprinted past the other ANBU who was currently giving chase. "Come back here," he yelled as Naruto yanked open a door to his left and slammed it behind him, pushing his back against it like a barricade. "Naruto?" a soft voice asked. The last Uzumaki spotted a confused, old Hokage sitting at his desk in the middle of signing papers with his pipe slowly smoking. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Naruto daren't leave the door but still answered the kind old man. "There's this guy. He kinda looks like a chicken, and he's after me." Naruto breathed out. "Chicken? What are you on about now, Naruto?" The old Hokage sighed, resting his free hand on his forehead. "Well, he had this weird headband on. It had 2 short little horns on it." Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed. His old student had gotten himself mixed up with the likes of Naruto. Naruto's head turned to the right as the door next to him opened, revealing a less feathered Jiraiya dripping bits of tar into the room. Naruto froze. How could he have been found so easily? Must have been the ANBU, he thought as he stood as still as he could. Hey sensei, you wanted to see me. Jiraiya smiled, shutting the door behind him and grabbing Naruto by his collar. I'm a little busy as you can see, but sit down and let the boy go, the Hokage said sternly. Jiraiya complied immediately, dropping the blonde ninja and standing in front of the Hokage's desk, but not before whispering, "We'll finish this later," into Naruto's ear. "Leave us, Naruto," the Hokage ordered. Naruto yanked open the door and tripped over himself to get out before closing it after him. "Well, that's one problem sorted," he said, dusting his hands as he walked down the corridor only to bump into two annoyed ANBU guards. "Oh, hey guys, the Hokage wants to see you," Naruto said, trying not to let his voice crack. "What about?" one of them asked while the other continued glaring at Naruto. Something about not being able to catch a genin or something. Naruto smirked before pushing past the two. "Have fun in your meeting." Naruto left the building, the sun hitting him in the eyes as he gazed up at the sky. This was a fun day. He smiled. A sound wave of yelling blasted from the Hokage's office. "Get out of here this instant." Naruto and half the village heard the Hokage shout. Fun for me anyway." Naruto laughed, walking away from the Hokage building. Akamaru let out a soft whimper as he and his master lay back on a rooftop looking up at the sky and the clouds. Several Naruto had run past earlier, but Kiba thought nothing of it. Akamaru descended into slumber as Kiba laughed softly at the small puppy. He stood quietly and walked over to the edge of the building before sitting down, gazing at the people below going about their business. "I wonder how Hinata's doing," he thought. Looking around, he noticed the black and orange knucklehead wandering through the street with a smile still sitting on his face. Kiba looked back to see Akamaru still snoozing on his back. "He'll be fine." Kiba pushed himself off the building, kicked the wall and landed a few meters in front of the blonde. "Hey Naruto." "Hey Kiba, what's up?" Naruto asked. "You haven't heard anything about Hinata, have you?" Kiba said, his sadness evident in his voice. "No, is she okay?" Naruto asked, his smile gone. "Well, last time I saw her was a day or two ago. Kurenai-sensei said Hinata needed her rest, so I can't see her every day. I haven't seen her either. Maybe Kurenai will let me in. If you do see her, make sure you tell me how she's doing, okay buddy?" Kiba requested. "Sure thing," Naruto answered, glancing up at the sun. "I better get going then, visiting hours are nearly over." Kiba chuckled as Naruto dashed off yet again, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. The orange and black figure screeched over the smooth floor as he stopped himself sliding into the hospital reception desk. "Where is Hinata Hyuga's room?" Naruto huffed. The nurse behind the desk looked stunned before quickly regaining her senses and sending Naruto to room 208. Naruto thanked the nurse and hurried himself along the corridor and up the stairs, coming to rest outside Hinata's room. He looked over at the clock on the wall. It read 7:30. "Yosh, I made it." Naruto cheered, just a bit too loud. The door in front of him opened and an angry, blood-eyed woman glared down at him. Naruto jumped back against the wall as long black locks of hair caught up with the woman and fell back around her face. Kurenai realized who was creating the noise and put her finger to her lips. Naruto nodded his head before she stepped aside, inviting him in. He quickly hurried past her and into the room, catching his gasp at the last second. Hinata was still lying in bed, her body still having multiple wires plugged in, but there were less than the Chunin exam room. She looked a little less pale than before too. Both Naruto and Kurenai's eyes softened at the sight they saw, Naruto for Hinata and Kurenai at Naruto. "See, could you give me some time?" "Kurenai-sensei," Naruto asked politely and quietly. The Jonin teacher responded by leaving the room, closing the door behind her gently. Naruto walked over to the empty seat by Hinata's side and sat, getting a closer look at her face. He took her hand in his and rubbed his thumb along the top. Naruto wished he could do something to help her heal. "Wait, heal," he thought quickly, a plan coming together. "No," a deep voice in Naruto's head responded instantly. "But anything I do will hinder more than help." The Kyuubi spoke up. "Your body had time to adapt to my chakra. If she took it in, it would likely end her career as a ninja and maybe her life." Naruto went back to thinking up new things that could help Hinata while the fox just lay his paws over each other and rest his head. Jiraiya had finished his meeting with the Hokage and the pair had tracked Naruto back to the hospital. The nurse at the reception desk was gathering her things to leave as the old man walked up to her. "You didn't happen to see Naruto, did you?" "Naruto?" she asked confused. "Oh, that blonde kid that's always getting banged up. He's upstairs, room 208. Last I saw Lord Hokage," she replied, gathering the last of her stuff and shuffling away. The third led Jiraiya through the halls and up to the indicated room. "I remember when I used to get sent here." He laughed. "This place was almost like home to me. You did have a habit of trying unbelievably stupid things." The third replied, "Remember when you returned from Mount Myaboku?" "Erg, don't remind me. I had to be in a boring, bare white room for a week." Jiraiya shivered. Kurenai appeared ahead of the duo, walking round the corner with a cup of coffee. "Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya." Almost dropping her cup in shock, "What are you doing here?" "We're here to see Naruto. Is he in here?" The Hokage asked politely as Jiraiya's eyes lit up with hearts. "Not now," the Hokage said sternly to his former student. Kurenai opened the door a crack and peered inward. Inside they found a sleeping Hinata, the monitor beating softly in time with her heart with a certain blonde-haired genin resting his head on the side of the bed, his hand still holding hers. Jiraiya and the third snuck a peek before closing the door gently. It'll be best to leave this till morning, don't you think, Sensei? Indeed, Jiraiya, if we woke him now, the whole building would shake with his excitement. The third replied. What's going to happen? Kurenai asked confused. Jiraiya looked at his teacher cautiously as Hiruzen nodded, giving him permission. I'm taking Naruto out on a mission with me. But Naruto needs this time to train for the final. Kurenai tried to reason. I will train him myself on the road, the whole experience should show him a bit more of what the world is like. But he's Kakashi's. Kurenai began. He's no longer Kakashi's student. Jiraiya said rather fiercely at Kurenai, scaring the Jonin a little. Kakashi is perfectly willing to comply with the council and train the last Uchiha. Kurenai just kept quiet as Jiraiya regained his previous composure. I agreed to let Jiraiya take Naruto out on this mission as he may tip the balance between its success or failure. The third reassured Kurenai. Just what is this mission exactly? She asked. That's an S-rank secret, I'm afraid. The third replied. Kurenai sighed and glanced back at the door where the two young genin lay sleeping behind. Naruto's eyes opened slowly. His back felt stiff and the room was bright. He slowly lifted his head up and found Hinata lying in her hospital bed. Pins and needles struck Naruto's arm as he followed its path, coming to rest seeing his hand still holding Hinata's. He smiled at the sight before him. Even in her weakened state, she still looked cute. The sun had crept in and was beginning to crawl up the sheets. Naruto quickly checked the wall clock. It was already 8:45. He let go of Hinata's hand and crept out of the room, closing the door quietly behind him. He glanced around, making sure no nurses or staff were around before jumping out the hallway window into the street below. A loud grumbling could be heard as Naruto made his way down the street. All right, I'll feed you. Geez. Naruto poked himself in the stomach as he said this, heading for his favorite eatery. It's nice to see you still so full, Gama-chan. Naruto squeaked as he rubbed the green frog-like wallet against his face affectionately. Naruto turned the corner and arrived at Ikaraku's only to stop in stunned confusion. Someone else was eating there before him. That was exceedingly rare, and Naruto knew that the only other ramen lover like him was Choji. The man sitting at the counter wasn't Choji though. Naruto could make out his green suit, red jacket and clogs. No way, Naruto thought loudly, making the fox stir in his sleep. The old guy was probably still out for revenge. Naruto tiptoed backwards. Pull up a stool, kid. A familiar voice called out. Naruto froze, the voice only confirming his suspicions. Naruto lifted the flap into the ramen bar and saw Jiraiya sitting in Uruka's usual seat, eating the last of his ramen. Well, are you gonna stand there all day or am I gonna have to eat your ramen too? Naruto noticed a steaming bowl of beef ramen sitting in the empty spot next to the salmon. Aye, is that for me? Naruto asked hopefully. Do you see anyone else here? Jiraiya smirked, his head turning and facing the blonde while giving him a wide grin. Naruto cautiously sat down and examined his ramen carefully, checking for anything suspicious. After concluding his little investigation, Naruto broke apart his chopsticks and dug in. Jiraiya just chuckled at Naruto's attitude. He acted more like his dad than he thought. When Naruto was about halfway through his free bowl of ramen, Jiraiya decided to get the hard part over with. Ready for the Chunin exam. Naruto choked on his noodles and bumped a fist against his chest to get them down. Are you kidding? I'm going to own everyone, he shouted proudly. Chuchai shook his head and smiled at his best customer's enthusiasm. I don't think so, kid. You have a sword you probably only wear for show, and from what the third told me, a few useless jutsu. Useless? Now Naruto and the fox were insulted. Sure, Naruto had made the sexy jutsu out of curiosity and fun, but it was far from useless on adults, not to mention the fox's claw the Kyuubi had taught him. Then again, that was one jutsu he could only use against older and perverse men, and one flashy, but chakra-costly jutsu. I can too use this thing, pointing to his sword with his thumb, and I have good jutsu, I just need more of them, Naruto said, his pride dropping a little. That's what I thought. Jiraiya sighed. What would you know about it anyway, old man? Naruto shot back. Old man, you think I'm... Jiraiya's eye twitched. He jumped off his stool and into the middle of the empty street, biting his thumb and slamming the same hand down on the floor. Mount Myabokugama's holy master Sennin, also known as the Toad Sennin, Jiraiya. Jiraiya shouted out as he stood proudly atop an orange toad that was taller than Naruto. Naruto just sat and stared at the old man with a blank expression on his face. Jiraiya was frozen on top of the toad, waiting for the applause he expected. What an idiot. The sage fell off his toad and the floor introduced itself to his face. You little brat, Jiraiya shouted, scrambling back to his feet. Well, that has to be the stupidest intro I've ever seen, Naruto reasoned. Jiraiya just grabbed Naruto by his collar and pulled him out of the bar, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Respect your elders, you stupid genin, and go get your stuff. He let go of Naruto's collar and Naruto dropped to the ground in front of his apartment. Why, how did... Naruto began. I'm not called a Sannin for nothing, you know. Jiraiya smiled. Hurry up, we don't have long before we leave. What? Where are we going? Naruto asked curiously. First he pranks the guy, then he gets chased all over Konoha. Next he's getting free ramen from the guy, now they're going somewhere. I'm going on an S-rank mission. You are coming with me so I can teach you some respect. Maybe a jutsu or two if you're lucky. Naruto needed no more persuasion. He shot off like a bullet into his apartment, leaving an after image behind and a small patch of smoke. Jiraiya chuckled and looked around. Ramen cups lay around the room, and every place you looked. A bright orange top lay across the table next to a bowl of milky liquid which was probably milk at one point. He didn't dare sniff and see. "All right, I'm ready," Naruto exclaimed as he dashed out of his room carrying a medium-sized backpack. "You actually live here?" "Yeah, what's wrong with it?" Naruto asked, looking around as though the mess was nothing. "Never mind, just hire a maid or something when we get back." Jiraiya sighed. The duo left the apartment with Jiraiya saying he'll wait at the gate. Naruto quickly locked up, reached into his pocket and pinned a white letter on his door with a shuriken. "Yeah." He smiled and jumped after Jiraiya. "Tenten," a voice called out. Tenten was just leaving her shop and was locking up. "Kiba, what's up?" She turned to face the brown-haired boy and pup. Kiba ran up to her with a worried look on his face. "Have you seen Naruto around? I asked him to check on Hinata last night and he never came back." No sorry Kiba. In fact, Naruto was supposed to train with me today." Tenten glanced around solemnly. "Oh yay." Kiba reached into his coat suddenly. "Here." He handed a small white envelope to Tenten with her name on it. "What's this?" she asked. "It was on Naruto's front door when I checked his house. It had your name on it, so I thought you might know where he is." Tenten opened the letter and quickly read through it. "Tenten, the new sword is fine. It's much sharper than my old one and I promise to polish it often. Me and this old guy, Jiraiya, are going on a mission, so I can't make training for a bit. I'm sorry, but I promise to make it up to you when I get back. Whatever you want, K. Naruto." Tenten folded the letter in half and pocketed it. "Well, what did it say?" Kiba asked. "He won't be back for a bit," she replied a little sadly, looking toward the main gate. Naruto was just leaving said gate, walking alongside the legendary Toad Sannin when he sneezed. Some girl must be thinking of you, Naruto," Jiraiya teased. "Can't be," Naruto said simply, his head held high. "Oh, if it was." Naruto turned and smiled brightly at the aging old man. "I would never stop sneezing." Jiraiya reached out and messed up Naruto's hair. Yay, I'm sure, kid." The duo continued down the road, turning left after a few miles, then right after a few more, Naruto keeping usually quiet. "When are you gonna teach me a new jutsu?" he suddenly blurted out. "Calm down, kid, we got a job to do first," Jiraiya said, sighing. "If you prove useful, I'll definitely teach you something useful." "Aw man," Naruto groaned. "Fine then, what's the mission?" Jiraiya smirked with a sinister twinkle in his eye. "We're going to capture a missing ninja," he began, watching the look of excitement grow in Naruto's eyes at his every word. His name is Zabuza Mamachi. The air was heavy with smoke, the light was dull and the customers looked half dead. The small bell tinkled as light flooded the room. Several customers looked up, then shut their eyes at the light intrusion. A tall figure with another one, half his size, entered the dusty bar and closing the door behind them. The white-haired figure walked up to the bar and took a stool with his follower plopping right next to him. Many of the customers eyed the mysterious duo, checking out everything about them. "Excuse me." The barman looked up. The taller figure was gesturing him over. The old retired ninja-turned-barman hobbled over on his good leg before hunching over where the man sat. "Yeah?" he asked, his voice low as to not disturb the peace in the bar. "We're looking for a few fugitives. You wouldn't have happened to have seen him around." The white-haired man kept his voice low whilst pulling a picture of one Zabuza Mamachi from his right pocket, and in his left, a handsome sum of ryo. The barman eyed the ryo and swiftly pocketed it before taking a closer look at the picture. This guy looks familiar. Why would you be hunting him?" he asked suspiciously. The white-haired man glanced around, his yellow-haired friend doing the same before returning to the conversation. "We've been sent to stop him from destroying this town." The barman flinched. "Got him," the yellow-haired kid thought. "Yeah, he's bringing a small mercenary group to raid this town and kill anyone inside. So any information you could give would be crucial to saving this town and this quaint little bar." The white-haired man finished. The barman now gestured the pair towards the back door. The white-haired man nodded. He and his yellow-haired friend promptly exited the bar and head round the back. "Piece of cake," Naruto muttered as he relaxed his arms behind his head, looking up at his white-haired travel companion. "I wouldn't be so sure, Naruto," Jiraiya replied, hearing several sets of footsteps from inside instead of just the two he expected. The barman walked out of the back followed by several strong-looking men. "You think you can swagger into my bar and try to trick me into giving up valuable information?" he called out, 6 strong men now surrounding him, 3 on each side. "Leaf shinobi aren't welcome around these parts. Boys, show him our hospitality." 4 of the men quickly jumped forward, 3 lunging at the old man whilst another went for the kid. "Oh boy, not this again." Jiraiya sighed. "You know how to pick him, don't you, Jiraiya-sensei?" Naruto smiled, performing a frequently used hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 7 more Naruto burst from the smoke. 4 hoped over the men whilst the other 3 and Naruto rushed them, striking them in the belly. The men were winded and forced back into the clones' waiting fists, striking them in the spine and sending them into a world of darkness. The barman took a step back. "You too, get him," he shouted as he tried to run away. The 2 remaining men flashed through some hand signs. "Earth style, earth pistol," one of the men shouted. A chunk of earth rose up in front of him like a column. "Fire style, burning furnace," the other shouted, making a ring round his mouth and blowing. Jiraiya grabbed the real Naruto's collar and turned his back to the fight. The man standing in front of the mound of earth punched his fist forward. A piece of earth from the top broke off and flew towards Jiraiya. It passed through the air the other man had blown and melted mid-flight, turning into a flying piece of lava. The remaining Naruto jumped in the way, the lava cutting through them like butter, but they'd slowed it down. Jiraiya jumped up, pulling Naruto with him as the lava glob missed his clog by inches. The men watched him dodge and performed the same action again, using his fist to line up the target. Several more shots flew Jiraiya's way as he flew through the air and landed on the building above, each missing. Jiraiya dropped Naruto on the roof, out of harm's way before running along the edge. He saw the bar man below and quickly jumped out in front of him. The bar man jumped with fright before turning to run again, only to find himself being lifted up off the ground, held protectively in front of Jiraiya. "Fire that this way and your boss is toast, not me," he shouted down to the men. The air became cooler as the two released their jutsu. Naruto jumped off the roof and landed between them, punching them on the way down, their heads hitting the wall and knocking them out. "Now, you're gonna tell me everything you know about Zabuza," Jiraiya said sternly to the barman, lifting him higher off the ground. He could feel his collar getting tighter the longer he waited. "Okay, all right," he quickly gasped. "He was here a few days ago. Him and this boy walked into the bar and had a few drinks before a strange mist appeared. When it cleared, the two were gone. That's all I know, I swear." Jiraiya quickly dropped the man and turned to Naruto. "We're getting closer." He smiled. Naruto grinned back, walking up to his new teacher. Shouts could be heard from the bar. The duo turned to look as the back door burst open, angry customers awaiting their booze poured out. "Hey, they're doing summon to Jack," one shouted. "Assault," another cried out. "Looks like it's time to go, Naruto," Jiraiya blurted out nervously before disappearing, leaving an outline of himself behind. "Hey, wait up, old man," Naruto shouted out before hurrying after his sensei, leaving the same dusty after image. Angry customers and town police quickly chased them out of the village with various weapons. "Hurry up, Naruto, or I'll leave you behind," Jiraiya joked as a pitchfork whizzed past him. Naruto fumed as he ran alongside the old hermit. "This is all your fault. This is the fourth village we've had to leave like this. Out of 4. Naruto shouted back at him as the duo sprinted out the village under the wooden welcome sign that stood at the east of the town. The angry villagers stopped at the sign and just shouted at the leaf ninja as they fled into the forest, their backs to the setting sun. Naruto stopped at a small stream, scooping some water into his mouth and washing the sweat off his face. "Can't we at least get some food or something before we ask people where a dangerous ninja is?" Naruto reasoned, plopping down on a large rock. Jiraiya was just leaning back on a nearby tree with his arms folded. Ninja should be able to go for days on little sustenance like me," he smirked. Naruto just scowled and looked into the water, watching a leaf float downstream. "When are you going to teach me some new jutsu anyway?" Naruto blurted out. Jiraiya sighed and unfolded his arms, pushing himself off the tree. "All right, kid, you want to learn a new jutsu." A flick of his left thumb and blood was in his palm. "Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, summoning jutsu," Jiraiya shouted out, slamming his left hand down on the ground with a weird ceiling pattern emerging from underneath it. Naruto looked on as a cloud of smoke erupted and dispersed, revealing Jiraiya's usual orange and black toad companion. This time it had a big scroll in its mouth. "Yeah, what do you think of that?" Jiraiya asked smugly, sitting on top of the toad. "Is that the biggest you can go?" Naruto replied, seeing the same toad for the third time. Jiraiya flinched. "Bigger isn't always better, Naruto." Jiraiya laughed. "My most powerful combination is with 2 toads smaller than this," pointing to the toad he sat upon. Naruto raised an eyebrow as smoke engulfed the toad and Jiraiya walked out, unfurling the scroll taken from the toad's mouth. "All summons require a contract to be made with the creature you wish to summon." Jiraiya unrolled the contract in front of Naruto on rock he was perched upon. "This contract here is for the toads." Naruto leaned over and examined the last few names, the end 2 being Jiraiya himself and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. "You actually persuaded the 4th to sign this?" Naruto asked, stunned. Jiraiya smacked him lightly but firmly on the head. "Idiot. He asked me himself if he could sign it," Jiraiya retorted, leaning back and gazing up at the sky, chuckling. "That yellow-haired menace embarrassed me more times than I can count because he signed this." Naruto looked at the old hermit with a little admiration. It seems he had a soft spot for the 4th. "What was he like?" Naruto asked politely. He'd heard much about the 4th's greatness but not much about him as a person. Jiraiya laughed loudly. "He was like you." Jiraiya turned and gave Naruto a genuine smile filled with kindness. "Honorable, creative, powerful, and an annoying brat of a student." Naruto was taken aback at the annoying part, then the last words hit him. "He was your student. Of course, you don't think I'd let just anyone sign this thing, did you?" Jiraiya smiled, pointing to the contract. Naruto once again looked down at the contract, gazing at the 4th's name then Jiraiya's. Both were renowned for being powerful ninja, one a Sannin, the other one a Hokage. "Yeah," Naruto bellowed, "I'll sign it too then." "Really? This I gotta see." The fox decided to make its presence known. Naruto just ignored the fox for now. "Great, all you have to do is sign your name in blood and underneath each of your fingerprints from the same hand and you're good to go." Naruto bit the tip of his right thumb and wrote his name in blood before pressing each of his fingers onto the bottom of the fresh space to finish the signing. "Good, now these are the signs." Jiraiya held up his hands to demonstrate. Naruto watched intently, then quickly finished his own, slamming his right hand down on the floor like Jiraiya. Summoning jutsu, he called out. A large wave of smoke appeared. Jiraiya's mouth opened slightly in anticipation. The wind picked up, blowing away the smoke to reveal a small orange toad with purple stripes along its belly, eyebrows, eyes, and mouth with a blue jacket on. Yo, he said simply, raising his right hand in greeting. Naruto's face faltered. He couldn't even summon one half as big as Jiraiya. Jiraiya, however, was contemplating the situation. He thought for sure he'd have to weaken Naruto's chakra down so the fox's more powerful chakra could summon something. The fox was, at this time, laughing in his cage. Shut up, stupid fox, Naruto thought angrily. The name's Gamakichi. The toad introduced itself before turning to Naruto. So what do you need? Jiraiya smiled at the young toad. You're all I could summon. Naruto sighed. Well, nothing right now, I guess. The toad looked visibly annoyed at this. Fine then, just holla if you need me, he said before bursting into smoke. Jiraiya laughed and removed a scroll from his pocket. We may as well set up camp. We still have a lot of walking to do if we're gonna catch up to this guy, Jiraiya said, whipping the scroll out as bits and pieces of campsite burst out of the seals. All right, Naruto, you get building. I'm gonna catch some. Jiraiya began, but Naruto was already finishing a set of hand signs. Summoning jutsu, he called out again. Another poof of smoke and another toad was summoned. This time it was bigger, but only in the waist department. This frog was bright yellow with orange stripes in similar places as Gamakichi, but had its underarms and legs colored a dark gray-green sort of color. This is the first time anyone's ever summoned me. It's Gamatatsu's turn of getting a chance to shine, it shouted proudly. Naruto's sweat dropped as the small toad looked around, confused. Hey, where are the bad guys at? He asked, seeing no one before turning to Naruto. Damn it, Naruto just shouted to the sky. Jiraiya chuckled and called over to the toad. He's just practicing. If you leave, get ready to be summoned by this kid for a few years before he gets the hang of it. Naruto fumed at Jiraiya whilst the toad looked at the floor a little sadly. Oh, and here I thought I could get some snacks for this, he muttered before disappearing in a burst of smoke. If you're gonna keep practicing that, go away and practice. I don't want your training messing up my beauty sleep, Jiraiya teased with a half-stern voice. Naruto just gave the old man an angry glare before opening his mouth to say something, quickly deciding against it, turning, and heading off into the trees behind him. Jiraiya watched as he disappeared through the brush. That kid's gonna make one heck of a ninja, he thought, grinning smugly. Then all the girls will praise me, his teacher. His thoughts turned perverse. The Sannin turned his back to the trees and greeted an unmade camp. Damn kid, making me do all the work, he grumbled, quickly setting to making his own tent. Summoning jutsu, Naruto shouted out again, his voice croaking due to the strain of shouting the same line over and over again. This time, a larger cloud of smoke erupted in front of the blonde genin. He quickly looked up in excitement. Yo, damn it, Naruto shouted out. The orange toad quickly took the hint and scarpered, a smaller puff of smoke accompanying him. Naruto was kneeling on the floor, his hands holding his body up off the ground. He was panting heavily, his chakra was running low. He'd found a small clearing in which to practice. Small oak trees surrounded him and the dark green grass was soft enough to sleep on. Naruto clenched his hands, clutching some dirt and grass blades as he pushed himself back up onto a kneeling position. His hands went through the hand signs again: boar, dog, bird, monkey, tiger. Naruto slammed his hand on the floor, giving off a weak cry of summoning jutsu only for nothing to happen. Wrong sign, kid, the fox murmured. Naruto rolled over onto his back, panting heavily. No, he gasped. He reached over for his water bottle and drank the remaining liquid inside. It wasn't much. Get back to the old man. No more can be accomplished by pushing yourself this far, the Kyuubi scolded. What about your chakra? Naruto thought, too tired to speak. Your arm muscles are already at their limit. I could give you my chakra, but you'll only end up breaking your body even more and I won't fix it, the fox reasoned before turning his nose up proudly. I guess you're right, Naruto thought back. He just lay there, spread out, gasping for a minute or two before gathering what was left of his energy. His back arched, his legs bent to stand. Naruto hoisted himself to his feet. Naruto's eyesight darkened. The momentum from his rise led to his fall as he fell flat down onto the ground face first. The impact hurt, but Naruto was already off in the world of slumber. Two dark figures glided over the earth, each leaving no footprint nor trace they had ever been there bar the dark cloaks that flew behind them. Their hair and bodies were engulfed by these cloaks, leaving a lot to the imagination. Not 5 minutes had passed since Naruto hit the floor as the figures were met with the sight of the blonde, unconscious ninja. Hey, look who it is, the taller of the two spoke in a deep voice. The smaller one gasped as the taller one knelt and checked the blonde's vital signs. He's still breathing, he muttered. The smaller one let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. The taller figure grabbed Naruto round the waist and hauled him up onto his right shoulder, glancing down at the repeated handprints on the floor. Seems as though we'll have a guest joining us for breakfast, the taller chuckled. Without a word, the duo quickly hurried on, their cloaks whipping around them. As they moved, a glint of silver could be seen under the taller one's cloak. Night was here and the moon helped illuminate the half-made campsite. Jiraiya was kicking back and relaxing in front of the fire he'd made, one leg folded over the other with a twig and marshmallow roasting over the fire between his toes. Man, how long is that kid gonna take? he asked himself as he stared up at the night sky, full of stars. You'd have thought that kid would have run out of steam by now, even with his chakra level. He said to himself, any minute now he's gonna come swaggering through those trees, eat my marshmallows and try to make me put up his tent. Another hour passed and the bag of marshmallows emptied. The moon was now right above Jiraiya, signaling midnight or sometime close to it. He's probably run out of chakra if he hasn't come back by now, Jiraiya thought. He pushed himself up to a sitting position and flashed through the summoning signs before slamming his hand down on the ground. A small puff of smoke later and a small orange toad was lying on his back, his eyes closed and a large nose bubble present. Oi, Jiraiya nudged the toad. The nose bubble popped and the toad awoke, quickly jumping to its feet and looking around. Oh, it's just you, he muttered. When did Naruto last summon you? Jiraiya asked politely but with a hint of worry in his voice. The blonde. That was ages ago. Last time he summoned me, he looked ready to collapse. Yamakichi explained. Jiraiya nodded and dismissed the toad before checking the campsite quickly for anything he would mind getting stolen before taking off into the trees Naruto had walked through earlier. The sound of a crackling fire pieced the silence. A dim orange invaded the darkness in Naruto's closed eyes. The sound of light footsteps in the light was gone. Naruto's senses were returning to him slowly. He opened his eyes briefly and a lighter darkness greeted him in what looked like the dark inside of a tent. A soft voice called out to him. Are you okay? Naruto went perfectly still. He recognized that voice. A hand reached out with a wet cloth and dabbed at his head. Naruto could feel the cold sensation running through his body. He quickly turned and came face to face with an old friend. Hi, Naruto. Hello, Haku. Naruto blushed. Haku was kneeling by Naruto's side, holding the damp washcloth over now wet hair. She quickly withdrew the washcloth from Naruto's head and gave him an honest, kind smile. Naruto quickly pushed himself into a sitting position and returned the smile in the form of the grin as the two hugged tightly. It's good to see you again, Naruto. Yay, you too, Haku. They broke the hug and Naruto could look at Haku properly for the first time in a while. She had ditched the tomboyish hairdo and the kimono. Now she had her hair loose around her shoulders. Her clothes were now a soft pink, short-sleeved top with a black and yellow flower design along the arms. A similarly colored short skirt adorned her lower half, coming just above the kneecaps with light brown sandals finishing off the outfit. Wow, you've really changed, Naruto exclaimed. Haku giggled softly. She was giving Naruto a look over too. His arms had gotten bigger and it wasn't hard to miss seeing as he wasn't wearing his black and orange jacket. Well, since Zabuza found out about me, I decided to wear something warmy, Haku said. I can hear you in no. A deep voice called out from outside the tent. Haku giggled while Naruto's eyes went wide. He pushed himself up and crawled over to the tent flap, moving it aside to see Zabuza settled around a small campfire with his Kubikiri Hacho impaled in the ground next to him. Zabuza's look had changed too. Naruto could see his ninja trousers were no longer gray camouflage but jet black. His shirt was now long-sleeved and bore green camouflage with his sandals still retaining the gray camouflage and traveling halfway up his knee. His headband had remained in the same position, with the metal Kirigakure symbol on the left side of his forehead, while the bandages he wore around his face hung around his neck, loose. Hey kid, Zabuza smirked, his pointy teeth glistening in the firelight. Nice boxers. Naruto looked down and realized he was only dressed in his black t-shirt and bright white boxers. Gah. He moved to cover himself with both arms as the tent flap thankfully fell back into place. He quickly turned and scanned for the rest of his outfit. Here, Haku's voice rang out. She had turned her gaze to a corner of the tent with a bright red blush on her face, both arms holding out Naruto's clothes and gear. He took it graciously and Haku quickly hurried out the tent. Outside, Zabuza was laughing quietly to himself as the still red Haku told him to shut it, sitting beside her guardian. Shortly after, Naruto emerged from the tent fully dressed, his own face harboring a small blush of embarrassment, before sitting opposite the missing ninja. How'd I get here? He asked. Zabuza chuckled. We brought you here, of course. You looked ready to die when we found you, all passed out with no chakra. The memory came back to Naruto. Oh yeah, why? Well Zabuza awkwardly started. He didn't want to admit he missed the kid a little, not to mention his influence on Haku. I couldn't leave you lying there. Naruto. Haku finished for him. Naruto flashed her a smile and she lightly blushed. Zabuza smiled at the scene before decided to ask Naruto about his new gear. Seems you think you're ready to fight for real now, eh kid? Zabuza asked, glancing at Naruto's short sword. Naruto took the hint and looked at his sword for a moment before drawing it and holding it out for them to examine. My friend back in Konoha, he began, she taught me about correct stances and timing. We made this together after the second exam. The firelight danced over the blade, making it shimmer as the fox head on the hilt looked ready to strike. Haku gazed at the blade with awe as Zabuza admired its quality workmanship. That's a fine blade you got. Shame it can't stand up to mine, Zabuza teased. Surprisingly, Naruto admitted defeat. That's to be expected, he began. After all, I've only been training a little while. His eyes met Zabuza's. ... But don't underestimate me. Naruto released a little killer intent and Zabuza matched it. Needless to say, Zabuza did understand the power behind Naruto's words. He had underestimated the kid back on the bridge and he'd almost lost Haku to him. He knew now that Naruto would never do such a thing. He had taken Haku in a different way. So what are you doing out here anyway, Naruto? Haku asked. Naruto wore a blank look on his face, trying to remember. Oh yay, he shouted out. Me and this perv were looking for you too. Zabuza and Haku looked taken aback before mentally readying themselves to defend. And why's that? Zabuza asked cautiously, his hand twitched a little closer to his sword. A branch snapped and leaves rustled as the clear sound of something falling through the trees behind the missing ninja. In a flash, Zabuza had grabbed his sword and whirled around to face who or whatever was behind them while Haku had lunged for Naruto, twisting his arm behind his back and lifting him to his feet, readying a senbon at his neck. Ah, Haku, what the hell? Naruto protested. Be ready, Haku. Zabuza barked at her. A whistling in the air was heard. Two kunai landed at Zabuza's feet, a small white piece of cloth tied between them. Huh, he muttered confused, redoubling his grip on his blade with both hands. Time out, a voice called out. Naruto raised his head, trying to spot whoever was the cause of this commotion. Between Zabuza's legs, he could make out a large white and red blob. My bad, didn't mean to scare you like that. A familiar voice called out. Oi, what's your deal, Jiraiya? Naruto shouted. The white-haired Sannin walked towards the trio, his arms up in surrender. Zabuza called back to Naruto. You know this guy? Yeah, Naruto replied, clenching his teeth. He's my sensei for this trip. Zabuza let out a breath of relief but kept up his guard. Sorry about that. Jiraiya apologized, his left arm now rubbing the back of his neck in a Naruto-like fashion. The branch broke. He laughed quietly. Why are you here? Zabuza kept his stance stiff but loose enough to flow and dodge if needs be. Jiraiya stuck his head to the side and glanced over at Naruto. You didn't tell them? Naruto was still stuck in Haku's arm lock, not trying to escape. I was about to before you burst in. Naruto yelled angrily back at his teacher. Will someone tell me what the hell is going on here? Zabuza demanded. Jiraiya stopped walking toward the ex-Miss Nin, a good 15 feet away. As my idiot of a student failed to explain, Jiraiya began, with protests from Naruto heard in the background. We've come to make you an offer. Zabuza's ears pricked up at this. What kind of offer? He asked cautiously. One that will get A and B you off your back. Jiraiya said softly, just loud enough for all four to hear. Haku tensed herself at this bit of information. Naruto picked up on this and made a note to ask about it later. I take it we have a ninja's truce? Zabuza asked the Sannin. Until this conversation is over, yes. Jiraiya replied. Both Naruto and Haku were confused. Neither of them had heard of a ninja's truce. Zabuza lowered his blade and stepped out of his stance. Without turning to look, he called out to his partner. Haku, yes, take Naruto and go play for a while. The grown-ups are gonna talk. Haku released Naruto's arm and reholstered her senbon. Sure, Zabuza-sensei. She knew this was business and acted accordingly. Naruto was rubbing his arm as the feeling of pins and needles left. Geez, Haku, you didn't have to be so mean, he complained childishly. Without a word, Haku grabbed his sleeve and pulled him off into the trees behind the older ninja. So, shall we begin? Jiraiya of the Sannin. The young ninja pair walked through the trees, Naruto occasionally pushing branches or leaves away from him and Haku following close behind. Sorry again for hurting you, Naruto. Haku apologized. Naruto waved it off. I told you, it's fine. He reasoned, I probably would have done the same. Hell, I did it first back at the bridge, remember? Haku smiled, reassured at Naruto's kindness. What do you think they're talking about? She asked Naruto casually. Jiraiya-sensei's gonna ask you guys about joining us. Naruto grinned proudly. Joining? Yeah, as in the hidden leaf. Haku's brain worked furiously through several thoughts at once. The thought of being able to live in peace in a village, to be able to live like a normal person again. 2. See Naruto every day. Her brain was fighting these thoughts for the hidden deception they might contain as well as the blush from the final thought. Hey, you okay? Naruto asked, waving a hand in front of her eyes. Haku blinked and shook off the momentary brain crash to see they had stopped near the edge of a cliff. Several rocks were arranged around the edge with some jutting out into open air. The biggest rock of all stuck out over the cliff a good 10 feet with the moon currently balancing on its tip. Come on. Naruto grinned and grabbed her hand, pulling her towards the big rock. Stunned at first, Haku kept up with the young blonde, running up along the rock before standing on the edge, staring out into the night sky, the moon encasing their forms. Beautiful. Haku gasped, her breath taken away. She carefully looked over the edge of the rock and saw just how far up they were, at least a good 500 feet or so. She grabbed onto Naruto's jacket with her free hand and gripped his hand tighter. Naruto smiled kindly as he carefully helped her sit down with him, their legs hanging out over the edge of the rock. Naruto, what? Haku started, what do you think would happen to me? Naruto looked confused for a second before she explained further. I didn't belong to a village but Zabuza took me in. If whatever deal they're making does let us join the Hidden Leaf, what would happen to me? She looked up at Naruto, their eyes meeting. She stared into Naruto's crystal blue orbs and waited for his response. I dunno, he sighed. That was not what she was expecting. I guess you would be free to become a Konoha ninja if you wanted. But what if they don't want me? Haku replied, panic invading her voice. What if they only want Zabuza and not me? Naruto looked into Haku's shining, brown eyes, the moon reflected in the slight tears that were threatening to break free. I guess I'll just have to keep you. Naruto smiled. If they don't want you living in the village, you can live with me. Hell, most people don't want me in the village, but they haven't kicked me out yet. He gave her one of his best smiles. A rare, genuine Naruto smile. Haku calmed down a bit at this. At least Naruto would stand by her. A hand reached out and pulled her closer. Naruto was rubbing her shoulder gently in reassurance as she rested her head on his arm. The couple sat there for a while, admiring the sight of the nearly full moon in front of them begin to sink below the earth once more. Haku pulled away from Naruto's shoulder slightly and turned to face the blonde. Naruto looked down at Haku's gentle face. They were only mere inches apart. Haku closed her eyes and leaned forward slightly, her lips moving towards Naruto's. Naruto copied, closing his eyes and moved his face to meet hers. The distance closed as the two met, their lips interlocked as they both experienced their first kiss. The moonlight bathed the couple as Naruto and Haku pulled apart, their hearts both beating rapidly before turning away from each other in embarrassment. Naruto's free hand found Haku's as he held it gently. She returned the gesture as their gaze both returned to the other, both moving in for their second kiss of the night. You better not be deceiving me, Zabuza growled as his hand gripped Jiraiya's own, shaking it once before releasing. Jiraiya smiled. Is that any way to refer to your new best friend? Zabuza chuckled deeply. Friend, we'll just see, he muttered before reaching for his long black cloak. Are we setting off immediately? Yeah, Naruto left behind an important girl back in Konoha. I'm sure he'd want to get back there quickly. Jiraiya beamed. I'm sure Haku will have something to say about that. Let's just say Naruto's influence changed her for the better, she's become rather fond of him. Zabuza explained. Really? Well, it seems Naruto has a way with the ladies. I must note this down. Jiraiya's hands flew to his pockets before coming up with a black notebook and pencil, jotting something down in its pages. I hope you won't be using him for any of your research, Zabuza said menacingly. Jiraiya flinched. No, of course not. Why would I do something like that? If I find out you've been using him, or Haku, there won't be a safe place on Earth for you to hide. Jiraiya quickly pocketed his notebook and whistled a random tune nonchalantly. Good to see we have an understanding. Zabuza sent a little killer intent at a specific area of Jiraiya. The Sannin felt it but did not dare risk even a joke. Everything's okay. A voice behind them called out. The elder ninja turned to see the younger generation stepping out from the bushes, both a little flushed and smiling. Yeah, it seems we're going to be moving Haku. Pack your things. The girl instantly set about, collecting her stuff, her flushed look gone in an instant while Naruto walked over to Jiraiya. So what's going on, pervy sage? Naruto asked. An anger mark popped up on Jiraiya's head. Now we're not in a delicate situation. He cracked his knuckles. A loud thunk echoed in the clearing. Don't call me that. Jiraiya stood over Naruto, his head partially buried. Haku quickly dropped what she was doing and hurried to Naruto's side, helping him back up and rubbing his forehead. Zabuza raised an eyebrow at this but made no comment. Instead of hitting me, this conversation could have been over already. Naruto yelled back. Jiraiya just glared at Naruto but gave in. Everything has been agreed on. We're going back to the Leaf Village. The moon had faded and disappeared over the horizon as the small group made their way through the forest. The trees barely rustled as they jumped from branch to branch, making only a small amount of noise comparable to a small flock of birds. A small dirt road appeared below them as the group dropped down into the middle of it. Finally, Naruto groaned as his feet touched solid ground. How much further, Jiraiya-sensei? The Sannin smirked as he looked down the road both ways. Nearly there, Naruto. We can take it easy from here. Jiraiya replied, his hand checking his scroll was still attached. Zabuza and Haku stayed silent. Both were cautious about the upcoming event, entering a hidden village. That reminds me, Zabuza. Jiraiya started. Zabuza turned his attention toward him. I'll need your sword and any weapons you might be carrying. The Mist Ninja looked visibly shocked. He rarely parted with his blade, and when he did, it never left his sight nor was it left in anyone's care bar Haku's. Zabuza muttered something unapproving before reluctantly removing the blade from his back, the hilt from his side, and handing them over to the Sannin before detaching the kunai holster hidden on the inside of his black cloak. Jiraiya drew a blank scroll and inscribed some seals before sealing the weapons inside. What about you, young missy? Jiraiya asked Haku, his voice changing from the calm serious one to one of playfulness he normally put on around women. I do not carry such things with me. The only weapons I need are my hands. Jiraiya's eyes grew wide. That means she isn't carrying any. Naruto yelled at his teacher, who quickly turned his attention from Haku to his own annoying student. I know that, you brat. He shouted back at Naruto. Strangely, Naruto didn't flinch at his teacher's close-up shouted response. He just stood with his arms crossed, glaring hard at the sage. Jiraiya quickly regained his composure and rolled up the scroll, pocketing it before he began walking in what the missing ninja guessed was the direction of the Leaf Village. Jiraiya led the way a few meters ahead of the rest of the group, with Haku, Zabuza, and Naruto walking behind together. Haku and Naruto were talking to each other while Zabuza kept his eyes focused on Jiraiya's pocket. Wow, so you must be training hard for the third exam. Haku admired as Naruto enlightened her to his activities and battles in the Chunin exams. Believe it, Jiraiya-sensei even taught me this cool summoning jutsu, but I can't summon much yet. Naruto replied a little downheartedly. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get it. Haku reassured him. So what about you? Naruto asked. Haku looked taken aback before she realized what he meant. "Oh, I've learned a few new things too," she replied, her gaze averted from Naruto's own as she thought back to the jutsu she'd learned. "Cool, when can I see him?" Naruto asked, excitement heavy in his voice. Haku was about to reply when Jiraiya cut in. "Look, Naruto, we're almost home." He pointed ahead and sure enough, the Hokage mountain was visible in the distance. "How about you wait till we get everything sorted out before you talk about training?" Naruto crossed his arms and glared angrily at Jiraiya's back. He accepted Jiraiya's statement, but he didn't have to like it. Haku watched the pouting Naruto and giggled quietly, raising her hand in front of her mouth as she did. Konoha approached and the group was forced to deal with the guards at the front entrance. Check-in was always dull. Haku and Zabuza were hanging back a little, hesitant to go closer to the gates or guards than they needed to be. Naruto noticed this and gave Haku a reassuring smile before nudging his head toward the village. Jiraiya and Naruto returning from a mission. Jiraiya announced as he stepped up to the little kiosk-like desk. It was not Naruto's favorite Chunin pair but a wide-eyed Hyuga Chunin with hair similar to Neji's and what looked like a nervous new Chunin fumbling with his records. Right, if you could just, sign here please." The newbie struggled as the Hyuga scoffed at his incompetence. "What a dope." Naruto's ears perked up at the Hyuga's words. You have already failed to notice that they are accompanying 2 foreign ninja." He scolded harshly. Right, sorry." The Chunin muttered. He leant over to look behind the old Sannin. "If I could ask you to sign your names, please." The Hyuga sighed again. "Idiot." Naruto felt a little anger rise to the surface. Haku and Zabuza both looked at each other, both unable to figure out how to act. A loud laugh pierced the safeguard silence. "Don't worry, they're fine." Jiraiya smiled at the nervous Chunin as he signed both his and Naruto's names and while grabbing a couple of white slips. "They're with me on a diplomatic mission." "Oh, I see," the Hyuga responded. "I wondered why they weren't in cuffs." Jiraiya now turned his attention to the stuck-up Hyuga. "The high and mighty Hyuga decides to judge someone on appearance," he said sarcastically. "Like that hasn't been done before. I would change your attitude towards others if you want to become a good ninja." The Hyuga flinched in his chair as Jiraiya turned back to the newbie. "What's your name, son?" Brock, sir. Tsuchai Brock." "Don't worry, Tsuchai, I remember my first time here. My toad ran off with the register when he lost at cards." The nervous Chunin chuckled lightly as his nerves settled a little. Jiraiya turned his back to the check-in and smiled back at the trio. Both Tsuchai and Naruto felt a little better watching the smug Hyuga get put in his place. It made him think of what he would say when he taught Neji the same lesson. "Zabuza, Haku." The Sannin waved his hand towards him as he turned to walk down the main street to the Hokage's office. "Let's get you sorted, hey? And this won't take long, will it?" Zabuza half growled. He always hated meetings. "Naruto, go sort your stuff out," Jiraiya called back. "Don't forget about your training." A knowing grin on his face, thinking of a brown-haired weapons mistress. "I'll have to see you later then. Naruto-kun." Naruto turned to see Haku's smiling face. She took a step closer, leant in and kissed his cheek. Naruto blushed and felt a warm tingling sensation where her lips touched before it disappeared along with Haku who ran to catch up with Zabuza. "Oh, yay, see ya," he muttered as he watched her brown hair flutter in the wind. Both Chunin just watched, gobsmacked, as the village outcast got a kiss from a rather pretty girl. The Hyuga felt nothing but hate for the demon vessel. He barely caught the eye of any female whereas the Kyuubi incarnation was already getting kisses. Tsuchai however smiled at the orange and black genin. It was about time someone saw him for the kind kid he seemed to be. He made a mental note to ask his sensei why people gave him hateful looks. With his traveling trio gone, Naruto let out a long sigh and looked up at the sun. The top half of the great ball of fire had risen above the wall into the village. "Yeah, first things first, breakfast," he thought as he felt his belly rumble at the thought of food. "Ikaraku it is," he called out, pumping a fist in the air as his backpack jostled, beginning the trek back to his favorite breakfast, lunch and dinner stand. Hushed whispers littered the street as the Toad Sage, the demon of the mist and an unknown walked calmly through Konoha. Most people had risen and were beginning their daily routines of shopping, working and training and many were present to witness this unusual event. Haku could feel the stares all over her. A shiver ran down her spine as she quickened her pace to stand closer to Zabuza and Jiraiya. Zabuza looked down at his student. Her smile from before was gone and her happy face was replaced with one of caution with a hint of fear. The people on the street felt a small wave of killer intent hit them as the mist ninja passed, some quickly looking away and hurrying along with whatever they were doing before. "You all right?" Zabuza whispered. "I'm fine, Zabuza-sensei." Haku replied with her old, emotionless voice back in place. "I just wish Naruto was here. The demon of the mist." A young pink-topped girl gasped as she felt killer intent wash over her, barely affecting her due to the small strength of it. Wielder of the Kubikiri Hacho. She gazed at the legendary swordsman, confused after not seeing his sword before briefly turning her attention briefly to the girl standing next to him, then finally to the old Sannin. "Wait, Sannin." His brain quickly thought back to Naruto's letter. "Jiraiya, that means Naruto's back." A long slurp could be heard before a bang as a bowl slammed down on the counter. Great ramen as always," Naruto sighed, patting his now round belly in satisfaction. "No less for our favorite customer, Naruto." I.M. smiled, collecting his 7 empty bowls. Naruto chuckled lightly before his face muscles twitched. He sneezed, covering his face with his arm. Chuchai laughed as he began washing the large pot Naruto's ramen recited in only a few minutes ago. Some pretty girl must be thinking of you, Naruto. But which one? A deep voice called out inside Naruto. What do you mean, Foxy? Naruto replied. The old-tailed beast lowered its eyebrows in irritation at the new nickname. Well, you do have a certain charm with more than one girl in your life. As much as Naruto had learned over the years from the fox and books, teachers, and the usual ninja sources, he'd never had much experience with other people. Naruto thought, confused again. You mean Haku? The fox face planted the floor. Considering the floor was under a good 2 to 3 feet of watery substance, the whole experience of it and Naruto's ignorance proved annoying to the great beast. It raised its head again and sighed loudly. Yes, I mean the Miss Girl, but what about the other two? The fox only got the same response as he had the whole conversation. Another face plant. Figure it out, idiot. Kyuubi roared out before closing the link between them, apparently having enough of the blonde. While the fox did appreciate the difficulties Naruto had with people, he couldn't really be that out of touch. Could he? Stupid fox. Naruto thought to himself. What was he on about? Naruto? A voice called out. Naruto blinked several times before beholding the welcome sight of Iame and Chuchai. You seem pretty out of it, kid. Were you thinking of her? Chuchai smirked. Naruto became even more confused at this before remembering the last comment from the ramen stall owner. Naruto began. Naruto. A different voice called out this time. Looking left then right, Naruto spied a certain weapons teacher he had an overdue lesson with. Oh, hey Tenten. Did he get my message? He smiled. The two ramen cooks suddenly turned away and began whistling inconspicuously. Hey, did you just get back? I saw Jiraiya and two Mist Ninja walking toward the Hokage's office. Did you capture them? Tenten asked quickly, with the last part coming out close to a shout. No, it's not like that. Naruto waved his hands, dismissing her theory. Me and Jiraiya went to go offer them refuge in the leaf. They're going to the old man's to get all the paperwork done, I guess. So there's going to be one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist living here. Tenten squealed. I hope so. Zabuza even took interest in this. Naruto pointed to his new blade. You never know, he could be a challenge to spar against. A strange thought manifested itself across Tenten's mind. It was a strange thought, but not an impossible one. You say this like you're already his friend or something. Zabuza. Yeah, you could say that. Haku's quite nice too. Naruto answered, his thoughts drifting back to last night. Tenten's jaw dropped. What? How did? When? But? She stammered before getting a full sentence out. Could you introduce me? Sure. Naruto flashed her his cheeky grin. Zabuza will probably need some friends like us since he's new and all. Back in the Hokage's office, things weren't going as smooth as some would hope. I refuse to divulge my jutsu to unworthy people. Zabuza raised his voice. He and Haku were stood in the middle of the Hokage's office with Jiraiya sitting on the couch to the side while the Hokage and his 2 advisors resided behind the desk, one on each side. They were currently locked in a heated debate and neither side wanted to give an inch. That is a condition of your refuge here in Konoha. Either you give us your jutsu or you will be turned in. Amira matched his volume. Jiraiya was currently staying quiet, trying to think of the best way to cause both parties to come to an agreement. I told him he would be allowed here if he came willingly. The ANBU would no longer be after him and he would be able to live here as a Konoha ninja if he pledged allegiance to the leaf. The old jerks just decided to get greedy. I worked long and hard to perfect and master my jutsu. There is no way I would give them up just to see some third-rate genin using my hard work. Zabuza fought back. The conversation had been going a while now, and if something wasn't done soon then things would turn nasty. I have an idea. Jiraiya spoke up. All 5 occupants turned to the Sannin. What if he took on some apprentices? Zabuza gave Jiraiya a cautious look. What was the old perv thinking? That's preposterous. Koharu began, but the Toad Sage cut in. He would take a few people he considered worthy and would pass on his knowledge. This way Zabuza confidently passes on his teachings and you would get your jutsu. The 2 advisors began to ponder the idea. It was not what they were aiming for, but not the most unreasonable. Besides, they would get all the techniques in due time with a push towards who Zabuza teaches. That seems like the perfect compromise to me, Jiraiya. The third smiled at his old student. Before the advisors could argue, the third announced the final decision. Well then, it seems that you will be teaching for a while. Think you're up to it. Underneath his bandages, Zabuza smirked. Yay, I can handle a few brats. Hell, I've already got this one. What's a few more? He motioned to Haku. I already have one apprentice in mind. The advisors looked confused. I'm sure Haku won't mind teaching the brat with me. Will you? Haku picked up on whom Zabuza was talking about. Yes, Zabuza-sama. That is also another thing. Amira began. We are to assume that your companion has already learned a few techniques and willing to become a member of the Leaf. She has been taught a few of my lesser-known techniques, but Haku is quite capable with her own jutsu. Haku raised her head to look at all 3 elderly ninja. I already possess knowledge of elemental jutsu and Haku began. Zabuza gave her a hard look as the hushed conversation earlier entered both their minds. Whatever you do, do not let them know of Yukeki Genkai. Jiraiya whispered to the prisoners as they approached the Hokage's big, red building. Why no? Haku began before Jiraiya turned his head to give her a harsh, fierce look. Do not let them know. He muttered again before turning back to the path ahead. Haku glanced up at Zabuza, who gave her a look saying do as he says. ... Can use a couple of water jutsu effectively. Haku finished. The two advisors gave each other a knowing look before Koharu dropped a bomb. Before you escape from Team Kakashi in Wave Country, Kakashi wrote in his report that you have a Keki Genkai. Haku, Zabuza and Jiraiya stiffened slightly. Thankfully it went unnoticed by the advisors but not by the Hokage. Specifically one of ice. He referred to a jutsu called demonic ice mirrors. Both Zabuza and Haku knew they were in a delicate situation. They did not want to risk knowing what would happen if they were to discover Haku's ice manipulation jutsu. Jinjutsu. This answer made Jiraiya and Zabuza breath an internal sigh of relief. I have a particular interest in Jinjutsu and design my own. It destabilizes the victim, giving each person subjected a different impersonation of my location and attack pattern. Haku stated confidently. Each person will see any number of things, but it's limited to the imagination of the subject. I am not sure what Kakashi saw, but it was merely Jinjutsu allowing me to gain the upper hand. The explanation seemed perfectly reasonable. This is why it greatly annoyed the advisors, seeing nothing wrong with it. Kakashi also mentioned ice senbon. What about that? Amura interjected. I am proficient in senbon and pressure points, in which case I use hidden senbon launchers located on my wrists to fire rapid shots towards an opponent. Another reasonable explanation. After all, deception is the trademark of a good ninja. Both techniques use little and no chakra, enabling me to outlast my opponent, as was the case in Wave. Another inward sigh. It looks like they were in the clear. Just like I taught you. Zabuza chuckled, patting Haku's head. While it wasn't something he would normally do, it did pull the attention off of his ward for the moment. The Hokage turned to his advisors. Well, everything seems in order. I think that's all the time we'll need from you today. The two turned to the old Hokage, both greatly annoyed. They not only had to compromise, but a potential Keki Genkai was merely the illusion of Jinjutsu. The two promptly left the office, closing the door with more force than needed on the way out. Jiraiya, the third, turned to the Sannin and nodded. There was no fooling his old teacher. A few hand signs from the Sannin later. Private conversation jutsu. The faint white glow ebbed around the room before returning to its normal colors. Thank you, Jiraiya. The Sannin, however, looked a bit nervous. There was no telling what his old teacher would do next. I am not an easy man to fool, Miss Haku. Hiruzen began, ... but I'm sure Jiraiya is behind that. Haku stiffened slightly. Her first day in Konoha and she was already a goner. It is good that he did inform you so. Both Haku and Zabuza gave the Hokage an odd look. Jiraiya quickly got onto the same wavelength as his old teacher. This village has become a bit disgraceful in places. Jiraiya explained. As I'm sure you are aware, one Sasuke Uchiha is the last loyal Uchiha in the village. Both Zabuza and Haku remembered the blue-topped, sharing an armed genin. His Keki Genkai and others within the village are treasured but molded as weapons. When Sasuke is old enough, he will probably be subjected to what the elders call clan restoration, in which he will wed several women to repopulate the sharing and supply. Both Haku saw what Jiraiya was getting at. I know about your circumstance, Haku. As last of your clan of ice users, you too would be subjected to this as a member of the Leaf Village. Zabuza looked for a reaction from the Hokage but received nothing but a kind smile directed at the both of them. Jiraiya thankfully prevented you from having such a fate. Would it be found out, the council would most likely force the clan restoration onto you. That would never happen. Zabuza cut in. I would not allow such a thing. Unfortunately, Zabuza, you have no such choice in the matter. The third said regretfully. I, for one, prefer to watch the young grow and follow their hearts to happiness. As I can tell from your faces and words, you would both despise and resist the decision. Zabuza eased into a state of caution. The old man was weird. Rest easy. Neither me nor Jiraiya will be informing anyone of your condition, and if you wish to remain a free woman, young miss, then you should work on some abilities that do not rely on your Keki Genkai, such as that illustrious Jinjutsu you described earlier. No. Both Haku and Zabuza looked relieved at this news. As for now, though, the third opened and closed the drawers in his desk, his eyes glancing over several documents, his private reading, and finally a pair of blue-bound leaf headbands. He rose from his desk and walked around to the two new Leaf Ninja. We are pleased to welcome you to the village as Leaf Ninja. He finished, holding out the pair of headbands, one in each hand, offering them in a kind smile. Haku glanced up at Zabuza. The swordsman picked up the headband and held it up to his face, his reflection clear in the unmarked metal. A swift tug later and the mist headband was detached from his head, swiftly flying into Zabuza's pocket before the new leaf was attached in its place. Zabuza tugged at the knot tightly before looking back at the old man. His old guilt and fatigue replaced with pride and responsibility. Haku was new to the concept of a headband. Zabuza wore his unlike the way it is supposed to be worn, but it suited him. Until she could find a mirror, this would have to do. Mirroring Zabuza's actions, Haku picked up her headband and looked at her reflection in the shiny metal. This is the start of my new life, she thought. A swift flick, tuck, and pull later and the metal plate was securely around her forehead, her trademark twin bangs hanging down either side, curving inward slightly before they reached her nose. Now we have to go get the boring part done. The Hokage sighed deeply. Jiraiya, the silencing jutsu went down. You three, follow me. 3 simultaneous replies answered. Yes, Lord Hawkage. Ay-ya. A pink blur slashed the spot the blonde spikes were only a second ago. The short sword sliced through the air faster than a hot knife through butter. Oi, oi, watch it, Tenten, you nearly hit my head. Naruto shouted as he dodged back, gripping his short sword tightly. An evil giggle could be heard emanating from the bun-haired genin. Her head was bent low and her eyes were bathed in shadow. That's the point, Naruto-kun, she said in a sickly sweet voice. A shiver went down Naruto's back at these words. A flash of pink and Tenten was bearing down on him, blade lowered, rising for an uppercut. A flick of the wrist locked the blades together. Both genin were now holding their own against the other, their feet pushing on the ground trying to overpower the other. Tenten's left hand released the blade, holding itself downwards. Chakra flew down her arm and pushed itself into the single layer of scroll wrapped around her wrist. A small sickle burst into existence in her free hand. Rising Talon strike, she shouted as the sickle rose to catch Naruto between his legs briefly before he burst into smoke. Gah, Tenten, what the hell were you doing? Naruto shouted out as he sat in a nearby tree, replacing himself just in time. If anything, I'd rather you went for my head. Tenten smirked at Naruto. Inside she was breathing a sigh of relief herself. Hee, sorry Naruto, but you should watch out. That's just one of the moves I'm getting ready for you. She giggled as she looked up at the black and orange-clad ninja, his hands firmly cupped over his gentleman's area as he looked at her in shock. That's got to be the sneakiest. Brilliant tactic. Someone else finished. Naruto and Tenten turned to see Jiraiya strolling up to the pair. Effective, sneaky, and Jiraiya closed his steps just a little. Very painful if caught. A finale to a combo if I ever saw one. Not to say Tenten blushed a little at the praise from a Sannin. Thank you, sir. She bowed quickly. Naruto hopped down from the tree and stood next to his sparring partner. You're just saying that so she never uses the move on you. Naruto teased, the fear of such an attack still evident in his voice. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, his legs closed to a military stance and pushed his fingers together like Hinata. No, he said innocently, his eyes shifting from side to side. I was just commenting on some excellent swordsmanship is all. Stupid Sannin. Naruto yelled angrily. The blonde then felt a sharp pain on his head. Don't talk to a Sannin that way, Naruto. Tenten scolded. Jiraiya saw an excellent opportunity for some payback. It may not ever leave his mind, but it would be worth the risk. He imagined examining the damage if a certain blonde-haired teammate of his performed Tenten's newest attack on him full strength. Tears leaked from his eyes at the visualization. Tenten turned to the Sannin who now had tears streaming down his face. Thank you for understanding, Miss Tenten, he cried. It's only the most recent of his many disrespecting names for me. Tenten watched the powerful sage begin to break down in front of her. Lord Jiraiya. She felt sorry for the old man before realizing the cause was right next to her, clutching his head. Naruto, she yelled out with godly volume. I'm a nice guy and I do my part for the village, but he keeps putting me down. Jiraiya finished before letting out a loud bawl. Naruto could feel the killer intent all around him. Zabuza, he thought. Run, kid, the fox ordered, and run he did. A little force chakra to the feet from the fox and Naruto was shooting away from a brown, pink, and blue blur armed to the teeth with pointy weapons. How dare you disrespect Lady Tsunade's teammate? She yelled after him. Naruto was running as fast as he could around the field, but it was no use, she was gaining fast. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he called out. Over 300 clones were formed in an instant, surrounding the real Naruto. He quickly replaced himself a few times before the clones scattered themselves. That's not gonna work, Tenten called out, jumping high into the air, a pair of scroll unfastening from her belt. Hundreds of kunai, sickles, shuriken and other things exploded out of the paper. Tenten closed her eyes as she visualized her targets. They flashed open as her hands deftly grabbed the nearest object and hurled it at a clone. Jiraiya watched the hilarity from afar, his fake tears of sadness turning into real tears of joy, and he rolled on the ground clutching his stomach, banging his fist on the grass. Ahaha, stop it, I can't. He laughed, but another Naruto clone went out in smoke, the kunai thrown piercing what would be Tenten's Talon strike target, letting out a momentary squeal of would-be pain. This brought out another round of laughing from the Sannin as, 10 by 10, the Naruto clones' numbers were reduced from the hundreds to the single digits. The lucky few had taken refuge in especially thick trees, escaping temporarily from Hell's judgment. The 8 were swiftly reduced to 7, the victim not even getting a chance to see where its assailant came from. The real Naruto was hiding behind a tree, transformed into a small field mouse. He was breathing heavily. A large shadow fell across Naruto. He slowly turned and looked up into the eyes of a crouching pervy sage. Payback's a bitch, isn't it? Jiraiya whispered softly. For the record, pink and yellow feathers just do not mix. The scared little field mouse instantly remembered his earlier prank and narrowed its small eyes at the Sannin. Oi, Tenten, he's over here, Jiraiya called out. The small mouse's eyes widened in shock. He would really abandon his own student to die. A second later and Naruto was facing the ground, his limbs flailing wildly as Jiraiya held him up by his tail. A few unintelligible squeaks later and Naruto was back in human form, his right leg in the clutches of his sensei. Let me go. Quickly, Naruto pleaded with his teacher. No way, this is too good. Jiraiya laughed again. The clear sound of air parting could be heard by both ninja as Tenten soared through the branches and landed a foot from Naruto. Hello Naruto. she said in that same sickly sweet voice, raising her hand with conveniently held a very shiny kunai. Apologize to Jiraiya-sensei at once, she demanded. She didn't want to hurt Naruto, she just liked giving him a taste of his own medicine. A soft rustling came from the leaves above. No, Naruto said defiantly. In the space of a heartbeat, a chain of orange and black figures dropped from the branches, each clutching the next feet as the last dangled with his arms open. Jiraiya found himself encircled by these hands. Now, the Naruto holding Jiraiya shouted. In the branches above, the Naruto holding onto the chain yanked back as hard as he could, pulling both Jiraiya and Naruto up into the tree and shooting off into the sky back toward town. Tenten could only stand there bewildered at the spectacle that took place before her. It couldn't be said Naruto wasn't good at thinking on his feet. Yeah, the student and teacher both yelled as they soared into town. They had started descending and were both dreading the landing. This was definitely not one of Naruto's better plans. Ikaraku, Tenten's weapon shop, and the academy all passed under them before their descent right into the hot springs. 2 very big splashes later and a very wet teacher and student looked at each other. Hee, that was lucky, eh? Jiraiya laughed. Naruto hadn't forgotten the payback that fast though. A shrill voice screamed before either ninja could do anything. Both turned to see a multitude of women scramble to get towels or clothes. A quick glance to the sign above the changing rooms gave them all the information they needed about the situation. Jiraiya's years of experience came in handy for him at this point, having found himself in similar situations previously. See ya, he quickly muttered to Naruto before swiftly leaping out of the water, over the fence and away from several women that looked ready to kill. With several of them being ninja, the result wasn't impossible. Naruto just sat stunned for a moment before the seriousness of the situation descended on him. Unfortunately, something else descended on him first. For the second time today, Naruto was lifted off his feet by someone. A hand clasped firmly around the back of his neck, not his collar. What the hell do you think you're doing, shrimp? A vaguely familiar voice rang right in Naruto's ears. With a soft clicking sound, dreading the outcome, Naruto's head turned to see one Mitarashi Anko facing him. All her ferocity in the Chunin exam didn't compare to how deadly she looked now, even in her white towel. Gah, Miss Anko, Naruto gasped. Her short purple hair was let down from its usual position. To Naruto, it seemed to frame her face quite nicely. I mean pervy Seichi, Naruto stammered. It then dawned on him of the rest of Anko's attire. A small towel was wrapped around her body, covering from under her arms only just the thighs. Unfortunately, these thoughts decided to take physical form as a big red blush spread all over Naruto's face. You look very nice today. He smiled in what he hoped was an innocent enough look. You little perv, Anko yelled. It was lucky she was in the hot springs before. The fact that Naruto had noticed her as a woman made her blush slightly herself. The steam made a good cover. Nearly all of the bathers had left the springs. People had heard about Anko and her dealings with Jiraiya, as well as other people who dared spy on her. You want to know what I do to perverts? She threatened, daring him to answer as shadow covered her now yellow eyes. Naruto quickly closed his eyes and braced himself for a potential beating. The blonde genin landed on the other side of the wall. It was going to take a lot of Ryo to make good on his promise to Anko, but he still hadn't been paid for his latest mission. He just thanked his lucky stars he heard that comment about Anko before. It did save him a beating after all, though apparently a certain white-haired Sannin is still in big trouble. Naruto stood and quickly made his way away from the hot springs, dusting off his clothes as he jogged. Naruto, he turned. A familiar panda bun partner caught up to him before panting as they stopped. Where did you fly off to all of a sudden? She asked. Naruto was being a bit apprehensive at first as he didn't know whether their little spar was over or just postponed. I kinda made a little detour to escape you and the old perv, he replied. Tenten was visibly a little ticked at his comment. Fun had its limits and she had heard all about Jiraiya from Guy-sensei. It was just more fun playing tag with Naruto. She giggled at his slight fear. Don't worry, Naruto, I'm not gonna thump you, she said back in a half-hearted, scolding tone. The orange ninja raised his eyebrows. It was just training. Besides, you look cute as a mouse. She winked at him. Just how was that training? I thought I was done for. Naruto exaggerated. Tenten just giggled. How about we talk about it over lunch you're buying? Without another word, Tenten ran ahead, aiming for Naruto's favorite ramen stand. A look of disbelief graced Naruto's face for a moment before he smiled and chased after the brunette. Seems he was buying everyone food today. The pair happily ran through town, catching a few stares from people but otherwise lost in a little cat and mouse game. The game was brought to an abrupt halt as Tenten skidded to a stop in the middle of the path. Naruto almost crashed into her. He was that close but managed to jump aside at the last second. Hey Tenten, what gives? He asked as he looked round at his friend. Tenten, however, was just staring at a pair of unlikely customers looking into her shop window. Zabuza Mamachi was standing outside her weapons shop with his accomplice and was apparently window shopping. Naruto looked in the direction that Tenten was staring off at. Hey Zabuza, Haku, he called out. The duo turned. Old man Hokage let you out? Hey. Zabuza chuckled as he walked up to the blonde genin, Haku smiling as she drew closer. Hey, seems we're fully fledged leaf ninja. As soon as the probation passes. A glint of light bounced off something shiny on the pair of them. Naruto looked closer to see the mark of the leaf now replacing the mist on Zabuza's headband and Haku who was wearing her own leaf headband. Sweet, so that means you can stay right. Naruto smiled, more of a statement than a question. He was so sure of the answer. Underneath his bandages, Zabuza smirked. Yay, looks like you're stuck with us, kid. That didn't bother Naruto one bit. Who's this? Haku asked, nodding to Tenten who was still struck dumb. Oh yay, this is my friend Tenten, he announced. Zabuza, Haku, Tenten. Tenten, Zabuza you already know, and Haku. A blur later and Tenten was shaking Zabuza's hand and arm fiercely. It is such a pleasure to finally meet you, she squealed. I know all about your group and your swords. She then turned to Haku and looked a little humble. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about you though. I feel as if that's rude. Tenten now looked crestfallen. Whoa, Tenten, ease up. Naruto comforted her. Haku's smile never vanished. That's all right, I prefer for people not to know about me. Tenten's smile returned a little. Hey, Zabuza. Naruto started. The old Mist Ninja turned his attention from the hyper-pink genin to a hyper-orange genin. Didn't you get your sword back yet? Tenten also noticed his famous blade was missing. Nah, they won't give it back till my probation's over, Zabuza said, sadness evident in his voice. That's why I'm here. Some of these well-crafted blades caught my eye while mine's being held for me. He turned and pointed into the weapons shop. This was one proud moment and memory not even amnesia could remove for Tenten. Before she could get a word out, Naruto was already explaining. That's Tenten's shop. She's the girl I was telling you about that helped me make this. He drew his fox blade. Really? Zabuza turned and took a greater interest in Naruto's latest friend. I must say, even at a glance these weapons look to be great standard. Did you make all of them? Most of them. Some of the more expensive things are imported or made by my dad, Tenten proudly stated. And if Naruto's information is correct, you are skilled in the use of these weapons. Tenten could only blush at this statement. Seems we'll have to spar sometime. Zabuza smirked. Despite knowing the girl for only a few moments, he could guess the outcome of his words, wide eyes and a dropped jaw. Yeah, anyway, me and Haku need to go sort out our new accommodation. Later Naruto, Tenten. Zabuza called as he turned his back and walked away. See you soon, Naruto, Haku said softly, a soft blush spread across her face. Yay, later Haku. Naruto smiled back, his now rapidly becoming legendary grin spread on his face. The girl quickly turned and followed her sensei, a darker blush spreading. As stunned as Tenten was by the invite, she couldn't believe the flirt she just saw between the new girl and her Naruto. My Naruto, she thought, a bit shocked at her own admission. A hand grasped hers and tugged her the short distance remaining toward Ikaraku. Come on Tenten, let's eat, he shouted, oblivious to her thoughts. The Chunin exam finals were drawing ever closer. Naruto had half the month left when he returned to Konoha with Jiraiya and company, and he was going to put that time to good use. For the first week and a half, everything almost followed a routine. Morning was summoning and jutsu training. Afternoons were usually spent with Tenten training, and at night his private tutor would train him. A certain white-haired teacher of his stopped by every now and then to check how he was doing, though on the third day, he was looking a lot worse for wear. Bruises and lumps covered his head as well as a black eye, a swollen lip and a bloody nose. Turns out he came with a message. Anko says she looks forward to lunch, was all Naruto could make out from Jiraiya's muffled speech. Seems Anko did catch up with him after all. Last night, Naruto was put through an intense fitness test. His prisoner had tempted him with some new toys if he didn't collapse. The fact Naruto completed his test and still managed to struggle back from the training ground and into bed gave the Kyuubi reason to give Naruto his next present. Needless to say, last night it took a lot out of him. The following morning, Naruto rose bright and early. A quick pleasant conversation with the fox about pinching his chakra followed by breakfast was in order. Oi, furball, Naruto thought as he quickly washed and dressed for the day. He was greeted with the usual snores he got from the fox in the mornings. An evil thought quickly crossed his mind. Hey, my old, orange jumpsuit. I haven't worn it in ages. That quickly woke the beast up. Huh. Gah. Burn it with fire. Why? The fox jumped. His usual reaction to the blonde's old attire was almost burned into his muscle memory. Any mention of it and that line was sure to follow. Oh good, you're up, Naruto thought cheerfully to the fox, yanking open his fridge and cupboard to see what goodies lay within. I ever find my way out of here, you're the first one I'm coming for. The fox growled deeply. Noted. Anyway, it's time to begin training. That's what you got me up for. I told you I'd train you tonight. But I can't wait that long. Ninja's landed in a bowl followed shortly by the last drops of milk in the carton. Sheesh, you're insufferable, you know that. The fox shot back. At least his mother left me alone. But you promised to teach me a new stuff, Naruto complained, chucking the last empty carton into the bin full of empty instant ramen cups before tucking into breakfast. Don't you think you should try to come up with your own jutsu? Why not use your annoying prankster powers to, I dunno, make a trap jutsu or something? The silence in the room was surprisingly deafening to the great-tailed beast. What happened in Naruto's mind next could only be described as a small explosion of ideas. With a soft clang, Naruto's spoon dropped into the bowl. He rose from his seat and silently headed out the door. With no response coming from the black and orange ninja, the fox settled back into its sleeping pose, unaware of the monster he had unleashed on both Konoha and the world. The time bomb that was Naruto locked his front door and leapt across the rooftops, arriving at the Konoha Library at the base of the mountain. Research was in order. Several books now lay atop another. For once Naruto was taking education seriously. He'd been in the library for over 4 hours now and he had learnt much. Chakra, control, formation, yep. He muttered as his eyes scanned the words in his latest book. He may not look like it, but when Naruto wanted to learn something, he learnt it so long as certain people didn't discourage his education. So far he'd learned much about hand signs and jutsu as well as shape and nature manipulation. Seems certain hand signs help certain jutsu, like the tiger leans towards fire jutsu's power. The new information was processed in his brain as multiple plans for jutsu appeared or disappeared after consideration. A voice called out to the genin. Naruto, the blonde's head raised. In front of him stood the always bored-looking Shikamaru with a not-so-bored look on his face, more one of confusion. "Why are you in the library?" he asked, doubting whether it was even the real Naruto. "Oh, hey Shikamaru, I'm training," was his reply. That didn't help Shikamaru whatsoever. How exactly? I'm gonna make my own kick-ass jutsu," Naruto said proudly, his voice rising above the acceptable level for the library, provoking several glances from other readers. Shikamaru shook his head. "Naruto, there's no way you could make a jutsu up. You can barely mold your chakra as it is." While it was true Naruto didn't have many techniques which required expert control, he wasn't about to let Shikamaru know that. "If you must know, I've learned loads when I was away with Pervy Sage." Shikamaru's eyebrow raised. "Really? I've been practicing hard. You won't stand a chance against me." The ponytailed boy chuckled. "Whatever, Naruto. Besides, it's not me you should be trying to convince." Naruto cocked his head in confusion. Shikamaru sighed. "He's learning jutsu, but he doesn't know who he's even fighting. Man, my money's on that sand girl," he thought. "You're up against that sand chick, Temari, remember?" That broke through Naruto's concentrated thoughts before he briefly remembered her fighting style. If he got caught by her fan, it would probably be all over. "Oh yay," he muttered, thinking of a way to counter that fan. "Man, now I think about it, I'm glad I'm against Choji," Shikamaru muttered. Naruto's head returned to its confused, cocked position. "Why? Well, to be fair, most of the elite seem to be participating. Me, Sasuke, Lee, Neji, that Gaara kid. That guy and his family are scarier than that John and Anko," Shikamaru explained. Naruto's brain was on fire today, the amount of activity it had experienced, and it wasn't even lunch yet. Speaking of lunch and Anko, didn't he promise Anko that he'd? He turned and looked at the clock. "Gah, 12:30 already." He shouted, "I gotta go, later Shikamaru." One smoky outline of Naruto later and he sped through the doors to the library. Poor Shikamaru was left getting all the stares from others from Naruto's little outburst. He could already see the librarian making her way towards him. "What a drag. That brat's gonna get it." A certain brown-coated special Jonin grumbled as she stood outside the dango shop, pacing a little. "I should have known better than to trust him. He probably just said that to escape my wrath." A black and orange flash appeared before her before a cloud of dust rose up from it. "Sorry I'm late," said the dust. "I was studying, honest." The dust soon cleared to reveal a worn-out Naruto, smiling bashfully up at her. An anger mark twitched on Anko's forehead, but she decided to get what she could out of the brat first. Decided to finally show up, eh? "I thought I'd have to give you the same treatment I gave Jiraiya." Her hands met, one fist in her palm to crack the knuckles. Naruto put his hands up in front of him in defense. No, I always keep my promises," he blurted out quickly. "Good, well let's see how good you can keep this one. You did promise all I could eat." She smirked before stepping into the dango bar. Naruto sighed deeply before he followed her, taking out Gamechin in the process. "Looks like this is goodbye, buddy," he muttered softly before he and Anko ordered their lunches. That's the spot." Anko sighed loudly as she impaled her last dango stick on the table, making it her 78th stick and completing her stick display. It was a small image of Jiraiya's head with crosses for eyes and the last stick impaled right in the center. Naruto looked up at Anko with wide eyes as he looked down at his 2/3 consumed stick. He was only up to 24. "Wow, you really can put it away, can't you?" Naruto complimented without thinking. "What are you trying to say?" Anko glared at him darkly. I mean you eat dango like I eat ramen," Naruto explained, hoping it would suffice. It did. I guess, though you're not the champion of your food." Anko smirked, jabbing her thumb back towards the bar. Naruto turned and could make Anko's picture out inside along with bar's best customer and her record of 100 sticks in one sitting. While Naruto was impressed, she was wrong with one thing. "Oh, you have one too." "Hey, Mr. Ikaraku has the same thing for me, only it's for ramen." Naruto smirked. Anko was taken aback for a moment. She knew Choji through his dad and those two could eat, but this shrimp holds the record at their favorite eatery. "No way," Anko laughed. "A puny thing like you can barely manage 25 sticks, let alone so much ramen." Naruto's eye twitched. "Fine, I'll prove it to you next time," he challenged. "Gotcha. Great, then it's a date, and you're paying seeing as you set the challenge." Anko laughed. Before Naruto's brain could comprehend the trap he'd fallen into, Anko chuckled and ruffled his hair before escaping from the scene. Naruto just stared wide-eyed at where Anko was sitting barely seconds ago. Customers around the area had several thoughts about what just played out before them. Then he couldn't understand why the two were together in the first place. Others wondered why the demon brat was allowed here, and some thought about laughing out long and hard. "Hey kid," Naruto turned to see the dango seller calling to him. You, Anko and your wallet are welcome back anytime. He laughed. Naruto laughed back, much to the dismay of the demon haters as they thought he was being insulted. Naruto's hand found the back of his head as he rubbed it nervously. "Yeah, I guess she got me, hee." Naruto felt his now paper-thin wallet through his pants and sighed at the feeling of an almost empty gamachan. "At least she's not my girlfriend." Naruto rose from the circular table and bench before walking away down the street, several laughs coming from a few patrons and the owner as he left. Despite the lack of cash and the semi-humiliation Naruto suffered, he'd enjoyed lunch with the special Jonin. Surprisingly, after a few tales of his own which seemed to amuse her, she told Naruto about her own misadventures in the village at one point. Lord Hokage was not pleased when he found a file with a self-replicating paper tag inside it. Naruto liked that one the most. Now he thought about it, he and Anko were similar in their sense of humor. Maybe he could run some ideas by her when he saw her next due to his challenge. Naruto leant back into both his hands as he walked through the street relaxing. Tenten had given him the day off today, and Haku was going through a short course of the academy material to make sure she was fit to be a ninja, or at least a genin. Her final test was today. His thoughts then turned back to Hinata. When he returned, she'd been released from the hospital but put on bed rest for a while at the Hyuga estate. Even her teammates couldn't get in to see her, so Naruto didn't know her current state. He wasn't going to worry about her though. If she was as strong as she proved in the preliminaries, she would get better soon. No point worrying about the things you can't change. There wasn't much going on in the village, so Naruto decided to make like Shikamaru and take some time out and watch the clouds. Walking close to the edge of the village, Naruto found it easy to find an unoccupied field of grass that looked peaceful enough. It was mostly plain with a few trees at the end. It kind of separated the village from the training grounds. Naruto strolled over and jumped up into one of the trees, navigating his way to the top branches before laying back on a rather thick branch that had a clear view of the sky. The sun was still pretty high in the sky and few clouds were around in the blue sky. After a few minutes of cloud gazing, Naruto could feel the effects of sleep approaching him. As lazy as Shikamaru is, at least he got this right, were his last thoughts as he drifted off into slumber. The sun keeping watch over him as he slept, itself slowly sinking in the sky. The boy had tuned over in his sleep and his arms and legs had fallen off the branch, only leaving his body and head resting on it. Naruto had a look of content on his face as dreamt, a nose bubble inflating and deflating at a steady pace. If one were to compare him to anything, it would be a sloth. "Hey-ya!" a voice shouted from somewhere nearby. The initial shout didn't wake the sleeping genin, but it sure awoke the flocks of birds around him. Hundreds of feathered fiends flapped their wings trying to escape whatever was causing all the noise, and most flew right by Naruto, the sounds of wings beats rising him from sleep. Naruto's sleep was interrupted as the birds escaped into the orange sky. Orange, must be early evening, Naruto thought as he dropped off the branch, contemplating his dream and time lost in the nap. Several smaller shouts could be heard through the thicket. Naruto turned and looked in the direction he guessed they were coming from. They sounded like a girl's shouts. Maybe that's Tenten, Naruto thought. Maybe I can see what new skills she's developing. Reconnaissance was an aspect of being a ninja after all. The blonde grinned as he jumped back through the branches towards the training ground behind him. Several more chakra-enhanced blows landed on the now damaged log. Her breathing was ragged and pain flooded her body. Hinata fell to her knees in front of the log, her usual jacket discarded and her black t-shirt and bandages underneath were drenched in sweat, with her body threatening to emit a different, red substance out if she continued her efforts. Tears were falling freely from her eyes as she coughed, choked, and spluttered all at once. A voice called out to her as she turned her head towards the trees. Hinata. She didn't need her Byakugan to see the orange and black ninja jump from the branches and land in front of her, placing one hand on her back. "Hinata, are you okay?" he asked hurriedly. The normal red blush that usually graced Hinata's face was only present due to the workout. "Yes, Naruto." She smiled before coughing again, a small amount of blood rising from her throat and coloring the grass below. "What are you doing out here? Your family said you were resting." Hinata smiled. He had at least cared enough to try and check up on her. The young genin tried pushing herself onto at least her knees, but her arms would have none of it. "Hinata, you have to stop." Naruto helped Hinata into a sitting position against the post she was, moments ago, destroying. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," Hinata mumbled softly as her eyelids began to close. Naruto put a hand on her forehead and arms. They were both burning up. Hinata coughed again. A little more blood landed on her dark undershirt. "You can't sleep, Hinata. We need to get you home." Naruto was concerned for her health now. Sleeping and blood were not good signs. Naruto quickly slid his hands under her legs and her back and lifted the young Hyuga up. Now Hinata was blushing. She was held within the strong arms of the boy she'd admired since pre-academy days. It was all a bit too much for the girl though, as the stress of her wounds and the lack of blood anywhere but her face caused her lids to grow heavy again. Naruto took off into the trees, staying as low as possible to keep stray branches to a minimum, the girl in his arms drifting in and out of consciousness. The boy broke free of the trees and arrived back in the building jungle, quickly navigating his way up to the rooftops using several lower building rooftops and a chakra-enhanced jump or two. The rooftops made it easier and faster to get to the Hyuga estate near the Hokage Tower. Naruto wasn't sure, but he thought that it was probably that they thought a Hyuga would become Hokage. Several pale-eyed members were coming to the front gate as Naruto dropped from the rooftops to the entrance to the estate. "Boy, what are you doing with Lady Hinata?" one of the clan members shouted. Naruto ignored the shout and jumped over the main gate, looking for a certain Hyuga he'd seen with Hinata many times. The certain Hyuga in question was just leaving the confines of the building, stretching after a good meal. "Oi," the particular Hyuga heard and turned towards the source. The Jinchuriki he'd warned Hinata to stay away from for so long was now approaching him with said heiress in his arms, seemingly out cold. Before his logical side of the brain kicked in, he instantly blamed the boy for Hinata's well-being. Before he could voice such blame, the boy spoke. "Oi, Hinata pushed herself too hard training. I think something might be wrong." Ko looked down at the girl and took her from Naruto's arms, quickly retreating inside the house. The clan members that were around the gate looked on in caution with confused eyes. Naruto had returned with the girl and given her back to the hands he believed best for her. Surprising many Hyuga, Naruto just walked over to the wall next to the door and sat himself down in a kneeling position facing outwards respectfully. What the hell is he waiting for? Many Hyuga thought angrily as they watched the young Jinchuriki act with manners and respect he had not shown when bursting onto the grounds. Several Hyuga slipped off, not wanting to be around when Hayashi discovered the demon vessel, while others stayed out of curiosity. It didn't take long for Ko to return with Hayashi, the elder's Byakugan blaring, but his eyes returned to their normal state once Naruto was within his normal vision. "Uzumaki," he simply called. Naruto turned to look him in the face, waiting for whatever the elder wanted. Hayashi motioned him forwards before turning back into the house, specifically the small meeting room he was in at the time of said Genin's arrival. Naruto rose to his feet and walked after him, making sure to remove his sandals before stepping inside the manor before Ko reminded him. Gobsmacked Hyuga just stood in confusion at the scene, many looking round to keep any news of the head treating the beast like a person inside the compound where it would stay. Hayashi knelt at the head of a small table while Naruto took the spot opposite. The table looked like it could hold 3 or 4 people on either side, so Naruto guessed it was where elder meetings took place. "Where was Hinata when you found her?" Hayashi cut right down to business. "In training field 6, I think," Naruto answered honestly. Several more questions followed about why he was there and what Hinata was doing to Naruto's knowledge when he arrived. Then she just collapsed, so I thought I'd better bring her here. Naruto said, "I overheard the other girls in the academy saying the Hyuga have their own doctors, so I thought the best place for her to be was here." Hayashi's eyebrows relaxed, returning his face to a more neutral look instead of the frown he usually wore. "Correct decision, Uzumaki," he simply stated. "You are free to leave with my thanks." After that, Hayashi rose and made his way towards one of the doors. "Lord Hayashi," Naruto called out respectfully. The head of the Hyuga turned and looked back at the blonde. How is Hinata? I mean, after the Chunin exams she was hurt badly. She will be okay, won't she?" Several feelings graced Hayashi's head at this time. She will be fine, I will see to it personally," he stated before leaving the room. Naruto smiled and laughed lightly. "I'm glad," he chuckled despite him being alone. Without further ado, he rose to his feet and exited out into the courtyard, slipping on his shoes and made his way around on the wood floor before stepping onto the path and out the gate. Several Byakugan had been watching the event. The all-seeing eye was a good way to spy, and lip-reading was a second skill to Hyuga members. The ones that watched the exchange between the head of house and demon vessel were angry. One particular pair of Byakugan disengaged from their room. The boy inside furrowed his brow and unwrapped his bandaged arm and leg. His hideate left his forehead, revealing his cage bird seal to the room as he prepared himself for rest. "Uzumaki Naruto," Neji muttered. Even the lowest of humans kissed the feet of the main house. Naruto's thoughts were now mainly occupied with Hinata and her welfare. "Man, I wonder if Hinata's gonna be okay. I've never seen her push herself that hard." The blonde was now on the path back home, eager for a good night's rest. "Given up on the new toys, him?" The Kyubai's voice echoed in his sewer-like mind. Naruto reacted like he always did, like a kid in a candy shop. Oi, settle down, brat," Kyubai growled. Naruto had now taken a detour back towards the training fields he'd slept by earlier. Once he arrived, he settled down under a nearby tree and retreated into his mind. "So what are you gonna teach me, hey?" His imaginary form back in his head bounced up and down, hands clenched in anticipation. "As useful as that blade of yours is, Kit, you can't rely on your skills with a blade to keep you out of any life or death scenario," Kyubai explained. "A ninja must be efficient in all areas, else another could pinpoint his weakness and take him out." Naruto nodded, thinking back to all his friends' skills like Kiba and Akamaru's teamwork, Tenten's Kenjutsu, Hinata's Taijutsu, and Kakashi's Ninjutsu. "Looking at your current skills, I can see that you are lacking in a few areas majorly. This one I can help you with, hence the workout you had last night," Kyubai explained. Naruto nodded slowly and listened before replying. "Which area?" he asked. "Taijutsu." Naruto returned home that night exhausted. Training that evening had turned out much like his training with a sword first time. He had the knowledge but not the dexterity nor practice to perform most if not nearly all moves effectively, let alone combo with them. He jumped high into the air from the street and landed on the platform outside his back door. The usual white and green wall and wood now graced a layer of red paint once again. The words "Die Demon" were painted across the door and surrounding wall. Naruto glanced up before looking back down at his feet in tiredness. "I'll deal with that shit tomorrow," he thought. As much as he ignored it, the threats, names, and other provocations still annoyed him to some degree. Naruto wrenched open his door and slammed it fiercely, annoying some of the other residents in the surrounding apartments who were either sleeping or getting there. He threw several angry words around the room before collapsing on his couch. His resident had pushed him hard to learn some of the basic moves he now knew and had worn him out considerably. The last thing he wanted was to come home to things like that. Naruto sighed deeply as he tried to shake off the depressed feeling and pulled the last cup of instant ramen out from the cupboard. If things went the way they usually did, the message would be gone by morning. A thought crossed his mind regarding his new jutsu he was going to develop. A bit of time and this might not happen again. He chuckled deeply, giving off a very evil sound. His new jutsu would definitely be beneficial to his trickery. By 4 in the morning, the blonde was sleeping soundly. The long training ensured he would be down for a while, or at least a few hours more than he usually got. The sun was chasing away the dark colors from the sky. It was early even in the ninja world, but some were already up. One such individual was late for their shift on the wall of their city. The reason being some annoying red paint. Damn bastards. The figure swore as the harsh sponge swept over the red paint, removing a fair amount. Just can't leave it alone, can they? The figure muttered again. A few more minutes with the sponge and bucket and the nasty red paint was gone, leaving the usual white wall and green wood to grace the morning light. The figure smiled at their achievement before faltering after remembering why they had to do it in the first place. Bucket in hand, she jumped down to the alleyway below to deposit the cleaning supplies under a drain pipe to collect water before jumping away towards the wall, thinking of ways to catch and crucify the people who make her late at least once a week. Kano as Jinchuriki looked out into the morning as the giant ball of fire began its ascent into the sky. Naruto was standing on the platform overlooking the city from his apartment. As predicted, the red paint had vanished without a trace. He stretched on his overlooked platform before sighing contentedly. A small grumble interrupted his morning stretches as his stomach longed for the taste of milk to accompany his dry cereal. He would have to go shopping again later. The blonde genin leaped from his roof to another, heading towards Team 7's training field. He had more practice to do. As he ran, his thoughts turned to his rivals for the Chunin exams. There was the person he'd have to face first, Temari of the Sand. He didn't see much of her power during the preliminaries, but if that first attack was anything to go by, he knew he'd have to counter with speed and stealth. Next would be Tenten, his teacher and rival in the Kenjutsu art. There was only a slim chance he could beat her on pure skill with blades alone, so other techniques would be needed to gain the upper hand. The person he fought after that would be a mystery, so he should prepare for anything. He arrived in the grassy field and began stretching his muscles after his little warm-up run here. "Man, I gotta really think about my fights," he muttered. "That sand girl has the fan and her attacks could take out loads of my shadow clones. If she deals in wind damage at a range, then I have to get up close." Completing his stretches, Naruto focused his chakra towards his hand, beginning his training of summoning a tiny toad or better. Summoning jutsu. He shouted out, completing the hand signs and slamming his hand down on the ground. Gamakichi emerged from the smoke as bored as ever. "Yo, oh, it's you again," he muttered. An angry look passed over Naruto's face, not because of the toad's remark but how he still couldn't manage to summon anything bigger than this. Either use more chakra or more powerful chakra, kid. Me and my brother can't be popping from one place to another every minute just because you're training. Try using more than you're using for me, lots more. The small orange toad scolded. Naruto just didn't have powerful chakra. Think of chakra reserves as a cup. Naruto's reserves were full of water, while someone like Kakashi's reserves have fruit juice. To perform the same jutsu, Kakashi would use less total percentage of his chakra than Naruto, as he had the same amount compacted into a smaller space. A thought clicked in his head. He had access to an enormous power source all along, yet never thought of using it. Getting permission to use it was another problem. The Kyuubi only lent him some to get him through the Chunin preliminaries. Would he for training and general use too? With a soft poof, the toad burst out of existence and back to his home while Naruto was wrapped up in his own thoughts inside his head. "Oi, furball, you awake?" Naruto thought whispered. A low snore told him otherwise. "I'm sure he wouldn't mind sharing." Naruto grinned. Mentally, Naruto focused his chakra on drawing some of the Kyuubis out of the cage. Before too long, small trickles of red chakra were flowing between the bars. Taking only what he needed, Naruto left his mindscape and began the seals again, this time focusing the new chakra into the jutsu. Summoning jutsu. He cried out, his hand meeting the earth, and the familiar smoke burst from the seal, only this time, the smoke was much bigger. Naruto peered into the smoke, trying to make out who he summoned. A black outline in the smoke stepped forward. The smoke was clearing to reveal a bright yellow jacket with orange trim covering a bright blue toad with a pale yellow underbelly. The jacket was similar to the robes people wore at home, like the Hyuga clan. On its forehead it had 6 yellow beads in a similar position to a vertical 6 on a dice. The toad was just taller than Naruto as it stood on all fours before leaning back and resting its arms on the inside of its thighs. "So, you're the squirt that's been causing all the trouble." The blue toad laughed while Naruto's confused look answered for him. "Bunta's kids aren't very happy with you, you know." Naruto lowered his head. Yeah, I kinda got that, Naruto muttered dejectedly. The blue toad laughed again to Naruto's embarrassment. Don't worry, kid, everyone else has been enjoying the spectacle, though don't bug Bunta anytime soon else he'll take it out on you. Besides, you finally managed to summon someone else. Naruto looked back up at the toad, his smile back on his face. So since you summoned me, is there anything I can do for you, kid? The toad asked kindly. Naruto's mind drew a blank. Oh, he began. Let me guess, the toad cut in. Jiraiya-san didn't tell you anything about summoning, right? He did a little but not much, Naruto explained. The toad sighed deeply before sucking in a large amount of air. Right, well, as you obviously know, you signed the toad contract, and you can summon us from another place to you. The amount of chakra and power needed summons different toads like Bunta's kids or me. All of us have skills we either practice or specialize in. Naruto watched in awe as the toad hopped over to a nearby tree, drew his right arm back and with an open palm, sliced with the side at the tree. The impact sent out a small shock wave and a rustling of leaves above. Naruto looked on at the toad as he stood back, smirking at Naruto and his left index finger pointing at the tree. Naruto looked on in curiosity as the toad tapped the tree a little higher than where he struck. The creaking could be heard as the tree swayed and tipped before finally crashing onto the ground below. The section that once held the trees together now had a clean slice right through the middle. My name is Game Sancho. I am the resident Shaolin master on Mount Mayaboku and the best toad in Taijutsu. Afternoon rolled around and Naruto bid the Shaolin master goodbye as he returned to Mount Mayaboku. The toad and blonde had talked about his skills in the Taijutsu field and, one quick spar later, the toad knew how much skill Naruto had. The morning had gone well, Naruto thought as he strolled into town for lunch. He'd gained a new Taijutsu teacher and if Guy-sensei was anything like Tenten described, maybe Naruto got the better end of the deal being taught by a toad. Approaching the ramen stand, Naruto withdrew his wallet and opened it to grab some cash. Looking into Gamechan, however, was not a pleasant sight. Only a few notes remained from his latest S-rank mission. Damn it, Anko. Naruto cursed under his breath as he walked past the ramen bar. Only got enough for lunch or shopping. He picked the ladder and walked towards the local food store, looking back at the ramen stand with tears in his eyes. I'll be back, my love. Drawing closer to the shop, Naruto ducked down an alley and checked no one could see him. A hand sign and a poof of smoke later, Yumino Uruka exit the alley at the other end. The Chunin let out a soft sigh. He hated doing this, but it was a way of life for him. He entered the shop and glanced around. It didn't seem too busy, so he could get in and out quickly. Shino, Kiba and Kurenai were walking back to the Hokage Tower from another D-rank mission while Hinata was out of action. Things had been this way since their whole team's failure during the Chunin exams, though each had their own rivals to face. Hinata's was her cousin who despised the main branch. Kiba's was the Uchiha prodigy who both thought they were the leader of their team, and Shino's logical thinking was beaten by Shikamaru's own hyper-intelligence. The bug boy looked up at the sun, his hands deep in his pockets as usual as they strolled down the street. Uruka-sensei, Kiba called out, accompanied with an Akamaru bark from his head. Shino's attention returned to the earth to see their old teacher walking towards them with a smile on his face. Hey Kiba, Shino, how are you guys? He asked kindly, stopping to talk to his old students. Great Uruka-sensei, Kurenai-sensei's taught us a lot since we became genin. Kiba boasted before his smile faded a little. Though we didn't make it as Chunin. Akamaru whimpered on top of Kiba's head at the admittance of failure. Uruka just smiled at the genin and chuckled. Hey, not everyone makes Chunin at your age. You still have time to develop your skills. I didn't become a Chunin till I was 16, you know. Kiba felt better at this revelation, his determination to become stronger rekindled inside. While Shino wasn't as dejected as Kiba, he did find inspiration in his teacher's words. Don't worry, Uruka. They're in good hands, Kurenai said to the smiling genin teacher. I wouldn't have it any other way. Uruka continued, his smile faltering a little when he remembered the missing member from the team. How is? He began. Better, Kurenai interrupted, predicting his question. She didn't wish to dwell on the subject as much as anyone until she could see Hinata again. Well then, I won't keep you. Uruka walked past them towards the gates. See you later. He waved back without looking. The reduced teammate continued on to their destination, their meeting with Uruka warming their spirits, and Kiba was showing it, asking Kurenai for either training or another mission. The Jonin sighed at Kiba's eagerness. I can take care of the mission debrief myself. Why don't you go work on your new technique with Akamaru? She said. Kiba grinned before getting an affirmative yip off Akamaru. Right you are, buddy. Later, Shino, Kurenai-sensei. He shouted as Akamaru jumped off his head and the duo ran off towards their training field. Go on, Shino. I'm sure you have better things to do too. Kurenai coerced. Shino nodded his head. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. He replied politely before breaking off from her down another path leading back to his clan's residence. The doors to the shop opened and Uruka emerged with his bags of shopping gripped tightly in each hand. Despite that big lunch with Anko, Naruto still had enough cash left to keep food in the cupboards, if only barely. He set off towards his home with thoughts of today's session with Tenten in his mind and how well he would fare. Uruka-sensei, a voice called out. Prep, Naruto thought as he turned to spot the owner of said voice. It was Shino, the bug user. Oh hello Shino. Nice day we're having, eh? Naruto made small talk as he continued towards home. Instead of just a casual two-line chat as he'd hoped, Shino turned with him down the street, walking alongside him. Yes it is, was all he got in reply. Naruto had to think fast before he led Shino back to his home. How is your training coming along? Been working hard since the preliminaries. I have been working on a few new techniques, but I prefer not to reveal them unless I need to, Shino answered logically. Naruto was now forced to take a long route back to his apartment, missing the quickest turn in towards his place since Shino insisted on continuing the conversation. How are the new genin Iruka-sensei? Shino asked with a hint of suspicion in his voice. Naruto was now thinking hard. He knew Konohamaru was in Iruka's class with his two friends, but that was it. They're coming on fine. Konohamaru has quietened down a lot since Naruto talked to him. Naruto replied. Truth be told, he hadn't seen his own apprentice in a while. He was rather busy with the exams and his own missions. I see. How would you rate the class's skills compared to ours? Shino's questions continued. Naruto was sweating now. Well, I don't like to play favorites. Well, at least they can't be as bad as Naruto. Shino smirked a little under his jacket. He couldn't tell which end of a kunai was which unless you drew him a map. Oi, I can so. Iruka shouted back at the bug user, his facade lost in attempts to preserve his pride. It took his brain a few seconds before his words came back to him and took a step back from Shino. Oh, can you now, Naruto? Shino smirked, his glasses looking directly into Naruto's eyes. It was quite the intimidating sight. A poof of smoke later and a black and orange genin was standing in Iruka's space, still clutching his shopping. No one was around to see the small spectacle leaving the current street unusually bare. How do you know it was me? Naruto asked, genuinely surprised. Well, your outburst helped. Naruto had put two and two together and knew the insult was to provoke a reaction. It was just too late to respond appropriately. I also saw Iruka-sensei on his way to guard duty. Watching you transform was a big hint too. Naruto flinched. Which brings me to my next question. Why do you transform into Iruka-sensei to do something as simple as shopping? Naruto's eyes widened before looking down at the ground, his usual smile replaced with a dull, emotionless look. That is none of your concern, Shino. He muttered just loud enough for Shino to hear before turning down the alley behind him, making his way back to his home. Shino still didn't take the hint and kept pace behind Naruto, staying about 5 feet behind him. Naruto didn't want to deal with this and sped up. Shino's footsteps continued to match his own. Growing annoyed, Naruto pushed Chakra to his feet and ran up the side of the nearest building. Shino followed calmly, his hands still not leaving his pockets. Naruto jumped over few buildings before landing on his own, quickly running round to the front to escape into his lonely apartment. He turned the corner and looked down at his jacket, quickly trying to remember where he put the key. Standing outside his front door, Naruto grabbed the key with his left hand from his trouser pocket before looking up at the door. Spread across the door and wall was another blood-red message. Demons should die, was clearly written across the white and green wall and wood. Shino chose this moment to round the corner to follow Naruto, glancing to his left only to see the same words Naruto saw. His gaze quickly switched to the blonde's face, looking for any sign of emotion. Naruto, he began, but before he could finish, Naruto had unlocked the door, hurried inside and slammed it shut. Shino walked up to the door and examined the paint. It was still wet. Naruto, I've seen the way people look at you, he said quietly to the door. Inside, Naruto had dropped his shopping bags and pressed his back against the door before sliding down into a crouching position, preventing Shino from even trying to open the door. People look at you with confusion and hate. Shino continued. I know, I have felt that same gaze myself. All my clan have. We may be respected ninja, but we are not the same as others. Our contract with the bugs makes us unique. It also makes us feared. Naruto's ears had pricked up at this bit of information. His head was still buried into his arms, laying across his knees, however. People do not understand our cooperation with insects and label us as weird. Do you remember the academy, Naruto? Naruto's thoughts flashed back to his 3rd year in the academy. The class had about 27 kids in it, many he couldn't even remember their names. Remember how everyone made friends, the girls like Ino and Sakura and boys like Shikamaru and Choji. Naruto remembered how on the first day of recess everyone had been nervous and few people stood or played together. By lunch, though, others were already playing together or hanging out in the shade. He remembered Ino and Sakura picking flowers and holding them against each other's hair. Shikamaru and Choji were laying under a tree, looking out at the clouds. Naruto also remembered standing behind the tree with the swing, observing all this taking place while wishing he could have made friends that easily. Nearly all the people he'd talked to had brushed him off or avoided him. He'd lost confidence and hid at the area he felt safest at the time. People avoided you for a reason you couldn't understand. Correct. Silence was all greeted Shino. I was also told to avoid you by my mother. My father, however, told me to keep an open mind to your situation. Naruto lifted his head out of his arms, his face somber. I, myself, was alone. I stayed away from it all, preferring not to get involved with such shallow people. I did, however, see you in your courage do what most people couldn't and introduce yourself to all your classmates. Naruto remembered the pain of rejection that day, some worse than others. I couldn't understand how one as friendly as you seemed to be being turned away by most of the population of our year. When I examined your case more closely, it seemed eerily similar to my own. People fearing what they don't understand. Naruto rose from his door and slowly began walking towards his bedroom, not wishing to take another trip down memory lane with Shino. Even though I do not yet understand you myself, Naruto, I have never feared you. Naruto froze. While I have yet to understand you, Uzumaki, I do not fear you. Instead, I wish to learn more about you as a person and do not care about why people give you the looks they do. Silence. We share several similarities, Naruto. Other people who judge you for your negatives do not deserve your attention. Shino finished, turning his back to the red, white, and green. Think about it, Naruto, he muttered before taking a few steps towards the edge of the building and leaping off back towards his original destination. Many thoughts stirred in Naruto. Shino had given him food for thought. Hearing the telltale whoosh of a chakra-enhanced jump, Naruto returned to his discarded shopping by the entrance and proceeded to unpack, barely making any sound as he did. Once the perishables were away, Naruto returned to his small haven inside his room. The one place in the town he felt truly safe, where he could be himself without being judged. Slipping out of his sandals, Naruto dropped himself into bed and pulled the covers over his balled-up form. A certain brunette paced the grass. She was beginning to draw mud to the surface, or rather crush all the grass in her path as her muttering continued. Where is he? She stirred as her consciousness remained focused in her thoughts and not at the muddy patch she was creating. Hey, Tenten, a feminine voice called out to the pacing weapons mistress. Tenten looked around and saw a familiar pink blur jump over to her. Haku, what are you doing here? I'm looking for Naruto. She blushed slightly. You haven't seen him around, have you? Tenten didn't miss the blush as an anger mark graced the girl's head. No, I haven't, she replied in a sickly sweet voice. Her thoughts then doubled back. Hey, I wonder where that idiot is. Haku looked at Tenten with confusion evident in her features. That orange idiot is supposed to be training with me. Tenten raised her voice to the surrounding area as though her quarry were hiding nearby and raising a questionable look from the newcomer. Oh, I wonder why he hasn't turned up. Haku smiled sweetly and innocently while her thoughts ran more along the lines of, because he's probably looking for me. Well, if you see him, tell him I'm looking for him. Haku asked kindly as she jumped away into the small concrete jungle. Not if I find him first, Tenten thought before following Haku's lead into the town. Eventually the sky began to darken, turning from pale blue to light orange to an evening glow. Tenten and Haku were still in the midst of their search for Naruto and had now even teamed up to locate the blonde. The blonde, however, was nowhere to be seen. It was the end of a long day for some people. Shops had begun closing and shifts were being switched between ninja for guarding the city walls. One such ninja was making her own way home with the dark orange sky casting a long shadow of her. She sighed deeply as she stretched mid-jump. Man, I can't believe Hamaki bitched that much. I was only a little late and it was only because. She caught herself mid-sentence. Her home and usual assignment had a particular blonde's home between them. Since she could remember, she'd kept an eye on him as a favor to the third. Now she did it because the kid wasn't as bad as everyone made out. Unfortunately, everyone was a problem. Landing on the edge of a roof, Anko gazed over at Naruto's apartment. The lights were still all out despite many other people's being on, so he wasn't home. The last rays of sun had helped her catch one thing: red paint. The figure cursed under her breath as her head and arms lolled forward in defeat. Geez, I really gotta catch these bastards at some point. I'm sure it's not doing the kid any mental favors, she said to herself before fetching her cleaning supplies and jumping up to Naruto's front door. Dipping the sponge in the water pre-treated with chemicals, she set to work scrubbing the nasty message away from the Jinchuriki's property. After a very slow 20 minutes, only the last word remained. Ah, nearly done, she thought as she wiped the sweat from her brow. He might be at the ramen bar now. A voice called out. Well, it is his favorite, so why wouldn't he be? Another replied. The woman looked out to see a pair of female ninja jumping across buildings towards the town center on the opposite side of the street. I wonder who they're looking for, she thought before turning back to her task. Tenten took this moment in time to glance over at the figure. The sun had now set and all she could see was a dark figure doing something to the wall. Hey you, Tenten called out, stopping on the same building the recipient stood not half an hour ago. What are you doing? The figure looked up, uncovering the red paint still left to wash. Now if you saw a suspicious person and the word die written in red on someone's wall, what would you think? Haku stopped on the building just ahead and joined Tenten in observing the figure. Hey, it's not what you think, the figure shouted back hastily. Wasting no time, Tenten and Haku leapt over to the same building to confront the figure. Then what is it? Tenten half-asked, half-demanded as she and her partner landed. I'm doing this kid a favor, the figure replied, holding her hands up in surrender, revealing her bucket and sponge with a red tint. Doesn't look like much of a favor to me, Haku murmured loud enough to hear but with an eerie emphasis in her voice, her hand reaching for her senbon pouch. Really? The figure tried to persuade them again. I'm cleaning it off, look. She held out the bucket that reeked of paint and cleaning agent. Haku relaxed slightly but kept her guard up. Who are you? She demanded. Who lives here? Before the woman could get an answer out, the window looking out onto the porch lit up as a light inside was switched on. All three knew it would look very awkward if they were discovered with the word die on the wall and a very red sponge. All three jumped back onto different buildings before taking off. Tenten and Haku one way on the right, the figure another way on the left side of the building. Tenten and Haku bounded away from the situation, thinking about what they saw. They didn't see her face clearly, but Tenten could easily guess the cleaning culprit. The mesh undershirt and brown overcoat didn't lie. Naruto's eyes opened slowly to look up at the ceiling. He must have fallen asleep. Shino's little speech had given him plenty to think about. Naruto had lay awake till he drifted off thinking about the similarities between Shino and himself. Now he focused. He never remembered Shino being all too friendly at the academy. He mostly just kept to himself and people left him alone. Naruto went looking for the possibility of a friend and people focused on his shortcomings whenever he made himself known. The nine-tailed beast dwelled within the young child just as Shino's bugs lay within him, though his bugs were more physically present than Naruto's guessed. Naruto thought hard about what he could remember of Shino. While Shino never approached him, he neither put him down during their time together at the academy. Shino did seem genuine when he said he didn't fear him. Many of the adults looked at him with fear or hate in their eyes, but now Naruto understood their glares. While Shino's offer to learn more about Naruto filled him with joy, he couldn't help but dwell on what could happen if his furry problem got out. If Shino was anyone to go by, none of the kids in his year knew of the fox inside him. If they found out, would they treat me as the adults do? He thought to himself. Naruto sighed and kicked the covers off, rising from the bed and making his way to the kitchen. It was getting dark. He'd missed his training with Tenten. He would have to beg and plead for her forgiveness. He laughed at that thought, flicking the kitchen light on in the process. He switched the kettle on and rummaged in the cupboard for his newly bought ramen and prepared it. The kettle nearly covered up the sounds made by fleeing people made outside. Naruto's new senses were keen and could still detect 3 presences leaving his porch. He didn't want to deal with whatever new message was outside, so he let things lie for now. When he made his new trap jutsu, he'd be able to catch the culprits. The jutsu was far from finished and was merely an idea in Naruto's head for now. The blonde settled on his sofa a few minutes later, his jacket draped over the back as he tucked into one of the few pleasures he had. That boy was right. A deep voice rumbled within Naruto. Maybe it is time to show people what you're really like. Naruto scoffed. If people thought he had half a brain, they'd try to discourage him as much as possible. If you become Hokage, what do you want people to see in their leader? An immature prankster, someone who isn't fit to lead. The blonde remained silent. If you don't show promise as a ninja, how is the old man ever going to see if you're ready to take his place? Fine, I get it, all right. Naruto thought back, his ramen still steaming in the cup. The two sat in silence for a few minutes as thoughts and scenarios flashed through Naruto's head. Naruto sighed as he took in a few mouthfuls of ramen before looking up at his ceiling in deep thought. Fine, starting tomorrow, everyone's going to see a new Naruto, he announced proudly. The next morning, the young blonde awoke to the sounds of birds chirping. A light breakfast later and he head off towards Team 7's training ground. The red paint was gone and Naruto had renewed spirits about his future. At least in short term, everything was looking up. The finals of the Chunin exam were fast approaching. Naruto followed his training schedule harshly after a few small modifications. Mornings were now spent researching jutsu knowledge or training with Game Sansho and Taijutsu. Naruto was making great headway with several advances in both fields. Small advances but still significant. Afternoons were spent training with Tenten. The training was more footing and skill-based rather than actual combat. Tenten wanted to fight Naruto at his best and didn't want him to learn all her steps before the match. Another Kenjutsu master dropped by every so often to watch the two, his new leaf headband proudly polished atop his head. Zabuza was greatly fascinated by Tenten's knowledge in swords, and to learn that she was just as good with nearly every weapon imaginable was overwhelming. There was 2 students he was going to pass his knowledge on to, not counting Haku of course. 1 week before the finals, Tenten told the blonde he had to train on his own. She needed more time to develop her own techniques to, quote, kick your ass. With that, the duo's training finished and Naruto forced his body to comply with the knowledge of forms and footwork in his head. The ex-Miss Ninja admired his determination. He just hoped he showed such promise under his methods. The nights were then spent either resting or training under a certain tailed demon on alternating days. Said beast was training him for his next gift, whatever it may be. The next week and a half flew by with one being so busy. Naruto flopped on his bed the night before the finals, his body aching and tired but stronger. Everyone was going to see just what he was capable of tomorrow. Today was the day. The day Naruto finally became a Chunin, or so he thought as he rose from his dreams of being Hokage. Even before he awoke from dream world, his face graced an unusually big smile as time drew ever closer to the finals. All right, today's the day, he shouted and pumped his fist in the air as he sat up in bed. A soft thumping could be heard on his floor, the sound seemed to be coming from underneath. Naruto looked out the window. The sun was fully above horizon, making its way up to the center of the sky. Stupid neighbors, I didn't make that much noise, Naruto grumbled as he shrugged off the covers and stomped heavily around his apartment getting ready for the upcoming match. Temari of the Sand, about 3 years older than me. Naruto began reciting his enemy statistics in his head. She carries a huge metal fan and can attack at range with wind by swinging it. He finished as he wolfed down his daily breakfast cereal. Don't get too cocky and you'll do fine, the fox encouraged sleepily. That's new, Naruto thought. The fox opened one eye in curiosity. Never heard you actually praise me before. I must be growing on you, he chuckled. The old demon closed his eye again calmly before answering. It wasn't praise, I just have faith in channeling my skills through you. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he prepared to argue through thought with the fox before taking a second to think about what he was doing and let the annoyed feelings leave him. Well, seems he really is changing. the fox thought, his lips curling into a smirk as he settled down to sleep. As if there was anything else to do until Naruto's fight. The blonde promptly locked up his house and left through the back, standing on the platform he constructed before taking in the sights and the sounds of the day, breathing deeply. He felt a surge of energy rush through his body as his muscles and bones received the cool air and the energy from his breakfast. "Yeah, today's the day I become a chunin," he announced proudly to the city. A few people below heard this cry and looked up to see the blonde. Local residents either scowled or smiled at Naruto's decree, while out-of-town gamblers or visitors grew curious with the genin holding the highest odds to win. Naruto then looked down into the street as he noticed people looking up at him. He waved with a familiar fake grin upon his face before leaping away towards the stadium, following the small crowd of people walking the same direction. Ino Yamanaka stepped outside her family's shop as his father followed suit. "Ready, hun?" Inoichi asked kindly as he waved to his wife at the checkout counter. "Hi, I can't wait to see Sasuke," Ino replied, smiling as they walked side by side with the crowd towards the stadium. Inoichi was dressed in his normal ninja attire consisting of his leaf headband, black overcoat and gray jacket and pants complete with black and silver belt. His blonde hair still cut in the mullet his wife thought needed trimming constantly. He still had work to do after the exam, so why bother changing? Ino was dressed in lighter clothes than usual. Her bandages were gone completely and her dark purple top was replaced with a light orange one with the Yamanaka clan symbol above her heart. Her purple skirt gone in favor of light blue shorts and, as always, her blonde hair hanging down her back in a ponytail with her bangs covering the right side of her face. "Yahoo!" A shout echoed around the street from overhead. The Yamanaka duo looked up as an orange and black blur shot along the buildings, speeding towards the stadium away from the crowd. Ino sighed after realizing who it was. "It's only Naruto." Her father looked at her curiously. "What's wrong? He just seems energetic today." Ino groaned. "Naruto's always energetic. He's also annoying, rude, and always picks a fight with Sasuke." The pair were now walking towards the stadium entrance for spectators, and people were handing out pamphlets to everyone entering. Well, maybe that's how he managed to make it into the finals. He spent time sparring and training to beat Sasuke so that he became at least strong enough to make it this far. Yet you spend your time fantasizing over the Uchiha and are consequently sitting in the spectator stands with your dear old dad. Inoichi chuckled as his daughter scowled. "No, Naruto's a dead last and always will be. He only beat some nobody from the hidden waterfall. Seizo or Shiro, I think." Inoichi then had a very curious memory flicker across his brain. "Shiro Lions," he asked. "Yay, that's it." "Wait, how do you know?" she asked, now confused. Shikaku relayed the match information from Shikamaru. Inoichi bluffed. Ino thought nothing of it and just shrugged, while Inoichi's thoughts concerning his money were now changing. The blonde had disappeared over the top of the stadium edge by the time the duo had received theirs and entered the seating area. "Hey, there's your friend Sakura, why don't you go sit by her?" Inoichi said as he spotted his own former teammates, Choza Kamichi and Shikaku Nara. Ino turned to give him a hard look, but he'd already disappeared. "What the hell, Dad?" she thought to him through their unique telepathic link. She got no reply and sighed, trying to look for somewhere else to sit. Unfortunately, with seats starting to fill and the beginning of the exams just moments away, the only spaces left were near or around Sakura, and Ino would, albeit regretfully, take Sakura over strangers any day. The Pinkette felt someone settle into the seat next to her. She turned and looked at her arch-nemesis in love, Ino Yamanaka. "What are you doing here, Ino Pig?" Sakura teased. "Idiot, both my teammates are in the final," billboard brow. Ino shot back. "I mean, couldn't you have sat elsewhere?" "Why, this seat's the best to rub it in your face when Sasuke kisses me after he wins." Sakura glared. "Like hell, he'll kiss me." Needless to say, this went on a bit as more interesting things were going on elsewhere. 13,000 Ryo. The bookie gasped along with a red-haired, chubby man and a scarred, pineapple-haired Jonin. "What? It's not that much." Inoichi reasoned with the 3B, but it's on him, Choza said, still shocked. Shikakawa was the first to regain his composure and tried to see the logic behind Inoichi's bet. "So, I have a feeling he may surprise us." Inoichi just smiled. Fine." The bookie handed the blonde his betting ticket stamped with his bet information and odds before taking the money behind the counter. "And just what do you base that logic on?" Shikaku asked, trying to probe for more information. "Simple. Remember when we visited the waterfall?" Both nodded. "He beat a Lions." Said blonde was standing in the center of the grassy field along with the other participants of the finals. "All except for one, however. You guys are the heroes of this final competition. Present yourselves accordingly." The special Jonin standing with them muttered, though not stern enough to be an official order. Naruto was standing straight, but upon glancing around he couldn't help but notice something. "Hey, Shikamaru," he whispered as he stood next to the bored genius. Shikamaru's eyes just turned to look at Naruto, signaling he was listening. "Where's Sasuke?" He shrugged, glancing around too to check that the Uchiha really wasn't here. Naruto decided to get a better look around. "May as well check who came to cheer for me," he reasoned to himself. A quick blink and red-slitted eyes scanned the crowd as his now active brain tried to keep up with all the information filtering in. Sakura was up in the stands with Ino fighting about something. At least she turned up. Naruto thought before remembering Sasuke. A pink shirt and brown hair stuck out as Naruto spotted Haku smiling from the stands next to a bandage-faced Zabuza. Will that guy ever show his mouth in public? Naruto chuckled to himself. Further scanning revealed Anko and Uruka talking in the stands, both sporting Naruto-like goggles round her neck and on his forehead respectively. Lavender eyes met his own as Naruto spotted Hinata close to the front of the stand sitting next to a grinning Kiba and yipping Akamaru. She looked much better than their last encounter, which made the blonde smile inside. He gave her a genuine cheeky grin and a thumbs up. Now when the term red as a tomato comes up, it is usually accompanied by an image of Hinata in Naruto's head. Sure enough, the lavender Hyuga proceeded to go bright red before pushing her index fingers together, her head bowed so that her hair covered her eyes. For a brief moment, Naruto thought something was wrong before Hinata looked up and her left arm stretched out in front of her. On the end of said arm was Hinata's hand in a very un-Hinata-like gesture, her fingers were clenched and her thumb was up. Despite having so much blood in her face, Hinata managed to fill her arm with enough to return Naruto's gesture. The blonde laughed before a soft red glow graced his own cheeks, only a little but still noticeable. Noticed by a certain Senbon wielder who rose from her seat and tried to shuffle past Zabuza. As she passed, his hand shot out and grabbed her collar before gripping it tightly. Clear as the message was, Haku just tried to walk faster to escape her sensei's grip, her features changing to resemble one of Inner Sakura's rages, albeit a small one. Kiba just chuckled as Hinata withdrew into herself. Lucky bastard, he thought. Naruto was disheartened to not spot the person he thought was guaranteed to turn up. Try as he might, the oil headband and white mane didn't reveal itself as he scanned the stadium again. Any sign of Sasuke yet? The third Hokage asked. The old man was sat in the middle of the stands near the top in a throne, or as he liked to call it, my seat. The Jonin standing next to the old man leant down and whispered in his ear. No, the Jonin replied. A team of ANBU Black Ops are searching for him, but so far, they've found nothing. He may already be in Orochimaru's hands, in which case, of course, we may never find him. The Hokage sighed. I understand. Three figures then made themselves known as the Hokage turned to greet the new arrivals. Two bodyguards encompassed the third. They wore long brown cloaks covering them completely with only their heads exposed. The one on the left had weird blue markings around his eyes and mouth that continued round to the back of his head, passing under his ears, topped with a white, dusty turban and sand headband. The one on the right appeared to be a large, stocky man with more muscles in his face than brains in his head from the looks of it. His eyes were closed as if squinting. He also supported a dusty turban and sand headband. The main attraction in the center wore a large hat similar to the Hokage, except it was green where the Hokage was red and had the kanji for wind on the front. The rest of his attire included a white veil over most of his face, a white scarf, a long white cloak and green robes held down with white cloth acting as a belt. Oh, you made it. Welcome, Lord Kasage. He smiled. The greeting was not warmly returned. Down in the stadium, three bodies stiffened as they looked up into the stands. Gaara, Temari and Kinkuro's eyes narrowed at the sight of the green-hatted, white-robed man they called father. The elder siblings glanced over at their red-headed, younger brother to see him trying to burn a hole straight through his tormentor. You must be weary having come all this way. Not at all, I'm only glad that for your sake, the arena is here in the Leaf Village. The Kasage replied in an eerily quiet voice. As strong as you are, I'm sure a long journey would have proved difficult for you, at your age. Isn't it about time you decided who would succeed you as Hokage? At this last line, the Hokage burst out laughing. You act as if I'm an old man, there's plenty of life left in me, though I plan on staying here for some time to come. The old man rose from his seat and walked towards the edge of the balcony before turning back to face his guest. Now then, it's time for the final rounds to begin. After a snap from Genma, the special Jonin that lectured them before, Naruto was now standing to attention as the Hokage began addressing everyone. Welcome all, and our deepest thanks for coming here to the village hidden in the leaves for this year's Chunin selection. His booming voice called out. We have come to the final competition between the 11 candidates who made it through the preliminaries. We ask that no one leaves until all the matches have been completed. The announcement was met with cheers as everyone looked to the center field, eager for the matches to begin. You said 11 candidates. Aren't you missing one? The Kasage said. The Hokage sighed inwardly before making his way back to his seat. Several members of the crowd seemed to have noticed this too, and hushed mutterings took place mostly around gamblers. Where the hell is that Uchiha? He better show up, I've got 20,000 on him. Several conversations like this were picked up by the fangirl duo who were both thinking the same thing. Where are you, Sasuke? Hey, Genma turned to the Nara Genin. What'll happen if Sasuke doesn't turn up? Genma just replied dully, as if bored of the hype around the so-called Uchiha prodigy. If a candidate is not here in the arena at the time his name is called, he forfeits the match. Naruto's eyes widened. As much as he despised that stuck-up, he was his teammate and slightly worried. Sasuke had always talked about getting stronger to kill. Someone in this would only put him one step closer to that goal. So why wasn't he here? Come to think of it, he hadn't encountered Sasuke at all since the preliminaries. Alright, listen up. The terrain's different but the rules are the same as before, that is that there are no rules. The match continues till one candidate acknowledges defeat or dies. Genma announced. None of the genin, however, flinched at this news. That being said, if I determine that a match is over, I can step in and stop it at any time, and no arguments permitted. Understood. Silence. Alright then, these are the opponents for the first match, Shikamaru Nara vs Choji Akimichi. Up in the stands, two of the previous Ino Shikacho trio were now looking on excitedly as the third leaned back in his chair, relaxed. The one relaxing was unusual as Shikaku Nara just sighed and looked up at the sky. Hey, what's up Shikaku? Are you gonna watch your son's match? Inoichi asked politely. I have no need to watch. I have already predicted the outcome of this match, he replied calmly. Choza looked over, curious. Oh yay, who's gonna win then? Well, I put my money on the winner, so you figure it out. In the few seconds it took for Choza to recall the memory, Shikaku had begun laughing loudly. No way. My son will easily beat your son with all the training I've given him, Choza shouted. Shikaku just laughed again. As I predicted you would, so that's why I taught my son some interesting counters. The two continued squabbling while Inoichi, the barrier between the two, focused on the match. Naruto nodded to both Shikamaru and Choji as he passed them with a smile on his face. The two nodded back at his gesture before the blonde ran ahead to catch up with Tenten. The Chunin potentials were slowly trickling out towards the inner waiting room that overlooked the field below the stands, leaving only Genma and the genin. You ready for this, Choji? Shikamaru asked calmly. You kidding? I'm gonna beat you faster than I eat ramen, Choji replied loudly, his fist raised in front of him, smirking at the challenge. Both moved into opposite positions from each other as Genma stood between them. That's the spirit, Choji, just don't forget to pay up when I finish with you. Alright, now let the first match begin, Genma shouted as he jumped back against the far wall. Choji reacted immediately, jumping back several times, predicting his friend's first move. It was indeed correct as Shikamaru finished the signs for his jutsu. Shadow. He started but never finished as he released the technique. Heh, you should know better, Shikamaru. I'm not gonna fall for that. Choji's hands formed the ram, then his clan's special seal. Expansion Jutsu, he called out as his belly inflated. Shikamaru noticed the time difference in Choji's refined chakra control. The chubby boy's limbs withdrew into the sphere of fat and begun rolling towards Shikamaru. His speed has also increased, he noted, and jumped to the right sharply. The downside of Choji's technique was that he couldn't turn quickly. This thought was quickly erased as a small burst of blue chakra shot out of the opposite side of the ball. Shikamaru's eyes widened as the ball of Choji was now barely feet from him. His body begged him not to, but his need to live outweighed the need to move. In one swift jump, Shikamaru leaped over Choji. He quickly flew through some hand signs and called out, Shadow Bind Jutsu. Being in the air, Shikamaru's shadow was still on the ground, smaller but closer to Choji than he dared go. A familiar tendril extended from his shadow. Another blue burst of chakra from Choji, and now he was tumbling back towards Shikamaru. The shadow bind tendril made the connection, but the current force of the boulder was stronger. Shikamaru landed and released the technique. He was too slow, as not a second later, Choji's rolling form had caught up, hit him. Several winces and cries from the crowd could be heard as Choji ended his technique a few seconds later. He turned and looked back to see his lazy opponent pushing himself out of the dirt, cursing. This isn't gonna work, he muttered, and before he could even check the damage on himself, leapt into the small crop of trees near the edge of the stadium. Choji's eyes widened as he saw the enormous shadow the trees cast. There was no way to get near there without getting caught by Shikamaru. Backing up a little, Choji's mind thought back to all his experiences with his best friend and tried to think of his next move. What came next wasn't what he expected, however. A small explosion blew up a tree in front of Choji. Everyone was on the edge of their seat, none more so than the remaining Ino Shikacho trio, or at least 2/3. Choji looked confused, but as the dust settled he could see a figure through the smoke. Shikamaru stood with his open hand aimed at the ground. Next to him sat two small piles of kunai and shuriken. Shadow and game jutsu, he said, and several black tendrils of shadow emerged from the ground. A second later all of them had at least one kunai or shuriken on them and hurled them through the clear path at Choji. Damn it, Choji cursed and jumped to the side. Shikamaru leaped up and bounced off a tree branch, shooting through the canopy with the tendrils following him. When he spotted Choji again, the shadows hurled more of the deadly weapons at him. Choji's speed wasn't enough as several nicked his clothes and skin before on digging into his thigh sent him tumbling along the ground. Shikamaru landed on a branch and balanced before turning back to the fight. Choji yanked the kunai from his thigh and threw it directly at Shikamaru. The boy simply blocked it with another kunai his shadow handed him. The small distraction gave Choji enough time to wrap several red and white papers around kunai and hurl them toward the trees. Some hit the trees closest and others flew in further. Shikamaru jumped again as he felt the tree he was standing on get struck below. The shadow fled as the trees lit up. The explosion tore trees apart, sending a few splintering and burning and others toppling. Choji chuckled as debris flew skyward. The air moved aside as a kunai wedged itself in the ground at Choji's feet. The boy's eyes glanced up to see Shikamaru again putting effort into capturing him. His hands flickered through the two signs. Choji tried to dodge but found his body non-responsive. Shikamaru smirked. Shadow Bind Jutsu, he called out. The small shadow he cast on the floor connected with other shadows of bits of destroyed tree and made a small path for Choji. Tensing his muscles, Choji also demonstrated his training as his right arm began growing over twice its normal size. A second later, and Choji's body was free. Whatever jutsu Shikamaru used on the kunai was gone, and Choji's giant fist aimed right for the shadow user. Shikamaru's shadow was still too slow as Choji's fist slammed into him, sending him hurtling up in the air. Gotcha! Choji yelled triumphantly, watching Shikamaru fly just before it burst into smoke, revealing a log. A small yellow sphere flew past Choji's face before glowing bright white. What? A huge amount of light burst from the small ball in front of him. Choji turned from the light only to see a similar one behind him with a large shadow in the middle. Shadow sewing jutsu. The figure that owned the shadow called out. Choji looked at his feet and saw his own shadow connected with the one in front of him before several more tendrils wrapped around his arms, legs, and chest before pulling him backwards. The Akimichi fell back and landed hard on the ground. From the stands it looked as though Choji had literally been sewn to the ground with thick black thread. Shadow strangle jutsu. Shikamaru called out as one of the tendrils split and wrapped itself around Choji's throat. Looking down between his feet, Choji could see Shikamaru walking closer with his hands in a seal. You only have two choices. Give up or die, Shikamaru said darkly. Okay buddy, you win this time. Choji sighed. Finally. The techniques released themselves as Shikamaru fell backwards and landed, panting heavily. I don't know how much more I could take. Gemma stepped into the middle of the field before announcing, winner, Shikamaru Nara. The crowd let out huge cheers for both boys. They'd kicked to the finals with one hell of a fight. Told ya, Shikaku smirked over at his teammates. Choza wasn't listening. He was leaning back in his chair, laughing loudly. Good work, son. You made the Akimichi clan proud, he shouted down to his son. Choji looked up and waved at his dad and the crowd before letting his head drop to the floor, letting out a single word. Food. In the competitor stands, things were less cheerful overall, but that was due to the grumps of the group, mainly Gaara and Neji. Woo, great fight guys, Naruto shouted to his friends as he gripped the rails tightly, pumped up for his own fight now. Yes, your flames of youth burn bright. A green-clad Lee joined in, his pupils becoming like flames and pumping his fist in the air. Tenten was preoccupied both calming Lee and Naruto down before they wore themselves out for their matches, and she really wanted to test out Naruto's skills. Neji just scowled at his teammates but felt a little admiration at Shikamaru's planning skills. He would make a fine leader. Temari was watching the battle with some interest. That Nara kid really had a thing for planning and traps. She smiled at her thoughts about said boy. Kin was just leaning against the wall watching a different target. Gaara was the object in her eye, and after her teammate was killed in the preliminaries, she was determined to avenge him. Gaara himself was not enjoying the sight before him. There was barely any blood spilled in that match, and since no one had died he couldn't care less. Kankuro had turned his back and was making his way to the stairs. It was his battle next, and with his research into the Hyuga, he felt confident about the outcome. Neji noticed and followed the sand ninja down. Back in the field, Shikamaru and Choji were trying to help each other up as medical ninja quickly helped them off the field. With no major damage, they would be fine, but just needed a good rest for now. Gemma looked over at the stairs as the two competitors silently entered the arena. The sand was smirking, and the leaf was scowling. Next match, Neji Hyuga vs Kankuro of the Sand, he announced. After seeing the first match, the crowd was thirsty for more. Hinata looked down into the arena at her cousin. He looked no different than he did when they fought a month ago. His eyes were narrowed at his opponent as he took his position as if he looked down on him. What are you thinking, Hinata? Kiba asked as he felt his teammate's nervousness. Hinata just stayed silent and looked into her lap. Kiba looked down into the arena and glared at Neji. He would have liked to be down there kicking his ass for what he did to Hinata. Naruto watched as the stuck-up Hyuga took his place. He matched Neji's glare and tried to will him to burst into flames. Go get him, Neji. A cheer came from beside him. Naruto saw Tenten waving her arms and cheering her teammate. You can do it, Neji. A similar cheer from his opposite side this time. Lee was doing a much more enthusiastic cheer for the Hyuga, but that was Lee's nature. Naruto sighed and rested his head on his hands on the rail, looking defeated. Hey, what's wrong, Naruto? Tenten asked, bending over trying to look at his face. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed again. How can you be cheering for that stuck-up brat? What are you talking about, Naruto? He is our friend and comrade facing a foreign ninja. How could we not be cheering him on? Lee replied. While that is true, I feel the urge to cheer for the Sand. Naruto replied. Tenten's eyes widened in surprise. Why, Naruto my friend, you cannot be serious, Lee said shocked. Naruto just remained silent as he watched Gemma step up to the two combatants. I just wish it was me down there to kick the crap out of him, he muttered, glancing into the stands at the female Hyuga. She looked scared and she wasn't even fighting. I swear I'll make him pay. Naruto, Tenten muttered. Ready? The two boys didn't move from their poses. Begin. Kankuro jumped back and reached over his shoulder. I'll end this quickly. He smirked and yanked one of the bandages. In the blur of movement and bandages, Kankuro had jumped back several yards, and Crow, his creepy-looking puppet, was now hovering just in front of him. He'll go out with a bang, he shouted as the strange three-eyed puppet opened its jaw, shooting out a round object. It was heading straight for Neji. The Hyuga jumped to the side only to face 100 Senbon approaching faster than he could dodge, drops of purple liquid threatening to come off the end. The ball sped past Neji's old position and exploded rather violently away off. Gotcha, Kankuro muttered. 8 trigrams palm rotation. Neji called out as he spun on his heels, his arms outstretched. Splinters of blue appeared from Neji as his whole body turned blue before it expanded in a dome shape all around him. The senbon flew through the air and bounced away as they hit the spinning blue wall. How can he? Who taught him that? Several mutterings were heard behind Hinata, Kiba, and Akamaru. The trio turned and caught sight of several Hyuga up in the stand looking displeased. What's wrong with them? Kiba muttered. The air technique is reserved for the main house only. Hinata muttered back. Akamaru yipped as Kiba's eyes narrowed. How did Neji learn the attack then? As the last senbon was deflected off course, the shield dispersed as Neji charged at his target. Kankuro, for his part, didn't expect that. Chakra flowed through Neji and up to his eyes. Byakugan, he said, as the veins around his eyes pulsed. Kankuro knew what this was. His plan to switch with Crow wouldn't have worked with this guy. It was a good thing he'd done his research. Oh yay, well how about this? He shouted. He flicked his fingers and Crow responded. Its left arm flicked open at the elbow and fired something out. Neji watched as the shell drew closer. 8 trigrams palm rotation. He shouted as the blue dome appeared once again. The shell exploded on the barrier and a purple fog emerged from it. The puppet user's smirk fell as the gas was merely brushed away from the rotating dome. A large amount had dispersed as Neji stopped spinning. My eyes see everything. A shell with nothing visible inside means only one thing. He muttered. His arms hung behind him as he dashed towards his foe. Kankuro flinched before shifting his own arms in front of him. Crow jumped between the pair holding its arms out to Neji. He scoffed as he slid in for a gentle fist strike. Kankuro flicked his index fingers. Dual blades emerged from Crow's wrists and thrust down at Neji. The Hyuga appeared indifferent as his arms snapped to his sides and he slid under the puppet. The knives impaled in the ground and Neji stood up behind Crow. Game over, he muttered. Neji waved his hands around in the air in front of him like he was striking the air with his gentle fist. Confused faces in the crowd soon gained knowledge as Crow dropped useless to the floor. Kankuro flinched. You are a puppet user. You control your weapon with chakra strings. Without those strings your puppet is useless, Neji stated. Furthermore, with my Byakugan, I could see every weapon concealed inside that thing as well as the strings you use to activate them. Proctor, Kankuro called out. Genma turned to face him. I give up, he called out. Hushed mutterings covered the crowd as Genma looked a little confused himself. I know when I'm outmatched, Kankuro admitted. Winner Neji Hyuga, Genma called out as the crowd slowly began cheering and applauding. Naruto smiled into bit. He'd hoped those blades had at least struck Neji, if only slightly, but the proud Hyuga won the match calmly and quickly without a scratch. Naruto huffed in annoyance. Come on Naruto, cheer up, at least our Leaf comrade won, Lee said enthusiastically. Yeah, but it was only because he saw all his tricks that the sand surrendered. That is not true Naruto. Neji would have beaten him regardless, Lee spouted, proud of his teammate regardless. Yay, come on Naruto, Neji trained just as hard as us for the exams, Tenten added. Naruto sighed and gave a small smile to the weapon mistress. Fine, he did show us that cool spin thing after all. Tenten smiled back and looked down at the field as both genin made their way back, both uninjured from the ordeal. As they did, several cheers from the stand followed them, mostly from the gamblers though. Neji did have some of the best odds. Slow footsteps could be heard as Naruto turned to see the back of flaming red hair and a large sandy gourd. Gaara was already making his way towards the field. HMPH was all the sound Ninja muttered before taking the optional route, over the railing and landing with grace at the bottom. Kankuro had already passed under but Neji's eyes met hers as she landed. Cold and harsh were the only words to describe them. No wonder the Hyuga are so frightening, Kin thought. Even she got scared sometimes. Just as Neji passed her by and made for the stairs, a cry of pain could be heard echoing through the corridor. The genins' heads turned as they recognized the voice to be Kankuro's. In a flash the blonde made for the stairs. The blonde with the ponytails anyway. Gaara, she shouted down ahead of her. The remaining genin looked at each other uneasily. Tenten and Lee looked towards each other as the orange and black ninja between them was following after his soon-to-be opponent. Gaara, stop it, came from ahead of him. He sped up as he almost slammed into the rail bordering the stairs. Down below he could see the red head with his arm outstretched. Sand was flowing from his gourd toward the loser of the previous match. Gaara, Kankuro coughed out as the pressure began to increase. Naruto's eyes widened as Temari stepped in front of her younger brother. Gaara, stop this, she half-ordered, half-pleaded with the boy. Gaara's face was one of amusement before Temari stepped in, now it was one of annoyance. The weak have no place in this world, you should do well to remember this, Gaara said softly but clearly. Temari's eyes widened in shock as her brother's fingers twitched. The sand suddenly dropped from Kankuro's body as he dropped onto the stairs coughing and slipping down a few. He looked up to see Gaara facing locks of blonde as the red head's back was pressed into the wall. What the? Kankuro muttered before the strain on his body became greater now that his blood was returning and the rush sent him into unconsciousness. Gaara himself was now the one to be surprised. Hey, what do you think you're doing? An angry Naruto shouted up close to the demon vessel. Sand now sped from Kankuro's position back to its owner's assailant as the chakra realized the danger. Naruto's hand released its grip on Gaara's shirt and returned to his side as he jumped back, his feet landing on the wall and sticking there. The sand swirled around his position before returning to Gaara's gourd. It was only then he spoke. "I am exterminating the weak." Gaara muttered, "He is not strong enough to remain alive." Taking the opportunity, Temari rushed down to her brother. Checking his pulse quickly and feeling a beat, she wrapped an arm around him and took off down the stairs. "There's no such thing," Naruto shouted back. "Everyone has a right to life. The strong protect the weaker so they, in turn, can get stronger and protect others. HMPH, why should I protect those who cannot defend themselves?" Gaara muttered before turning his back and continuing down the stairs as if nothing happened. Other than, because it's not right, Naruto had nothing. He was speechless as the sand ninja walked out of sight down the stairs. Naruto cursed himself internally as he dropped to the floor and walked back to the viewing platform. "Naruto, what happened?" He was quizzed immediately after he turned the corner. Looking around, only Lee and Tenten were left up here. Lee waited for an answer as Tenten looked worried. "Gaara," he said bluntly, punishing the weak. "We saw," Tenten chipped in, "that sand girl was taking the other one to the medical center. Will he be okay?" "He should be," Naruto muttered back, unsure himself. Loud conversations could be heard from the crowd as Neji entered the room. He took one look at Naruto before his eyes narrowed. "Neji," Lee called out as his friend entered. "Congratulations," he shouted, giving his trademark thumbs up as Neji took his place by the wall overviewing the field, near the railing. "It wasn't hard, Lee," he said in a monotone voice. ... and be quiet." Lee and Tenten shook off the comment, but Naruto silently cursed the Hyuga. Anyway, on to the next match," the voice shouted from below. Naruto, Tenten and Lee's attention turned back to the field as they looked down below. "Gaara of the Sand versus Kin Tsuchai," Genma called out as the crowd looked on uneasily. Many spectators were from the Leaf, and with two foreign ninja, they were unsure how to react. Basic cheering won out as a low rumble echoed in the stadium for the two fighters. "You're gonna pay for what you did to Dasu," Kin declared as she readied herself. Gaara just remained silent with his arms folded as she spoke, the only difference being the slight smile in the corner of his mouth he was struggling to hold back. "Ready, begin," Genma announced, jumping back faster than the previous rounds. In an instant, Kin pulled a scroll from her pouch as the force helped it to unroll. Gaara-san was already on the move and lunging straight for her in the shape of spears. Kin gasped as she jumped back, the scroll still unrolling, revealing seal after seal. The sand followed her as she darted back, ever increasing its speed until she turned just before hitting a tree. The sand didn't follow as fast and struck the tree head-on, piercing through it as if it was paper. The remaining sand changed direction as the spears slowly pulled back, going from the front to melding with the sand behind. The sand and paper now flowed together, weaving about as if in a strange sort of dance. That would be had not the sand nearest the end begin coating the paper, its grains ripping it to shreds. Kin's scroll ran out of paper as a bright red seal revealed itself at the end. "Take this," she cried as she bit her thumb and wiped it over the seal. It instantly reacted as it shone bright red and the glow flew through the other black seals. What could only be described as a barrage flew out of the seals. Like a flock of arrows, many of the object curved high in the sky and flew down towards the still red head. The extra sand on his back quickly disintegrated and reformed in front of him, protecting him from the attack. Many of the projectiles landed all around the sand genin and a sound made itself known. The light tinkling of a bell could be heard, only this time it was 1,000 times louder. Gaara's sand was now almost level with Kin as she flew through her hand signs. Gaara looked to the side and saw blue Senbin after Senbin impaled on the ground with a small silver bell tied to the end of each of them. His memory quickly flashed back to the preliminaries as his hands unfurled, directing the sand around Kin to speed up. "Too late. Sound Blitz Jutsu. Volume 1000. She cried out as the bells tinkled again. Gaara's sand fell to the ground as its owner lost his control, his hands flying to his ears to block out the screeching sound he was now hearing. Both of Kin's hands were now extended towards Gaara in a fashion similar to his sand coffin technique. People in the stands looked down as the boy writhed in pain at the Jutsu. Whatever was happening to Gaara, they didn't see it. All they heard was the tinkling of bells. Gaara's gourd moved round his head, the sand doing its best to try and plug up his ears as best as it could. "You like that?" Kin called out. The volume of 1,000 bells focused on a single point. "Well, 2 to be precise. Do your ears hurt?" she yelled in a dark voice. Gaara cried out in pain as he flicked his head back, trying everything to stop the ringing. "I will never forgive you for what you did to Dasu. Never," Kin continued as she stepped closer to Gaara. "Now to finish you off." She smirked as she closed in, flicking her left wrist as a kunai slid out, held in place by her gray armband. She was merely a few feet from ending it all when the ground gave way beneath Gaara. The brown dirt pushed up as beige sand replaced it, wrapping tendrils around Gaara's ankles and pulling him under. The crowd was just as surprised as Kin when her opponent vanished. She began to panic as she realized she couldn't hold the Jutsu. She had nowhere to focus that would help. Her arms faltered as did her footing. Moments later, a rush of sand exploded from the ground beneath her as if a volcano just blew its top. She cried out as the sand coated her limbs and head. The sand floated in the air like a large sphere as red hair emerged from the ground she was standing on not moments ago. 2 arms then a head followed as both Gaara's arms were raised and held the sand in place as the sand beneath him pushed him back to surface level. His ears were now bleeding, but his face couldn't be happier, his smirk nearly reaching his eyes, and they too could be described as smiling. The crowd gasped as the fight continued, the preliminary fighters looking on in horror as they knew the next move. Gemma also saw this coming and moved fast, calling the match at the same time. Stop the... He began but was cut off before he could reach the center and the 2 fighters. Bloody sand burial. Gaara laughed deeply as both his hands clenched together tightly. People gasped as the sand convulsed, the left and right side split from one another, the middle revealing a dripping bloody center with eerie white bone poking out from one side. Gaara's hands then opened for the briefest second and slapped together, clenched around each other. The 2 orbs reciprocated and slammed into each other. The result was the sand smashing together before shrinking in size till the ball was no bigger than Choji's belly. Match. Gemma finished slowly as he landed feet behind Gaara, staring up at the orb. The same thought was going through hundreds of people in that instant. Kin's head was barely smaller than that ball originally. Gaara laughed triumphantly as the orb dropped to the ground in front of him, revealing the bloody mess in the center to the crowd as it crumbled and mixed with the grains. Naruto and the genin witnessing the event could barely stand to watch. They'd known what was coming. So did Kin, yet she chose to try and avenge her fallen comrade. The blonde boy growled at the scene as he slammed his fist into the metal bar, denting it. No one bothered to look. Hell, even Neji's full attention was focused on the brutal scene in front of him. The laughing stopped instantly. Gaara's face returned to its normal, emotionless composure as he stepped over the bloody sand as his gourd began reforming on his back as he walked. What few people realized was that the sand underneath the blood covered and carried the kill back into the gourd where it would now rest with its former teammate. Winner. Gaara vs. Sand. Gemma choked out as he felt his stomach begin begging to let its contents out. People around the stadium felt similar reactions as the Hokage rose to his feet. There will be a short interval at this time, he called out in a booming voice. Many people silently thanked him as they clutched their mouths and fled elsewhere. Man, what brutality, Choza muttered to the queasy-looking blonde and the gaping Nara beside him. Shikaku just nodded while Inoichi looked ready to run himself. Hino and Sakura, however, were not as lucky. The pair had fled the moment Gaara's hands closed, both knowing the only outcome after that. Even Anko was having trouble watching. She'd nudged Uruka as soon as the Hokage mentioned the interval and he shot off like a bullet. This is what the real world of ninja was and, sometimes, still is, Haku. Zabuza muttered as his student looked away. Her eyes were shut and her head was turned, but she didn't feel the need to run or lose her lunch. Why yes, Zabuza, she muttered. Naruto was just about ready to leap over the railing and attack the boy himself for his disregard for human life when something odd happened. Gaara's balance faltered as his head tipped with his body following. Red hair met green grass as Gaara crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide in confusion. Surprise was evident in the crowd, or what remained of it. Cautiously, a medical ninja shot from the side and approached the prone boy. Another soon followed with a stretcher held in front of him like a shield. What's going on? Gaara muttered, looking around wildly. The medical ninja began nervously. We think you've damaged your ear and it needs to be healed. May we help? They asked to the amazement of several older ninja. Gaara's eyes closed at the revelation before looking straight ahead. It can't be helped, he muttered before adding, make it quick. Yes, sir, the medical ninja said before lifting the boy onto the stretcher and hurried him away from the arena, both very careful with their cargo. That bastard, Naruto swore, his eyes following Gaara as he was taken off the arena floor. Tenten had turned away, her hands over her mouth in shock and her eyes closed tightly. Lee tried to focus on comforting his teammate while Neji just focused on erasing his memory. How can he do that? Tenten choked. He killed her and just laughed. Calm down, Tenten. Naruto turned and glanced at Neji, who decided to speak. What he saw was a vicious attack on an enemy ninja from another. The real world is full of people like this, some even worse, I'm sure. It was her fate to die today. Tenten's eyes widened in fear as both Lee and Naruto glared at Neji. How can you say such a thing? Lee argued. It could have been you down there fighting. But it wasn't, was it? Neji replied coldly. Fate decided it was the end of her time. Gaara was merely a tool in her death, albeit a vicious one. I'm warning you, Naruto growled. Neji's white eyes met Naruto's blue. Or what? A dead last like you will do the same to me. I find the very concept an impossibility. I'll show you who's a dead last, Naruto shouted, reaching for his blade. Naruto. He froze as he turned to face Tenten's face, bright red from all the conflicting emotions. Just leave it. Realizing his actions, Naruto took a deep breath and lowered his arm, shooting Neji a darker glare as he comforted Tenten down into a seat. Come on, what's the hold up? A cry shouted from above. The gang all turned to face outside where the fans on the opposite side, most likely above too, were eagerly shouting for the next match to begin. The people shouting looked like either the gambling or feudal lord type. There's been no news of Sasuke yet, the Jonin whispered into the Hokage's ear. And there's the issue of Orochimaru. Please, before everyone starts to make trouble, disqualify Sasuke. The Hokage sighed deeply as he looked out into the crowd. Many were dripping back into their seats with looks of uneasiness on their faces, while others were definitely wanting the next match. While the last match was brutal, it didn't stop the fans wanting more. What's all the noise for? A bored voice echoed up the stairs. The genin under the stands turned to see a sleepy-eyed Shikamaru approach from the hall. Hey, good to see you up, Shikamaru. Lee smiled, although it was noticeably less bright than before. It's Sasuke's match now, Naruto replied as the Nara walked up to the railing and looked out onto the field. Yosh, I get to test the #1 genin from your year, Naruto-kun. Lee's enthusiasm returned. Naruto quickly noted that the last match's events were trying to be forgotten as soon as possible, and the more their thoughts were focused in the now, the better. This was what ninja did, and they all knew it. This career wasn't for the weak of will or conscience. Seems like it'll be your match first, Naruto. Shikamaru sighed. Why? He asked, looking in the direction that Shikamaru was. The shinobi next to the Hokage had disappeared in a puff of smoke and reappeared next to Genma on the field, who was looking uneasy at the heckling. What's going on? Naruto asked as he too stepped up to the guardrail. Listen everyone, Genma called out. The crowd's volume died down almost immediately. One of the competitors from the next battle has not arrived yet. So, we're going to postpone this match briefly and simply jump ahead to the battle that would have followed this one. Both Naruto and Lee flinched at this. Damn, Naruto, you're so lucky you get to have your battle ahead of mine. Lee raged as he felt himself pumping up with his trademark eye fire. Aw man, I don't get to see you beat that stuck-up Uchiha for another round. Naruto moaned back, what's more, I have to work for it. What a drag. Shikamaru's head turned as Naruto gave him a cheeky grin. Tenten and Lee both laughed at this as Naruto pushed back on the rail, walking towards the hall and down the stairs. Genma's voice continued outside calling for both Naruto and Temari to enter the arena. The remaining genin turned back to face the field and the now eager crowd as Temari entered from the medical bay. The sound of footsteps could be heard as the three males turned and saw the back of two brown buns following after the knuckle-headed blonde down the corridor. The trio just looked at each other for some explanation, but all three shrugged. Damn that Gaara, Naruto thought as his hands itched to run his sword through a certain someone. He tried to calm his mind, no point going into a fight already stressed. Hey, Naruto, a voice called behind him. He turned quickly but was met only by a friend. Hey, what's up, Tenten? He asked with his goofy grin still on his face. Tenten quickly walked down the last few steps till she was on the one above his and looked into his eyes. Just win quickly and don't let her touch you. Tenten smiled, you still have our match to fight, you know. Naruto chuckled. With all the training I've put in, it'll be easy. Naruto replied, showing a more genuine smile. Besides, I can't wait for our match either. Tenten's smile widened as she wrapped her arms around the orange and black jumpsuit. Naruto's eyes only spoke of confusion as he felt his ninja friend hold him close. Tenten, why he began, turning his head towards her, her own lying on his shoulder. She, however, turned at the same time and, not missing a beat, crashed her lips against his. Naruto's confusion spoke for itself for the few seconds this went on. The brunette released the blonde with a smile and a wink, retreating up the stairs after whispering in his ear, ... for luck. Stunned, the blonde could only make slightly exaggerated steps downward as Genma's calls repeated his name. Tenten, where did you go? Lee asked curiously as his female teammate joined them back on the viewing platform. Tenten blushed slightly but replied quickly. Nature called. Lee just returned his gaze to the field as Naruto stepped out. Tenten joined Lee and Shikamaru as they rested on the rail and got ready to cheer her just a friend on. Only one of the trio didn't accept her answer. Chakra fled from his eyes as the Byakugan faded and a scowl appeared. Well, looks like we'll get to see if he made any progress since our last fight. Zabuza chuckled from the stands. Next to him, his apprentice was having similar thoughts. Yes, I'm sure my Naruto will prevail. Haku replied with a smile. The ex-Miss Ninja grinned behind his bandages as he gave Haku what could only be described as a suspicious look. What was that? Haku realized her mistake and repeated herself. I said I'm sure Naruto will prevail, Zabuza. Zabuza just chuckled again as he remembered some of the hints he'd seen in his mind, specifically around the time the kid and the perverted Sannin found them. Hey Iruka, your top student's about to fight. The snake charmer called back through the crowd. A rather pale Iruka quickly sidled his way back into his seat. It seems so, Anko. He replied, come on Naruto, show them what you're made of. Let's see if this shrimp's worth my interest and effort. Anko thought as she smirked at the blonde boy's back. Alright you two, Genma began, looking hesitantly at the sand ninja as he spoke. I want a clean fight, got it. Both Temari and Naruto nodded. Their eyes locked onto each other as they prepared for battle. Fans were still trickling into the stadium and both patiently waited for Genma's say-so. Hey, Naruto raised an eyebrow. What, thanks, for defending my brother, Temari muttered. No problem, Naruto replied, though with all that makeup, he could be your sister. Temari's face graced a small smile at the foreign ninja. Seems so, You'd think as the oldest they'd listen to me. Oldest? Yeah, Temari bowed her head slightly. Both Gaara and Kankuro are my younger brothers. Oh, was all Naruto could reply. Oi, enough chat, you ready? Genma asked as the stands returned to their reasonably full state. Snapping out of the polite conversation, the two readied themselves. Begin, I'll finish you fast. Temari shouted as her metal fan snapped open, revealing 3 full purple moons. Grabbing the base tightly, she hurled the fan from her right side to the other. Naruto jumped back. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he called out before his feet brushed the earth again. In the blink of an eye, 100 clones surrounded the original. The wind raged fiercely as Temari's fan reached the end of its swing, hurtling towards the orange mass. The Naruto all jumped together, huddling against the wind with their backs all turned. Several rips and tears could be heard as the wind raked across the clones, jackets and skin, cutting and tearing as white smoke blew away almost instantly when a clone burst. The carnage lasted less than 30 seconds and had ripped the clones from the center, leaving only a handful still kicking but breathing hard. "My turn," they yelled in unison as the 4 remaining Naruto charged at the wind user. Their speed was incredible as Temari barely had time to raise her fan in defense before they were upon her. Wielding her fan like a sword, Temari focused on one side of the fan and aimed the metal part at the multiple Naruto. A nimble step back as the first Naruto's punch missed and the fan conked him in the left temple. The slight wind let out by the swing hit the one behind it, making a good-sized hole in his top and torso before he went up in smoke too. "Now I got you." Twin cries came as 2 Naruto charged her left and right side. The left ducked under her fan as it ended its swing and aimed an uppercut towards Temari. Reacting on instinct, Temari jumped up, away from the twin uppercuts. Her fan opened and settled underneath her as she landed on it and flew backwards. The Naruto on the floor just smirked as the right grabbed the other's hands and ducked in front of him, his hands holding the others which were pulled behind his back. "Konoha missile," he shouted before yanking his arms forward as hard as he could. Like a cannon, the other Naruto shot toward her with his fist pulled back. His aim wasn't the girl but the fan itself as his fist slammed into the metal base of the weapon, leaving a deep dent and sending it, along with the girl riding, spiraling to the ground. A large cloud of dust covered the damage when she landed. The flying Naruto disappeared as he neared the stadium wall while his partner approached the dust cautiously. No less than 20 feet from the wreckage and a horizontal wind cut through the air, separating the dust. Its speed was faster than Naruto could react as it approached and passed straight through his gut, where his jacket met his pants. Through the dust, Temari waved her fan again and the dust scattered, revealing her with only a few scratches on her outfit as damage. The crowd gasped as Naruto's left hand, which was down by his waist at the time, dropped toward the floor before going up in smoke with the rest of him. Temari gasped as the final clone disappeared, frantically searching her surroundings for any sign of orange. She held the open fan up at her side with one arm as a makeshift shield as she scanned. A deadly silver blade slipped under her chin. Her eyes widened in fear as she stopped moving. "I believe that's my win." A familiar voice spoke from behind her. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw the smirk from Naruto Uzumaki as he held his blade to her throat. "Not so fast." Temari pulled her fan closer to her body as the sword pierced the middle of the dense paper. In one swift movement she tucked her hand behind the metal part, pushed and twisted as the fan and sword flew forward and out of either's grasp. In a heartbeat, she twisted her body and delivered a back kick into Naruto's stomach. The blonde had reacted fast and his hand met her foot but at the odd angle, it still plowed into him and pushed him back. Temari took the opportunity to jump back, reach down and reclaim her weapon while simultaneously kicking Naruto's far behind her. "Damn, I can't use any wide attacks anymore," she thought as she glimpsed the rip the sword had caused, almost cutting the paper in 2 down the middle. Naruto watched as his sword skidded away. "Great, now I have to get up close and personal again," he thought sarcastically. It was his specialty after all. Temari held her fan horizontally as Naruto flashed back to his last clone. He jumped back into the trees behind him, taking cover as Temari unleashed another deadly slice of air. It met the trees with little resistance as it passed through, slicing them in 2 yet remaining upright. All was silent for a few seconds before another powerful wave of wind hit the trees. This didn't slice them, it tipped them. Naruto gasped as the trees began falling backwards, mimicking a domino effect as they tumbled towards him. "Damn it," he muttered as he jumped back, bouncing off the yet unfallen trees, his landing and subsequent jump pushing them in different directions before the other trees hit them, hoping to at least slow down the dominoes. A particularly large tree began falling and he glimpsed it out of the corner of his eye moments before it would crush him. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," he called out as several clones surrounded him. The tree hit home, making a large amount of smoke rise from beneath as it crashed onto the floor. The rest of the trees tumbled around, some landing on top of each other. To make the crowd wince even more, 3 more trees landed on the first fallen, making it dig into the ground just a little more. The dust around the small grove began settling as Temari panted, admiring her handiwork and snapping her fan shut. Several people looked down, waiting for the next move if there was one. Temari straightened herself and looked at the trees with a little sadness in her eyes. At least there was one less ninja she'd have to fight later. In a flash of bright red light, 10 bright lines crisscrossed from underneath the fallen trees, reducing all above it to chunks as a figure emerged from the debris. He jumped and landed on the fallen tree just below his last cut as the red glow on his hands faded to his normal pink color. "Don't underestimate me," Naruto called out, pointing not just at his opponent but at the crowd as well. From the crushing he endured, his suit had taken a few rips and tears along with a small gash across his right cheek, overlaying his top whisker. Temari gritted her teeth as she flicked her fan. Nothing happened as she looked down and flicked it again. "That's not gonna work." Naruto called from the wreckage. Temari looked down again and noticed the large dent he'd made earlier. Using the distraction, Naruto jumped from log to log as he sped towards the ponytailed blonde. He wasn't exactly silent, and the wind user readied her fan again when she noticed him. The metal part would still hurt like hell after all. Naruto's hands flashed through a few hand signs and his right hand glowed red again. The space between the two closed as Naruto brought his glowing hand down and Temari swung her fan at the boy like a baseball bat. The fan slammed into Naruto's hand as the red glow around his fingers sliced through it like butter. Temari's eyes widened in shock as her weapon was reduced to diagonal ribbons. The glow faded again as his hand grabbed her arm. Lifting himself off the ground and holding Temari's arm at arm's length from her, he brought his feet up and delivered a powerful kick into her chest, releasing her arm at the same time. The sound of the blow could be heard throughout the stadium as Temari shot back through the air before rolling and stopping in Naruto's original position near the center. Landing on his free hand, Naruto twisted his body and righted himself gracefully and charged once again at the sand ninja. Temari breathed in sharply and deeply as her breath tried to return to her. The other blonde was closing fast and now she had no weapon. A small glint caught her eye as she spied Naruto's sword she'd kicked away earlier. Quickly reaching and grasping it tightly, she rose to her feet and prepared for another attack. As Naruto neared, two fist-sized metal rings poked up from the ground, one either side of Temari. Naruto's eyes widened with the new knowledge he'd gained and his smile grew. Reaching behind him, he grabbed two kunai and hurled them towards the rings. Temari looked confused as to his aiming but gained realization as the kunai hit their marks, threading through the rings. Naruto continued to charge toward her, his hands now tightened. "Now I got you," he shouted. He forced a good chunk of his chakra into his heels and jumped. He jumped straight over his opponent much to her confusion and yanked hard. Temari just looked up as the metal rings were pulled out of the ground. Dirt fell away as the rings revealed themselves to be kunai and threads that tightened the more they rose. Temari's footing shifted as the ground underneath her rose. The kunai were now rising above her head as her footing was pulled forward suddenly. She fell backwards in a reclined state as the wires behind her caught her. As Naruto traveled back towards the ground, he twisted in the air and crossed his arms in front of him. The gleam off the wires shined in Temari's eyes as the two kunai snapped together in front of her, shielding her from the world with thick metal wires. Sand ninja captured. Naruto laughed triumphantly as he landed. Temari hit the ground with a thump, her legs pulled up to her chest in the wiry net. The sword she would have used landed beside her, point first in the ground. Naruto walked up to Temari, who was trying to separate the two rings to gain her freedom. He grabbed his sword's hilt and pointed the tip towards her head. "You lose." Genma jumped over to the two genin before looking up into the crowd. "Winner, Naruto Uzumaki." The crowd let out a huge cheer as a panting Naruto was declared the winner. He looked up into the stands and laughed with a grin on his face. "Damn it, I lost," Temari muttered, scolding herself. Naruto's ears twitched as he looked down at his captured prey. Holding his sword just over her, he carefully and precisely sliced through the ninja wire holding her down. "Good match," he laughed, holding his hand down for her to take. She looked up at him, deep into his eyes. This guy was a curious one. The stadium continued cheering as the Jinchuriki helped the sand ninja to her feet. The blonde couldn't help it and let out a whoop and cheer of his own, soaking up the praise from the crowd. "Looks like he pulled it off." Anko smirked beside Iruka. The Chunin teacher could only laugh in response, his hands clapping loudly for his worst student. "You showed him, Naruto," he called out. A few spectators looked at him oddly but didn't figure out Iruka meant the people who doubted him. "I knew you could do it, Naruto," Hinata said in her mind, her mouth not obeying her brain, but the object of her eye wouldn't hear her anyway. "All right, Naruto," Kiba called out beside her, Akamaru yipping happily away on his head. "Well, I think that sets things in stone," Zabuza muttered to himself. "What do you mean, Zabuza?" Haku asked, catching his low voice. "That brat's gonna be my first student." Well, it seems Naruto has surprised us again." The third chuckled in his seat as he looked down into the arena. "Again, is he normally this surprising?" the Keisuke asked. "You never know what's coming with Naruto. I think he's surprised everyone in this arena today. His goal definitely seems closer with this performance." The Keisuke's eyes gazed down into the arena. "Most interesting." "All right, go Naruto," Sakura cheered. Beside her, Ino couldn't believe her eyes. Naruto took out one of the sand ninja like Shikamaru would've. "When did Naruto get so?" Ino began. "Bet you're jealous now, Ino pig. I have Naruto and Sasuke for backup. My team couldn't get more awesome." Ino would have shouted back, beginning another argument, but another thought nudged its way into her head, her dad's own words echoing back to her from this morning. "Yeah, why are they in the finals and you aren't?" Sakura flinched before thinking about Ino's words. "Same reason you are Ino." The two ninja were both put out now. Ino's father, however, was roaring with laughter. "I told you, that kid always surprises us." Choza was in disbelief as Shikaku merely chuckled quietly and patted his friend on the back. "Seems so. Now that you're a rich man, what's first?" Inoichi looked up at the sky thoughtfully, mimicking his teammate's son. "I dunno, I guess the wife has still been writing me for that vacation she's wanted, and God knows Ino will probably want something out of this. But first," Inoichi looked down into the arena at the victorious Genin retreating up the stairs while the sand picked up the totaled pieces of her fan and head towards the medical bay. "I think he's earned a little, don't you?" Shikaku nodded firmly before Choza added, Does this mean you're paying for the next barbecue visit? His mouth watering already. Naruto. The blonde looked up as a pink-shirted blur slammed into his chest before crushing him in a death hug. Go, Tenten, what the? Naruto began as the air left his lungs. That was a most courageous battle, Naruto. Lee shouted, giving Naruto twin thumbs up. Now I'm all fired up for my battle. He continued, bending his knees and punching the air in front of him. Tenten released the boy as he rubbed the back of his head nervously. That looked like more trouble than it was worth. Shikamaru's bored voice called out, "What about your battle with Choji? You look like you actually tried there." Shikamaru didn't bother to retort, both knowing the answer. Naruto felt a glare and came face to face with Neji. Is that something a dead last could do? He shouted. Neji's eyes turned back to the field without a word. Despite Naruto's anger at the branch house member, he felt a little pride at the Hyuga's lack of response. Naruto, calm down. Tenten scolded, crossing her arms and sighing at the excitable boy. Sorry, Tenten, he smiled. All this action's just got me pumped up, you know. Yosh, and it is my match next. Lee shouted, I cannot wait. You'd be better off trying to calm Lee down. Naruto chuckled at Tenten. She simply sighed again and shook her head. Believe me, I tried. There's no stopping him. The three laughed while Shikamaru grinned from the rail. Actually, Lee, shouldn't you have been called by now? Naruto asked, confused. The trio moved over to the rail and looked out, spotting a Jonin whispering something into Genma's ear. What's going on? Tenten wondered out loud. It seems the Uchiha is still not here, Neji stated. The group turned to look at him as his Byakugan faded. No way. You mean I don't get to fight this round? Tenten conked Lee on the top of the head, shutting him up. The green beast knew when this happened, he had to calm down or face her wrath. Just be patient, Lee, you'll get to fight. Tenten reassured. The green beast just flopped over the edge of the rail. This is most unyouthful, he muttered. The crowd was getting restless the more time passed. It seems the next match was still delayed, and to Lee it felt like forever. What are we waiting for? Start the next match already. And similar shouts could be heard in the stadium. Sasuke was still a no-show, and with the crowd turning, it seemed he wouldn't be competing. Genma took out his pocket watch and checked the time. All right, the time limit has expired, so I'm officially calling this match. Leaves began swirling on the stadium floor. A huge gust of wind picked them up in a mini tornado as the crowd fell silent. As quickly as it came, the wind vanished, revealing a silver-haired Jonin and a black-haired Genin back-to-back in the center. Sorry we're late, you wouldn't believe the traffic. Kakashi smiled as he addressed Genma. Well look who decided to show up. Genma replied. Sorry if we kept you waiting, but how late are we? I mean, it's not like Sasuke is disqualified or anything, is he? Genma sighed with a smirk. You know, you were so late that we extend the deadline for you, twice in fact. It's lucky for you we did, because you just made it. No, he's not disqualified. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, you had me worried there for a second. Back up in the Genin waiting area, something unusual was happening. Neji, Tenten asked worriedly. The wide-eyed Hyuga had assumed a vicious glare at the Uchiha, and his hand had stuck the wall he was leaning on. Why do they make special exceptions? Lee and Tenten relaxed slightly, knowing what was up. Neji turned sharply to look Lee in the eye. Fate always favors someone. Make sure Sasuke knows it isn't him. Lee snapped to attention. Yes, I will make sure hard work prevails. Then I will show you the same, Neji. Without another word, Lee jumped over the edge and into the arena below. My, aren't we eager? The proctor chuckled as Lee practically sprinted up to his starting position. Lee just focused his gaze on his opponent. HMPH, you think you're some kind of tough guy? Sasuke provoked. Kakashi leant down next to Sasuke and whispered into his ear. Don't underestimate him. Sasuke nodded as Kakashi jumped up into the stands. Kakashi, my eternal rival, you finally made it. Guy shouted loudly, sitting next to a rather static-looking and poor imitation of Kakashi. Hello, Guy. Did we miss much? Kakashi asked, dispelling the genjutsu over the now empty seat. All of it. You missed some most youthful fights from Shikamaru, Choji, my own student Neji, and Naruto, who surprised us all. Oh, really? Kakashi said in a bored-sounding voice. Your flames of youth are dim, Kakashi. Can you not even get hyped up about your own student winning? Well, Lord Jiraiya seems to have taken Naruto over for me. He was a bit of a handful anyway. Guy reeled back. I never would have imagined those words coming out of your mouth, Kakashi. Shouldn't we be focusing on those two right now? Kakashi changed the subject, pointing down into the arena at their respective students. You just wait, Kakashi. Our next match between us will be determined by our students. Lee will triumph over Sasuke with all the hard work he's put in, and I will take the lead in our battle 54-53. Kakashi just sighed. Already knowing the outcome, he didn't feel the need to watch his students succeed. The audience was now fired up as the two took their positions, Sasuke glaring at Lee. The lords and gamblers among the crowd were cheering louder than they had any other match. This was the match with the biggest wad on the line after all. Ready to lose. Sasuke smirked. Lee merely shrugged his comment off and settled into his strong fist stance. I will show you that my efforts have not been in vain, he replied. All right, enough chat, you two. Ready? Genma began, glancing up at the now quieter audience. It seemed they were just as eager for the match to start as the participants. Begin. In a flash, Genma had jumped clear and the two combatants had jumped at each other. Sasuke charged at Lee, his fists raised for combat. Lee's eyes followed Sasuke's body movement and he leant back mid-jump, Sasuke's fist trying to follow his face. He looked off balance to the untrained eye, but to the few who knew the fighting style, they watched as Lee swapped his feet for his hands, his right foot rising to punt Sasuke's arm away as the left rose to meet his chin. Sasuke felt a large surge of pain in his arm as Lee's right foot met, and with the momentum of his arm, his body and subsequent head missed the rising kick as he brought his right knee up. Sasuke's knee passed under Lee's as the momentum carried him back away from the green beast. He flipped several times as he backed off. Lee pushed his arms and flipped onto his feet in perfect stance again as he watched Sasuke feel his left bicep in pain. Now do you understand what you are up against? Lee called out as Sasuke glared back. Sasuke gritted his teeth at the comment. Remember your training, Kakashi's voice echoed through his head. Sasuke took a deep breath through his teeth and thought about his next move. Lee, however, wouldn't allow him that luxury. Here I come, he announced as he charged again, his arms following loosely behind him as he drew closer. A blur of hands in a single sentence. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Sasuke shouted, forming an O shape in front of his mouth with his right hand. Lee jumped to the right as a small, blazing ball of fire shot straight at him. Several more followed quickly as Sasuke kept up with him. Lee wasn't one to give up. Sasuke couldn't hold the jutsu forever and he made a dash through the barrage. Putting a large chunk of chakra into one last shot as Lee drew close, Sasuke fired out one the size of a small boulder. Lee's eyes widened as he couldn't dodge in time. Raising his arms up, he formed a cross over his head, protecting his head and face. On the first licks of fire he felt on his arms, he released them out, like two diagonal slashes. The flames dispersed as Lee came face to face with Sasuke's spinning red eyes. This time Sasuke threw a punch and it landed. Lee felt pain in his jaw as Sasuke landed an uppercut, launching him up in the air. I'm not done yet, Sasuke yelled as he jumped up after Lee. He span around in the air before he was directly over Lee. The momentum-fueled kick slammed into Lee's side, sending him flying back at the ground. Sasuke smirked as he prepared to land, wanting to watch as Lee touched down hard. It never happened as Lee righted himself in midair and sprang off the earth into a series of backflips before landing in his stance yet again. HMPH, if that is all you have, this will be no problem. Lee taunted again. Sasuke landed as Lee charged again. He ready to strike for the oncoming beast. Not good enough, Lee thought. Sasuke's eyes widened as he lost sight of the beast. A flash of dark green and Lee was gone. What the? Sasuke was sent sprawling as Lee's foot slammed into the side of his head. Several shouts and winces of pain could be seen around the stadium. Lee relaxed into a stand as Sasuke pushed himself off the floor fiercely. Even your eyes cannot help against me, Lee stated. The four Tamo swirled angrily in Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke gasped and clutched his shoulder in pain. What is? Lee began. Sasuke's pain left as soon as it arrived. The cursed seal was itching to break free of Kakashi's sealing jutsu. No, I won't give in. Lee was approaching again, using the opportunity to attack. Flipping back, Sasuke leaped into the fallen trees behind him from the last match, ducking through the fallen branches to regroup. It is useless to hide. You will have to come out and face me sooner or later, Lee said. Sasuke panted as he checked his mark. No activity. Planning his next move, he took a second to recuperate before jumping out onto the top of the trees, where everyone could see him. Aha, there you are, Lee called out, picking up speed once again. Sasuke flicked his arms and two shuriken appeared. He crossed the over his body before flinging them toward Lee. Lee smiled confidently as he leaped over the two small shuriken. He spotted two puffs of smoke as he flipped over weapons. Landing and turning back, he saw two, now huge, windmill shuriken coming back at him. Lee leapt over the shuriken once again. Sasuke's fingers twitched as the shuriken followed him skyward. Lee turned and kicked one away but barely dodged the second, it brushing mere centimeters away from his face. Another flick of Sasuke's fingers and the wire-controlled shuriken turned again. This time, it followed the curve around Lee's back. The wire caught Lee's waist as the shuriken wrapped his arms to his body before running out of spin and momentum. Lee and the shuriken fell to the floor with a thud and a clang. It seems the match is over already. What a pity, Kakashi said in a bored voice from the stands. Guy, however, just laughed loudly. You think it's over, Kakashi? This match is far from done. Not if Sasuke pulls out that new jutsu I taught him. What jutsu was it? Guy asked curiously. Sasuke answered that question for him. Now it's over, Sasuke said darkly, leaping to the front of the ruined pile of trees. They looked up to see Sasuke's hands move through signs before he grabbed his right wrist and placed it parallel to the ground. Chidori, 1,000 birds, Sasuke shouted as blue chakra cried and echoed in the stadium from the palm of his right hand in the sound of birds chirping. Sasuke looked from his hand to his opponent. Lee had enough movement to bend his legs and used the momentum to flip onto his feet, though his arms were still restricted. While doing this, Lee had his eyes closed in concentration. Sasuke felt the chakra in his hands build to its peak. Rotter, he charged at the surprisingly calm Lee, the ground being torn up under his hand as he ran. 50 feet, 30 feet, 15 feet, 5 feet. Sasuke brought his glowing hand up in front of him, aimed directly at Lee's chest. Gasps could be heard throughout the stadium as the distance closed. 2 feet left and Sasuke's eyes widened as he smirked. Victory was his. Lee's face turned a dark red and flashed out of sight. Sasuke's hand passed straight through the afterimage. What? Several twangs were heard as the wires snapped. Sasuke's Chidori died out as he turned sharply to see a very red-faced Lee where he started, his arms ripping apart the steel wires that held them to his sides. The third gate of life, open. He called out. The crowd was stunned into silence as they could all see the chakra flow around Lee's body and his once pink skin now a deep red. In a flash, Lee was gone. Sasuke's eyes caught movement, but it was too late. Lee's foot stuck up and caught him on the chin, sending him up into the air. Without missing a beat, Lee shot up after him. He delivered a series of punches and kicks onto Sasuke that only sent the two up higher. This is the end, Lee shouted as he bounced off the air toward Sasuke's beaten form. He arrived in a split second, directly facing the proud Uchiha before kicking off the air once more. The kick span him round in a green and red blur just a foot in front of Sasuke. The Uchiha brought his beaten arms up to block as Lee's foot stuck out of the whirlwind. Leaf hot wind, Lee shouted as his foot stuck Sasuke in the side, sending him sliding across the air, through the stadium to crash into the bottom of the wall where it met the ground behind some trees. Lee reached the ground, panting heavily and gripping his arms. The dust that had been stirred from Sasuke's crash blocked everyone from seeing the fallen. Genma was now leaping over to the edge of the dusty area as it began to settle to check on the boy. Lee took some deep breaths while the crowd stirred. Black flames spread across skin. I won't lose. Sasuke's voice rose through the dust. Through the settling cloud, Genma spotted the figure he assumed was Sasuke stand back up before leaping out toward the center of the field. Lee looked up as Sasuke leapt from the nearby tree branches high into the air, his fists raised. Reacting quickly, the green beast jumped back as Sasuke's blow landed not a second later. The blow raised more dust, if only a small amount compared to the last attack. It quickly cleared to reveal a good chunk of earth taken out where Sasuke's fist stuck. Kaenbyu, the third called. A ninja quickly appeared kneeling beside the Hokage. The Kazekage guards jumped, on edge, just in case. Get in there and stop the match between. The Hokage began. Excuse me, Lord Hokage. A soft voice cut in. The third looked over at the Kazekage, who was wearing a most displeased look, at least from what he could tell from the eyes. Many of us have traveled far just to see this match, although the others were most exciting. I would hate to see something like this stop the match. Something clicked in the third's mind as the Kazekage spoke. After all, it's not like 2Kage can't stop a simple fight between two genin, am I right? The third closed his eyes in frustration. If this match isn't over in 5 minutes, I will call an end to it. He resigned. That is all I ask. The Kazekage replied coolly. Back in the arena, Sasuke watched as Lee flashed in and out of sight, circling him. Lee was trying to end the match fast. He couldn't hold the technique much longer. You can do this. Watch him. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Watch him. Watch him. His eyes widened. Lee was slowing down. Unbeknownst to him, his left eye changed as a third Tamo formed itself in his Sharingan. There, he muttered and charged at an after-image. The image flashed out of existence before he arrived but became solid as Lee's body returned to that space. Sasuke grabbed hold of Lee's right shoulder with his hand and brought his left foot up to kick. Lee's left hand grabbed Sasuke's foot from the top only to see Sasuke's right slam into his side. The blow could be heard around the stadium and many people winced. He's dead all, Lee shouted in Sasuke's face, though pain was evident. Lee's right arm twisted Sasuke's on his shoulder as the Uchiha kicked off against Lee's hand, separating the two. As soon as Lee's foot touched the ground, he rebounded, charging at the unstable Sasuke. Leaf Hurricane. Lee bent down as his thunderous right leg swung around at Sasuke. Sasuke leant back as Lee's attack passed over him. He rose to launch a counter-attack only to watch as Lee swung round, his leg aimed lower this time. Sasuke felt the full blow as Lee's foot slammed into his ribs. Hearing a sickening crack, the boy flew through the air only to crash back against the piles of stumps and logs. Several small thuds landed all around his body as he looked up, watching as Lee threw the last of the shuriken from his hands. It is done, he said calmly as the third gate closed inside his body. Sasuke smirked before bursting into smoke, leaving only a dented log behind. What? Chirping could be heard behind him. Chidori, Sasuke cried out as he thrust his arm forward once again, this time aiming for Lee's head as he descended on the taijutsu user. Heh, you still have not learned. Lee's body disappeared again as Sasuke was left with no target. Behind him, Lee's arms extended to Sasuke's and pulled them back, his left feeling the pain from the lightning jutsu. Final blow. Hidden Lotus. Lee cried out as he crossed Sasuke's arms in front of his chest and rotated in the air. A small kick from Lee corrected the flight course as the two were sent hurtling toward the ground. Boom! A large cloud of smoke erupted on impact. The crowd was holding their breath to see who would emerge victorious. Genma was trying to peer through the smoke as best he could. Did I do it? Kai-sensei, did I make you proud? An impatient Naruto called out Lee's name from the stands, surprising both his own teammate in the stands and Lee's beside him. The dust began to settle as every crowd member tried to pierce through it to find out the winner. Inside the smoke, one of the two dark figures pushed themselves up onto all fours, taking short, shallow breaths. He stood, both arms hanging limply from their sockets as they turned to the fallen party. A sudden gust of wind blew across the arena, forcing the dust to lie elsewhere as it revealed a battered and broken Lee standing over an unconscious Uchiha. That is truly the power of hard work. Lee panted heavily as his eyelids dulled. The crowd was silent as the boy spoke before erupting into cheers. The cries of joy were mainly from the bookies and long-shot gamblers, but several groups of Leaf Ninja let loose the cheers for the courageous Genin. Sasuke, came the distressed cries from both Sakura and Ino at their fallen idol. They were the only few in their section not cheering for the victory of Konoha's young green beast. None cheering louder than One Might Guy. "Oli," he cried out as tears flooded down his face. "Your power of youth can conquer all adversaries." Kakashi, who had even raised his headband to watch the fight, merely stared in disbelief. "Woo, go Lee," Tenten cheered from the Genin stands. Naruto was shouted similar cheers from beside her as one bored Genin actually changed his look. Shikamaru merely smiled at the scene and chuckled lightly. Well, today is full of surprises. The three had neglected to check on the one who had specifically asked Lee for this very outcome. A wide-eyed Hyuga smiled inwardly at the scene before him. "It seems fate was on your side, Lee. Well done." Lee looked up into the stands and smiled weakly. "Guy-sensei, I did it." Lee's body gave out. The last two gates snapped shut as Lee fell backward onto the floor with a thud. "Lee," Guy called out as he leapt down into the arena, followed by Kakashi. A small group of medical ninja arrived at the two boys and began checking them over quickly. "Is Lee okay?" Guy asked as he landed next to his pupil who was breathing heavily. "His muscles are beyond fatigued. He suffered some damage to his side with some cuts and bruises. When he wakes up, it won't be pretty." "He'll wake up." "Yes, Lee, hang in there," Guy shouted with joy as he knelt over his student. Kakashi was examining Sasuke's injuries with the medical ninja. "When he gets up, his pride won't be the only thing that's damaged." Sasuke had suffered at least 2 cracked ribs, multiple cuts, bruises, and chakra exhaustion. Lee had basically tenderized his body. Genma was too caught up in the excitement of the match he almost forgot his duty. Winner, Rock Lee, although the crowd knew this already. As Kakashi looked down at his student as the medical ninja were attending to him, he felt Guy stand at his was already on a stretcher on the way to the medical room as his sensei glared down at the pitiful excuse for a ninja his pupil had beaten. "I remember what that technique is meant to be used for, Kakashi," Guy said in an unusually dark, low voice. "If I had not already taught Lee how to evade such attacks, you would not see tomorrow." Kakashi tensed, his one good eye moving to keep his self-appointed rival in his peripheral vision. "Oh, and what business is it of yours what I teach my student?" Kakashi asked. His tone appeared polite, but they both knew the high tension of their conversation. An uneasy silence began between the two as the medical ninja carrying Sasuke hurried past the pair. "Don't take me for a fool, Kakashi." The Uchiha didn't pull his punch to force Lee to surrender, the intent to kill was there for everyone to see. At this, Guy turned towards Kakashi, his face unusually calm, even for him. Either his intentions were his own or they were his instructors. At this point, I don't know which is worse. With the final word, Guy jumped away, back to his seat in the stand. Kakashi stood still for a few moments as to not raise suspicion from the crowd before he too jumped away, though he did not rejoin Guy in the stands. Up in the Hokage seats, things were similarly heating up. How could the Uchiha lose? The Kazekage fumed, slamming his fist down on the arm of his chair. The third merely smirked at the display. "It just goes to show, bloodlines and jutsu aren't everything." He chuckled lightly, his eyes and demeanor remaining completely serious as he stared at the Kazekage. "All right, now we've gotten these two off the field," Genma announced. "We'll begin the next match, Neji Hyuga versus Shikamaru Nara." Shikamaru flinched. "Aw man, more work," he complained as he looked over at the wide-eyed Hyuga. "This should be interesting," Neji muttered as he turned toward the stairs. "Come on Shikamaru, you can beat him." Naruto cheered into his ear. "Gah, knock it off Naruto, the fight hasn't even started yet." Shikamaru muttered back, making his way to the stairs. Naruto followed suit, giving the pineapple head advice for the next match. Though to Shikamaru, it sounded more like a revenge beating than battle advice. Tenten smiled as she watched the two leave before realizing she was on her own and calling out for them to wait for her. Slowly, white feathers descended over the stadium. The middle stand's crowd began hunching over or flopping to the side. Jinjutsu, Zabuza thought in confusion. "Release," Haku voice called from next to him, freeing both of them from its effects. Across the stadium, several other ninja got the same idea, including Hinata, Sakura, Anko, and Iruka. Most of the ninja already released from this sleeping spell, however, were the foreign sand and sound ninja. The Hokage watched hundreds of citizens drifted off suddenly. He turned slowly to look the Kazekage in the eye. "So, I was right. Shall we begin?" The Kazekage laughed. His two bodyguards jumped forward, one flicking the top of a black tube. A small explosion of smoke engulfed the cage viewing platform. Back in the stands, only one thing was on a certain Sand Trio sensei's mind. The operation has begun. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.